An ordinary otaku from Earth unexpectedly finds himself in the world of Dragon Ball, transformed into a typical Saiyan named Yaosi. Born just before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, this Saiyan possesses foresight regarding the future of his race. Will he, through his prophetic awareness and relentless efforts, become powerful enough to defeat Frieza and alter the fate of the Saiyan lineage? Chapter 1. The Saiyans. Where is this place? The boy gazes in shock at the unfamiliar surroundings, yet for some reason, his voice emerges only as a wailing cry. Just as he begins to ponder his situation, two small figures with tails enter through the grand door, engaged in conversation. One of the shorter individuals remarks, "Did you hear? Prince Vegeta has just been born. His potential is extraordinary, boasting a battle power exceeding 1,000 at birth. In his joy, King Vegeta has named him Vegeta." The other person, upon hearing this, expresses amazement. Indeed, he truly embodies the royal blood of the Saiyans, possessing a potential that other Saiyans will never attain in their lifetimes. The boy, unsure of why he understands their words, suddenly realizes, "Saiyans? Vegeta? Have I crossed over into the world of Dragon Ball? And was I born on the same day as Vegeta?" Before he can fully grasp the implications of his reincarnation, the first Saiyan approaches him, saying, "This kid was born on the same day as Prince Vegeta. I wonder what his battle power is." The other scoffs, "His parents are mere low-class warriors. How much potential could their child possibly have? That's not entirely fair." While bloodline determines much, exceptions do exist, the first individual seems to suggest. "Are you referring to Colonel Paragus' child? Wasn't he exiled to another planet due to his uncontrollable battle power?" The second person catches the underlying meaning of his words. "Let me share a little secret. It's said that Broly's battle potential surpasses that of Prince Vegeta. King Vegeta fears he may one day threaten Vegeta's position, which is why he was sent away." The shorter Saiyan whispers conspiratorially, hinting at some insider knowledge. "Have you lost your mind? Do you realize what you're saying? You can't just spread rumors like that." The other, after glancing around to ensure no one is eavesdropping, admonishes him. The shorter one quickly covers his mouth. "Let's stop this chatter and check his battle power instead." The second individual, fearing further dangerous revelations, hastily changes the topic. Upon learning that he has been reborn into the Dragon Ball world, the boy feels a bit lost about his future. However, he perks up at the mention of testing his battle power, recognizing its significance for his destiny. This child has a battle power of over 400. After pressing the button on his battle power detector and observing the resulting number, the individual expresses astonishment. The other, equally incredulous, exclaims, "You must be mistaken. How can he possibly have over 400 battle power when his parents are merely low-class warriors?" Exceptions are rare, and thus both are taken aback by the infant's unexpectedly high battle power at birth. "I assure you, I cannot be mistaken. This is a new battle power detector provided by the newly appointed Frieza." Despite his disbelief, the shorter Saiyan has unwavering faith in the new device. Moreover, let us not forget that low-class Saiyans can indeed surpass their higher-class counterparts. For instance, Lord Bardock, who now possesses battle power exceeding 10,000, far surpassing many elite warriors. Bardock is the first to break the bloodline limitations, earning him the admiration and respect of many low-class warriors. If this is the case, then perhaps the future of our Saiyan race will indeed become increasingly bright. The listener seems to grasp the implications of his companion's words, falling into deep contemplation. "Stop daydreaming and promptly report this to King Vegeta." The shorter Saiyan nudges his friend, pulling him back to reality. Yes, we must hurry to inform King Vegeta." Both understand the gravity of the situation and hastily scurry away. "So, I was born with a battle power of over 400? Not a bad start." The boy processes their conversation, becoming aware of his circumstances. Meanwhile, in a magnificent hall, a man with sharply defined features, a high and smooth forehead, heart-shaped temples, wide brows, and long eyes, draped in a red cloak, sits at the throne. He is the king of all Saiyans, Vegeta III. In front of him stand four formidable individuals, all belonging to esteemed Saiyan families, having accompanied him on missions since childhood, thus considered his loyal subordinates. What is the quality of the new batch of infants? King Vegeta inquires of the bald young man before him. Banus, sporting a prominent mustache and a cross-shaped scar on his right cheek that adds to his fierce appearance, steps forward respectfully, stating, "Your Majesty, this batch includes 63 low-class warriors, 43 mid-class warriors, and 5 high-class warriors. It seems the heavens favor our Saiyan race. To have 5 high-class warriors born alongside Vegeta is truly remarkable." King Vegeta reflects, noting the recent tendency of the Saiyans to adapt to Frieza's rule. Yet he remains unsatisfied, believing that one day his son Vegeta will become the mightiest being in the universe, far surpassing the monstrous Frieza. Perhaps this batch of newly born elite warriors will become the greatest support for Vegeta. King Vegeta glanced at his four loyal subordinates, contemplating within his heart. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the palace, shattering King Vegeta's reverie. What is happening outside? Palyoen, go and take a look. King Vegeta expressed his displeasure. After all, anyone would be irked when disturbed from dreams of the future, especially considering his notoriously volatile temperament. Chapter 2. Raditz. When a young boy awoke once more, he found himself in an entirely different realm, one vastly superior to his previous surroundings. In the nurturing pod he emerged from was far more opulent than before. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, the boy departed from his solitary nurturing pod, thereby learning his name in this life. Aios, henceforth referred to as Aios. The only surprise was that he had not encountered the two Saiyans from before since that day. Endowed with a combat power exceeding 400 at birth, Aios was classified as a superior Saiyan. Unlike the lower-tier Saiyans who were dispatched to invade lesser planets from a young age. Presently, he was undergoing traditional combat training, a privilege reserved for warriors of higher rank. With a resounding thud, Aios lightly struck his training opponent, a child roughly 3 or 4 years old, comparable in age to Aios, yet possessing significantly longer hair that cascaded down to his calves. Well done, Aios, praised the instructor, overseeing their training upon witnessing Aios' performance. He then turned to the one who had been struck down, saying, Raditz, why do you remain the same? Do you not understand the need for greater effort? You are truly bringing shame to Lord Bardock. Upon hearing the instructor's words, Raditz appeared to contemplate something, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Yet he swiftly regained his composure, remaining silent as he stood up. Do not worry, Instructor Ryan. I will ensure he trains diligently. Aios quietly assured the instructor before approaching Raditz. Are you all right, Raditz? Aios inquired gently. Encouraged by Aios' concern, Raditz's spirits lifted as he replied, I'm fine. Let's continue our battle. You need not feel too disheartened. Instructor Ryan merely wishes for your improvement. Let us resume our training, for I believe you will surely impress him in the future. Aios smiled warmly at Raditz and gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Yes, I will strive to improve. Raditz responded with a hint of excitement. Thus, Aios and Raditz resumed their sparring, and unlike before, Raditz did not succumb to Aios' strike so easily. Instead, they exchanged blows in a more balanced manner. Soon, the training session came to an end, and Aios stood at the entrance of the training room, awaiting Raditz's emergence. Raditz, may I come over for dinner tonight? I find myself longing for Aunt Gina's cooking, Aios expressed with palpable enthusiasm upon seeing Raditz appear. Well, faced with Aios' fervor, Raditz appeared somewhat flustered, as if caught off guard. What is it? Do you not welcome me? Aios, sensing Raditz's hesitation, remarked with a hint of disappointment. That is not the case at all. You are my best friend. How could I possibly not welcome you? Raditz reassured him. With a hint of urgency, Raditz exclaimed, What are we waiting for? Let's go. Aios draped his arm around Raditz's shoulder, guiding him towards Raditz's home. Since the tragic demise of his parents in battle, Aios had lived a solitary existence, emerging from the incubation chamber alone. However, upon encountering Raditz one fateful day, Aios shamelessly clung to him. Initially, Raditz was somewhat aloof, barely acknowledging his presence. One day, while training alone, Raditz was mercilessly mocked by a bald Saiyan regarding his lineage, though Raditz himself was a warrior of considerable rank. The insolent Saiyan scorned the bloodline of Bardock, Raditz's father, showing blatant disrespect. Infuriated, Raditz, seemingly in a fit of rage, lunged at the bald Saiyan, but his attempt yielded little damage. The bald Saiyan seized the opportunity, aiming a kick at Raditz, only to be thwarted by Aios, who had been tailing Raditz for some time. With ease, Aios subdued the bald Saiyan, successfully rescuing Raditz. From that moment on, Raditz recognized Aios' prowess, and excitement blossomed into a burgeoning friendship. Aios achieved his aim of getting closer to Bardock. Soon, Raditz led Aios to his home. Though it appeared they had arrived too early, Khan was still at work, and Bardock was likely on a mission on another planet, having been away for quite some time. While Khan was also a Saiyan, she did not belong to the combatant class, but served in logistics, primarily responsible for butchering meat. Saiyans were a restless breed, and after a brief respite at Raditz's home, Aios began to feel a sense of boredom. Waiting here, isn't productive. Shall we continue our sparring? Aios suggested, noticing Raditz's idle demeanor. Absolutely, but this time don't hold back. I want to clearly see the gap between us, Raditz replied. fully aware that he was no match for Aios. He recognized that their previous exchanges during training were only possible because Aios had been lenient. Having spent considerable time with Aios, Raditz' personality had softened. Unlike other Saiyans, he was not as cold-hearted, nor did he succumb to the insecurities that often plague the weak, as depicted in the original narrative. All right, but you must put in your best effort too. Didn't you mention wanting to join Prince Vegeta's squad? Aios recalled Raditz's aspiration, recognizing it as a form of validation for him. With that, Aios wasted no time, instantly teleporting behind Raditz and launching a kick towards him. Leitai seemed to sense the movement behind him, and without hesitation, he swiftly turned around, positioning himself to face Aios. Aios, momentarily taken aback by Leitai's evasion of his attack, soon realized this was a familiar maneuver from their previous encounters, and thus he felt a sense of ease. After exchanging a knowing glance with Leitai, both charged at each other with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed in the air as they began their exchange of blows. They engaged in a flurry of strikes, each landing punches and kicks, neither gaining the upper hand. However, it became apparent that Aios' combat prowess significantly surpassed that of Leitai's, and after a few exchanges, he discerned several glaring weaknesses in Leitai's defense. Seizing the opportunity, Aios executed a swift kick, sending the somewhat rigid Leitai's flying. With a resounding thud, Leitai's crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Taking advantage of this moment, Aios unleashed a barrage of energy blasts into the haze, determined to capitalize on the situation to defeat Leitai's. The waves of energy soared towards Leitai's amidst the cacophony of explosions, raising plumes of dust and debris. Although Aios' assault appeared ferocious, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. In this seemingly relentless onslaught, he intentionally held back, refraining from launching energy blasts directly at Leitai's face. As the dust began to settle, Aios clearly observed Leitai's sprawled on the ground, somewhat disheveled. Indeed, the notion of being unharmed in the presence of smoke was but a whimsical fantasy reserved for the realm of fiction. Such absurdity did not exist in reality. Aios mused inwardly. Are you all right? Aios rushed towards the fallen Leitai's, his expression tinged with shock. Coughing and sputtering, Leitai struggled to sit up, seemingly having heard Aios' voice. His body bore numerous wounds, and his combat attire was tattered and torn, presenting a rather pitiful sight. I apologize. Seeing you evade my attack led me to believe you were unscathed. Alas, it appears I was mistaken. I should not have acted so recklessly, Aios admitted, his tone laden with guilt. Leitai, in a state of confusion, could not comprehend what had transpired. The only memory lingering in his mind was of being kicked by Aios, followed by a flash of light before his eyes. How did you manage that? Leitai inquired, struggling to grasp the phenomenon he had witnessed. What do you mean? Aios, equally perplexed, responded. The light from earlier. How did you create it? Leitai pressed, his excitement palpable. Are you referring to the energy blasts? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure how I did it. It felt as natural as breathing, almost effortless, Aios remarked, gazing at his own hands. A look of confusion etched across his face. Although Aios understood that the Dragon Ball world possessed the essence of energy, he found it challenging to sense the energy residing within his own body. The ease with which he unleashed those energy waves was, as he described, as simple as breathing. Meanwhile, Raditz, upon hearing Aios' explanation, was instantly enveloped in frustration. Listening to Aios was akin to listening to nonsense. It was merely redundant chatter. Perhaps the vast disparity in combat power between them was the cause. After all, he had been born with a power level exceeding 400. Aios remarked somewhat carelessly. Raditz's expression darkened immediately. Whom was he belittling? He acknowledged that his combat power paled in comparison, yet he was still a legitimate upper-class warrior, having been born with a power level of over 100, certified as such. Despite his irritation, Raditz dutifully grasped Aios' outstretched hand. For lying on the ground was not a viable option, especially as he was still in pain. Aios assisted Raditz into the house, helping him settle comfortably before taking his leave, for the hour was late. Although Aios had initially intended to share a meal at Raditz's home while fostering a relationship with Kine, the unexpected turn of events necessitated a change of plans. He decided it was best to depart for now. The dimming light suggested that Kine was still working late, a testament to the ever-present pressure of capitalism. Under the waning moonlight, Aios returned to his solitary abode, devoid of distant relatives or close neighbors, leaving him with naught but loneliness. Every individual was indifferent. Gazing at the moonlight, Aios found himself yearning for home. Chapter 3. Emergence. just as Aios contemplated his solitude beneath the moonlight. Raditz was in his own room, tending to his wounds. Though his injuries appeared severe, they were merely superficial, making the treatment straightforward. Reflecting on the situation, Raditz struggled to accept the reality of the vast gulf between him and Aios. Although Raditz would eventually become a timid and cowardly individual, prone to bullying the weak, the present moment was still early. He had not yet faced the harsh realities imposed by Vegeta and Nappa, and thus retained a semblance of pride befitting a genius. By the time Kine returned, Raditz had managed to treat his injuries, rendering himself more presentable. Kine, petite with a hedgehog-like hairstyle that barely reached her shoulders, seemed to have passed on her hair genes to Raditz, albeit in a longer form. Unlike other Saiyans, Kine possessed a gentler disposition. "What happened to you?" she inquired, observing Raditz wrapped in bandages. "It is nothing of great significance, merely an inadvertent injury sustained while sparring with Aios," Raditz explained nonchalantly. Subsequently, seemingly recalling the luminous waves emitted from Aios' hands, Raditz curiously inquired of Jine, "Mother, do you know how one can release light waves from their palms to strike an opponent?" This technique is known as the ki blast, a common method employed by every combat-oriented Saiyan during battle. As you mature, it will come to you naturally. Although Jine is not a combat Saiyan, she has some understanding of these relatively common offensive techniques in the universe, thanks to her husband, Bardock. Observing that Raditz's injuries were not too severe, she ceased her worry. After all, it is inevitable for Saiyans to sustain injuries in combat. On the other hand, Aios, compelled by hunger, found his reminiscence of his former homeland interrupted. His original intention had been to mooch a meal at Raditz's home, thus he had not prepared dinner for himself. Now, as nightfall approached, he sought a way to satiate his hunger. With a sense of resignation, Aios rummaged through the house, hoping to discover something to quell his appetite. Fortunately, being from a family known for its culinary prowess, he had developed a habit of stockpiling food. There atop the kitchen stove, he espied the cured meat he had meticulously prepared a month prior. This meat had been acquired during his visits to Raditz's home, though it would be more accurate to say it was a gift from Jine. Due to her convenient occupation, Jine was able to procure a substantial amount of meat daily, including both raw and cooked varieties. Furthermore, since Aios was Raditz's sole friend, he often joined Raditz in rigorous training under Bardock, after which Jine would send him home with some meat. Gradually, these contributions accumulated, and to prevent spoilage, Aios had taken to curing the meat for preservation. Aios seized the cured meat he had prepared, rinsed it briefly, and placed it directly into a pot to cook, having added ample salt during the curing process. He refrained from adding more. Saiyans possess hearty appetites, so although the cured meat lacked exquisite flavor, it sufficed to fill his stomach. And thus Aios consumed it in generous portions. After satisfying his hunger, Aios made his way to his personal gym, where he strapped sandbags around his body and commenced his digestive exercises, 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 sit-ups, a daily regimen he adhered to without fail. The following day, Aios arrived at the training base as usual, where numerous young Saiyans were engaged in pair practice. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed Raditz was absent, prompting a flicker of concern within him, wondering if he had been too harsh the previous day. However, Aios soon dismissed his worries, for just before the training session commenced, he finally spotted Raditz, his body wrapped in bandages. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. Raditz felt a sense of relief. He had been unable to sleep well the previous night due to matters concerning Aios, which caused him to rise later than usual. "Oh, is that you, Raditz? What sort of attire is this? Did you stumble into a pit on your way home yesterday?" A somewhat robust young man mocked Raditz upon seeing his appearance. Laughter erupted from those nearby as they turned to witness Raditz's disheveled state. However, Aios could not tolerate such ridicule, for Raditz was his brother-in-arms, and he would not allow him to endure such humiliation. "Do you not feel ashamed? Look at Raditz, who, even amidst training, does not neglect to push himself further. And despite being battered and bruised, he persists in attending training sessions. Especially you, Camilla. Just take a good look at yourself. Do you still resemble a normal Saiyan warrior? Remember, when you were born, you possessed a battle power exceeding 200, and now, what do you stand at? A mere 250, whereas all your training over the years gone. Each of you seems oblivious to the value of time. Do you realize that every moment you squander is a debt against your future life? Elevating your battle power, even slightly, could provide you with a greater chance of survival in future missions." Aios' scathing remarks momentarily left the dozen or so young warriors in the training camp speechless. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. While everyone was aware of the camaraderie between Aios and Raditz, No one expected the usually taciturn Aios to deliver such a speech. The young man, referred to as Camella, the one who had initially mocked Raditz, turned ashen upon hearing Aios' words. Though he longed to confront this audacious individual, he recognized the validity in Aios' statements and, most importantly, he was well aware that he could not best Aios in a duel. Soon, the other trainees regained their composure. While they felt Aios' words were somewhat exaggerated, they understood that enhancing their battle power was not a futile endeavor. After delivering his retort, Aios disregarded the others and turned to engage in today's practical training with Raditz. Deep within, Raditz felt a pang of despondency. He understood that Aios' words were not directed at him, yet he acknowledged his own inadequacies. He was not the diligent warrior he wished to be. A sense of jealousy and admiration for Aios crept into his heart, as they both hail from the same lineage of low-ranking warriors. Yet Aios' battle power far surpassed his own. This left Raditz feeling inferior, burdened by his own flawed mindset. In summary, Raditz's inner turmoil was profound. But as he gradually immersed himself in combat with Aios, he began to cast aside his worries, losing himself entirely in the fight. For each of Aios' punches was aimed squarely at his face. On this day, Raditz came to a clear realization. Being struck in the face truly hurts. Chapter 4. The Nature of Training. The training camp seemed to be enveloped in an intense atmosphere, fueled by Aios' words. As every participant engaged fervently in combat, until Instructor Ryan's arrival shattered this peculiar ambience. Today, Instructor Ryan appeared later than usual, his demeanor marked by an air of perplexity as he observed the fervent clashes among the trainees. Under normal circumstances, apart from a few exceptions, these youngsters would seldom exhibit such dedication to battle. Laziness is a common trait, even among the warrior race of Saiyans. It is only after his supervision that they typically delve into their training. Well, what has gotten into you all so diligently invested in your sparring? Instructor Ryan, a forthright individual, voiced his curiosity without hesitation. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Indeed, upon hearing his inquiry, the intensity of their battles escalated, each combatant pouring their utmost effort into their confrontations. Witnessing this scene, though Ryan felt a tinge of confusion, he refrained from further comment. After all, vigorous training was a positive development. Every individual present was a crucial part of the Saiyan race's future, unlike the lower-class warriors sent to inferior planets at birth. Each of them, upon maturation, would become a pillar of strength for the Saiyan legacy. Yet, as Ryan's eyes roamed, they landed on the side of Raditz, who was on the receiving end of Aios' merciless strikes. Raditz, what on earth has happened to you? Instructor Ryan was taken aback, observing Raditz, whose body was wrapped in bandages, a stark contrast to his normal state just the day before. Hearing the instructor's words, Aios effortlessly deflected Raditz's feeble attempt to retaliate and paused his own attacks, standing aside with Raditz. Raditz felt a pang of grievance. Envy, jealousy, and inferiority had evaporated, replaced solely by the desire to strike Aios' smug face and let him experience the sting of a blow. However, he ultimately abandoned this notion, turning to Instructor Ryan and saying, "It's nothing serious, sir. I just sustained this injury during some extra training yesterday." Raditz recalled Aios' earlier justifications and, despite harboring some resentment, chose to align with his words. Upon seeing Raditz's bruised visage, Instructor Ryan could hardly contain his laughter. He had not closely observed Raditz during their skirmishes, and now realized that his face was a comical patchwork of purple and blue bruises. Yet, considering his position as an instructor, he restrained his mirth, adopting a serious demeanor. He addressed the two, saying, "Very well, continue your sparring. I shall not intrude." Without waiting for a response from the two, he casually made his way into the depths of the training camp. However, Instructor Ryan did not smile, which caused Aios to be unable to contain himself, and he erupted into laughter at the sight of Raditz's bruised and battered face. "You're still laughing." Hearing Aios' laughter, Raditz could no longer hold back, and he lunged forward. Yet, despite Raditz's swift movement, Aios' reflexes were far superior, allowing him to easily evade the attack, leaving Raditz to miss entirely. "Oh, I was merely taken aback by your entire body being wrapped in bandages. I didn't know where to strike." Aios managed to suppress his amusement and said aloud, "But you still can't hit my face." Raditz, somewhat irate, was unsure who had caused his predicament. "All right, I promise I won't hit your face this time," Aios casually assured him, and once again, the two resumed their playful combat. As time passed slowly, everyone in the training camp spent their days engaged in mutual brawls, except for meal times. The training regimen in the camp was characterized by this brutal exchange, emblematic of how Saiyans cultivated their young. Occasionally, instructor Ryan would also participate, allowing them to learn the art of combat, albeit in a rather one-sided manner. This method of training was the prevailing approach throughout the universe, with only a select few races adept at the intricate manipulation of energy for cultivation. Hence, under this brutal tutelage, Yaoza's dedication shone through, and he dared to assert that, apart from instructor Ryan, no one else in the camp could match his prowess, for his combat strength was unparalleled. This is why he could make such audacious claims without facing any opposition. At merely 3 years of age, Yao's possessed a combat power exceeding 600, a result of his relentless training over the years, complemented by a modicum of innate talent. Yet Yao's truly excelled. Most individuals in the training camp barely reach combat powers of 2 to 300, with only a few outstanding individuals achieving around 400. In comparison, he was on a different dimension altogether. After the training session concluded, no one returned home. Each individual continued to spur one another on, engaged in mutual combat. Instructor Ryan observed this scene with both pride and a hint of confusion. He was not perplexed by why everyone was so diligently training. A day's experience had illuminated the situation for him. Rather, he was curious about how such a young child as Yao's could articulate such statements. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, as memories of the task entrusted to him by King Vegeta that morning surfaced, prompting him to interrupt everyone's training. King Vegeta, or Vegeta III, was the leader who had once guided all Saiyans from their war-torn planet, Satala, to the safety of Planet Plant. Under his leadership, the Saiyans eradicated the indigenous Zephyrians of Planet Plant, thereafter renaming it Planet Vegeta. Consequently, King Vegeta enjoys unparalleled prestige within the Saiyan race. Listen closely, everyone. Today, King Vegeta has conveyed an important message. Prince Vegeta is set to undertake a mission in a year's time, and he seeks to select companions to accompany him. There are 2 coveted positions available, so prepare yourselves accordingly. We shall conduct a competition to identify the 2 most exceptional candidates, and both King Vegeta and Prince Vegeta will grace us with their presence to witness the event. You must strive to perform admirably. As instructor Ryan concluded his announcement, an immediate silence enveloped the training camp, soon giving way to enthusiastic cheers. Prince Vegeta, the idol of all within the camp, boasts a battle power exceeding 1,000 from birth. To partner with him on a mission would undoubtedly lead to limitless future accomplishments. Chapter 5, Bardock. Is this truly happening? Raditz felt a surge of excitement. This was his dream. He yearned to achieve something noteworthy to earn his father's praise. Throughout his life, due to his close association with Aios, Raditz had always existed in Aios' shadow, never receiving commendation from his father. He felt he had never reached the heights his father expected, only bringing him disappointment time and again. This opportunity seemed to be his chance. If he could become Prince Vegeta's companion, surely his father would no longer be disappointed. Aios, could you teach me how to train? I desire that position. Raditz's eyes sparkled with determination as he surveyed the other trainees, viewing them as rivals. Observing the fierce resolve in Raditz's gaze, Aios felt a mix of exasperation and understanding. He was uncertain why Raditz was so adamant about becoming Vegeta's teammate, aware that the future would see Raditz suffer greatly at the hands of Vegeta and Nappa. However, perhaps it was precisely because Raditz became Vegeta's ally that he survived. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Very well, but do not underestimate me. Remember, I am also your opponent, Aios declared with fervor to Raditz. The training camp soon buzzed with heightened energy as everyone immersed themselves in preparation, eager to become Vegeta as partner. It was only when the sky began to dim that the trainees finally ceased their efforts and returned home. Before departing, Aios took a moment to advise Raditz to visit his home that evening for rigorous training. Upon returning home, Aios tidied the surroundings and retrieved several sandbags he kept for training. Today, he intended to introduce an additional exercise, running with weighted resistance. In truth, the most effective training occurs within the gravity chamber. However, such conditions are rather arduous for Raditz, rendering weighted training a rudimentary substitute for him. After casually finishing his dinner, Aios handed a sandbag to Raditz, who, perplexed by the peculiar object in his hands, inquired, "What is this?" "Like me, strap these sandbags onto your body," Aios instructed, gesturing towards the sandbags he himself wore. Although Raditz was somewhat baffled, he had requested Aios' assistance in training. So he refrained from further questions and proceeded to fasten all the sandbags onto himself. Once secured, Ratai's immediately felt a sense of awkwardness in his body, moving with discomfort. All right, now that you're ready, follow me, Aios declared, and without hesitation, he dashed towards the door. Ratai's, though uncertain of Aios' intentions, felt compelled to follow suit, believing it to be the right choice. After running for quite some time, observing Aios' relentless pace, Ratai's finally asked, "How much longer are we going to run?" "We will continue until we can run no more," Aios replied, exhibiting a demeanor that was markedly different, cold, serious, and devoid of emotion. What? Ratai stammered, taken aback by Aios' reply, yet he chose to remain silent, following Aios in silence. Eventually, after an indeterminate duration of running, Ratai felt utterly drained, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Aios, hearing the commotion behind him, turned to see Ratai's state and recognized his efforts. Thus he too came to a halt. Once Ratai's regained a modicum of strength, Aios effortlessly lifted him and returned home. "The training is not over. Now replicate my movements," Aios commanded. During their journey back, Ratai's, having recovered some of his energy, began to mimic Aios' actions. They commenced with 100 push-ups, yet Ratai's could not endure, managing only a few dozen before succumbing to fatigue, his body aching and devoid of excess strength. Aios, too, felt the strain, but having cultivated resilience through daily practice, he persevered until the end. Ultimately, when Aios completed the requisite training for the day, Ratai's had managed to sustain himself through roughly half of it. These were merely simple exercises, not particularly burdensome, but they demanded daily commitment. Before Ratai's departed, Aios imparted the fundamental principle of training: consistency. "Nonetheless, I will continue to engage in combat training daily, for combat is the essence of our Saiyan enhancement," Aios concluded, extending an invitation to Ratai's for joint sparring. In the days that followed, Ratai's trained alongside Aios each day, until the return of Bardock. Bardock bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, save for a distinctive scar shaped like a crescent moon on his left cheek and a red silk ribbon tied around his forehead. He was clad in the black and green combat uniform of the Frieza army. "Is this your training?" Bardock observed the movements of Aios and his companion, furrowing his brow. To be frank, after so many years, he had never witnessed such awkward maneuvers. They seemed rather peculiar. Nevertheless, he trusted that this training must yield results, for otherwise, Radit's combat prowess would not have escalated so swiftly. "Let me see the progress you've made over these past months." While he acknowledged that regular training could enhance one's fighting abilities to some extent, he believed that true combat was the most effective method for strengthening one's skills. Upon hearing Bardock's words, the two exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison, charging at him from opposite sides. Aios aimed for Bardock's upper body, while Raditz targeted his lower half. Bardock could have effortlessly evaded their combined assault, but reflecting on his original intention to assess their progress, he chose to remain still. Aios leapt into the air, delivering a flying kick at Bardock, only to be effortlessly subdued as Bardock grasped his leg with his right hand, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, Raditz attempted a sweeping strike to trip Bardock, but was too slow. He was swiftly sent flying by a kick from Bardock. In just 2 moves, Bardock easily bested both opponents. Aios felt a sense of despair creeping in, despite recognizing the vast disparity in strength between himself and Bardock. He recalled that in the original narrative, Bardock's power level barely exceeded 10,000, while Frieza's first form boasted a staggering 530,000, and his final form surpassed 100 million. As it stood, the year was 735 in the age of the universe, and in 2 years, Sun Wukong would be born, affording Aios a mere 2 years for development. Currently, Aios' power level was 632, while Raditz was 423. Chapter 6, Guidance. Although Aios was somewhat uncertain about the exact timing of Sun Wukong's birth, he was aware that Planet Vegeta was destroyed when Vegeta was 5 years old and that he and Vegeta were the same age. He was now 3. However, there was no need for immediate concern, as Frieza's annihilation of Planet Vegeta would not occur until 737, leaving 2 more years. Moreover, Aios had devised a feasible plan to ensure his survival. He believed that with his current combat strength, he could secure the qualifications for promotion within a year, ultimately becoming Vegeta's ally. To him, becoming Vegeta's teammate would at least guarantee that he would not face a fatal outcome for the next 20 years, as long as he followed in the footsteps of Raditz from the original tale. Furthermore, he was confident that within 10 years, he would surpass Frieza's combat power. Bardock first instilled a sense of discipline in the two before embarking on a formal one-on-one guidance session. Although your combat prowess is commendable for your age, It is marred by a critical flaw, an insufficiently sharp combat awareness. It is essential to understand that in a confrontation between two equally skilled warriors, it is the awareness of battle that tips the scales of victory. After imparting a piece of advice to Aios, Bardock turned to Raditz and remarked, "As for you, I have no further insights to offer. Your primary focus should be on enhancing your foundational combat abilities." Following this exchange, Bardock resumed his duties with his comrades, leaving behind two battered figures lying on the ground. Through this specialized training, Aios garnered invaluable experiences, and more importantly, he recognized a significant shortcoming within himself. Just as Bardock had indicated, he discovered his inability to adapt to fighting opponents of equal caliber. He was accustomed to overwhelming adversaries with sheer strength. Even when facing opponents of similar rank, the possibility of defeat loomed, let alone when challenging those of higher levels. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic about his potential for improvement, noting that his primary rival seemed to be Raditz, with whom he had little opportunity for growth. It became clear to him that engaging with a variety of opponents was essential for accumulating combat experience. Having devised a plan for the coming months, Aios gradually regained his strength and mustered the effort to stand. He glanced at Raditz, who was still resting on the ground, and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" After a moment of contemplation, Raditz replied, "I think I will continue with your type of training. It seems to contribute positively to my combat capabilities." Indeed, with Uncle Bardock's guidance, Raditz's combat experience was no longer lacking. Reflecting on this, Aios felt a sense of nostalgia. Although Bardock had previously underestimated Raditz, viewing his training at the camp as trivial and frivolous, he believed that Raditz was merely wasting time without any hope of improvement. Having started as a lower-ranked warrior, Bardock had always been at the forefront of missions, his combat prowess honed through countless battles. Thus, he believed that true strength could only be forged through life-and-death encounters, rather than through mere play fighting. However, Raditz had begun to change. Amid his training, he engaged in intense sparring sessions with Aios, returning home each day battered yet proud, recounting his daily battles and progress. Consequently, Bardock started to reconsider his previous beliefs and began to formally instruct Raditz in the art of combat during his free time. Thus, it is evident that currently Raditz possesses far superior combat experience compared to Aios, but his inherent talent results in a slight deficiency in combat prowess. Aios finds himself reflecting, akin to the disparity between Son Gohan and future Gohan in the original narrative. The former, under the tutelage of Son Goku and Piccolo, triumphed over the formidable Cell at a tender age, whereas the latter, despite his efforts, failed to overcome the significantly weaker androids 17 and 18, illustrating the stark contrast within the same individual. After recuperating, Aios and Raditz returned to their respective homes. Bardock, during their training, had shown no leniency, and thus, despite regaining stamina, the injuries they sustained were indeed very real, making further training on that day impossible. Upon arriving home, Aios swiftly activated the medical chamber, an essential resource for every elite warrior on Planet Vegeta, enabling him to endure daily injuries. After several hours of treatment, all of Aios' wounds were healed. Now, Aios found himself increasingly envious of Earth, which not only offered techniques for energy cultivation and delectable cuisine, but also, most importantly, the magical senza beans. Alas, if only he could acquire senza beans, not only could they heal injuries, but also satiate hunger. He must survive and reach Earth. Lying in bed, Aios' desire to journey to Earth intensified. In the subsequent days, Aios engaged in daily battles with Raditz. Yet these encounters had evolved significantly. During one training session, Aios' combat style shifted from the raw intensity of hand-to-hand combat to an unrelenting barrage of energy waves, astonishing those around him. Was he not wasting his energy? Raditz, taken aback by Aios' sudden change in approach, was bewildered by the ferocity he now displayed. Nevertheless, despite the chaos swirling in his mind, Raditz could not afford to hesitate. He had to rely on his agility to evade the relentless energy blasts. His physical strength was still insufficient to withstand Aios' onslaught. After what felt like an eternity of bombardment, Aios finally ceased his attacks, aware of the excessive energy expenditure coursing through him. He now felt a profound sense of exhausting fatigue enveloping his entire being, which was precisely his intention. For lacking control over his energy meant that this was the only way to diminish his combat effectiveness. Raditz, are you prepared? The second round is about to commence. With that, Aios swiftly appeared before Raditz, launching a powerful hook aimed at Raditz's face, only to be met with a defensive block. Inside, Raditz felt a twinge of anxiety. uncertain of Aios' true intentions, yet instinctively raised his guard as the punch came hurtling towards him. After deflecting Aios' punch, Ruthies felt something amiss. The force seemed somewhat diminished. Reflecting on Aios' previous movements, he grasped his intent and was instantly engulfed by fury. Chapter 7. The Battle. Aio, do you take me lightly? Ruthies exclaimed, irritation evident in his tone. Though he recognized that Aio did not intentionally belittle him, he couldn't shake the feeling of being underestimated. Yet, Aio paid him no heed. Upon realizing his attack had been thwarted, he swiftly pivoted and delivered a flying kick to Ruthies. However, it appeared that fatigue had weakened his strike. Observing Aio's unguarded stance, Ruthies seized the opportunity and struck with an elbow. Feeling a sharp pain in his back, Aio furrowed his brow, slightly disoriented, yet he endured. He turned, grasped Ruthies' wrist to control his movements, and executed a knee strike to Ruthies' abdomen, the series of actions flowing seamlessly. Gulf. Ruthies clutched his stomach, kneeling in agony. Yet Aio's momentum did not wane with Ruthies' fall. Instead, he lunged forward, seizing Ruthies by the shoulders and executing a throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Assuming a familiar stance, Aio addressed Ruthies. Did you observe my movements? In a true battle, you would be dead by now. Curse you! Ruthies roared, leaping to his feet, his body radiating fury. In an instant, he lunged to Aio's right side, his hands crossed and clenched into a hammer shape, striking towards Aio's right arm. Sensing the commotion to his side, Aio soared into the air, evading Ruthies' assault. However, the encounter was not yet concluded. Seeing Aio dodge, Ruthies ascended higher, delivering a kick that sent Aio crashing to the ground. Ruthies bellowed in rage, raising his hands to gather energy and unleashing a wave towards Aio. Aio rose, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he focused his energy, launching a wave back at Ruthies. The two energy blasts collided mid-air, creating a stalemate. Suddenly, Aio felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, causing his energy wave to dissipate, and Ruthies' attack struck him. Fortunately, the prior deflection had diminished its impact. So although he faced Ruthies' onslaught directly, he sustained no severe injury. Panting heavily, Ruthies gradually descended from the air. Aio straightened his posture, equally breathless. After exchanging a glance, they charged at one another once more, their figures intertwining as they unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, forsaking defense for sheer offense. Indeed, it was this evenly matched struggle that brought forth true exhilaration. Aio's blood surged with fervor, reveling in the unparalleled thrill of combat, a sense of excitement coursing through him. In the past, he had never exerted his full strength during battles with Raditz, thus failing to experience the exhilaration of combat. However, in this encounter, he felt an unprecedented resonance within his body. With a fierce cry, Aios delivered a punch to Raditz's face, simultaneously receiving a blow in return. Both warriors were sent sprawling. Rising once more, they resumed their fierce struggle, falling and standing again, locked in a relentless duel. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until both combatants were utterly drained of energy. What a refreshing sensation, Aios gasped, lying on the ground as he addressed Raditz. Raditz, nursing his bruised visage, merely let out a cold chuckle, too battered to respond. The surrounding Saiyans watched in astonishment, having halted their own activities when Aios unleashed his initial flurry of attacks, thus witnessing the entirety of this fierce exchange. To their surprise, not only had Aios displayed such prowess, but Raditz had revealed an unexpected level of combat strength as well. Indeed, it was astonishing to see Raditz, usually so reserved, had transformed into a formidable fighter. Damn it, I refused to be outdone by these two. The onlookers were once again galvanized by the display of might from Aios and Raditz, particularly Raditz, who had always followed Aios in silence. Yet now, after this explosive display, he had surpassed most of their ranks, having evolved from a mere 400 in battle power to nearly 800. With only 2 months remaining before Prince Vegeta selected his companions, everyone redoubled their training efforts, aware that time was slipping away. After a brief respite, Aios approached Blanc, who belonged to the elite echelon of fighters within the training camp. What brings you here? Blanc's opponent, perplexed by his sudden halt, inquired. Ignoring the question, Blanc stepped forward and addressed Aios. Aios, let's engage in battle. I wish to gauge your true capabilities, Aios stated plainly, revealing his intent without hesitation. Blanc furrowed his brow in confusion, contemplating Aios' purpose. Are you afraid? Aios taunted, beckoning with a finger. Aios, while you are indeed powerful, you have just fought Raditz and must be depleted. I have no interest in engaging in a futile skirmish. Blanc replied, his pride intact. He believed Aios lacked the strength for another confrontation, unwilling to take advantage of his apparent weakness. The outcome of victory or defeat remains uncertain. Aios ceased his idle banter with Blanc and, with a slight clenching of his fist, leapt before Blanc in a flash, raising his hand to deliver a punch. Although he had no desire to achieve victory through underhanded means, the onslaught from Aios compelled him to respond, and thus he raised his hand to block the incoming blow. A swift sequence of high kicks, evasive maneuvers, elbow strikes, retreats, and energy bursts ensued. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. What was Aios doing? How could he possess such formidable combat prowess? Some Saiyans, standing at a distance, were taken aback by Aios' stamina. Had he been holding back? That couldn't be right. He had seemed to exert his full strength earlier. Could it be that he possessed remarkable recuperative abilities? Raditz perceived that Aios seemed far from an ordinary Saiyan, exhibiting recovery capabilities akin to a monstrous being. Soon, the battle between Aios and Blanc concluded without a clear victor, both combatants collapsing to rest. However, Aios promptly sought out another opponent, systematically challenging everyone in the training camp. Gradually, time slipped away amidst training and combat, and at last, the day arrived for Vegeta to select his teammates, marking the commencement of official missions for all Saiyans in the training camp. On this day, Aios' power level stood at 2,300, Raditz at 1,300, while Vegeta's soared to 3,000. Chapter 8. Vegeta. This was Aios' first encounter with Vegeta, and he found the visage reminiscent of what he had seen in his past life. Sharp cheekbones. Inherited from his father, King Vegeta, with a prominent forehead and heart-shaped contours on either side, wide brows, elongated eyes with subtle shadows, and hair that stood tall like flames. Clad in the standard battle attire of the Frieza force, arms crossed, and a confident smile gracing his lips, Vegeta addressed Aios. You must be Aios. Not bad. Your power level is adequate to qualify as my subordinate. After a cursory glance at Raditz, he remarked with disdain, a power level of 1,300 is somewhat lacking, yet it is still better than others. Let's make do with that. Without allowing either of them a chance to respond, he turned away and entered his designated training room to engage in combat with several trainees. Aios and Raditz exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shared sense of resignation. As for how Aios and Raditz found themselves here, the timeline shifts back 2 hours prior, given that it was the day for selecting Vegeta's teammates. Aios had arrived early at the training camp, only to discover that many had already gathered, including Raditz, who had arrived even earlier. To his surprise, everyone was up so early. As Yaos observed the nearly assembled crowd, he felt a twinge of surprise. Indeed, today was a momentous occasion, not solely for the purpose of becoming Prince Vegeta's comrade, but also marking their inaugural mission. Raditz was brimming with excitement. He had eagerly anticipated this day for quite some time and had made extensive preparations, confident that success was within his grasp. Before long, Instructor Ryan arrived, accompanied by a bald man. Everyone, please quiet down. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we will forego the combat selection process and proceed directly to the power level assessment, selecting the 2 individuals with the highest combat abilities. The remaining participants may form their own teams to choose suitable missions. Without waiting for any reactions, Instructor Ryan stepped aside to make way for the bald man, gesturing towards him. This is Lord Perrin, the first guard of Prince Vegeta, hailing from a distinguished lineage of warriors. His son is also a companion of Prince Vegeta, and he will oversee your evaluations today. What is this? I prepared extensively for today. What does it mean to skip the selection? Someone exclaimed. Indeed, how could such a significant decision be made so hastily? Another voiced their discontent. I can't believe it's so straightforward. Surely this spells my doom. Someone lamented, clearly feeling despondent. Yaos, however, remained unperturbed, confident that his current combat power would secure him a place. He also held a firm belief in Raditz's capabilities as they had trained together, and Raditz had now attained a power level equivalent to what Yaos had achieved 2 decades later in the original timeline. Silence. Prince Vegeta requires Saiyan warriors of both high combat power and potential. This is the optimal choice, Perrin declared, his resonant voice cutting through the murmurs. He activated the combat power detector affixed to his right eye. Beep, beep, beep. As it powered on, the device beeped furiously. I didn't expect 2 individuals to possess combat power exceeding 1,000. Very well, you 2 shall proceed. Perrin was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this group would yield 2 individuals surpassing the 1,000 mark, and upon surveying the others, he noted their remarkable improvement compared to previous assessments. "Ah, I wasn't chosen," came a cry of disappointment. It's no surprise. They were bound to be the selected ones. How enviable. Although some felt disheartened, they were somewhat prepared for this outcome, having closely observed the progress of Aios and Raditz over the past months. Subsequently, the two followed Perrin to stand before Vegeta. "Impressive. Truly, Prince Vegeta lives up to his reputation," Raditz remarked in awe as he witnessed Vegeta effortlessly dispatch 5 training dummies in an instant. "Aios, do you think we could become as powerful as Prince Vegeta?" Raditz was struck for the first time by Vegeta's formidable strength. "That is certain. Let's not forget that we are merely 4 years old. With persistent training, we shall undoubtedly grow stronger in the future." Aios was imbued with confidence, firmly believing that he could become more powerful as time passed. Even now, Raditz had already surpassed his original strength under Aios' influence. "Aios, come with me. I wish to assess your abilities," Vegeta declared as he opened the door to the training room. "What about me?" Raditz inquired anxiously, unsure of what he should do in the meantime. Casting a dismissive glance, Vegeta replied, "You may wait here. Someone will come to test you shortly." Resigned, Raditz stepped back, casting a forlorn look at Vegeta's retreating figure. Aios placed a reassuring hand on Raditz's shoulder and said, "Do not worry. I believe you will surpass him in strength. When that time comes, you will teach him a lesson." With that, Aios followed Vegeta into the training room. "Huh, it seems you have grown quite arrogant. Thinking you can surpass me," Vegeta scoffed, a smirk on his lips. In his eyes, while Raditz's combat prowess was marginally acceptable, it was hardly enough to eclipse his own. No, Your Highness, I have faith in Raditz. He possesses that potential," Aios replied calmly, as if stating an undeniable truth. "Enough of your prattle. Show me the basis of your confidence," Vegeta retorted, assuming a combat-ready stance. Without further ado, Aios unleashed his energy and charged at Vegeta. Upon reaching him, Aios unleashed a flurry of punches. With a smirk, Vegeta raised his hand to block the attack, taunting, "Is that all you've got? Don't rush. This is just the beginning." Aios then swiftly lifted his foot to block Vegeta's incoming kick, followed by ensnaring Vegeta's right arm with his left hand, drawing them closer together before delivering a headbutt to Vegeta's forehead. "Damn it!" Vegeta exclaimed, feeling the sting of pain as he forcefully broke free from Aios' grasp and leapt back, evading further strikes. Rubbing his forehead, Vegeta glared at Aios, his irritation evident as he unleashed his full power, charging toward Aios. Simultaneously, Aios propelled himself toward Vegeta. Their forms collided, with Aios delivering a kick aimed at Vegeta, who countered with a block, followed by a relentless barrage of punches. Aios struggled to defend himself, gradually retreating under the onslaught, until he was cornered against the wall with no path of retreat. Aios, disregarding the principles of combat, unleashed a wave of energy with one hand, aiming directly at Vegeta's face. However, Vegeta, quick to react, tilted his head back and evaded the attack. Although Aios' strike failed to connect, he successfully extricated himself from his previous predicament. Vegeta's anger surged as he ascended into the air, looking down at Aios, who raised both hands to unleash a series of energy blasts, employing his royal combat techniques. Aios, apprehensive of a direct confrontation, dashed along the wall to evade the onslaught of energy waves. Seizing a fleeting opportunity amidst the dodging, he turned and countered with an energy wave that disrupted Vegeta's rhythm. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself toward Vegeta. Vegeta, having narrowly escaped the previous attack, found himself caught off guard by Aios' energy wave, leaving his body momentarily stiffened. As he saw Aios charging towards him, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Aios, now face-to-face with Vegeta, delivered a powerful hook. The impact sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Annoyed, he muttered under his breath before rising, crossing his arms above his head to unleash his ultimate technique, the Final Flash. Sensing the escalating might of Vegeta's attack, Aios could not afford to underestimate him. He crossed his hands and concentrated energy to execute his own signature move, the strongest Dragon Flash. The two energy waves collided, creating a stalemate, but as the intensity of the confrontation grew, Aios' insufficient combat prowess became evident. His energy wave was gradually overwhelmed by Vegeta's Final Flash. Upon failing to maintain his stance, Aios collapsed in a corner of Vegeta's training room. Breathing heavily, Vegeta was clearly fatigued from the exertion of his recent offensive. Yet, due to their comparable fighting strengths, Aios managed to struggle back to his feet. Vegeta was taken aback, unable to fathom how Aios, having endured his Final Flash, could still stand. However, he quickly realized that Aios was on the brink of exhaustion. Approaching Aios, he raised his fist and struck him in the face. Remarkably, Aios did not fall through sheer willpower. He endured the pain coursing through his body and retaliated with a punch to Vegeta's face. Following that, he delivered a knee strike to Vegeta's abdomen. As Vegeta bent forward, Aios seized the opportunity to land an elbow strike to his back, sending Vegeta sprawling to the ground. Finally, he grasped Vegeta's tail, rendering him powerless and slumped on the floor. After executing this series of moves, Aios could no longer withstand the exertion and gradually collapsed. Yet, before losing consciousness, he managed to utter to Vegeta, "I told you, Raditz will surely surpass you one day." Chapter 9. The First Mission. Vegeta gazed at the slender figure before him, finding it hard to believe that such a small body could possess such formidable strength. Although he emerged victorious in this bout, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had ultimately lost. Reflecting on his journey from birth to the present, every battle had been effortlessly won. Yet this was the first time he found himself ensnared in a stalemate, experiencing the bitter taste of injury. This confrontation illuminated Vegeta's shortcomings, making him acutely aware that his tail had abruptly transformed into a superfluous appendage. Meanwhile, Aios was unaware of how long he had been unconscious. Upon awakening, he discovered himself in an unfamiliar chamber, curled up within a rather sophisticated medical pod. As he emerged, bare and vulnerable, he donned his battle attire that lay nearby. Feeling a surge of power coursing through his entire being, he distinctly sensed his newfound strength. Should he engage Vegeta once more, the outcome might not be as dire as before. Perhaps this was the legendary Saiyan enhancement, gaining strength when on the brink of death. Yet, he had not been near death, merely sustaining a significant injury. Aios mused that this did not seem to be the typical near-death enhancement, but rather a unique boon of his own, a subtle improvement garnered from each battle. The pronounced increase in strength this time likely stemmed from the fact that he had not intentionally suppressed his power during the fight, and he had felt a sense of parity with Vegeta. Furthermore, as he understood, the Saiyan ability to grow stronger near death required extensive accumulation. Otherwise, Goku, who had faced near-death experiences countless times in his youth, would have exhibited greater prowess. Stretching his neck and performing a few warm-up exercises in front of the medical pod, Aios increasingly recognized the enhancement of his physique. Uncertain of his current location, he speculated that, given his previous battle with Vegeta, it was likely the prince who had arranged for his transport. With little else to do, he resolved to engage in simple training while awaiting further instructions. Just then, Aios heard the familiar voice of Raditz entering the room. "Ah, you've awakened. It seems you truly are remarkable. I have heard that this time." It was Prince Vegeta who was injured for the first time. Raditz continued, his excitement palpable. "Do you know who was in charge of my examination?" It was none other than that bald fellow, Nappa, son of Commander Paragus and a comrade of Vegeta. I managed to defeat him using my own strength. Before Aios could respond, Raditz's words flowed forth like an unrelenting torrent, revealing his recent encounters. Aios listened attentively, allowing Raditz to express his enthusiasm without interruption, merely smiling in response. After a lengthy monologue, Raditz finally recollected his purpose for being there and addressed Aios. "I was too exhilarated earlier. I came to see if you had awakened and to inform you that we must convene here early tomorrow. We have a mission to embark upon. Is that so?" Upon hearing Raditz's words, Aios felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. If memory served him correctly, the Saiyans' mission was to invade other planets, which inevitably entailed taking lives. Regret began to creep into Aios' mind. He was still somewhat averse to the concept of killing and felt unprepared for such a grim task. Nevertheless, he resolved to accept his fate and deal with matters as they arose. After contemplating for a while, he concluded that perhaps he only needed to confront the formidable foes there, leaving the rest to his comrades. Thus, the two parted ways, awaiting the assembly the following day. The night passed without incident, and soon it was morning. Aios arrived at the designated meeting place, where he spotted Raditz and a bald man waiting. The bald figure was likely Nappa. Upon seeing him, Aios suddenly recalled a peculiar trait of Saiyans, their prolonged adolescence, which allowed them to engage in ample combat. Their childhoods extended significantly, bypassing a typical teenage phase, leading them straight into adulthood. This was reminiscent of the original Goku, within just 3 years, transformed from a diminutive child into a tall and handsome figure, even causing Bulma to swoon. However, the current Nappa, being still young, did not exhibit the malevolent demeanor portrayed in the original tale, though his bald head gleamed notably. "Hey, you really have no sense of decorum. Making us wait this long," Nappa exclaimed, releasing his pent-up frustration upon seeing Aios approach. In response, Aios merely smiled faintly and said, "First, my name is not Hei. Second, it is not yet assembly time. You simply arrived too early. Third, Vegeta has yet to arrive. So what are you complaining about?" Aios was not inclined to tolerate Nappa's rudeness, having formed a rather unfavorable impression of him based on both the comic and their prior interactions, which depicted him as a bully who preyed on the weak. You are truly insufferable," Nappa stammered, rendered speechless by anger. "Nappa, I advise you to treat us with respect. I am no longer the defenseless child you once bullied. And do you not recognize who he is? Raditz." Perceiving the tension between the two and considering them soon-to-be teammates, sought to defuse the situation to prevent an altercation, or worse, a one-sided beating of Nappa by Aios. You all. Nappa seemed to finally recognize Aios. Reflecting on his recent sparring match with Raditz, which had ended in a stalemate, he merely huffed in response and fell silent. The trio waited in the open for a short while before catching sight of Vegeta's figure. However, Vegeta did not linger with pleasantries. He glanced at the three and simply commanded, "Follow me." Without uttering another word, he turned and left, disregarding Aios' presence as if he were invisible. The others followed Vegeta, with Nappa eagerly stepping up beside him, cautiously inquiring about the objectives of their mission. Aios and Raditz lingered a distance behind, as the newly formed team began to show signs of fragmentation. However, Aios remained unfazed. After all, Vegeta could no longer pose a threat to him, and Nappa was no match for Raditz. When the time came for confrontation, it was uncertain who would prevail. Chapter 10, Departure. Aios accompanied Vegeta to a relatively open area, teeming with numerous Saiyans engaged in various missions. Here, Aios beheld an array of spherical flying machines, or rather, spherical spacecraft. The design of the Saiyan spacecraft was quite peculiar. Although they boasted remarkable speed, they lacked a shock absorption landing system, crashing directly to the ground in a rather savage manner. This mode of descent was challenging for most, but only the robust Saiyan race could adapt to such a brutal landing technique. Before long, Aios and his companions arrived before several spacecraft designated for their mission. So these are the vessels destined for other planets. Raditz mused, marveling at the proximity of these spacecraft for the first time. Aios, too, had never seen one up close, but having been exposed to the world in his previous life and having glimpsed Saiyan spacecraft on television, he was not as taken aback as Raditz. "Feel free to board. All mission details are contained within these ships, and the target location has already been programmed. You may depart at your convenience," spoke a slender Saiyan responsible for mission coordination, akin to Jine and not a combat-oriented Saiyan. Upon hearing his words, the group boarded their respective spacecraft, each one assigned to them. Aios gazed in astonishment at the advanced technology before him, finding it remarkable that despite the Saiyans' rather primitive customs, their technological prowess was commendable. After settling into his seat, a display screen materialized before him, showcasing the target planet for their mission. This particular planet, named Tauros, was classified as a mid-tier world, home to numerous warriors with power levels exceeding 400, and among them, the mightiest boasted power level surpassing 5,000. Yet, Aios felt no trepidation. Following his battle with Vegeta, he had discovered that his enhancement mechanism activated, allowing him to gain slight boosts in power after engaging in combat with opponents of similar strength. Although the enhancements may pale in comparison to the Saiyans' ability to grow stronger when near death, the cumulative effect of such minor improvements should not be underestimated. Following his battle with Vegeta, his combat power surged from over 2,000 to above 3,000, instilling him with confidence for the upcoming mission, though his heart remained troubled. After reviewing the mission brief, the spacecraft's hatch closed automatically, and the vessel began its launch sequence. Thus commenced a month-long journey during which Aios would spend his time in slumber. Equipped with warp drive engines, four spacecraft traversed the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, hurtling directly into the cosmos. The speed of the spacecraft was astonishing, rendering the view outside the cockpit a blur, prompting Aios to relinquish his desire to gaze upon the celestial scenery, gradually closing his eyes. After some time had passed since Aios and his companions set forth, the sky was adorned with a fiery twilight, signaling Bardock's timely return from his mission. Alas, he hadn't anticipated their swift departure and lamented his tardiness. Bardock had intended to complete his task earlier to bid farewell to Aios and Raditz, hoping to impart some wisdom regarding missions. There is no need for such lamentation. You know better than anyone else their strength. They will undoubtedly return safely from this task. In contrast to Bardock's concerns, Kaiatsu, having never engaged in battle, believed that as long as one possessed sufficient strength, there was no cause for anxiety regarding missions. Bardock refrained from elaborating, wishing to spare her any worry. You must take good care of yourself these next few months. Bardock gently caressed Kairatsu's abdomen, his expression tender. Oh please, you needn't fret. Even though I'm not a warrior-type Saiyan, my body is not as fragile as you might imagine, and this is not my first experience. Kairatsu swatted Bardock's hand away playfully, her tone slightly reproachful. Indeed, Kairatsu was with child, and Goku, or Kakarot, was soon to be born. And you too. I cannot fathom why you worry so much. It hardly befits a Saiyan. Perhaps it was due to spending time with Raditz and the others. Or perhaps it was the weight of protecting something precious while frequently facing battles at the front lines. Bardock was uncertain of why he had become so sentimental. Have you decided on a name for the child once he arrives? Let us name him Kakarot. Raditz will surely be delighted to learn he is to have a younger brother or sister upon his return. Perhaps, Kairatsu mused, entwining her arms with Bardock's as they settled on the grass, gazing into the vast starry sky. In the shadowy expanse of the universe, for spherical spacecraft sped along. Within one of the vessels, Aios opened his eyes. Under normal circumstances, Aios would have remained in slumber for an entire month, awakening only upon reaching his destination. However, for reasons unknown, he unexpectedly roused from his sleep. So this is what the universe looks like. Upon awakening, Aios first glanced at the spacecraft display, which indicated that there were still 13 days remaining, leaving him slightly taken aback. He then composed himself and surveyed the scenery outside the cabin. The cosmos was not as beautiful as he had envisioned. It was a vast expanse of darkness, punctuated only by sparse pinpricks of starlight. Those must be the stars from other galaxies, he pondered, wondering just how far they were from this place. As he gazed at the distant lights, he murmured to himself. Perhaps it was the novelty of witnessing the universe for the first time that ignited his curiosity, for he found himself entranced by the sights outside the cabin. Losing track of time. Was joining Vegeta's crew truly the right choice? Now fully awake, Aios felt a twinge of regret. Had he not allied with Vegeta, he could have chosen his own mission planet and embarked on a journey to other worlds. He could have followed his heart, left Planet Vegeta behind, and never returned, thereby escaping the impending doom that loomed over it. What had compelled him to make such a decision? Reflecting on his experiences over the past few years, he thought of Bardock's family and the comrades he had trained alongside. Perhaps he sought to instigate some change. A voice echoed within him, resonating with his innermost thoughts. Chapter 11. Planet Talos. Those he had known on Planet Vegeta might not all be virtuous, yet each had, in one way or another, contributed to his journey. Driven by personal ambition, he understood that his future self might yearn to effect change. He resolved to do his utmost, contemplating his current battle power of merely over 3,000, and juxtaposing it with Frieza's staggering power of over 100 million. Aios couldn't help but smile wryly. The spacecraft continued its voyage, and Aios refrained from slipping back into deep slumber, instead dedicating a portion of each day to awakening. It was on one such day, while attempting to sense the energy within him, that he suddenly felt the ship begin to vibrate. He opened his eyes, rose from the pilot's seat, and curiously looked around. We are nearing our destination, Aios realized when he saw the display indicating one. This was a reminder function of the spacecraft, designed to awaken those who had succumbed to sleep as they approached their destination. Satisfied that there was no malfunction, Aios disregarded the commotion and settled back into a meditative posture, closing his eyes to focus on sensing his inner energy. This had been his daily practice for the past 3 years. Although he had yet to perceive the energy within him, he remained undeterred in his pursuit. In recent days, it seems that due to the continuous rise in his combat prowess, he increasingly felt that he could soon sense it. Perhaps once he mastered the manipulation of energy, he could impart this technique to others, enabling them to learn how to control and suppress their combat abilities, thus allowing an early escape from Planet Vegeta. Although this plan is not entirely foolproof and harbors considerable instability, it remains the only course of action that Aios could conceive at present. Hey Aios, are you awake? The voice of Raditz resonated through the combat device hanging from his ear. Just awakened, stirred by that recent tremor, Aios replied casually. Me too. It seems we are nearing our destination, Raditz expressed with a hint of excitement. Aios responded tersely and fell silent. Raditz, sensing Aios' desire for solitude, refrained from further conversation. Nappa, are you awake? Raditz then turned his attention to Nappa, perhaps emboldened by their previous encounter in battle, no longer fearing him. Woken up? You unsophisticated ruffian, what is there to be astonished about? This is all quite ordinary, Nappa replied with a hint of exasperation, finding Raditz' novice behavior somewhat challenging to adjust to. Despite his own limited field experience, Nappa held a higher rank and was familiar with such circumstances. Do you think our mission will be challenging? Raditz inquired eagerly, undeterred by Nappa's demeanor. Let us assess the situation. After all, Prince Vegeta is with us, Nappa replied, his spirits lifting at the mention of their mission, though he remained uncertain about its difficulty. Of course, we have Aios and the others as well. Since learning that Aios was the first to injure Vegeta, Raditz had been filled with confidence in him. Enough chatter. Rest well. We will soon arrive at our destination. The voice of Vegeta echoed from the detector, revealing he had been listening all along. Yes. The two ceased their conversation, conserving their energy in preparation for the impending battle. A day passed swiftly. The four ships gradually approached a colossal planet, which appeared to be blanketed in lush vegetation, almost entirely shrouded in green. Boom! For thunderous sounds reverberated through the forest, as four enormous craters formed deep within its heart. Aios opened the ship's hatch, soared out, and surveyed his surroundings. Greeted by verdant scenery, Raditz spotted Aios and flew over to stand beside him. The combat power of the inhabitants on this planet is astonishing, Raditz remarked, gazing at the combat power detector with surprise. Before him, the combat power detector vividly displayed the locations of the warriors on this planet along with their specific combat strengths. Remarkably, there were even two individuals whose power exceeded 5,000. Aios nodded, glancing at his own combat power detector. Let us proceed separately. Aios and I shall handle those two, with combat strengths surpassing 5,000. Vegeta and Nappa flew over, and Vegeta proceeded to outline the subsequent tasks. The group unanimously agreed with Vegeta's strategy, and Aios, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the true strength of these formidable warriors, shared no objections. Perhaps, after this conflict, he would gain ample combat experience. The four of them took flight in different directions. Aios soared swiftly, soon arriving before one of the warriors boasting a combat power of 5,000. This individual was a half-beast, possessing the head of a lion and the physique of a human. Remarkably robust and muscular, radiating an aura of strength. The beastman seemed to sense Aios' arrival, lifting his gaze to the sky to meet Aios' eyes, igniting a spark of combat fervor between them. Though I know not whence you come or your intentions, I can feel the power within you, the lion-headed warrior spoke slowly, fixing his gaze upon Aios. Noting that the beastman could not fly, Aios descended to stand before him. Are the inhabitants of this planet all so barbaric? Aios queried, having observed the primitive state of civilization on this world, devoid of cities, with only scattered tribes existing amid the wilderness. I know not what you speak of. This is my territory, and you have trespassed upon it. You shall perish, the lion-headed warrior retorted, his eyes ablaze with hostility. Aios stood before him, gazing up at the imposing figure. The beastman clenched his fists, his body taut, prepared for battle. He sensed that although this man appeared diminutive, he was imbued with formidable power. Aios raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy. The lion-headed warrior, taken aback by such an attack, had no time to evade and braced himself for the impact. The energy wave struck him, leaving merely a white mark upon his body. How is it that you remain unscathed? Aios exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing such extraordinary physical resilience for the first time. With a fierce roar, the lion-headed warrior lunged at Aios. Aios crouched to evade the beastman's assault and swiftly seized the warrior's tail, executing a full 360-degree spin and hurling him away. Chapter 12. The Planet of Beasts. The lion-headed warrior was sent flying, crashing violently against a massive rock, shattering it to pieces. The lion-headed man roared and stood up, his eyes turning a deep crimson. His muscles tensed, his breath became more substantial, and he bent his legs, leaning forward before suddenly appearing before Aios. With his right hand curled into a claw, he swiped downwards at Aios. Aios blocked the attack with his left hand, but his right fist struck the lion-headed man's chest with little effect, resulting only in a dull thud. Seizing the opportunity, the lion-headed man formed a fist with his left hand and swung it towards Aios' head. With no other choice, Aios leaped backward, soaring into the air to evade the lion-headed man's strike. However, to his surprise, upon seeing him airborne, the lion-headed man bent his legs and lunged at him. The two tumbled to the ground, entangled in a fierce struggle. Aios suddenly landed a punch on the lion-headed man's head, and as his opponent's senses dulled, he kicked him away. Following this, he unleashed a series of energy waves in the direction the lion-headed man flew, employing the prince's technique to create clouds of dust. Aios let his hands hang at his waist, feeling the power within him, and concentrated a formidable energy wave in his palms before launching it towards the lion-headed man. Boom! The energy wave struck the lion-headed man directly, resulting in a violent explosion that stirred up a great deal of dust. As the dust gradually settled, Aios was astonished to see that the lion-headed man had only sustained minor wounds, showing no signs of serious injury. How could this be? Aios was deeply shocked. This was the most powerful attack he had unleashed thus far, yet it had failed to inflict any harm on this creature. The difference in their combat power was merely 2,000 points. How could there be such a vast disparity? Was it possible that the inhabitants of this planet possessed uniquely strong physiques? It seemed that everyone here had concentrated their energy within their bodies, thereby forging their physical forms into something remarkably resilient. Aios quickly recognized the crucial point. During the battle, the lion-headed man had appeared astonished by the energy waves Aios unleashed. The lion-headed man was now crouched on the ground, gradually losing his rationality as his body began to undergo a transformation into a colossal lion, standing 5 meters tall and 2 meters high. What kind of change was this? Aios felt his knowledge was woefully inadequate. His understanding of this planet was scant, leaving him ignorant of its combat techniques. He wished he had gathered more intelligence before arriving. Presently, the combat power detector in Aios's right eye indicated that this lion's combat power had surged to 7,500 points, a direct increase of over 2,000 points, rendering him an opponent far beyond Aios's current capabilities. Fortunately, he observed that due to the transformation, the creature's combat awareness was diminishing, relying solely on instinct to attack. Just as Aios felt a sense of relief, the lion suddenly charged at him with a speed that far surpassed its previous pace. He barely had time to react before being pinned beneath the beast, his limbs restrained and powerless to escape the grip. Now, with a closer observation, Aios noticed the lion's eyes had turned an even deeper shade of crimson, the primal ferocity of battle becoming increasingly evident. With a thunderous roar, the lion lunged towards Aios's face. In that critical moment, Aios instinctively opened his mouth and unleashed a wave of energy, striking the lion squarely in the mouth and sending it hurtling away. Coughing and gasping, Aios rolled over, his hands gripping the ground as he struggled to regain his composure. This was his first experience releasing such energy from his mouth, and he found it somewhat disorienting. The lion, now sprawled on the ground, bled profusely, indicating it had sustained severe injuries. Yet, the scent of blood seemed to further ignite the lion's primal instincts, making it even more ferocious as it shook its head and charged at Aios once more. Fortunately, Aios was prepared this time. He soared into the air, evading the lion's attack. The beast let out a chilling roar, its voice reverberating through the wilderness with a haunting resonance. This roar seemed to carry a sonic attack that nearly brought Aios crashing down. Instead, it sent him flying several dozen meters before he came to a halt. Damn it! This creature possesses such an attack. Truly, it is a lion, Aios muttered through gritted teeth, his expression contorted with anger. In his recollection of the Dragon Ball world, attacks primarily consisted of energy clashes, martial arts techniques, and magical assaults, with no mention of sonic attacks, leaving him unprepared and vulnerable to this unexpected onslaught. Resigned to his predicament, Aios realized he had no effective means to combat the lion and could only continue to unleash energy waves, which proved insufficient in inflicting meaningful damage. He chose to ignore the beast and flew toward another area. Fortunately, the lion could not fly, allowing Aios to easily elude its pursuit without any threat to his life. During his flight, Aios spotted several scattered small tribes composed of orc-like beings, all relatively weak, and paid them no mind. However, upon closer examination, he noted the complete absence of humans or any semblance of upright walking beings. Instead, he encountered only animalistic creatures transformed into orcish forms. This planet was indeed peculiar. After flying for a considerable time, Aios finally found a relatively safe cave. He descended and laid down on the ground to rest for a while. It was only at this moment that he had the opportunity to observe the changes within himself. Remarkably, despite the protracted battle with the lion-headed creature, neither had sustained any fatal injuries. At present, he merely experiences a slight discomfort in his head, a lingering effect of the sonic assault he endured earlier. Aside from this, he is largely unscathed. However, he has observed a notable enhancement in his combat prowess following his confrontation with the lion-headed creature, escalating from over 3,000 to more than 5,000. This newfound strength surpasses that of many adult Saiyans, and he muses that had he not retreated prematurely, believing he could not contend with the lion, he would have undoubtedly made even greater strides, especially considering that creature's power had eventually exceeded 7,000. Now, he possesses a clearer understanding of his extraordinary abilities, instilling him with a sense of confidence regarding the imminent alterations to his future. Chapter 13. Chi. After a brief respite, Aios feels his body rejuvenate significantly and resumes his flight in the direction he previously pursued. Given his inability to confront the lion, he opts for a slower pace, wishing to observe the circumstances prevailing on this planet. After a prolonged flight, he discerns a common trait among the beastmen inhabiting this world. Each holds their territory in high regard. Much like the earlier lion, who had sentenced Aios to death for trespassing, the behavior of these beastmen closely mirrors that of ordinary animals, albeit with the notable distinction of their formidable combat capabilities. Perhaps the civilization on this planet is still in its nascent stage? Observing the somewhat savage actions of these beastmen, Aios feels a twinge of reflection. During his flight, he also discovers that not all beastmen possess the ability to fly, as he encounters several avian-headed beings along his path. These peculiar creatures are characterized by their dual arms, a pair of wings on their backs, and feet that resemble bird talons rather than human limbs. Upon noticing Aios' arrival, they indiscriminately launch an assault against him. Fortunately, their combat strength is relatively low, allowing Aios to easily penetrate their defenses, resulting in their swift defeat. However, in order to study the transformations of these beastmen, Aios refrains from delivering a quick end, instead permitting them to morph into oversized birds. He observes this transformation with meticulous attention, noting that the avian beings do not exhibit the same increase in combat power as the lion-headed creature had upon its transformation. Nevertheless, their speed has undeniably improved. It is possible that their transformations are enhanced according to their racial characteristics, or so Aios surmises. Moreover, he suspects that their ability to undergo such changes is intrinsically linked to the fluctuations of chi within them. Once Aios feels he can glean no further useful information from these avian beings, he dispatches them with ease. Strangely, upon their demise, these birds revert once more to their original avian-headed forms. Perhaps it is due to the finality of death that the essence of energy has dissipated, leading to a return to its original form, mused Aios. In the realm of Dragon Ball, energy, or ki, serves as the fundamental force, the very cornerstone of existence. He remained unaware of the specific manner in which the beastmen of this planet harnessed ki to facilitate their transformations. Yet this, too, represented a rudimentary application of ki. Perhaps he could glean some insights from it. This battle, however, differed markedly from the previous encounter. Aios sensed no enhancement within himself. Indeed, it seemed that only by engaging in combat with those of superior strength could one attain true growth. This trial provided Aios with a clearer understanding of his unique ability. After soaring through the skies for a while longer, Aios descended, landing gracefully on the ground to commence his exploration on foot. The device before him revealed the precise locations of nearby beings endowed with combat prowess. To his astonishment, he discovered a small tribe, indicated by several red dots on the device, each possessing a power level around 1,000. While this was insignificant to him, it constituted a formidable force for the inhabitants of this planet. As Aios approached the tribe, he soon encountered a dense expanse of verdant grassland. Surely, the beastmen within this tribe were transformed from herbivorous creatures, leading him to presume they would possess a gentler disposition. From Aios' knowledge, herbivores typically exhibit a temperament far more docile than their carnivorous counterparts. Yet, this assumption proved misguided. Upon entering the tribe, he was met with a throng of bull-headed beastmen, which astonished him, a veritable horde of minotaurs. Without any inclination for dialogue, the bull-headed beings charged at him with reckless abandon, their demeanor far more aggressive than the lions he had previously encountered. With no choice but to attempt to intimidate them, Aios was taken aback as these minotaurs transformed into a herd of water buffalo, charging towards him. Their combat capabilities remained unchanged despite the transformation. Recognizing the futility of conversation with these creatures, Aios decided to take action. He unleashed a barrage of ki blasts, sending the bull-headed beings tumbling, swiftly dispatching them. This experience illuminated the true nature of the inhabitants of this planet. Though they bore the form of beastmen, their tempers were volatile, rendering any form of communication impossible, akin to a pack of wild beasts. However, just as he prepared to depart from the tribe, he noticed a solitary bull, having remained at a distance. untouched by his ki blasts, still lying on the ground in its bovine form, unable to move. Aios felt a surge of excitement and rushed forward to closely observe the transformations occurring within this bull. He activated the combat power detector and discovered that the bull's combat strength had diminished to a little over 200 points. Yet there were no signs of transformation back into a minotaur. He meticulously stroked the bull's body, attuning himself to the changes in its musculature, then extended his other hand towards the corpse of another that had already transformed into a minotaur, discerning the differences between them. Suddenly, a surge of excitement illuminated Aios' countenance as he recognized the distinction between this bull and the other minotaurs. An unusual substance permeated its flesh, setting it apart from the minotaur. He silently examined his own being, sensing the presence of a similar substance within him, albeit with an elusive quality that felt slightly different. Perhaps it was this very essence that contributed to their divergence in form. Aios fell into a contemplative silence, striving to perceive the essence more keenly, guiding his senses with care in an attempt to grasp it. Seemingly attuned to something, he rose abruptly and released a wave towards the distant horizon, which clarified his inner world further. He finally sensed the existence of energy, as if everything in the universe had become lucid. Closing his eyes once more, he immersed himself in the surrounding atmosphere. This time he sensed the energy emanating from the bull nearby, extending outward, and he felt the presence of other beastmen. His perception reached further, encountering a particularly powerful energy, that of the lion. Gradually, he expanded his awareness to discern 3 distinct energies that bore resemblance to his own, yet diverged from those of the beastmen on the planet. These must belong to Raditz and Vegeta. Upon closer examination, he noted that Vegeta's energy was located to the west at a considerable distance, its intensity notably high, yet still somewhat inferior to his own. The other 2 energies were comparatively weaker, likely belonging to Raditz and Nappa, their strengths nearly indistinguishable from one another. Chapter 14. Control of Energy. Although he could not clearly identify each presence, Aios understood from the fullness of their energies that none were in imminent danger. Thus he chose to divert his attention from them. He resolved to embark on his next training endeavor, mastering the control of energy. Aware that this was no simple task, he opted for a gradual approach. Though you have aided me greatly, it is evident that you cannot survive in your current state. I shall escort you on your journey, he remarked, gazing at the injured bull before him. With that, Aios unleashed a wave of energy, enveloping the entire tribe and creating a massive crater. Having accomplished this, he flew away without a backward glance, seeking a secluded and safe locale for his meditation. Fortunately, having learned to sense energy, he found this method far more precise than the combat power detector. Before long, he identified a remote area, several kilometers devoid of any life, dominated by a towering mountain peak that reached towards the clouds. He soared directly to the summit, seeking a relatively safe place to alight. Folding his legs, he settled down and began to close his eyes, engaging in the practice of controlling his energy. However, due to a lack of systematic instruction and only just beginning to sense the presence of energy, he remained utterly at a loss regarding how to exert control over it. Gradually, his spirit began to relax, and he devoted his entire focus to mastering the manipulation of energy. Within the inner realm of Aios, he suddenly felt as though he had merged into the world of energy, likening himself to a small vessel struggling for survival amidst tumultuous waves in an expansive ocean. In this vast sea, not only was it futile to attempt to control the ocean itself, but even his own safety was far from assured. Fortunately, this body was inherently his own, and the energy within him was cultivated through years of diligent effort. Thus, although he could not successfully harness it, he was not in danger of losing control. Yet, this realization jolted him from his previous immersive state, making it difficult to re-enter that condition in the short term. Then, Aios began to recall the contents of the Dragon Ball series from his past life, pondering how Son Goku learned to control his energy. However, he could conjure no clear memories, save for a phrase uttered by Bubbles, as tranquil as the sky, as swift as lightning. The tranquility of the sky suggested the necessity of calming one's heart completely, reminiscent of his earlier state. Therefore, the swiftness akin to lightning must imply the need for rapid and agile control over energy. Lacking a mentor's guidance, Aios could only engage in rudimentary practice based on his interpretation of this wisdom. As twilight descended, Aios found himself still without any significant progress in controlling his energy. Resigned, he flew back to the site where his spaceship had landed, intending to satiate his hunger. Upon his return, he noticed no signs of others, but he paid little mind. After a simple meal, he returned to the mountaintop to continue his training in energy control. However, scarcely had he begun when he was abruptly awakened by an overwhelming aura. Was this the presence of Vegeta? Had he encountered a formidable foe? Recognizing Vegeta's energy from earlier in the day, he discerned that although this aura was significantly more powerful than before, he could still identify it clearly. He quickly surmised that Vegeta must be confronting a strong enemy, compelled to transform into a great ape for battle. Vegeta's combat power now likely hovered around 30,000, rendering him invincible on this planet. Thus, Aios resolved to focus once more on his training. Immersed in profound contemplation, he once again traversed into the depths of his inner world. However, unlike before, his mental landscape, although still resembling a vast ocean, had transformed from turbulent waves into a serene expanse, embodying a tranquility akin to the sky. Aios stood at the center of this ocean, experiencing a flicker of enlightenment that further pacified his soul. He found himself effortlessly standing upon the surface of the sea, warmly sensing the ocean's benevolence towards him. As Aios's inner calm deepened, he observed the vast ocean within his psyche gradually diminishing, transitioning from sea to lake, from lake to pond, then to a depression, and ultimately condensing into a single droplet of water. Aios cradled this droplet in his palms, gradually bringing his hands together, pressing them in unison, and in that instant, clarity dawned upon him. Upon returning to reality, Aios opened his tightly shut eyes, feeling his life force wane. With a mere thought, he transformed that droplet back into an ocean, and this time he realized that his vitality surged with newfound vigor, firmly under his control, without any explosive outbursts. So this is the sensation of mastering one's energy, he mused, relishing the newfound lightness in his body. He then unleashed his full power, feeling invigorated and discovering a significant enhancement in his combat prowess, now exceeding 6,000. Restraining his excitement, Aios tempered his energy, regulating his strength to approximately 3,000 as he returned to the spacecraft. Upon his return, he noticed that Vegeta and the others had already arrived, their attire tattered and worn, with Vegeta's battle suit hanging loosely, clearly indicative of a grueling battle. Aios, are you alright? Raditz was the first to notice him and inquired. What could possibly be wrong? Look at him. He appears pristine, as if he hasn't engaged in battle at all, Nappa interjected, his tone laced with sarcasm before Aios could respond. What nonsense are you spouting? Perhaps the foes on that side were simply too weak, easily dispatched by Aios, resulting in no signs of conflict. Wouldn't you agree, Aios? Although Raditz himself barely believed his words, he felt compelled to defend Aios as a friend. No, I faced a formidable lion over there. My attacks had little effect, so I planned to return and devise a strategy, Aios explained, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta, eager to hear his reaction. To his surprise, Vegeta refrained from mocking him and instead spoke slowly, enough of the nonsense. Rest well, for tomorrow we shall resume our mission. As Aios reflected on the situation, he deduced that Vegeta must have been forced into his transformation by another formidable foe, a beast-man possessing over 5,000 combat power, which undoubtedly left him feeling quite reluctant. Chapter 15. Reunion with the Lion-Headed Man. After speaking, Vegeta disregarded the others, rising to retreat into his spacecraft for rest. Aios gazed intently at his figure, pondering his thoughts until Vegeta vanished from sight, prompting him to curiously ask Raditz, was your venture devoid of peril? You appear rather disheveled. Raditz, hearing Aios' inquiry, replied without suspicion, there was danger, yet none that posed a serious threat. During the battle, we pressed them too hard, leading to sudden transformations which enhanced their combat power. I was caught off guard, hence my current state. Be cautious tomorrow, Aios advised Raditz before entering his own spacecraft for rest. Raditz, observing Aios' retreating figure, exhaled deeply and approached Nappa, who was seated nearby. Nappa, do you think the gap between us and them is widening? Raditz expressed his concerns, feeling increasingly distant from Aios. Nappa, gnawing on some roasted meat acquired from an unknown source, paused at Raditz's words before responding. Why concern yourself with them? They are prodigies beyond our current reach. Your only worry should be that one day my power surpasses yours, at which point I shall surely give you a sound thrashing. Raditz, taking in Nappa's words, gazed blankly at the night sky before allowing a small smile to emerge. Indeed, they're all geniuses. Let us not dwell in melancholy. We should rest early, for many battles await us tomorrow. After finishing the last piece of meat, Nappa bid farewell to Raditz and entered his spacecraft. Raditz, instead of following suit, lay on the ground, gazing at the distant stars, murmuring to himself, "Yet I still believe that I can surpass them." As you said, perseverance is key, is it not? It seemed he was either addressing someone or encouraging himself. Ultimately, silence enveloped the surroundings of the spacecraft. The mission would proceed as it had the day before. They would depart directly. In the morning, Vegeta stood aloft, his expression somewhat indifferent as he addressed Aios and the others. "Let us move out." With that, he flew toward the direction he had taken the previous day. "Take care, all of you." After a reminder from Aios, he soared towards the original direction of the lion-headed man, having learned to sense the chi and pinpoint the lion-headed man's exact location. His speed this time was significantly swifter than before. He soon arrived at the lion-headed man's territory. "Hello there." Upon spotting the lion-headed figure, Aios descended directly, greeting him. "It's you." The lion-headed man recalled the battle from the previous day upon seeing Aios, and with his body tensed, he charged at Aios. However, the current Aios was no longer the same as yesterday. His combat power had surged to 6,000 points, surpassing the lion-headed man's own 5,000 points. Moreover, he had mastered the control of chi, effortlessly intercepting the lion-headed man's incoming fist. How is this possible? Just one day has passed. How could you become so powerful? The lion-headed man felt a wave of anxiety and disbelief. The individual he had once sent flying with a single punch now casually deflected his attack. "Hey, was T.I. just greeting you? Is it really necessary to be so angry?" A smile adorned Yao's face as he playfully squeezed the lion-headed man's fist. "Oh, damn it. I spared your life, and now you dare return?" The lion-headed man, feeling the pain radiating from his fist, struggled to break free from the grasp. "Huh, what are you saying? I'm just here to repay you by bringing you this substantial amount of meat," Yaos replied with a grin, taking a few steps closer to the lion-headed man. Observing Yao's approach, the lion-headed man instinctively took a few steps back, acutely aware of the pain in his fist. At that moment, he felt a flicker of fear within him, but he quickly regained his composure and roared at Yaos. Seeing the lion's demeanor, Yao's smile gradually faded, his expression turning cold. "Do you not realize that your end is near?" Yaos advanced a few more steps, his imposing aura steadily rising. The lion-headed man, noticing Yao's movements, felt his own aura intensifying in response. However, he had no inclination to transform into his lion form just yet. Although reverting to their original state could enhance their combat abilities, it would also strip them of their reason. For advanced beasts who had evolved to possess intellect, such a transformation was a last resort. Yesterday's unexpected incident had caused him to lose control in a fit of rage, forcing him to revert to his primal form. Yet, this time was different. Having learned from yesterday's mishap, he had practiced how to manage his emotions. He felt confident that he could contain the fury within him. However, he was soon struck down once more. It was not from anger that he reverted to his original form, but rather because he was compelled to employ his final means against Aios. In this instance, Aios afforded the lion head no opportunity. Unleashing a surge of energy that enveloped his fists with a razor-sharp aura, each blow capable of inflicting grievous wounds upon the lion head. Furthermore, due to his newfound mastery over this energy, Aios experienced a significant enhancement in speed, rendering the lion head incapable of responding as he was relentlessly pinned to the ground. Faced with imminent defeat, the lion head had no choice but to revert to his original form. This time, as Aios subdued the lion head, he could distinctly perceive the entirety of the transformation process. It seemed as though every muscle in its body was adjusting, its bones compressing, and its energy intensifying. Gradually, the lion head being pressed down by Aios morphed into a colossal lion. Chapter 16. A Glimpse of Clarity. The lion head's sudden transformation into a lion was anticipated by Aios. Thus he remained composed. Having previously battled against a lion, he was well aware of the formidable strength it possessed. Aios firmly locked his hands around the lion's body, forcing it down with no chance of escape. However, the transformation had significantly amplified the lion head's combat prowess, boosting its power to over 7,000 points, more than 1,000 points above Aios. For Aios, this disparity could not be overlooked, yet he had learned to harness his energy, allowing him to increase his strength in tandem with the lion head's transformation, thus maintaining effective control over the rampaging beast. However, as he pressed down upon the lion's head, he suddenly sensed its energy becoming increasingly volatile. What could be the cause of this? Was their transformation truly so impactful on their energy? This marked Aios' first formal encounter with the perception of energy in battle, and he found himself intrigued by the unfolding changes. Yet, Aios contemplated that continuously suppressing the lion was not a sustainable approach. Thus, he seized the lion's head with his right hand, lifting its entire body. Seizing the moment before the lion could react, he gathered an energy wave larger than the lion's head itself and struck it fiercely upon its crown, simultaneously releasing his grip. Aios' attack bore a degree of penetrative force, effortlessly shattering the lion's defenses. The lion was sent hurtling away, and when it reappeared, its body bore numerous explosive wounds. Trembling, the lion managed to rise, the pain coursing through it eliciting a distressed whimper as it quaked uncontrollably. As Aios gazed upon the scene before him, he sensed that the creature seemed incapable of stirring any significant tumult. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed an attack reminiscent of the Qi Yuan slash, directing it toward the beast. Although this strike possessed formidable lethality, it bore a critical flaw. Its velocity was painfully sluggish. Fortunately, the lion, having sustained injuries from Aios' prior assault, had lost much of his mobility and found it exceedingly difficult to evade this impending blow. The Qi Yuan slash sliced through the lion's body with the precision of a razor, effortlessly cleaving through its form and severing a massive boulder behind it, before ultimately dissipating into the air due to insufficient force. In its final moments, the lion reverted to its original form as the lion-headed man, its corpse cleaved in two. Aios ascended into the air and unleashed a potent wave of energy upon the lifeless form of the lion-headed man, which caused the body to evaporate into the ether. Thus, the matter was resolved. Indeed, in the realm of Dragon Ball, energy techniques proved effective. A simple Qi Yuan slash had effortlessly vanquished an adversary that had previously seemed impervious to his assaults, bestowing upon Aios a profound sense of confidence. However, following this encounter, Aios noted no significant enhancement in his combat prowess, remaining around the 6,000 mark. Could it be that although his overall power was inferior, his attack potency was considerably greater, thus yielding no growth? Or perhaps the ease of this battle had played a role. Aios could only speculate whimsically about the mechanics of his unique abilities. After dispatching the lion-headed man, Aios continued on his trajectory, eliminating the energies he sensed along the way. Perhaps due to the challenging nature of their birth, life on this planet was exceedingly sparse. The number of beastmen was limited, and most resembled the minotaurs he had previously encountered, devoid of any semblance of reason. In no time, he had eradicated all the beastmen in his current path. Expanding his perception, Aios sought to sense other beastman tribes in different directions. To his astonishment, a multitude of peculiar energies suddenly manifested within his range, as if conjured from thin air, without any forewarning. Initially, he questioned whether his understanding of energy was insufficient, leading to a misperception. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. These strange energies were distinct and undeniably real within his awareness, far from mere illusions. Driven by curiosity, Aios hastened to the location where these energies originated, only to be confronted by a peculiar assemblage of robots. This sight startled Aios. According to his observations over the past few days, this planet should not harbor any humanoid forms beyond the beastly creatures, and the sudden appearance of these robots was exceedingly peculiar, emerging without a trace of presage, as if they had materialized from the void itself. According to his understanding, robots should lack any form of aura. Yet, this particular group of robots, although perceived by Aios as oddly emitting an aura, undeniably possessed one. Fortunately, their aura was not particularly potent, suggesting their combat capabilities were limited, making them relatively easy to deal with. However, in pursuit of uncovering their origins, Aios prudently suppressed his own aura, stealthily trailing behind the robots to observe their intentions. Before long, the robots arrived at the site of Aios' previous battle with the lion-headed being. They descended into a vast pit, commencing a scanning exploration with their mechanical tools. This pit had been created by Aios through a wave of energy, marking the location where the lion-headed corpse lay. Observing their actions, Aios grew increasingly suspicious of the peculiarities surrounding this planet. It was evident that they had come specifically for the lion-headed corpse, indicating they were native to this world. Hence, it was reasonable to deduce that a hidden mastermind was orchestrating events behind them. Aios decided against revealing himself at this moment, opting instead to see if he could apprehend this unseen force and unravel the secrets of the planet. The robots continued their scanning within the pit, wielding a device resembling a vacuum cleaner that tirelessly worked in the air, seemingly collecting something. Meanwhile, other robots scanned the surrounding environment, examining the remnants of battle. Soon, the robots completed their task, and began retracing their steps. Aios remained closely behind, not allowing himself a moment of relaxation. Upon returning to the location of their sudden appearance, one of the leading robots casually swiped the air, conjuring a barrier akin to a wall of air. A gap appeared in the barrier, sufficiently large for the robots to enter. The instant this opening manifested, Aios sensed numerous strange auras emanating from within the barrier, mirroring those of the robots. How peculiar. Why had he not sensed these auras before? Was it due to distance? Aios pondered whether his perception of aura had not been adequately cultivated. Previously, he had failed to detect the existence of these auras, or perhaps their method of entry differed, eluding his notice. As he watched the robots enter one by one, Aios did not hesitate. He stealthily followed them, slipping through the opening before it vanished. Upon entering the barrier, he was immediately struck by the multitude of auras within, far surpassing those of the beastmen. Chapter 17, The Inner World. Once inside the barrier, Aios realized he could no longer sense the auras of Vegeta and the others. Indeed, this barrier possessed the ability to obscure auras. Aios confirmed his suspicions. This planet concealed many secrets. The world within the barrier starkly contrasts with that beyond it. Most notably, the illumination in this realm is exceedingly dim, and the air is remarkably thin. Fortunately, the gravity here is relatively comparable to that of the outside world. Upon entering the barrier, Aios no longer perceived the presence of the robotic entities. Instead, he encountered peculiar structures resembling towering spires. After sensing the absence of any nearby life force and observing that the edifices appeared uninhabitable, he deduced that they likely served as distinctive markers. Consequently, he chose to disregard them and departed from the area. Uncertain whether the inhabitants could detect his aura, Aios endeavored to suppress his energy to the lowest possible threshold, striving to evade their scrutiny. As he meandered through this world encased in the barrier, he noted that the scenery bore a striking resemblance to that of the outside, with the sole distinction being the presence of urban developments as opposed to the primitive tribes beyond. This indicated a civilization here that was significantly more advanced than that of the outer world. Venturing into a city, Aios discerned traces of former habitation. Yet he found no sign of any inhabitants. As he silently traversed a narrow grove, he began to attune himself to the surrounding energies. To his astonishment, the auras he had previously sensed abruptly vanished, as if they had never existed, leaving him perplexed as to the cause of this phenomenon. Suddenly, Aios detected a multitude of life forces emanating from a nearby building. He proceeded to breach the entrance with force, entering a chamber that bore no remarkable differences from an ordinary room. The singular distinction was that upon his entry, the previously sensed energies dissipated entirely, revealing no presence of life, despite the room being saturated with the essence of existence. What manner of place was this? What events had transpired? Observing this vibrant yet uninhabited chamber, Aios was engulfed in confusion. He ventured into other rooms, only to discover the same unsettling pattern. Each room seemed to harbor life forces, indicating the presence of individuals. Yet upon his entrance, those energies inexplicably vanished as if they had never been. No longer inclined to search methodically, Aios ascended into the sky, unleashing waves of energy to demolish the surrounding structures. As these edifices crumbled under his assault, the life forces that had once lingered abruptly disappeared, mirroring the disquieting experience of the rooms he had previously entered. Gradually rising higher, he concentrated his energy into a devastating wave capable of obliterating the entire city, unleashing it upon the metropolis and transforming it into an immense crater. In this instance, Aios could no longer sense any trace of life. All energies had vanished under the weight of his onslaught. As he absorbed the profound silence enveloping him, Aios felt a sudden chill coursing through his veins, regretting his impulsive decision to venture into this peculiar realm. Abruptly, he sensed a faint presence emanating from a distance and hastened towards it, only to be met with a scene that left him astounded. Before his eyes, the city he had previously obliterated began to re-emerge, radiating outward from a singular point, gradually reclaiming its former splendor as vitality surged back into the atmosphere. Upon arriving at a street, Aios touched the asphalt beneath him, a surreal sensation washing over him. Despite having laid waste to this place, the palpable energy surrounding him and the tangible sensations in his hands starkly affirmed the reality of the situation. Aios felt as though his worldview was teetering on the brink of collapse. How could a city once destroyed so easily return to its original state? Was there a sense of temporal regression at play? With a swift gesture, Aios unleashed a wave of energy towards a nearby building. The ensuing explosion serving as a clear testament to the authenticity of his surroundings. Unless I am an illusion. Of course, Aios was not an illusion. Instead, he began to suspect that the world he had entered might be a fabrication. Perhaps upon crossing the threshold of the barrier, he had been thrust into this strange dimension by its inhabitants. Contemplating this possibility, Aios once more released an energy wave, targeting the heart of the city, which he recognized as the entrance to the barrier. However, upon arrival, he found nothing but an ordinary expanse of wilderness. Yet, he recalled that this area had once been home to numerous distinctive tower-like structures. Prioritizing safety, he had refrained from recklessly entering back then, not anticipating that it would now be reduced to mere desolation. Indeed, this world was a deception, while his intuition confirmed his suspicions. The pressing concern remained. How could he escape this bizarre realm? The unique edifices must hold the key to this world's secrets. Perhaps locating them would enable him to liberate himself from this uncanny existence. With newfound determination, Aios embarked on a quest to find these extraordinary structures. However, this world was as vast as the realm beyond the barrier, and searching for an unusual building within its immense expanse proved to be no trivial endeavor. He began his search at the point where he had originally entered the barrier, but found no traces left behind. Ascending into the sky, he sought out the energies he could perceive, progressing towards those locations, obliterating every structure he encountered. Once the energies in an area had entirely dissipated, he would move on to the next. One by one, he wrought destruction until, after annihilating several cities, Aios suddenly recalled that those special buildings seemed to lack any discernible energy. His actions had been futile, merely an exercise in vain. However, he soon returned once more, determined to obliterate every structure before him, ensuring that not a single one could restore itself to its former state. Thus, it should be deemed an anomaly of this world. After annihilating all the edifices in his sight, he discerned no irregularities, as everything seemed to automatically regenerate. Was he to be eternally trapped here? Lying upon a patch of grass, Aios wearily gazed at the heavens. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a realization he had previously overlooked. This world appeared to lack a sun. How, then, was this light produced? Chapter 18. Escape. Contemplating this, Aios lifted his gaze to the dim sky and soared towards the highest point. After only a few minutes of flight, he felt his head collide with an unseen barrier, akin to a thin membrane obstructing his progress. Indeed, the sky harbored the most significant flaw of this realm. Aios reached up to touch the membrane above him, his heart racing with excitement. He had finally discovered a potential means of escape. However, upon pushing against it, he sensed a formidable resistance emanating from the barrier. Taking a few steps back, Aios placed his hands on his waist and summoned all his energy, coalescing the most potent energy wave he could muster in his palms, which he then unleashed upon the membrane. Yet, the attack did not penetrate as he had envisioned. Instead, it caused the membrane to bulge outward significantly, only to swiftly rebound his energy wave back at him. Aios narrowly evaded the returning force, astonished at the unexpected elasticity of the barrier. With a flutter of anxiety, he patted his chest, fully aware of the energy wave's power, yet astonished it had failed to breach the membrane. Had he not found the correct method? Reflecting on his inability to locate the peculiar structure, Aios speculated that he was still without the proper approach. He then resolved to return to his original plan, seeking to identify those strange edifices in the sky. Indeed, within mere minutes, he discovered structures reminiscent of towers emerging from an unusual dark cloud. Without hesitation, he unleashed several energy waves upon these peculiar buildings, effortlessly obliterating them without any unforeseen complications. However, as Aios annihilated these structures, the entire world suddenly crumbled, with all cities dissolving into nothingness. Aios too vanished from this realm. When he re-emerged, he found himself in a dimly lit laboratory, surrounded by numerous robots, each wielding firearms aimed squarely at him. When the figure of Aios emerged, all the robots simultaneously opened fire. They wielded laser-type weapons that struck Aios, instantly penetrating his skin. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, evading all the attacks and countering with fierce punches and kicks that obliterated the robotic foes. Once he had vanquished these machines, Aios finally took a moment to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a dimly lit laboratory, facing a peculiar, transparent orb. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he had been ensnared within this strange sphere. What kind of place is this that can transport me here without my knowledge? This was Aios' first encounter with such an oddity. In his recollection, the Dragon Ball universe had never displayed anything like it. Aios grasped the unusual transparent orb and squeezed it with force, quickly shattering it into pieces with ease, unlike the previous struggle to break free. Indeed, it seemed that his combat abilities had been suppressed within, or perhaps the sphere had a low defense against external forces. Discarding the fragments, Aios resumed his exploration of the bizarre laboratory. After a thorough examination, he found nothing else out of the ordinary, and his senses detected no significant presence. Suddenly, a strange projection appeared before him, revealing the silhouette of an elderly man with graying hair. "What exactly are you? And why is there no information about you in my records?" The old man inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. In his belief, all beings on this planet were creations of his own, yet Aios' existence was a mystery to him. "I am merely an ordinary Saiyan. And who might you be? Old man, what connection do you have to these matters?" Aios retorted, revealing a hint of curiosity about the enigmatic figure before him, suspecting he might be the last secret of this planet. "What manner of race is the Saiyan? Perhaps I should capture you to uncover the truth." With that, the old man's form dissipated, and the walls of the laboratory suddenly opened, releasing a dozen robots from each side. As these machines emerged, Aios became aware of their presence. Indeed, the walls were peculiar, capable of obstructing energy, implying that they could also hinder the detection of combat power. An idea sparked in Aios' mind. Perhaps he could feign capture to extract information from the old man, enabling him to save those he cherished before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. With this plan taking shape, Aios abandoned the notion of annihilating the robots, though he understood that a token resistance was still necessary. As Aios valiantly resisted, his countenance twisted in rage as he annihilated several robots. However, he soon exhibited a state of exhaustion, his arms drooping, surrendering to capture by the remaining machines. In the wake of Aios' capitulation, the other robots swiftly apprehended him. One of the robots even transformed into a syringe form, attempting to inject Aios with a tranquilizer, seemingly aiming to nullify any threat he posed. Yet, due to Aios' formidable physical defenses, the syringe could not penetrate his body unless he relaxed. Consequently, the syringe merely broke against his waist, rendering it ineffective. Upon witnessing this, the robot experienced a malfunction, its logic momentarily thrown into disarray. However, it quickly regained composure and reported the situation. Meanwhile, the doctor received the update, and a projection appeared, addressing the robot. "If the situation is untenable, simply resort to the aerosol anesthetic. Why do you not understand the need for adaptability?" Indeed, while these intelligent machines executed commands proficiently, they exhibited a lack of flexibility and numerous shortcomings. Upon hearing the doctor's directive, the robot adjusted its right hand and released a spray towards Aios, presumably the aforementioned anesthetic. Aios cautiously inhaled, detecting no signs of sedation. Nonetheless, for the sake of future plans, he feigned weakness. "Very well, take him directly to the examination table. I am eager to discern what makes him extraordinary." Thus, Aios was transported from the previous laboratory to another, considerably brighter one. Chapter 19. The Eccentric Old Man. Upon entering the new laboratory, Aios noted its increased luminosity compared to the prior one. He was immediately placed upon an examination table, while the robots, or rather, the intelligent machines, retreated to stand guard. The projection of the old man soon materialized before him. "So, are you still arrogant?" the old man inquired, his gaze fixed on Aios, a mocking expression adorning his face. "I simply wish to know who you truly are. Or perhaps you could divulge whose hands you are destined to perish by." Aios now sought to ensnare the old man in a verbal trap, adopting an intricate tone. No, you shall not die. As my specimen, your only task is to survive." The old man did not respond directly to Aios' inquiry, but rather raved about the fate that awaited him. "Could you enlighten me on what exactly transpires here, or what your intentions are?" Aios continued to probe the old man, hoping to extract the information he desired. A specimen must possess the awareness befitting its role. It is best not to inquire about matters that should remain unasked. The old man's expression suddenly morphed into a grotesque grimace, as if Aios' words had conjured memories of some distressing past. "Aren't you curious about my origins?" Aios pressed on, noting the old man's silence. He promptly divulged his background. "I hail from the planet Vegeta, a Saiyan, and I have several companions. Should I go missing here, they will undoubtedly locate this place in due time." Upon hearing Aios' declaration, the old man's demeanor shifted to one of palpable tension, though he quickly masked it with a smile. Retorting, I am aware of those individuals you mentioned. They could never find this place. The base I have constructed is undetectable. Despite his bravado, Aios could discern the old man's unease through his subtle gestures, indicating that his bravado was merely a facade. With those flimsy barriers you have outside, even I could find this location. How could they possibly fail? Aios began to employ psychological tactics, attempting to manipulate the old man into revealing more. Even if they were able to locate it, what of it? The defenses here are not something they could breach, and they can shield against all forms of detection. Discovering this place is no trivial matter. The old man, evidently a proud individual, easily fell into Aios' trap, unwittingly divulging critical information. All right then, can you tell me what materials were used to construct the world that ensnared me before? After acquiring the desired information, Aios sought to gather intelligence from another angle. Truthfully, he was immensely curious about the world that had previously imprisoned him, pondering its composition. It appeared that the old man had not engaged in conversation with others for quite some time, and now, having finally encountered an outsider with whom to converse, he was intrigued by Aios' identity. Perhaps he was also concerned about Aios' mentioned companions and sought to extract pivotal details from him. That was a prototype for a world I intended to create, designed to automatically restore itself, never to be destroyed by misfortune. As he spoke, the old man seemed to drift into reminiscence, lost in thought, before promptly regaining his focus. However, I have yet to succeed in its creation. It can only exist within a virtual realm. Upon hearing this, Aios internally scoffed, recognizing that in the Dragon Ball universe, world creation was the responsibility of the Kais. What could a mere country dweller from a remote planet possibly know about manifesting such an impossible world? Even the Dragon Balls could not grant such a wish. Nonetheless, Aios felt a modicum of respect for the old man. After all, the notion of creating a world was beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary individuals. He not only dared to dream, but actively pursued that ambition, albeit only managing to create a virtual world. Now that world has been destroyed by you. Perhaps it was a world that was never meant to exist. The old man spoke with a hint of melancholy, for the creation of such a world was indeed his ultimate aspiration. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, it seemed to be nothing more than a fleeting illusion. You intend to use me for experimentation, do you not? Is this truly your course of action? Upon hearing the tale of the virtual world's origins, Aios, although unaware of its operational mechanisms, possessed a degree of self-awareness and refrained from further inquiries. Instead, he contemplated uncovering the true identity of this old man, who had thus far communicated with him solely through projection. Surely, this would suffice, he mused. However, the old man appeared disinclined to reveal his true form and simply waved his hand, causing several mechanical arms to emerge from the walls. Very well, but I assure you, these alone could never breach my defenses, Aios cautioned kindly. To his surprise, the old man erupted in laughter, declaring, while I may not excel in other areas, the dissection of flesh is a task I find rather effortless. The lion outside must be the one you vanquished, and you must have a keen awareness of its physical prowess. Those beastly creatures outside are one of my inventions, discarded for their lack of reasoning. Behold, they are my latest creation, which I have dubbed intellectoids. The old man gestured towards the robotic sentinels surrounding them. Aios regarded them with skepticism, voicing his doubts. Are these not merely ordinary robots, programmed to follow commands without adaptability? How can they be deemed intellectoids? Upon hearing Aios' remarks, the old man's countenance shifted to one of embarrassment and indignation. I intended to study you for the purpose of upgrading them, he retorted. With that, he waved his hand, and the mechanical arms encircling Aios sprang into action, transforming into a myriad of blades aimed at his body. Feeling that he could extract no further information from the old man, Aios shed his pretense, summoned his strength, and shattered the iron chains binding him. He leapt into action, his fingers moving with remarkable agility as he unleashed waves of energy, obliterating the surrounding intellectoids. How is this possible? You have inhaled a substantial amount of anesthetic. Why can you still move? The old man exclaimed, astonished, for the anesthetic he had concocted was no ordinary substance. In his experiments, no living being had ever been able to resist it. Such things are trivial for a Saiyan. Aios laughed heartily, effortlessly standing before the old man. Saiyan, what exactly is a Saiyan? The old man shouted in frustration. Chapter 20, Collaboration. The Saiyans are a naturally combative race hailing from Planet Vegeta. Currently executing tasks under Frieza's command, Aios kindly elucidated in response to the old man's outburst. Am I asking you? How could you be so eager? The old man's projection flickered and soon vanished from the laboratory. Observing this scene, Aios remained unperturbed, In fact, after he had annihilated all the intelligence cores, he had sensed a rather peculiar aura hidden behind the wall before him. Thus, he surmised that the old man was concealed there. Indeed, upon shattering the wall, he beheld a rather stooped figure. "Well, do you possess any means left?" Aios inquired casually, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the figure. However, the figure neither turned nor took any action, merely standing silently. "Are you still pretending to be dead?" Noticing the old man's lack of response, Aios approached from behind and tugged at him, but was met with resistance. Something felt amiss. A sudden surge of crisis gripped Aios as he swiftly retreated, narrowly evading an explosive blast. This contraption was indeed a volatile bomb. Yet why was there a presence of aura? His mind was overwhelmed with incredulity at the peculiarities of this planet. "If you do not return soon, I shall obliterate this place." Aios, no longer inclined to engage in banter with the old man, issued a threat. Yet, the old man's figure remained elusive, perhaps either dismissive of Aios' offensive capabilities or confident in the laboratory's robust defenses, for even the recent explosive had failed to demolish it. "TCH still hiding?" Aios smirked, conjuring a wave of energy that he hurled towards the surroundings of the laboratory, effortlessly cleaving through a layer. Wait, I'm coming out. Please cease your assault. Let us converse amicably." Alarmed by Aios' ability to easily slice through his specialized laboratory, the old man hastily appeared before him. "In truth, I wish to discuss a potential collaboration." Aios held a profound admiration for the old man's talents and contemplated the possibility of enlisting him. However, the old man, glancing at Aios' figure, curled his lip in disdain, yet he felt a twinge of trepidation regarding Aios' earlier assault, which deterred him from outright rejection for fear of provoking him. What form would this collaboration take? Although hesitant, the old man discerned that Aios spoke of cooperation, prompting him to voice his curiosity. "Are you aware that in this world exists a miraculous item known as the Dragon Ball? It possesses the power to grant any wish, and I am privy to its precise location." Aios conveyed the matter of the Dragon Balls to the old man, who seemed to possess an unwavering obsession, perhaps linked to the affairs of this planet. It was evident that anyone privy to the existence of the Dragon Balls would not easily relinquish their pursuit. Is it truly the case? Can any wish genuinely be fulfilled? The old man's tone brimmed with excitement. If all desires could indeed be realized, the aspirations he had devoted his life to might finally have a chance of manifestation. Indeed, even the wishes for resurrection or eternal life can be granted. Aios discerned the old man's fervor and reiterated the details concerning the Dragon Balls. "Very well, state your demands." Upon hearing that such extravagant wishes could be realized, the old man became even more exhilarated and readily agreed to cooperate. "You must accompany me with these items that can conceal energy. Perhaps for the next few years, you will need to follow me." Aios articulated his requirements. However, upon hearing this, the old man responded with a hint of exasperation. "Isn't that rather obvious? If I do not accompany you, how shall I procure this so-called Dragon Ball to fulfill my wishes?" Thus, it seemed that he had acquiesced. Aios found it somewhat peculiar that persuasion had been so effortlessly achieved. "Indeed, you have agreed. But are you certain that the matter of the Dragon Balls is not a fabrication?" The old man still harbored doubts about the authenticity of the Dragon Balls, uncertain whether this young man before him was merely spinning tales to deceive an old fool like him. "Rest assured, it is quite real. As long as you accompany me for no more than 3 to 5 years, I guarantee that I will procure the Dragon Balls for you and help realize your wishes." In Aios' recollection, within a year, specifically in the year 735 of the Age of the Earth, Son Goku, or Kakarot, would be sent to Earth, indicating that Bardock was aware of its precise location. Should Bardock and his companions fail to master energy control by that time, Aios could instruct the old man to equip his concealed energy combat power onto a spacecraft, thereby evading Frieza's forces with ease. Nonetheless, a rather troublesome matter loomed: how to transport the old man to Planet Vegeta. Yet, solutions would surely present themselves. For now, it was best to bide his time. "Very well, just don't forget to fulfill my wishes when the time comes." The old man had little recourse left. Regardless, he could no longer resist Aios and could only place his trust in him. "Agreed. Let our collaboration be fruitful." As Aios spoke, he instinctively extended his hand. The old man observed Aios' gesture, uncertain of its meaning, yet considering it might be a Saiyan custom, he extended his hand in return. Aios habitually grasped it, only to find himself holding nothing but air, realizing that the old man was still merely a projection, not a tangible being. "I say, we have now entered into an alliance. Surely you can reveal your true form now." Persisting in this projection is hardly a viable solution. The old man, upon hearing the words of Aios, was momentarily taken aback. After much contemplation, he ultimately grasped the entirety of the truth. In fact, I no longer possess what one might consider a physical form. Centuries ago, I transitioned my consciousness into a digital entity. As long as there exists a network, I can continue to thrive. The only place on this planet where a network exists is within my laboratory, rendering it the sole sanctuary for my survival. Aios, upon hearing the old man's revelation, found himself momentarily stunned, unable to fathom such a reality. Chapter 21, Shimi. Centuries ago, life on this planet vanished almost entirely due to a peculiar war, and I alone survived for reasons unknown. In the time that followed, I dedicated myself to the restoration of life on this planet. Yet my efforts were met with failure. However, it would be unjust to label it a complete failure. At least I managed to revive numerous plant species, leading to the gradual transformation of this planet into a verdant oasis. After successfully restoring the flora, I felt a surge of excitement, which gave rise to a delusion that perhaps I could soon revert the planet to its former glory. Yet, I soon realized that my body was aging, and conducting experiments became increasingly arduous. Consequently, I devised a method to transfer my thoughts and consciousness into a computer, intending for it to execute my plans. Unbeknownst to me, this action transformed me into a different life form, thus granting me an unconventional form of immortality. This implies that your transformation was a matter of chance, making it exceedingly difficult to replicate successfully. Aios interjected, interrupting the old man's narrative. Indeed, that experiment relied heavily on fortune. Had I misstepped, I might have met with true demise, thus making replication a formidable challenge. After explaining this, the old man resumed his tale. Following that event, my confidence grew significantly, and I soon began to restore the original animal species. However, for reasons unbeknownst to me, my attempts to restore humanity consistently ended in failure. Eventually, in desperation, I injected a life serum into these animals, hoping to instill them with intelligence to create an alternative form of humanity. Yet, this merely resulted in humanoid appearances, with only a select few of the more powerful creatures exhibiting a semblance of rationality. Nevertheless, when faced with existential threats, they would revert to their primal forms, losing their reason in the process. Consequently, I deemed them a failed experiment and expelled them from the laboratory, allowing them to fend for themselves. In time, they proliferated across the planet, passing through generation after generation, with no indication of how many generations have since emerged. Moreover, perhaps due to their lingering primal instincts, they have engaged in continual conflict, resulting in little increase in their numbers. Once, for reasons unbeknownst to me, a group of orcs unexpectedly stumbled upon my laboratory, interrupting one of my experiments. It was then that I devised this device, specifically designed to mask biological tracking and withstand most forms of attack. The old man spoke, gesturing towards the barrier surrounding us. After the orcs departed, I commenced the creation of an alternative life form, merging orc genes with mechanical bodies, resulting in the sentient beings you now observe. However, despite these sentient beings retaining their rationality, they lack adaptability and remain, to this day, mere imitations of perfection. Due to the numerous ecological crises that have ravaged many orc tribes on this planet, a vision of a new world began to form in my mind, prompting me to endeavor in creating a world capable of self-restoration. Yet, I could only produce a virtual realm that ensnares others for a brief period. As Aios absorbed this narrative, he gradually comprehended the developmental history of this planet, astonished that such a legacy had been conjured by this frail old man alone. However, I must convey some unfortunate news. This planet has attracted the attention of the Frieza force and may soon be sold to others. While I hold great respect for the old man, he currently possesses no means to thwart Frieza's might. All I could do was deliver this grim tidings. Who is Frieza? The old man, though displeased by Frieza's actions, was intrigued by the identity of this formidable figure. Frieza is arguably the most powerful being in this universe. As Saiyans, we are compelled to obey his commands, assisting him in invading other planets, exterminating their native inhabitants, and subsequently selling those worlds. This mission is the essence of the Frieza force. I elucidated the magnitude of Frieza's power and the objectives of his army. Upon hearing my words, the old man fell silent, his countenance reflecting a struggle, perhaps still unable to relinquish the planet that had nurtured him. So, after we depart, this planet will indeed be sold to others? Ultimately, after much contemplation, the old man voiced his resignation. Yes, that is certain, I replied, delivering this harsh truth. Very well. I shall create a world capable of self-restoration in the future. This planet may ultimately be abandoned, and perhaps leaving it behind now is not such a poor decision. Nonetheless, despite his words, the old man's heart was tumultuous. Fear not. There will undoubtedly come a time for vengeance against Frieza, I reassured him, sensing his inner turmoil. Moreover, do you know that Frieza may soon annihilate my home planet, Vegeta? Thus, you and I are forever aligned. The old man, taken aback by Aios' words, inquired with astonishment. Frieza can actually destroy planets? Did I not mention it? For Frieza, obliterating a planet is as effortless as drinking water. It requires hardly any exertion at all. Then do you still dare to claim that you can seek vengeance on Frieza in the future? Naturally, I believe that one day I will undoubtedly surpass Frieza. Aios replied with a hint of confidence. The old man, upon hearing Aios' declaration, could scarcely fathom the audacity of this young boy. Yet, he could discern that it stemmed from a deep-seated belief in himself. Perhaps the future might indeed unfold as he envisioned. The old man murmured to himself in a tone only he could hear. By the way, my name is Aios. I realize I do not yet know your name. Aios suddenly recalled that despite having spent considerable time together, they had yet to exchange names. A name. The old man's gaze grew distant as he drifted into profound reminiscence. After so many years, I have forgotten my original name. He pondered for a long while, but could not recall it, having not been addressed by it for centuries. Such a lapse was only natural. Then I shall call you Talos from now on. Perhaps this will serve as a unique form of remembrance, Aios suggested. Very well, Talos it shall be. The old man responded with a touch of melancholy, recognizing it as a form of rebirth. Chapter 22. Mission accomplished. The two engaged in conversation for a considerable time, deliberating on numerous matters until they finalized all aspects of their collaboration. The specific terms of their partnership were as follows. Aios would assist Talos in locating the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes, while Talos would attend to all of Aios' needs during this period. This arrangement appeared rather inequitable for Talos. However, he had no other recourse. From the world of the Dragon Balls, strength was paramount. Now aware of many underlying truths, he understood that Aios was his sole ally. Fortunately, he harbored no excessive desires. His singular aim was to acquire the Dragon Balls to realize his wish. However, we may soon have to depart from this planet. How will you transport your equipment? Aios raised a rather challenging question, as he had no means of packing the experimental apparatus, and the spaceship could not accommodate it. All that was available was a space capsule from Earth. Haha, it's nothing to worry about. You simply need to press a button outside the laboratory, Talos chuckled heartily, and then explained the principle behind the construction of his laboratory to Aios. Long ago, the notion of relocating the laboratory had already crossed his mind. He had ingeniously created an experimental space within a secret realm, akin to the one that had once confined Aios. Thus, now, with the mere press of a button he had devised, the entire laboratory could be effortlessly minimized and encapsulated within a small sphere, allowing for limitless portability. Upon hearing his words, Aios realized that this individual had long mastered spatial technology, rendering his prior anxieties utterly unfounded. Following Talos, Aios exited the laboratory and found the concealed button in a remarkably discreet location. Here it is. Just a simple press will suffice, Talos indicated towards the button hidden above. Turning back to Aios. Is this the one? Aios stepped forward and pressed the button within. Instantly, the laboratory trembled violently, commencing its rapid contraction until it transformed into a sphere small enough for even a child like Aios to grasp with a single hand. He was astonished to discover that, beyond the capsules on Earth, such advanced technology existed. Gazing at the diminutive sphere in his palm, Aios felt a surge of wonder. However, with the laboratory reduced to this size, can the computers still function? He inquired, glancing at Talos, whose presence still lingered beside him. Actually, I noticed a signal emanating from that machine next to your right eye, so I directly transfer my consciousness into it. Furthermore, I discovered a monitoring device within this apparatus. But rest assured, it has already been dismantled, Talos replied. That was remarkably quick, but allow me to caution you. This device is exceedingly fragile. So take care not to let it vanish, Aios warned, recalling that in the world of Dragon Ball, the Scouters were notoriously easy to destroy. Is that so? Nevertheless, having lived for hundreds of years, I have always anticipated such possibilities. I would never place my life in the hands of a single entity. Thus, I have backups of my consciousness, ensuring it 1T dissipate easily. Talos, having survived for centuries, valued his safety above all else. Were it not for encountering Aios, a powerful and reckless warrior, he would not have faced any peril. Now, we must depart. However, there is one matter I must candidly share with you. Your previously created beasts may have already been slain by my companions. That is of no concern. With the entire planet at stake, those failed inventions are rendered worthless. If they must perish, so be it, Talos remarked, having come to terms with the futility of his so-called failures. After speaking, his projection vanished before Aios. Very well. Let's commence our journey. Upon concluding his remarks, Aios surged upward toward the surface. Upon emerging, he was enveloped by a surreal sensation, as if everything he had experienced was merely a figment of his imagination. Ah, the sun, how long it has been since I last basked in its warmth. He had not anticipated that within less than a day, so many events would unfold. Yet, fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Not only had he devised a superior strategy for the future of Planet Vegeta, but he had also managed to entice a knowledgeable inventor, a truly fortuitous endeavor. He attuned himself to the energies of the planet, only to discover that there were but a few scattered presences remaining. It must be their doing, he mused, surprised by the swiftness of Vegeta and his companions. He and T expected them to accomplish their mission so rapidly. Recognizing the importance of time, Aios resolved to assist them, aiming to complete the task and return home sooner. Alas, he had not anticipated that his return to the surface would coincide with a moment of farewell. As Aios made his way, the figure of Talos appeared on his scanner. What is this? Were you able to leave the lab all along? Aios inquired, puzzled, wondering if the fellow had remained confined to the laboratory. Since I transformed my life form into a digital one, I have not stepped outside even once, relying solely on the perspective of the intelligence being to observe this world. This is the first time I have witnessed it with my own eyes since becoming a digital entity. Talos expressed a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on how everything in this world had been crafted by his own hands, and now, as he prepared to depart, a pang of reluctance tugged at him. Rest assured, the vastness of the universe exceeds your imagination. Perhaps in broadening your horizons, you will discover greater inspiration. Aios offered words of comfort. Indeed, I hope so, Talos replied. As their conversation continued, the sky gradually darkened, prompting Aios to return to the spacecraft first. On his journey back, he deftly eradicated a few mindless lower beasts. Now, there was no trace of the beasts within his perception, and his combat power detector revealed no flickering numbers, indicating that their mission had been accomplished. Fortunately, due to Talos' transformation into a digital life form, he possessed no detectable combat power akin to a pure machine. While the intelligence being was ensconced in a dormant state owing to the laboratory's closure, making it difficult to detect any combat power. Otherwise, upon Aios' return, the combat power detection devices on Planet Vegeta would have displayed a plethora of readings, inciting the Saiyans to believe that their planet had been invaded, potentially leading to considerable chaos. When my teammates return, please refrain from speaking to me, lest they discover our conversation. As Vegeta and the others returned, Aios reminded Taros that he did not wish to be discovered by outsiders just yet. Very well, I have uncovered numerous advanced technologies within your power detector. I shall conduct my research without further disturbing you. Taros readily acquiesced to his request. Chapter 23. Vegeta's provocation. After a brief wait, Aios observed Vegeta returning first. However, Vegeta appeared less disheveled than he had the previous day, suggesting that today, as adversaries were likely not formidable foes. Upon noticing Aios, Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly, his expression tinged with displeasure as he inquired, "Have you eliminated all your enemies?" Aios found himself at a loss for words. It was a rather absurd question. How could he have returned so swiftly had he not vanquished his foes? Yet, considering that Vegeta remained his captain, he refrained from retorting. Naturally, if not, you could use your power detector to ascertain that there are no other life forms on this planet besides us. Skeptical, Vegeta activated his power detector, his face reflecting shock as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" His astonishment stemmed not from Aios' words, but rather from the remarkable increase in Aios' power level. How could your strength have surged so rapidly? Vegeta pondered, recalling that Aios' power level had barely surpassed 2,000 on Planet Vegeta. Yet now it exceeded 4,000, an acceleration akin to a rocket's ascent. In truth, Aios' power had already surpassed 6,000, yet to conceal his true strength, he had suppressed his energy. Presently, he was uncertain of his exact power level. It's merely a result of my inherent talent. He waved dismissively adopting a tone that suggested such an extraordinary feat was commonplace. However, to Vegeta's ears, this remark dripped with mockery, implying that his own talents paled in comparison to Aios's. "You insolent wretch!" Vegeta clenched his fists, barely able to contain his rising fury. He charged forth, delivering a swift punch aimed at Aios's face. Yet, Aios reacted with remarkable speed, seemingly anticipating the attack, effortlessly blocking it with his hand. He then cast a sideways glance at Vegeta and queried in astonishment, "Prince Vegeta, what is it that you seek?" Ignoring Aios's question, Vegeta forcefully extricated his hand from Aios's grasp, retreating a few steps. He raised his thumb to his face, declaring, "I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I'm the mightiest Saiyan of all." Aios observed Vegeta's actions with a sense of incredulity. He had not anticipated Vegeta's pride to be so pronounced. "Now, I challenge you to prove I am the strongest Saiyan." With that proclamation, Vegeta assumed a battle-ready stance. Observing Vegeta's actions, Aios realized that a confrontation was inevitable. He assumed his customary combat stance, accepting the challenge. Let me know who the strongest Saiyan truly is. Although Aios adhered to the philosophy of underestimating foes, pride as a Saiyan lingered within him, compelling him to teach Vegeta a lesson. How infuriating! What pride can a lowly warrior possess? With a furious roar, Vegeta launched a powerful kick towards Aios. However, Aios reacted swiftly, teleporting behind Vegeta before he could comprehend the shift. Seizing the moment of Vegeta's miscalculated attack, Aios delivered a kick to his neck, sending him crashing against a colossal rock. Undeterred, Aios pursued, landing a devastating punch to Vegeta's abdomen as he flew backward. Overwhelmed by the relentless barrage, Vegeta succumbed, collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back in defeat. Aios, emboldened by his advantage, approached Vegeta, grasping the nape of his collar. "Prince Vegeta," he declared, "this is why lower-class warriors possess such confidence. It is simply because I'm stronger than you, and your so-called pride as a Saiyan prince amounts to little more than this. You despicable fiend, Aios. I will surpass you," Vegeta retorted, bitterness lacing his words. He had not anticipated being so swiftly vanquished, unable to unleash his most formidable attack. "Tisich, how tiresome. Merely the lamentations of the weak," Aios scoffed, carelessly tossing Vegeta aside onto a nearby expanse of ground. Having resolved his immediate existential threat, Aios began contemplating his future plans. He recognized Vegeta's potential. Perhaps, spurred by this encounter, Vegeta would grow stronger. When they clashed again, Aios would undoubtedly elevate his own prowess, a rather unconventional method of exploiting a loophole, perhaps. "Vegeta, are you all right?" Nappa rushed over upon seeing Vegeta sprawled on the ground, assisting him to his feet. Indeed, Nappa and Raditz had returned during the skirmish between Aios and Vegeta, refraining from interference as they observed the battle. Moments earlier, Raditz, battered and disheveled, inquired, "Hey Nappa, what is transpiring?" "I am uncertain. I returned only to find them engaged in combat," Nappa replied, equally injured from their arduous mission. "But who do you think will prevail?" Raditz asked, curiosity piqued as he watched the fierce confrontation unfold. "Is it even necessary to ask? Undoubtedly, it is Vegeta. That fellow, Aios, was defeated by Vegeta not long ago, and it has only been a matter of days. How could he possibly surpass Vegeta?" Nappa harbors unwavering confidence in Vegeta. Having followed him since childhood, he believes that Vegeta can never be vanquished. However, he was soon confronted with a stark reality, witnessing Vegeta being utterly overwhelmed, leaving him bewildered about Aios' training regimen or the nature of this peculiar creature. "Are you injured?" Aios inquired, observing the wounds on Raditz's body. Upon hearing Aios' concern, Raditz, despite the pain coursing through him, waved dismissively, saying, "It's nothing, just some minor injuries. A few days of rest will suffice." "But Aios, could you enlighten me on how you've achieved this?" Raditz was intrigued by Aios' remarkable progress, recalling that Aios' combat power was only slightly higher than his own by a mere 1,000 points. Yet now he had grown so formidable. "Nothing special, just the same training methods as before. I didn't enter hibernation when I arrived. I've been training continuously, which accounts for my significant advancement. The only difference has been the addition of extra weight." Aios fabricated a kind-hearted lie to spare Raditz's confidence. "Really? Are you suggesting that I too can become as strong as you in such a short time?" Raditz's excitement was palpable. "Absolutely. This is merely the beginning. We will become incredibly powerful. Moreover, when we return, I will teach you a unique technique that will accelerate your growth." Aios planned to impart the methods of energy sensing and control to Bardock's family upon their return. Is that true? Raditz felt a surge of exhilaration, and the pain from his wounds seemed to diminish. Yes, rest well. We shall depart tomorrow. Aios gazed at the twinkling stars in the distance, increasingly hopeful about his future. Chapter 24. The Journey Back. The night passed in silence, and dawn soon broke. After a night of rest, each individual was invigorated. Hey, you better watch out. I will make sure to deal with you properly. Before departing, Vegeta arrogantly proclaimed to Aios, seemingly oblivious to the prior day's thrashing at Aios' hands, as if he were invincible once more. Haha, Prince Vegeta, I welcome your challenge at any time. Aios brushed off the threat, knowing well that Vegeta would not relent. A profound lesson awaited him, serving as a better motivation for Vegeta. Let us go, Raditz. Stop dawdling and let us head back. Aios opened the door to his spaceship and called to Raditz, who appeared lost in thought. Coming. Upon hearing Aios' voice, Raditz snapped back to reality and made his way toward the ship. This marks his first successful completion of a mission, instilling within him a sense of exhilaration. Yet, contemplating the possibility of a brighter future, he yearns for strength akin to that of Aios and his companions. Soon, the group settled back into their respective spacecraft. The four vessels ascended into the skies, departing the planet Talos and heading towards Planet Vegeta. Can you comprehend all of this? Aios inquired, gazing at the projected image of Talos. This was Talos' inaugural encounter with such sophisticated technology as a spacecraft. He had never envisioned leaving his home planet. However, an unforeseen event transpired as Aios' ship suddenly began to tremble. Hey, what did you do? Aios, without a moment's hesitation, surmised that Talos was the cause of this disturbance. Yet, Talos offered no response. His projection flickered erratically, suggesting an imminent disappearance. Warning! Warning! The spacecraft is under attack. Intrusion detected. The alarm blared, indicating an invasion. But it soon ceased, likely a consequence of Talos' actions. What did you just do? Observing the sudden vitality of Talos' projection, Aios realized he had concluded his previous operation and stood up to approach him. Well, it was nothing much. I merely infiltrated your spacecraft for a moment. I discovered that the data here is linked to an extensive network, connecting at least thousands of ships. From this, I acquired numerous specific planetary location details. Talos' expression was one of excitement. After breaching Aios' spacecraft, he truly grasped the vastness of the universe. In other words, he had gained new insights. Listening to Talos, Aios felt a jolt of astonishment. In merely a few minutes, he had effortlessly penetrated the entire Frieza forces network, extracting pertinent information. Just moments ago, Talos had been a novice regarding spacecraft, which underscored the power of digital life. So, you have obtained all the data now? Aios queried. It was essential to note that the Frieza force reigned supreme across the galaxy, boasting advanced weaponry and medical technology. Most crucially, acquiring the star map was of utmost importance to Aios. Indeed, I have copied all the network data linked to this ship. However, due to the sheer volume of information, my processing speed is currently insufficient. I will need the assistance of the computer in my laboratory to organize all the data effectively, as there are also some particularly unique contents within the ship that I must study thoroughly. The voice of Talos suddenly resonated from within the spacecraft, revealing that he had embedded his consciousness into the ship during the recent invasion, thereby acquiring the highest level of authority. You weren't detected by anyone during the intrusion, were you? Aios inquired with a hint of concern, pondering whether Talos' actions might have exposed their presence. Fear not, Talos replied, somewhat irked by Aios' doubts. While I may not excel in cosmic navigation, I far surpass them in the realm of computer information technology. They stand little chance of uncovering my traces. He jested, reminding Aios that within the vast network of information, his digital existence was akin to that of a deity, impervious to detection by others. Very well. As long as we remain undetected, that's for the best. Aios sighed in relief, for he was not yet prepared to confront the terrifying Frieza. By the way, once we return, grant me some time to present these findings. Perhaps my intellect could achieve a new evolution. As Talos perused the ship's data, he stumbled upon a fascinating technology that he could potentially integrate into his intellect, thereby augmenting its power. All right, we shall discuss it later. I will take some time to meditate. We are still quite far from Planet Vegeta. You may continue your studies at your own pace. Observing Talos' unwavering focus, Aios recognized the allure of a new technology and chose not to disturb him further. He settled back into his seat, closed his eyes, and commenced his own training. He acknowledged that his mastery over energy manipulation was still rudimentary, and he intended to dedicate the remaining 15 days to honing his skills. Meanwhile, aboard Raditz' spacecraft, he opted not to enter a state of stasis upon their return, instead sitting in his seat and surveying the cramped confines of the ship. It dawned on him that Aios' words from the previous day had been deceitful. How could such a vessel, barely accommodating an adult, provide sufficient space for Aios' prior training? How exactly did you grow stronger, Aios? Raditz pondered, grappling with uncertainty. Yet, he recalled Aios' promise to teach him a technique upon their return to Planet Vegeta. Perhaps that was the key to his newfound strength. With no further contemplation, Raditz embraced the prospect of returning to Planet Vegeta and gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Vegeta contemplated the battle from the previous day, perplexed by Aios' rapid ascent in power. It seemed imperative to intensify his training upon their return, for he could no longer allow Aios to remain so audacious. Recalling Aios' brash demeanor, Vegeta felt an increasing desire to teach him a lesson. For spacecraft traversed the cosmos at superluminal speeds, each occupant harboring distinct thoughts, while Nappa, upon boarding, swiftly entered a state of stasis. Chapter 25, Return. 15 days swiftly elapsed, and Aios could now distinctly perceive the location of Planet Vegeta. Is this your homeland? It appears no different from my own. Talos gazed at the distant planet Vegeta, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he felt a tinge of disappointment at its appearance. This is hardly surprising. The majority of the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta are bloodthirsty and warlike, resulting in a lack of understanding regarding planetary defense, environmental conservation, and greenery. I dare say it is inferior to Talos, where the expanse of plant life is far more abundant. Aios harbored no profound sentiments for Planet Vegeta, despite it being his birthplace. His heart was still more inclined towards that azure earth. However, the gravity here is tenfold that of your home. Can your laboratory adapt to this environment? Aios recalled that the gravity on Planet Vegeta also seemed to be 10 times that of Talos, pondering whether Talos equipment could withstand such conditions. He believed his concern was entirely justified, but upon finishing his statement, he noticed Talos regarding him with an expression of bewilderment. Are you foolish? The defenses of my laboratory could withstand even your attacks. How could it possibly fail to adapt to a mere tenfold increase in gravity? Ah, indeed, I overthought it. Aios then remembered just how advanced Talos' laboratory truly was. Surely, a mere difference in gravity would pose no challenge. The spacecraft swiftly approached Planet Vegeta, autonomously locating a landing site and descending with significant force. However, due to the specially engineered ground, it left no substantial crater. Your method of landing is exceedingly barbaric. Observing the rough descent of the spacecraft, Talos could not help but voice his critique. What of it? As long as it serves our purpose, it suffices. Aios retorted without engaging in further argument. You should conceal yourself. Be cautious not to be discovered. Aios cautioned Talos, and only after he vanished did he open the hatch. Stepping out of the spacecraft, he spotted several figures from Vegeta, including a few designated for reception. Before Aios could approach, one of them remarked with flattery, "Truly, Prince Vegeta, you have swiftly accomplished a task of intermediate difficulty." That is assuredly the case. Prince Vegeta is the most promising individual on all of Planet Vegeta. And at merely 4 years of age, in a few years' time, not only intermediate tasks, but even those of advanced planets will be completed in the blink of an eye. Another individual chimed in agreement. Indeed, who is Prince Vegeta? He is destined to become the most formidable Saiyan in the future. The others joined in, showering praise upon him. Hearing their words, Vegeta's lips curled into a confident smile. At that moment, Aios approached, interrupting their flattery, and addressed Vegeta. "Vegeta, do you have any further matters to attend to? If not, I shall take my leave." Raditz, overhearing Aios, quickly chimed in, Yes, if there are no pressing issues, we shall depart." With that, Raditz firmly grasped Aios and flew off toward his home, eager to uncover the technique Aios had previously mentioned. How infuriating! One after another, they exhibit such audacity. Observing the two retreating figures, Vegeta's fleeting good mood evaporated, his expression darkening. The sycophants, witnessing this change, hurriedly exited, fearing Vegeta might seek retribution once he regained his composure. "Prince Vegeta, what shall we do next?" Nappa, left alone, mustered the courage to inquire. "Return to the palace. I must train diligently. The next time we meet, I shall trample Aios beneath my feet," Vegeta retorted with a huff, striding towards the palace. Nappa dared not speak further and followed closely behind. "Where are you taking me?" Aios asked, noticing Raditz's firm grip that showed no signs of loosening. "Did you not say you would teach me the techniques?" I am quite eager to learn now, Raditz exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Aios felt a vain throb on his forehead, responding with exasperation. There is no need to rush. Such techniques cannot be mastered in a day. Let us return home for now, and I shall seek you out tomorrow morning. Very well, Raditz replied, his voice tinged with disappointment. Though his desire to learn was palpable, Aios' reluctance left him with no choice but to return. Phew, finally able to head home. Watching Raditz's departing figure, Aios wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of resignation. You two share quite a bond. Talos' figure materialized on the scanner, addressing Aios. Indeed, there is little choice. The Saiyans are inherently cold-hearted. He is, without a doubt, my sole friend on Planet Vegeta, Aios reflected, acknowledging that Raditz's current demeanor was a result of his own upbringing, aided by Jain's gentle nature, which had positively influenced Raditz's character, setting him apart from other Saiyans. Let us return, Aios declared and soared towards his home, swiftly arriving. Upon opening the door, Talos' projection appeared before him. Observing his surroundings, Talos asked, "Do you live here alone?" "Indeed. My parents were both low-ranking warriors, possessing limited combat prowess. They perished during a mission, and I have yet to behold their faces." Aios' voice remained devoid of fluctuation. He harbored little sentiment for his parents in this lifetime. Thus their demise elicited minimal sorrow. I find the Saiyans' tradition of invading other planets to be a profoundly detrimental practice. Talos now perceives the Saiyans as an exceedingly peculiar race. Ah, you are yet unaware of the more grievous matters. On our planet, the most esteemed attribute is the combat power at birth. Those deemed lowly warriors are dispatched to other planets immediately after birth, only returning upon the completion of their invasion tasks. Aios is equally perplexed by this Saiyan custom. Yet what recourse does he have? His combat power hovers around a mere 6,000 points, rendering it impossible for him to alter such entrenched practices single-handedly. Moreover, Planet Vegeta faces imminent destruction within a year. His sole option is to evacuate those he cares for from the impending catastrophe. Upon hearing his words, Talos felt somewhat speechless, astonished that the Saiyan traditions were even more barbaric than he had imagined. Chapter 26, Instruction. After their discussion of Saiyan customs, the two formally began to deliberate on future plans. Do you know of any discrete locations nearby? I wish to establish a laboratory. Talos was eager to prepare the laboratory, meticulously organizing the data he had previously copied from the spacecraft. Perhaps, as he did before, we could dig a pit underground to house the laboratory? Aios suggested, considering that conditions on Planet Vegeta were not as accommodating as those on Planet Talos. That sounds feasible. Talos had no objections, recognizing that he was a guest on Planet Vegeta and should defer to local customs, especially since he was not well versed in the circumstances of this planet. Very well, I should dig a tunnel then. With a plan in place, Aios commenced digging. Fortunately, due to the Saiyans' inherent abilities, he managed to create a suitable pit in under an hour. This will suffice. Talos observed the dimensions of the pit and interrupted Aios, preventing any further excavation. They then positioned the laboratory in an appropriate location and, upon pressing a button, it swiftly returned to its original size. All right, this will do. You may leave now. I need to meticulously organize the data and commence my experiments. Talos entered the laboratory, ushering Aios outside. Aios, feeling somewhat helpless, exited the laboratory, but not before offering a reminder. Do not forget to install the shield generator. We must avoid detection. Understood, no problem. Talos did not turn back, simply gesturing an okay with his hand to indicate his understanding. Aios stepped out of the laboratory and glanced at the chaotic state of his home, resigning himself to tidying it up. In the early morning, after a quick bite to satisfy his hunger, Aios left home. Before departing, he made a special trip to the laboratory, noticing that Talos was still preoccupied with his work, seemingly with no intention of resting anytime soon. Although Aios harbored some concern about Talos' potential obsession, he reassured himself, considering the unique nature of digital life. Perhaps that fellow would outlive him. Rather than heading directly to Raditz's home, Aios chose to visit the secluded valley where they often trained together. This remote location, seldom traversed by others, was a spot Aios had stumbled upon during his nighttime runs, which he later shared with Raditz, thus transforming it into their clandestine training ground. Upon arriving at the valley, Aios ascended into the air to survey the surroundings, only to find it deserted. Odd, he thought. Why hadn't Raditz shown up? They had arranged to meet here that morning, yet for some unknown reason, he was absent. Concerned that something unfortunate may have delayed Raditz, Aios hastened towards his home. Soon, Aios stood before Raditz's door, stepping forward to knock lightly. inquiring, "Is anyone there?" He quickly heard the sound of rustling from within. To his surprise, it was not Raditz who opened the door, but Jine. "Oh, Aios, what a pleasant surprise. Why are you here so early? Weren't you supposed to return yesterday? Shouldn't you be resting?" Jine expressed her curiosity upon seeing Aios. "Not much, really. I had arranged a train with Raditz, so I came to fetch him," Aios explained, then asked, "Aunt Jine, don't you have work today?" Previously, Aios could only catch a glimpse of Jine during the evening, and he assumed he wouldn't encounter her today. "Work? My tasks are quite manageable, so I can afford to go in later," Jine replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she ushered Aios inside. "Raditz, for some reason, stayed up late last night and hasn't risen yet. Please wait here while I go wake him." "All right," Aios nodded with a smile. Given Raditz's eager demeanor the previous day, Aios understood why he was still asleep. Raditz was not one to linger in bed. Realizing Aios was looking for him would surely make him aware of his tardiness. "Apologies, I got a bit too excited and couldn't sleep at all last night," Raditz sheepishly admitted, scratching the back of his head. "Let's practice right here at your home." Aios did not blame him. Instead, he glanced at Kine's figure and proposed a suggestion. "Here? Won't that cause any trouble?" Raditz was somewhat puzzled, as he believed that training should ideally take place in a spacious area. "Yes, right here. The techniques I'm going to teach you do not pose any inconvenience. And Aunt Kine, you can join us as well." Aios first provided a brief explanation to Raditz before turning to Kine, who was observing the two. "Me? But I'm not a combat-type Saiyan. I might not be able to learn." Kine pointed at herself and then shook her head in refusal. "It's all right. This is merely a simple technique that can be learned without any combat involved." Aios briefly outlined the steps of ki training to the two, emphasizing that it is a straightforward technique that does not require any combat movements. After listening for a while, Kine understood that this could be an excellent way to locate people, thinking that once she mastered it, she could promptly welcome Bardock upon his return from his mission. After Aios saw that both agreed, he began the instruction. Fortunately, with Aios' prior experience guiding them, the learning process for the two was not as cumbersome as Aios' own journey, and they quickly sensed the presence of ki. "Mrs. Ki?" Raditz felt a sense of novelty as he vaguely sensed the energy. "Yes, this is the perception of ki, but it is merely the beginning. I will also teach you about control later, which is of utmost importance." After Aios explained the significance of ki control to the two, he suddenly remembered that Bardock was not present and inquired of Kine, "By the way, Aunt Kine, where has Uncle Bardock gone?" At that moment, Kine was immersed in the excitement of sensing ki, and, upon hearing Aios' question, she did not immediately respond, casually stating, "Bardock? He has gone on a mission to a place called Planet Hillier, it seems." "I see. That is rather unfortunate. If Uncle Bardock had learned ki control, it might have been beneficial for him on this mission." Aios felt a twinge of disappointment, lamenting that he could not teach Bardock ki control this time. Uncertain of when they would meet again, seeing Aios' expression of despondency, Kine mistakenly thought he was worried about Bardock's safety on this mission. So she reached out to ruffle his hair, comforting him. "It's all right, don't worry. Your Uncle Bardock is incredibly capable. He will return soon, and then you can personally teach him." Chapter 27, Departure. "Yes, there's truly no need for concern. My father is exceptionally powerful, so rest assured." Raditz chimed in to support her. Hearing their words, Aios realized they had misunderstood the situation, but he found himself unable to explain, merely responding with a wry smile. "By the way, Aios, why do I feel that my mother's ki seems a bit strange? Is there something wrong?" Leitais had long wished to inquire, just moments ago. While he was beginning to sense energy, he noticed something peculiar about Jine's aura. "HM?" Upon hearing Leitais' words, Aios appeared somewhat perplexed. He had not previously focused intently on the sensation, but now, prompted by Leitais' observation, he re-extended his awareness and indeed found it rather strange, though he could not pinpoint the source of the anomaly. "Perhaps it is due to my pregnancy," Jine explained, observing the confusion on their faces. So you are a child. That explains the intertwining of two distinct energies." Aios exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. "Wait, Aunt Jine, you're pregnant? When did this happen?" Aios suddenly realized that Jine's pregnancy implied the imminent arrival of either Son Goku or Kakarot, which meant the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta. It was discovered about a month ago, though Jine was unaware of why Aios had grown so serious. She trusted that he meant no harm, and thus chose not to conceal the truth. A month. Aios murmured to himself, then abruptly recalled something, hastily bidding farewell to the two. "Aunt Jine, Leitais, the energy control techniques I just taught you. Practice them diligently. I have matters to attend to, so I must be off." With that, he did not wait for their responses and swiftly took to the skies. What's come over him? Jine wondered, feeling a slight foreboding as she watched Aios' retreating figure. I'm unsure as well. But, Mother, is it truly the case? You are pregnant, which means I will soon have a brother or sister. Leitais, though equally unaware of Aios' urgent departure, was well versed in the conversation's content and asked excitedly. Indeed, you must take good care of your little sibling, Jine replied, though a sense of unease lingered within her. She knelt down to stroke Leitais' head, assuring him, I will teach him or her the ways of combat, so they may become a true warrior. Leitais vowed to Jine. You, HM? Oh no, I'm going to be late. You continue your training. Mother must leave for work. Jine initially intended to offer some words of comfort to Leitais, but, glancing at the time, realized how late it had become and hurriedly exited. Why is everyone so busy? Meanwhile, Aios, having departed from Leitais' home, flew directly towards the royal palace, quickly arriving at its entrance. Halt! Who are you, Saiyan? Do you not know the rules? You cannot simply barge into the royal palace. Just as Aios was about to rush inside, he was intercepted by 2 guards. Apologies. I am a comrade of Prince Vegeta, and I have pressing matters to report to him. Might you allow me entry? Although it seems somewhat bothersome. I prefer to avoid unnecessary complications, so I spoke earnestly. Prince Vegeta's comrade. Let me see, one of the guards remarked, casting a glance at me before activating his power level detector. Soon, the numbers on the device revealed my strength, and his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. My apologies, esteemed sir. I was unaware of your association with Prince Vegeta. Please do enter. Very well. I was somewhat taken aback. I had anticipated a more dramatic confrontation, yet found myself granted entry so effortlessly. Indeed, among the Saiyans, power level reigned supreme. I mused internally. Having previously visited, I was well aware of the precise location of Vegeta's palace. Upon entering the royal grounds, I swiftly made my way to the exterior of Vegeta's chamber. Knocking gently before inquiring, is Prince Vegeta present? Receiving no response, I stepped inside and found myself in a spacious room, continuing directly to Vegeta's training quarters. Prince Vegeta, might I impose upon you for a moment? I find myself somewhat overwhelmed. Just as I rounded a corner, before I could catch sight of Vegeta, I overheard Nappa's words, which were easily misinterpreted. You can't endure this little challenge? Truly, you are a waste. Vegeta's tone was tinged with irritation. May I interrupt? As I approached the training room's entrance, I observed Nappa being chastised by Vegeta, his face bruised and battered, clearly suffering from significant injuries. What brings you here? Vegeta asked, his brow furrowed in confusion upon noticing my presence. I wish to convey my intent to withdraw from your team, I stated bluntly, revealing the purpose of my visit. What? You intend to leave? Before Vegeta could respond, Nappa exclaimed in astonishment. Nappa, quiet down. Do not raise your voice so. Vegeta's frown deepened as he admonished Nappa, then turned to me, speaking in a measured tone. And what is your reasoning? Well, I pondered for a moment before replying. I believe our compatibility is lacking, which may adversely affect our mission. Very well, I accept your decision. Is Raditz also withdrawing? Vegeta responded without hesitation. Raditz? I doubt he will choose to depart. I felt I had acted rather hastily, not consulting Raditz beforehand. However, considering my future plans, it would be inconvenient to involve him, so I dismissed the thought. All right, once you have finished, you may return. Vegeta initially uttered a few words, seemingly recalling something as he said, yes, Aios, when we return from our next mission, we shall face each other again. I shall show you what it truly means to be the Prince of Saiyans. All right, I'll remember that, Aios replied, waving his hand as he departed from the training room. Prince Vegeta simply allowed his exit. Aren't we short on personnel for our team? What shall we do about the missions? Nappa rose and approached Vegeta, inquiring softly. What nonsense are you spouting? As long as I am around, we have enough for the mission. You should be more concerned about your own strength, Vegeta chastised Nappa, then added, now let us continue. Must we? Nappa's expression reflected his dismay. Chapter 28, Star Map. The absence of a survival crisis is truly delightful. Aios left the royal palace, hands clasped behind his head, leisurely making his way home. Hey Aios, you're back. Suddenly, Aios heard someone calling him and turned to see a black-haired youth with a spiky hairstyle. It was Bronk. How have you been lately? Aios approached him, patting his shoulder in inquiry. Well, what can I say? Unlike you, who has become a teammate of Prince Vegeta and engages in high-level missions, I can only venture to low-tier planets, which offers little enhancement to my combat prowess, Bronk replied, his tone rife with envy. Truth be told, it's not as glorious as you imagine. Vegeta possesses a formidable pride, making it challenging to forge a good relationship with him. Moreover, I have already withdrawn from his team, Aios waved his hand dismissively, sharing his insights into Vegeta's character. How can that be? Despite Bronk's shock, Aios could detect a hint of excitement in his voice. You needn't harbor any hopes. Based on my understanding of Vegeta, they are unlikely to recruit any more teammates. Aios ruthlessly shattered Bronk's illusions. That's not it. I merely feel pity for you. But why did you choose to withdraw? Bronk waved his hand, indicating he did not hold such thoughts, before asking Aios about his reasons for leaving. Why? Perhaps it's simply that my compatibility with Vegeta is lacking. Aios could never reveal the truth, so he recounted his previous rationale. Is that all? Bronk appeared somewhat taken aback, having expected some deep, hidden secret. Do not underestimate this matter. Different compatibilities can significantly affect interactions between individuals. Not only can it hinder mission completion, but it may also pose life-threatening risks during critical moments. Aios grasped Bronk's arm, earnestly explaining the potential crises that poor compatibility could bring to the entire team. All right, I understand. Now please release my arm. Bronk found himself unable to resist the fervor of Aios, reluctantly shaking off his hand to indicate his understanding. I believe our compatibility is quite promising. Why don't I join your team? Aios suggested, as if struck by a sudden thought. No. I have matters to attend to, so I won't trouble you any further. Farewell. Upon hearing Aios' proposal, Bronk shook his head vigorously in refusal, resembling a bobblehead, and hurriedly departed the scene. Despite Aios' formidable combat prowess, his incessant chatter could be quite irksome. This fellow thinks he can extract information from me. Aios scoffed at Bronk's retreating figure, recognizing that during their time in the training camp, everyone had aspired to form a team with Vegeta. Although his encounter with Bronk was merely coincidental, the notion of Bronk approaching him for intelligence after leaving Vegeta's team was rather presumptuous. However, Aios was well aware that Vegeta's pride would never allow him to recruit additional allies, rendering any further exchanges with Bronk unnecessary. Sigh, I should return quickly. Aios' good spirits had evaporated. He simply wished to go home and avoid further entanglements. Hey, haven't you finished organizing that data yet? Upon arriving home, Aios found Tauros still occupied his laboratory and could not help but inquire. It's easy for you to stand there and talk. This data is so extensive that it simply cannot be organized in a single day. Tauros had initially believed he could swiftly compile all the information, only to realize, once he began the task, the sheer magnitude of the data and the complications involved in processing it. All right, but could you at least prepare the star map for me? Aios, not particularly adept at information processing, had no intention of assisting and decided to wait for Tauros to methodically finish his work. Nevertheless, Aios was keen to obtain the star map for his future plans, hoping to identify any familiar planets, such as Metamor, Adrat, Namek, or Earth. Very well, I'll have the star map ready shortly. Although Tauros was unaware of Aios' purpose for the star map, he refrained from asking, focusing solely on expediting the organization of all the materials. Done. Here it is. Soon, Tauros presented the star map. By the way, how can I access the star map? Aios suddenly remembered that his home lacked any computer-like devices. No worries, I have a machine here that can display the star map data. Aios had anticipated this. In his view, Saiyans were rather primitive, possessing only essential equipment, with little in the way of sophisticated devices. All right, then I appreciate your assistance. To Aios' surprise, Talos had indeed thought this through remarkably well. He took the tablet-like device into his hands and scrutinized the information it contained. To his astonishment, the star chart did not encompass the entirety of the universe as he had presumed. Rather, it was limited to the majority of positions within the Milky Way galaxy. Nonetheless, Talos had meticulously organized the star chart, dividing the Milky Way into 4 distinct regions: east, west, north, and south. He had also labeled the positions of various planets and created a comprehensive directory. Aios opened the directory pertaining to the northern Milky Way and began to search through it. In his recollection, all the narratives associated with Dragon Ball revolved around the northern Milky Way, and the planets he was familiar with, including Earth, were situated within this region. Notable celestial bodies included the planets of Cilia, Adrat, Metamor, Galpo, Bidru, Wampa, and Earth. While some expected entries were present, there were also numerous unexpected ones. Cilia was likely the planet his uncle Bardock had visited. Adrat was the location for learning instantaneous movement. Metamor was where fusion techniques were mastered. And Bidru appeared to be a planet renowned for its advanced medical facilities, not to mention the inclusion of Wampa. As Aios perused the information, he circled the planets he recognized, and he was particularly surprised to find Wampa, recalling that Broly had seemingly been exiled there. However, he had no intention of venturing there at this time, as Broly posed too great a danger for him at present. The absence of Namek and the rather remote location of Earth were concerning, as embarking on a journey now would require an entire year, far too late to be of any use. Initially, Aios had hoped to travel to Namek or Earth in search of Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes, but upon examining the star chart, he realized that time was against him. Returning before the destruction of Planet Vegeta was simply impossible. Chapter 29. Plans and Contingencies. After reviewing the planets within the northern Milky Way on the star chart, Aios abandoned his earlier intentions of reaching Earth or Namek to fulfill his wishes, as time constraints rendered such endeavors unfeasible. His gaze shifted towards Odrat. The distance from Odrat to Planet Vegeta was approximately 5 months of travel. Assuming he could master instantaneous movement within that time frame, he could return to Planet Vegeta in a year. Aios calculated the timeline. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to return in time. However, he felt compelled to implement precautionary measures. He harbored concerns about his ability to learn instantaneous movement promptly, as this skill appeared to be a complex amalgamation of energy and spirit. Without the Dragon Balls to grant his wishes, mastering instantaneous movement had become the optimal choice. By the way, Talos, does magic exist on your planet? Aios vaguely recalled that the Dragon Ball universe contained elements of magic. For instance, the formidable antagonist Majin Buu from Dragon Ball Z was a product of sorcery. Magic? What an absurd notion. Such things do not exist in our realm, Talos replied dismissively. Engaged in his tasks, Talos disdainfully responded to his words. Indeed, your planet reveres technology above all else. It then dawned upon Aios that Talos was a staunch materialist, having devoted his life to the creation of technological marvels. Thus, the existence of magic was inconceivable to him. Never mind, I shall confront challenges as they arise. Aios found himself at a loss, left with no option but to await the unfolding of events. Aios, why have you chosen to depart from the team? The following morning, before Aios could rise, he was abruptly awakened by the hurried arrival of Raditz. Blinking to dispel the remnants of slumber, Aios endeavored to awaken his senses. I primarily feel that my compatibility with Vegeta is lacking. Although somewhat disoriented, Aios refrained from divulging his true intentions to Raditz, instead opting to continue with his previous excuse. Why did you not inform me in advance? Raditz appeared puzzled. He perceived their partnership as an optimal union, with Aios caring for him as an elder brother. This sudden departure left him feeling unsettled. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Aios steeled himself and replied earnestly, Raditz, do you not realize that you seem overly dependent on me? Such reliance is detrimental to your future growth. Moreover, has it not been your aspiration to join Vegeta's ranks? It is your abrupt departure that has left me feeling somewhat disoriented. And did we not agree to grow together? Raditz's tone bore a hint of grievance. Aios found himself in a quandary, sensing that he had inadvertently led Raditz astray, yet he was adept at persuasion. Raditz, have you not perceived that remaining at my side hinders your genuine advancement? Do you wish for your strength to perpetually linger in my shadow? You must encounter more challenges to truly flourish. Do not forget the hopes Uncle Bardock has for you. Raditz was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that since they had met, he had been relying on Aios. It was only upon becoming Vegeta's teammate that he recognized the considerable gap between them. Do not dwell on this. Instead, seize every moment to diligently practice what I taught you yesterday. Remember, Ki is the foundation of all. I hope to be pleasantly surprised by your progress upon our next encounter. Aios ushered Raditz out, while reiterating the significance of Ki. With a sigh, Raditz gazed at the closed door, uncertain of what more to say, and turned to fly towards the palace. You seem to be in a bit of a hurry. Talos' projection materialized before Aios. Of course, there remains less than a year, and I have much to accomplish. I lack the luxury of time to tend to him. After all, he is a Saiyan and will soon come to understand. Aios spoke with a hint of irritation, then noticed that Talos was not preoccupied and inquired. By the way, have you finished organizing your materials? Yes, I have completed the organization, but there is still much knowledge I do not fully comprehend. I plan to take a brief respite, Talos explained. All right, I shall grant you days' time. We will set forth to this location tomorrow, Aios replied, simultaneously opening the star map and indicating the position of the planet Yadrith. Are we in such a hurry? Talos asked, glancing at the point Aios had indicated, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Time is of the essence. By the way, could you provide me with 2 of those scramblers? I have use for them, Aios remarked, recalling that if he failed to return, he could leave several scramblers with Bardock's household, enabling them to vacate Planet Vegeta in a timely manner. I have plenty. Follow me to the laboratory, Talos said, heading directly toward the lab, with Aios following closely behind. Here we are. Take these, Talos stated upon reaching the laboratory. Waving his hand as a mechanical arm retrieved a handful of button-sized devices and handed them to Aios. Are there really this many? Aios exclaimed, somewhat astonished as he examined the scramblers in his hand. Indeed, these are quite simple to manufacture and play a crucial role in my safety. So I have produced a considerable number, Talos replied, emphasizing the importance he placed on his security. All right, how do I use these? Aios inquired without jesting, simply seeking clarification on their operation. Just affix the scrambler to any part of the spacecraft and press the button on top. It will shield you from all detection. Talos instructed. Understood. I shall step out momentarily, Aios said, not hesitating, and made his way toward Jine. Following the energy signature of Jine, Aios arrived at a cavernous area, encountering no obstacles as he entered. Upon entering the cave, he immediately spotted Jine engaged in slicing meat, accompanied by a plump woman. However, before he could approach, Jine turned to him. Aios, what brings you here? Ah, yes, I have a matter of great urgency to discuss with you, Aios responded, taken aback by Jine's newfound ability to perceive energy so adeptly. Very well, let's speak in private, she replied, recognizing the seriousness of Aios' intent, and led him deeper into the cavern to a secluded resting area. Chapter 30. Preparations before departure. Aios followed Jine into the depths of the cave, surveying his surroundings and feeling that the security here was quite adequate. However, considering the possibility of sound transmission in this place, for safety's sake, he installed a scrambler on the wall of the stone cave, instantly creating a transparent barrier that isolated this cavern from the outside world. What are you doing? Janae inquired, watching Aios' actions with a hint of surprise. Just taking some safety precautions, Aios explained, turning back before continuing. Aunt Janae, please take this with you. He extended his hand, producing the scrambler. What is this? Janae asked curiously. Since you can sense energy, this device can block all perception. When we leave Planet Vegeta, it can be installed on the spaceship, ensuring we won't be detected. Aios elucidated the function of the scrambler. What use is this to me? I have no intention of leaving Planet Vegeta. Janae expressed her confusion, unsure of the purpose behind Aios' gift. Just hold on to it. Aunt Janae, it will surely prove useful. Aios insisted, his gaze fixed earnestly upon her. Seeing the determination in Aios' eyes, Janae ceased her questions and quietly accepted the scrambler. By the way, I noticed Raditz hurriedly left earlier. Did he come to see you? What happened? Janae suddenly recalled Raditz's unusual behavior that morning. Oh yes, he came to find me, mainly because I withdrew from Vegeta's team. Aios clarified the situation. Why did you withdraw? Perhaps it was due to incompatibility. Besides, Vegeta is rather troublesome, Aios replied. I see. Janae nodded, seemingly understanding the rumors surrounding Vegeta. Well then, Aunt Janae, I shall take my leave now. Aios felt there was nothing else to attend to and prepared to depart. Thank you for your help, Janae said. Though uncertain of the scrambler's utility, she appreciated Aios' thoughtfulness. It's nothing. I have relied on your kindness over the years, Aunt Janae. Aios replied courteously as he retrieved the scrambler from the wall and stepped outside the cave. Upon exiting, he spotted the plump ant he had seen earlier and smiled, nodding in her direction before setting off to collect his task for the next day. That's the Aios you mentioned, isn't it? He is indeed very polite, quite unlike other Saiyans, the plump ant remarked with a broad smile as she saw Janae emerge. Yes, he is indeed different from the typical Saiyans. Janae reflected on her experiences with Aios over the years, agreeing with the ant's perspective, especially after the recent events. On the other side, Aios arrived at the mission entrance. He refrained from hastily choosing the task on Udrat Star, for it was a high-level planet, revealing a formidable combat force of at least 10,000 during exploration. Thus, it was absent from the mission list. Instead, he selected a planet of comparable distance, a mid-level world where the strongest visible combat force barely reached around 6,000. Are you certain you wish to select the planet Leonora? It may prove somewhat challenging for you, the mission officer remarked, observing Aios' diminutive stature. Though the officer was unaware of his precise age, it was evident that he was still in his juvenile phase, his combat prowess yet to reach its zenith, prompting a kind-hearted warning. No, this is the one. Aios resolutely declined the suggestion. Very well, the officer conceded, feeling somewhat helpless. Aios' combat strength had already met the minimum requirement for undertaking the mission, and according to regulations, the officer had no authority to deny him this task. Aios received the relevant mission briefing, but did not scrutinize it, instead hastily tucking it away. What a pity for such a talent. Let us hope he returns safely, the officer mused, misinterpreting Aios' actions as those of an arrogant genius who regarded the mission with indifference, feeling a twinge of regret. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Mind your own duties, one of his companions remarked, somewhat irked by his demeanor. Ah, it is merely a feeling of regret. He is undoubtedly exceptional, the officer replied, reflecting on similar prodigies he had encountered, many of whom, due to their pride, had become careless and failed to return. Ao was the most remarkable he had seen, yet he was also the proudest, neglecting even the most fundamental mission details. After completing the specific task assignment, Ao did not linger on the way back and flew directly towards home. Fortunately, this time he encountered no unexpected incidents or familiar faces. You're back. Upon hearing Ao's entrance, Talos appeared before him, startling Ao. You surprised me. Why aren't you busy in the lab today? Ao inquired, puzzled by Talos' presence. Ordinarily, he should be engrossed in his experiments at this hour. Hey, didn't you say you would depart tomorrow? I figured that with just a day left, I wouldn't achieve much, so I decided to take a day to rest. Once things settle down, I'll resume my experiments. Otherwise, the interruptions will disrupt my thought process, Talos replied, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. All right, you should rest well today. I have some preparations to attend to. Ao stated, no longer in need of Talos' inventions, and returned to his own room, lost in his thoughts. Talos pondered the fact that he currently lacked a physical form, rendering the need for rest quite unnecessary. He felt a flicker of curiosity regarding Aios' preparations, thus he trailed closely behind him. Upon entering his chamber, Aios casually retrieved his well-worn sofa, only to pause and inquire of Talos, are you capable of creating equipment that enhances gravity? He elaborated on his understanding of gravitational devices, recalling how Vegeta had utilized similar mechanisms for gradual improvement. He believed he could replicate such methods. Certainly, I have acquired anti-gravity technology aboard the spacecraft. Once I fully comprehend it, I will be able to ingeniously reverse engineer it, Talos assured, expressing confidence in his ability to produce the equipment with relative ease, albeit requiring some time. Chapter 31, Departure. Aios was taken aback by Talos' remarkable self-assurance. Nevertheless, he placed his trust in him, deciding against bringing along the outdated sandbags he had previously discarded. After a thorough examination of the room, he found nothing else of necessity to take with him. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he turned around, only to find Talos absorbed in a book, scrutinizing it intently. You are merely a projection. How can you hold that book? Aios stammered in disbelief. It's simply a rudimentary virtual reality conversion technology. I shan't divulge the principles. For you wouldn't comprehend them, Talos replied nonchalantly, closing the book with an inscrutable expression. Aios was at a loss for words. Although Talos spoke the truth, he wished he would refrain from being so blunt. However, this diversion almost caused him to forget his earlier inquiries. By the way, do you not need to make any preparations? Aios asked after a moment's reflection, recalling his original question. What preparations do I require? Is it not sufficient to accompany you? Talos responded, flipping through the pages of the book he had just perused, his tone laced with confusion. Do you truly lack any personal plans? Aios was astonished by Talos' apparent lethargy, relying solely on him. Or had the fervor for experimentation vanished? I have no plans and nothing to prepare. I shall simply pack the laboratory tomorrow, Talos candidly explained, unaware of Aios' curiosity regarding his intentions. Very well, Aios conceded, his admiration for Talos' scientific prowess unwavering. The convenience of a portable laboratory was indeed remarkable. However, upon reflection, he realized he had no luggage to pack. The food would be provided aboard the spacecraft, and there was little of significance to take from his home. Indeed, my life lacks the warmth of a home. As Yaos contemplated the past few years of his life, he found it rather monotonous compared to his previous existence, despite it having been less than 4 years. The following morning, Yaos rose early, tidied his home meticulously, and departed, aware that he might never return. Before leaving, he gazed at the house that had been his abode for 4 years, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Yet, for the sake of his future, it was prudent to leave sooner rather than later. What was there to mourn? He had abandoned planets he had inhabited for centuries. As long as he envisioned a promising future, that was all that mattered. Sensing his melancholy, Talos offered encouragement, adopting the demeanor of someone who had traversed a similar path. After departing his home, he arrived at the docking station of the spaceship. Having experienced this process before, he swiftly completed all necessary protocols. The only noticeable difference this time was the peculiar gaze of the supervisor, likely due to the fact that he was undertaking the mission solo. Without any delay, Yao's embarked on his journey to the planet Yadarat. At the moment of Yao's departure, Vegeta and the others gathered once again. Nappa, what happened to you? Raditz inquired with curiosity, observing Nappa's bruised visage upon their reunion. Oh, it's nothing, just injuries sustained during training, Nappa replied, casting a casual glance at Vegeta, who remained silent and aloof, merely standing there without uttering a word. Prince Vegeta, what planet is the mission this time? Asked a cautious adult Saiyan standing beside him. This individual had been assigned as a backup by King Vegeta after Yao's departure, possessing a combat power similar to Vegeta's, approximately 3,000. With arms crossed and a confident smile gracing his lips, Vegeta simply smirked without responding. Nappa, who is he? Raditz, having noticed the tall Saiyan beside him, inquired with curiosity. However, Nappa merely shook his head in silence, indicating that he too was unaware. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cassio, specifically assigned by King Vegeta to be Prince Vegeta's teammate, currently boasting a combat power of 3,072. Cassio, feeling somewhat awkward due to Vegeta's disregard, took the initiative to introduce himself in response to Raditz and Nappa's conversation, thus escaping his previous discomfort. Oh, I see. Raditz nodded in understanding, but then quietly muttered. At his age, he is still weaker than Yao's. Though his voice was low, the formidable warriors present could hear him clearly. Cassio's expression darkened immediately. Vegeta's expression turned stern as he admonished. Enough. That fellow has already departed, so there is no need to mention him again, as long as I am present. Our team requires no other existence. It was evident that Vegeta's ire was not solely directed at Raditz. He also harbored some dissatisfaction towards Kakarot's acceleration. However, he was bound by the arrangements made by his father, King Vegeta, and had little justification to object. Raditz, perceiving Vegeta's discontent, quickly fell silent, refraining from further comment. Kakarot, though displeased, recognized that Vegeta had spoken and chose to hold his tongue, silently noting Raditz's transgressions for future reckoning. Subsequently, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Nappa, feeling somewhat helpless, took it upon himself to break the awkwardness. Prince Vegeta, what is our mission objective this time? Vegeta, seemingly preoccupied, disregarded Nappa's query and instead tossed a manual, which contained detailed information about their mission. Due to his royal status, Vegeta had the privilege of receiving specific mission details in advance, unlike other Saiyans who had to enter the mission center to obtain their assignments. This enabled him to access superior mission objectives and comprehensive intelligence. Nappa eagerly perused the manual, while Raditz and Kakarot leaned in closer. Kakarot, due to his height, found himself squatting awkwardly on the ground, appearing rather comical. Planet Kinos, that is a prestigious planet. The indigenous beings are all warriors, with most possessing combat powers exceeding 1,000, and some even reaching as high as 10,000. The group exchanged excited glances at the information presented, unable to contain their exhilaration. Prince Vegeta, you cannot be serious. Kakarot was the first to respond, his tone laced with uncertainty. Do my decisions require your skepticism? This planet is the finest crucible for us. Are you afraid? Vegeta retorted, using a rhetorical question to convey his intent. Raditz remained silent, though astonished by Vegeta's confidence. He recognized that this mission could indeed be an opportunity for transformation. Nappa also refrained from responding, fully aware that Vegeta's decisions were beyond reproach. Kakarot, feeling increasingly superfluous, chose to remain quiet. Chapter 32, Planet Hylia. As Raditz and Goku embarked on their new mission, Bardock encountered some difficulties on Planet Hylia. This mission was a large-scale operation, involving numerous Saiyans, as well as other members of the Frieza Force. Their target was Planet Hylia, a vast green orb. On this planet reside two races, the Hylarians and the Namekians. The Hylarians are the indigenous inhabitants of this world. While a portion of the Namekians sought refuge here after their home planet, Namek faced a climate crisis. Both races, being advocates of peace, welcomed the Namekians with open arms, fostering a harmonious coexistence on Hylia. However, on this fateful day, their planet caught the attention of the Zeta family. The Zeta family specializes in identifying valuable planets across the cosmos and finding suitable buyers, essentially acting as intermediaries. The family consists of 4 members: the leader, Elik, the corpulent Oyer, the only female, Maki, and the youngest, Jas. All possess blue skin and braided hair. This time, they set their sights on Hylia and sought collaboration with Frieza. The Frieza Force was tasked with eliminating the residents of Hylia, while the Zeta family would arrange for the sale of the planet to the displaced Hygians post-conflict. On a night illuminated by a full moon, countless spaceships descended upon Hillier, including the spherical vessels utilized by the Saiyans and the standard ships of the Frieza Force. Bardock's comrades included the squad leader Toma, the burly bald man Dodoria, the female Saiyan Celebi, the rotund Pampukin, and the crew-cut Lick. As a horde of Saiyans approached Hillier, they transformed into their great ape forms, wreaking havoc across the planet. With the assistance of Frieza's forces, the Namekians were soon decimated. In a concealed ruin, a Namekian, resembling the Grand Elder, spoke to the last surviving Namekian before him, saying, "This is the Dragon Ball, Mon 8. You are the sole survivor. You know what you must do, do you not?" The Grand Elder laboriously passed 2 Dragon Balls into Mon 8's hands. Unlike those found on Earth or Namek, the Dragon Balls on Hillier were merely 2 in number. "Yes, Grand Elder, I will strive to protect them," Mon 8 declared, cradling the Dragon Balls in his hands, tears welling in his eyes as he made a solemn vow. The Grand Elder of this generation on Hillier gazed at Mon 8, offered a faint smile, and succumbed to the silence of death. Upon witnessing the Grand Elder's passing, Mon 8 did not linger in grief. Instead, he lowered his energy and retreated to his home. Outside, the Saiyan Great Apes continued their massacre of the Namekians, also targeting the Hilarians. Bardock, in his transformed state, perched atop a rooftop, suddenly found his gaze drawn to something. It was a young Hilarian who had fled into a structure resembling a chapel. "Granola, how did you escape?" Within the church, a female Hylian gazed in astonishment at the young Hylian boy. "It was the assistance of everyone. They all provided cover for me, mother," Granola exclaimed, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. His mother, Musley, looked at Granola, feeling helpless, and could only embrace him tightly. At that moment, Bardock leaped down, gradually making his way toward the church. The large hole in the church's roof allowed Musley and her son to see Bardock in his great ape form quite clearly. Granola fainted from fright. "Granola!" Musley cried out. Witnessing her son collapse and seeing Bardock approach, they had nowhere left to flee. Just then, in his great ape form, Bardock clutched the large opening in the church's roof, and it seemed he was struck by a sudden realization upon witnessing the scene. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos wrought by the Saiyans, a Hylian stood atop a rooftop. Below, an elderly Hylian called out to him, "Moon, Fleck, aim for the moon." "Understood," Fleck responded, gathering energy in his hands and launching it toward the moon. A Saiyan Great Ape noticed this and rushed over to intervene, but it was too late. Fleck's attack had already been unleashed. The Great Ape charged directly at Fleck, attempting to thwart the assault. However, the energy wave sailed past its head, leaving a long, narrow wound upon its forehead. At that moment, the other Great Apes sensed that something was amiss. They looked up and discovered that Fleck's earlier attack had struck the moon, causing it to explode, and the brilliant light of Bruz vanished in an instant. The Saiyan Great Apes reverted to their normal states. Witnessing this, Fleck panted heavily, exclaiming, We did it." "Really? I'm not so sure," a recently transformed Saiyan remarked with a teasing tone from behind Fleck. Upon hearing the voice, Fleck turned around, beads of sweat adorning his face. "I apologize, my friend. Even without transforming into a great ape, we are still quite formidable, sufficiently strong." The Saiyan, with fingers curled into a claw-like shape, lunged at Fleck. Due to the depletion of his strength from the previous attack on the moon and the disparity in their combat prowess, Fleck was easily vanquished. "Hurry, Rick. Let us finish off the rest and leave this place. And by the way, is your head all right?" The Saiyan, having slain Fleck, jumped onto the rooftop and called out to Rick, who had blood streaming from his forehead. "TSK," Rick replied, gesturing with his right thumb toward his forehead to indicate he was fine. It turned out that the great ape who had initially aimed to stop Fleck from obliterating the moon was Rick, a comrade of Bardock. With Lick and the other Saiyans, the remnants of the Hylians were swiftly dealt with. Soon, only Musley and her child Granola remained. Outside the church, Bardock reverted to his usual demeanor and entered the sanctuary. Musley, cradling Granola, fixed an intense gaze upon Bardock. He halted at a distance, motionless and refraining from attack. Bardock observed their silhouettes, momentarily lost in thought, ensnared by memories. Seizing the opportunity, Musley aligned her fingers and launched an attack resembling a laser beam toward Bardock. However, the shot veered off course, misaligning the armor on Bardock's shoulder and causing blood to flow from the wound. Bardock continued to reminisce. "Ah, yes, you certainly missed his birth. That was Jine's voice. Do you realize you were gone for several months?" Jine stood with her left hand on her hip, her right finger pointed accusingly at Bardock. "Oh, that explains why your belly is flat again." Bardock stood with his legs apart, holding a cylindrical piece of luggage in his left hand, his right hand outstretched in realization. I swear, Saiyan males possess no emotions whatsoever, Jine exclaimed, hands on her hips, her voice tinged with indignation. Yet, the two soon reconciled. Where's the child now? Bardock inquired curiously, setting down his luggage. Just in the nursery pod behind the house. Can you help me think of a name? Jine gestured toward the rear of their home. Upon entering the nursery pod and gazing at the still infant Raditz, Bardock was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Surely, you've seen a baby before? Jine questioned, puzzled by Bardock's reaction. Well, Bardock did not elaborate further. Looking at Raditz's cherubic face, he declared, Let us name him Raditz. Raditz, wow, that's a splendid name, Jine exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she listened to Bardock's choice. She then placed both hands on the nursery pod, pressing her face against it, wistfully saying, Grow up quickly, my little Raditz. As the memories faded, Bardock gazed down at the ground of the church, his heart in a tumult of conflict. Musley glared furiously at Bardock, feeling increasingly cornered. Mr. Bardock, Musley exclaimed suddenly as a voice emerged from Bardock's side. Musley's anxiety heightened. Bardock's heart raced in response. He turned to find it was his comrade Lick. However, Lick stood at a distance, only able to see Bardock. Lacking a combat power detector, he failed to notice Musley and her child. Upon seeing Bardock's gaze, Lick spoke again. We've all been looking for you. The mission is complete, and we have received orders to withdraw. As Lick spoke, he approached Bardock. Musley, hearing the commotion, hastily sheltered Granola to her right. Is that so? You may return. No need to wait for me. I intend to search for any other survivors. Bardock said to Lick. Upon hearing Bardock's words, Lick halted his advance, turned to leave, and reminded him, Very well, sir. However, you must be swift. I've heard that Frieza is on his way. Thank you for the warning, Bardock replied, turning his gaze while pressing his scouter. Beep. The device emitted a sharp sound. It appeared they were the last two survivors among them. Bardock glanced at the data on the scouter and then at Musley and her child. As Musley pondered Bardock's actions, he suddenly turned his attention to the distant mountains. The scouter detected a power level. In the mountains, there was a reaction of level 5 energy. Perhaps it was merely an animal? Bardock murmured uncertainly. No, the movements are too deliberate. It must be an intelligent being. Observing the trajectory of the power levels, Bardock felt a sense of certainty. The residence of the Namekians lay at the end of a secluded path leading to a house. Inside that house, Manit swiftly approached a jar, placing the Dragon Ball within. Suddenly, he heard the sound of someone landing outside. Manit instinctively grabbed the cane nearby, carefully hiding by the door. Ready to ambush, Bardock stepped in, peering through the entrance. Prepare to meet your fate, Manit shouted, swinging the cane toward Bardock. Bardock effortlessly caught the attacking cane with a firm grip. A Namekian? Bardock inquired, somewhat surprised by Manit's appearance. Your power level just spiked to 213? I assume you can control your power level, which explains how you managed to hide just now, Bardock remarked, releasing his hold on the cane. Upon hearing Bardock's words, Manit was taken aback, thoroughly startled. Simultaneously, he noticed the unconscious Granola. It turned out Bardock had brought the mother and child along. A survivor from the healers. I can scarcely believe it, Manit exclaimed upon seeing the two. I am Musley, and this is my child, Granola. May we hide here for a while? Musley asked nervously, cradling Granola. Of course, Manit replied, spreading his arms in a gesture of reassurance. My name is Manit. His expression was one of excitement at the sight of living beings. Frieza is approaching. Quickly hide and evade his detection. Bardock abruptly interrupted their conversation, asserting that the crisis had yet to be averted. But are you not a Saiyan? Why act this way? Monet, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, expressed his confusion. It was merely a whim, nothing more, Bardock retorted coldly, turning away. I must take my leave and strive to survive. After a moment's contemplation, Bardock ultimately added, Wait, at least allow us to know your name. Monet spoke up. Upon hearing his words, Bardock fell silent for a while, before replying, Bardock. After this exchange, he stepped outside. Hold on, Bardock. Suddenly, Monet hurried out, reaching Bardock's side and requesting, Let me see your arm. Bardock displayed a look of skepticism, yet Monet promptly guided him to sit upon a mound of earth. Monet directed a beam of white light towards the wound on his arm. Zing! Bardock's injury healed swiftly. Musley, standing at the doorway, was taken aback by Monet's actions. I never knew Namekians possessed such abilities. Bardock gazed at the now healed wound on his arm, curiosity evident in his voice. In response, Monet reflected, Truly gifted Namekians can restore your strength in an instant. I can merely tend to these minor scrapes. Bardock found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, The detector emitted a sound, indicating the presence of an approaching entity. Chapter 34. The Conspiracy of the Sitar. Someone is closing in on us, Bardock exclaimed, glancing towards the direction indicated by the power level detector. What? Upon hearing Bardock's words, Monet's complexion paled further, tension mounting. The two hastily concealed themselves behind a tree. It was none other than the four Sitar, perched atop the mountain, arms crossed, coldly surveying the ruins of the devastated city. Damn it, it's the cursed Sitar, Bardock muttered through clenched teeth as he recognized their figures. Who are they? Monet incured, sensing urgency. They serve as intermediaries for the planets conquered by Frieza, in simpler terms. They are brokers, Bardock explained, pressing his back against the sturdy tree. I suspect they have set their sights on this planet, treating it as a commodity. Monet's tone was laced with indignation, tinged with helplessness. The four Sitar observed the departure of the Saiyans and Frieza's forces. Excellent. The Hylians and Namekians have been cleared out. Notify the Rugo to commence price negotiations. The leader, Elik, instructed the rotund Or behind him. Understood, Or nodded in acknowledgement. We shall give them a thorough beating. Shall we not, Elik? Inquired the sole female, Marky. Ha ha ha. After a cold chuckle, Elik continued, once we have tidied this place up, we must at least sell it for 1,000 billion bol. He raised a finger as he spoke. How much should we allocate to the Frieza force? Oyel asked innocently. Let us give them 1/10, Elik replied, closing his eyes and curling his fingers, a smile gracing his face. Hee. This money comes rather easily, Marky chimed in. Most of Frieza's men are brutish marauders, devoid of intellect, unaware of a planet's true worth, Elik explained to the others. Bardock listened intently to every word. As long as Frieza does not take charge himself, we shall prosper, Elik declared, filled with self-satisfaction. Unlike the fools he employs, he is quite astute and possesses unimaginable strength. We should remain cautious, Marky gently reminded. One day, we shall take over Frieza's army, Jazz, who had been silently observing, suddenly stated. Indeed, Jazz, Elik agreed wholeheartedly. Just as Bardock and Monet were eavesdropping with great care, Musley approached, curious. Who is that? She inquired. Monet quickly placed a finger to her lips, signaling her to be quiet. While we may not surpass Frieza in strength, we can outsmart him in wisdom, wealth, and intelligence. Sooner or later, our time shall come, Elik proclaimed confidently, hands on his hips, gazing at the distant night sky. Before that day arrives, we need to amass a considerable fortune, Marky suggested casually. Indeed, we, the Zeta, shall not serve that detestable lizard forever, Elik agreed with a dark expression. Upon hearing this, Bardock realized, it seems they intend to betray Frieza. Mother? At that moment, Granola approached, dazed, observing the group before him. Suddenly, he spotted Bardock's tail swaying back and forth, his eyes widening in alarm as he shouted, Ah! It's a Saiyan. This exclamation immediately exposed Bardock and his companions. The Zeta turned to the sound, directing their gaze towards the thicket where Bardock's group was concealed. Monet swiftly unleashed a skill towards Granola. After being struck, Granola's eyes glazed over, and he collapsed to the ground. As she gazed at the fallen figure of her son, Musley involuntarily uttered a low cry. Fear not, your child is unscathed. I merely induced slumber. Monet softly explained to her. That foolish child, why must he create such a commotion? Bardock was infuriated. Is anyone over there? A voice echoed from Elik. Damn it, Bardock growled, directing his ire at Monet. Hey, bring your hefty companion to me. Bardock extended his hand towards Monet. Sita and the others approached from the direction of the woods, stunned by the scene before them. Monet lay on the ground, while Bardock draped himself in a cloak, pointing at the trio with a demeanor suggesting he intended to end their lives. That Namekian, along with 2 Hyliarians, and who might you be? Elik inquired, scrutinizing the group with a piercing gaze. I was just about to eliminate these survivors I encountered, Bardock replied coldly. Ah, so you are with Frieza? Then let us proceed. Elik expressed his understanding to Bardock. The atmosphere grew tense, as Musley remained uncertain whether Bardock would act. Silence enveloped the area, all eyes awaiting Bardock's next move. Do you have alternative thoughts? Elik's tone turned ominous. This Namekian previously exhibited some peculiar abilities. Perhaps it would be prudent to examine him before executing him, Bardock suggested. However, Elik disregarded his counsel and abruptly fired his weapon. Bardock turned to see the wound not aimed at him, only to glance back and discover Musley struck in the chest, the bullet having found its mark. Musley! Monet shouted in anguish at her fallen form. Enough, kill that child and take the Namekian swiftly, Elik urged Bardock, stowing his gun. Unbeknownst to him, Bardock, concealed beneath his cloak, clenched his fists in fury. Yet Jas sensed something amiss. Bardock retaliated with a surprise attack. Jas extended a hand, conjuring a protective shield just in time. Bardock's assault collided with the shield, unleashing a massive cloud of smoke. "How audacious of you!" Alec roared in response. Yet, by the time the smoke cleared, Bardock and his companions had vanished. What on earth transpired? Are they truly with Frieza? Alec questioned, his frustration mounting as he surveyed the empty space before him. "What do we do now? He deceived us," Markey anxiously remarked, arms crossed. "They may have been eavesdropping all along, or speculated. This poses a significant danger to us." Chapter 35, Jas. On the other side, Bardock and his companions had not ventured far, merely concealing themselves beneath a relatively secluded cliff. "Regrettably, my abilities are insufficient to save her," Monet lamented, her hands pressed against the ground in despair. "Curse it! What has become of me?" Bardock exclaimed, striking his head with his hand, perplexed by his own transformation. "What do you intend to do next?" Monet inquired, casting a glance at Bardock. "Zeta will undoubtedly come looking for us," Bardock remarked, observing Granola still lost in slumber. "They must perish." Alec articulated the fate that awaited Bardock and his companions. "Allow me to take care of it. I shall eliminate all three of them." Jas volunteered eagerly. "Oh, then hasten to it. I shall prepare for my meeting with Frieza." Alec decided to split their forces. "We must resolve this matter before Frieza makes his appearance." Before departing, Alec made a request. "Of course," Jas replied with a grim expression before soaring into the sky. Alec and his companions turned to leave, intending to meet with Frieza to discuss the terms of their dealings. Bardock and his companions, having hidden in the shadows, emerged as they noticed Zeta and his group vacating the area simultaneously, and they proceeded in another direction. "What are your plans moving forward?" Bardock asked as they walked. Monet paused, momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Perhaps I will continue to live on this planet and raise this child." She glanced at Granola in her arms. Indeed, Bardock chose not to speak further, silently leading the way. Thus, the trio journeyed for quite some time until they arrived at a secluded grove to rest. However, before they could settle down, Bardock's scouter emitted a series of beeping sounds. "We've been detected. You all hide." Bardock rose, instructing Monet. "Understood." Monet recognized her role as a mere burden in that moment, and took Granola to seek refuge in the distance. Soon after they concealed themselves, Jas approached Bardock. "Are you a Saiyan?" At this moment, Bardock had discarded Monet's dark cloak, allowing Jas to clearly see his tail. "And what of it, you Kershitan?" Bardock replied coldly, casting a glance at Jas. Jas caught the mockery in Bardock's tone and said nothing, instead channeling energy into his arms to manifest two shields. He assumed a battle stance, poised for action. Bardock mirrored his movements, both warriors feeling the tension escalate between them. Suddenly, Jas lunged forward, raising his arm to strike at Bardock. Anticipating the attack, Bardock swiftly dodged to the side, evading the blow. With a swift motion, he gathered his energy and unleashed a wave of ki directed at Jas. Alarmed, Jas quickly raised the shield on his other arm to block the oncoming attack. Although he managed to defend against the assault in time, the force of the impact propelled him into the air. After a brief moment of recovery, Jas, still wielding his shield, dove downwards. Bardock, evading the strike with a deft sidestep, watched as the attack crashed into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Realizing his effort had been in vain, Jas rose and transformed his shield into a spiked spear, thrusting it towards Bardock. Before Bardock could regain his footing, he seized the spear, taking advantage of Jas's momentary surprise to swing it forcefully. Jas lost his grip and was flung away. Bardock then discarded the spear and charged forward with agility. In response, Jas again transformed his weapon, conjuring a multitude of shurikens that flew towards Bardock. Yet, Bardock effortlessly blocked the barrage with his hands. Undeterred, Jas continued to hurl shurikens relentlessly. Suddenly, he transformed the swirling shurikens into a colossal meteor hammer, bringing it crashing down upon Bardock. "Damn it!" Bardock cursed under his breath. The flurry of attacks had left him no time to react, forcing him to raise both hands to catch the immense hammer. Jas, controlling the meteor hammer from a distance, exerted force, causing it to vanish into thin air, followed by a tremendous explosion. He then unleashed a fresh wave of shurikens, but this time they detonated, sending plumes of dust into the air. However, it proved ineffective, failing to inflict any harm on Bardock. Frustrated by the lack of impact from his relentless barrage, Jas manifested claws akin to those of Wolverine and initiated a close-range assault. Bardock, displaying remarkable agility, easily dodged his strikes while continuously launching key blasts at Jas. Left with no choice, Jas transformed his claws back into a shield to defend against the incoming attacks. Though he managed to block the strikes, he found himself continually pushed back by Bardock's relentless onslaught. Determined to counterattack, Jas conjured a spear with his other hand. However, Bardock seized the opportunity to close the distance, delivering a powerful punch that sent Jas flying, crashing through several trees. Bardock charged at Jas once more. In a desperate move, Jas materialized a large cleaver and swung it downwards, but Bardock halted mid-air, evading the blow. Seizing the moment, Bardock retaliated with a fierce kick that sent Jas hurtling away. While airborne, Jas summoned two weapons resembling wind shurikens, fastening them to his wrists as he spun and plunged towards the ground. However, facing the fierce onslaught from Jas, Bardock remained composed, effortlessly deflecting the attacks with a single hand. Infuriated, Jas struck again with his other hand, yet both assaults were easily neutralized by Bardock. Seizing the opportunity presented by Jas's momentary vulnerability, Bardock executed a flying kick, landing a blow squarely on Jas's abdomen, sending him hurtling backwards once more. Nevertheless, Jas, displaying remarkable resilience, clutched his stomach and rose to his feet. "Is this all you can do with your worthless weapons?" Bardock taunted, his expression laced with derision as he regarded Jas. In response, Jas's demeanor darkened, his visage twisting into one of ferocity. He violently tore off a headpiece resembling ivory. This ornament was no ordinary accessory. It served as a seal for the Sita people, suppressing their innate will. Upon removing it, a surge of mysterious power erupted from within Jas, propelling him skyward. His physique expanded dramatically, tearing his garments apart as an electric force coursed through him. Ivory-like protrusions sprouted from his forehead, and his rationality began to erode. What is this transformation? Bardock pondered, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Chapter 36. Frenzy. Though Jas's reason was steadily being consumed, he retained a clear awareness that Bardock was his adversary. Thus, upon completing his transformation, he charged at Bardock without hesitation. This time, with his enlarged form, Jas not only enhanced his energy, but also his speed. He extended his colossal hands, aiming to crush Bardock with sheer force. Gritting his teeth, Bardock leapt to evade, only to find Jas had seized his ankle. "This is bad," Bardock thought, a sense of dread enveloping him. Indeed, Jas's massive hand tightened around Bardock's ankle, as if intending to shatter it. Simultaneously, he hurled Bardock violently towards the ground. Currently, Bardock found himself outmatched in strength by Jas's transformed state, making it exceedingly difficult to escape the grip of Jas's enormous hand, resulting in a harsh collision with the earth. Jas flung Bardock again, sending him crashing into the woods. Bardock rolled through the trees, snapping many branches as he exerted every ounce of strength to come to a halt. The pain radiating from his body was nearly unbearable. Yet, Jas was relentless, capturing Bardock's head in his grasp and forcefully pressing it into the ground, creating a sizable crater. As if that were not enough, Jas continued to press Bardock's head downwards, burying him deeper into the earth. In the next moment, Jas lifted Bardock's head into the air, swinging him down with tremendous force. Hovering above, Jas gazed down at the ground, saliva dripping from his mouth, relishing the chaos. Bardock was overwhelmed by a relentless barrage of attacks from Jace, gasping for breath as he lay on the ground. In that moment, Jace completely lost his reason, disregarding the fallen Bardock, and soared into the air, unleashing his fury upon distant rocks. Monet, who was hiding at a distance, seized the opportunity when he noticed Jace had strayed from Bardock's position and rushed forward. "Are you all right?" Monet asked, observing Bardock's battered body. Uncertainty etched on his face. "What are you doing here? Leave quickly. It's dangerous," Bardock urged, aware that Monet was not a warrior among the Namekians, and despite his own grievous injuries, he attempted to shoo him away. "I'm fine. That guy seems completely deranged. I can offer you some temporary treatment," Monet replied, gesturing towards Jace, who was wreaking havoc in the distance. Bardock glanced over and sensed that Jace was unlikely to return soon, allowing himself to lie back and accept Monet's aid. However, before long, Jace seemed to sense the commotion and flew back, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Monet. Monet, not being a combat-oriented Namekian, was no match for Jace's frenzied assault. He was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood as he fell unconscious. "Monet!" Bardock shouted, his heart racing at the sight of his friend. Summoning every ounce of strength, he unleashed a fierce punch towards Jace. Caught off guard, Jace was struck squarely in the face and sent reeling. Bardock, witnessing Jace's downfall, concentrated his energy, golden flames radiating from his being. In that moment, he felt an unparalleled surge of power, though the anger clouding his mind obscured the source of his strength. Clenching his fists, he dashed towards Jace, capitalizing on his momentary disorientation to strike him again. Jace, still reeling, was met with a flurry of blows from Bardock, who continued to rain down punches upon his face. Though Jace had lost his sanity, he remained acutely aware of the pain. With a deafening roar, Jace finally retaliated, evading Bardock's relentless assault with a leap back, and then, summoning his massive fists, he charged at Bardock with a ferocious blow. Bardock, unable to dodge in time, crossed his arms to brace against the incoming strike. Damn it, this guy is truly troublesome, Bardock thought, feeling the searing pain radiate through his arms, realizing that Jace was like a perpetual motion machine, his power seemingly unyielding despite the prolonged struggle. He leapt back, creating some distance between them, and with his right hand coiling back, he delivered a powerful punch that landed squarely on Jace. Subsequently, Bardock extended his right hand, summoning a cerulean energy wave akin to the one he would unleash upon Frieza years later. The force of the energy wave struck Gas directly, shattering the two ivory-like horns atop his head. Gas was propelled backward, his form diminishing as the loss of his horns rendered him weakened, although his clarity returned. He collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise but failing to regain his footing. Bardock, panting heavily, found himself utterly drained from the exertion of his recent attack. He staggered toward the place where Monet had fallen, mustering every ounce of strength to assist him in departing from the area. "Where's Gas?" Ella questioned, returning to their original gathering spot after finalizing the details of their collaboration with Frieza. A sense of unease crept over him. Could something have gone awry? Marky shared his concern, her worry palpable. "Let us remain here to avoid him getting lost upon his return. I shall venture out to see if there are any further developments." Alec instructed his companions before setting off in search of Gas. Gas was, after all, their brother, and more critically, he was the only one among the four with the potential to surpass Frieza. It was imperative that nothing befall him. Alec circled through the skies and quickly arrived at the site of Bardock's previous confrontation. The landscape, transformed from forest to a moon-like terrain of craters, made it easily identifiable from above. Surely, this is where they battled. But where could Gas have gone? Alec held steadfast confidence in Gas, convinced that he would not falter in such a minor locale. They, the Saiyans, were well aware that aside from Frieza, the other members of his legion were not particularly formidable, and Gas had handled them with ease. However, upon discovering Gas, unconscious in a deep pit, Alec realized the gravity of the situation. He dashed to Gas's side, alarmed to find that the artifact intended to seal his power had vanished. How is this possible? Someone has driven Gas to this state. Witnessing Gas's battered form, Alec could scarcely fathom the identity of his adversary. Yet, fearing for Gas's life, he knew he could not linger. He lifted Gas and hurried back to their gathering place. What transpired? Marky and Oyer gasped as Alec returned, having only recently departed, now bearing Gas in such a woeful condition. "I do not know. We must wait for Gas to awaken to comprehend the events that transpired," Alec replied, his tone tinged with frustration, clearly shaken by how Gas's injuries had disrupted their plans. Chapter 37. Reliance on one another. After receiving treatment, Gas soon regained consciousness. Upon first encountering Alec, he uttered, "I apologize for not completing the task." Jas now appeared filled with remorse. Alec was no ordinary brother to him. He had consistently offered encouragement during Jas's moments of distress. To Jas, Alec embodied an unwavering faith that could never falter. Yet this time, he felt he had let him down. "Do you know who it is that you are battling?" Alec's tone was grave. His primary concern was that the individuals who had previously fled might jeopardize their plans. Upon hearing Alec's inquiry, Jas quickly shook off his despondence and, with a solemn expression, replied, "He appears to be a Saiyan, possessing considerable strength, likely not a low-tier warrior. Although the Zetas lose their rationality upon releasing their innate consciousness from sealing, they still retain memories of their prior experiences." Jas recalled his previous encounter with Bardock, feeling as though he had been consistently suppressed, especially during their final confrontation, where he had been utterly defenseless. "A Saiyan, you say?" Alec fell into deep contemplation. In his recollection, while Saiyans were indeed subservient to Frieza, it was solely due to his coercive might, suggesting that their allegiance was tenuous at best. Perhaps this time, no significant trouble would arise. Reflecting on the intelligence he possessed, Alec believed this incident would ultimately prove to be an unfounded alarm. Nevertheless, proper preparations were still necessary. A glint of cold determination flashed in Alec's eyes. Meanwhile, Bardock, supporting two unconscious individuals, had not ventured far before discovering a secluded cave. Upon entering, he gently laid the two down and began to reflect on the previous battle. He was acutely aware that when Jas had suddenly transformed into another form, his battle power detector had incessantly sounded its alarm. This indicated that Jas's strength had far surpassed his own at that moment. Yet he remained perplexed as to why he had suddenly unleashed a power that overwhelmed Jas and led to his defeat. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Bardock was at a loss, compelled to set that mystery aside. Monet awoke to find Bardock staring perplexedly at his own hands. "Are you all right?" was Monet's first inquiry. "I am fine now, and you are as well," Bardock assured him, understanding his underlying concern and kindly offering an explanation. Before they could exchange further words, Bardock distinctly observed a spacecraft departing from the planet. "Now, you are truly safe." He recognized that the ship belonged to the Zetas. "Are you leaving?" Monet seemed to sense Bardock's intentions. "Yes, it is time to depart." Bardock sighed deeply as he gazed into the night sky. "But your injuries?" Monet gazed at Bardock, who was battered and bruised, and with a hint of unease, inquired, "Are you all right?" "Don't worry. Once I return, I shall be swiftly treated," Bardock replied, brimming with confidence in the medical apparatus on Planet Vegeta, especially since his injuries did not pose a threat to his life. "By the way, you can have this." Bardock touched his slightly damaged scouter, removed it, and handed it to Monet before departing the cave. Monet watched Bardock leave until he vanished from sight, then turned to look at the still sleeping Granola. "It seems it will be just the two of us relying on each other from now on." "I certainly do not wish to rely on you, old man," Talos remarked, gazing at the disheveled elder with exasperation. "Alas, isn't your planet on the verge of being obliterated by that fellow named Frieza? Won't you too become a person without a homeland?" "Ha! You speak nonsense. I will undoubtedly save some of my kin. I still have family. You are the true, solitary soul." Aios, in a fit of frustration, blurted out, only to realize he had misspoken. "Forgive me, I was speaking without thought." Observing Talos' dejected demeanor, Aios recognized the weight of his words. "It's all right, you are correct. I am indeed alone, but I don't even know if I can still be considered human." Talos looked at his own reflection, his tone growing even more somber. "You needn't be so despondent. After all, they're the Dragon Balls. They can surely resurrect your people," Aios said, aware that Talos was spiraling into self-reproach. Throughout their time together, Aios had learned much about Talos. The annihilation of his species was intricately linked to him, and it could be said that he bore the full brunt of that calamity. Thus, he lived each day burdened by guilt, with the only hope being the potential return of his kin to this world. Were he to lose all hope, he might succumb to despair and vanish from existence. "Yes, you are right. There is still much hope." Talos managed a feeble smile, though he had yet to behold the Dragon Balls and remained skeptical of the so-called dragon. Moreover, even if the Dragon Balls could resurrect his people, the guilt in his heart might not diminish significantly. Perhaps all he could attain would be a modicum of solace. After all, while those he had lost knew nothing, he was acutely aware of the deeds he had committed, which he could never forget. "Your skills are quite formidable. I believe you have the power to create the world of your dreams with your own strength." Aios gazed at the projection of Talos, suddenly rendered motionless. He presumed that Talos wished to refrain from relying on the power of the Dragon Balls, instead opting to shoulder his own burdens for redemption. "Thank you for your concern," he replied. Talos, observing Aios, experienced an epiphany. He realized he was not as solitary as he had believed. Indeed, it seemed that the two of them were destined to rely upon one another. This sentiment, however, remained unspoken. While Aios exhibited unwavering confidence in his plans, Talos was acutely aware of the numerical disparities that lay between him and Frieza. He sensed that, given the current gap, the execution of Aios' plan would be fraught with difficulties, reliant on an abundance of fortuitous circumstances. An unsettling silence enveloped the spacecraft. "What on earth are you doing?" Talos exclaimed, observing Aios' actions with a hint of despair. "I noticed you seemed a bit downcast, so I thought to lighten your spirits. Has something occurred?" Aios inquired, perplexed. "Are you trying to endanger my life? If you continue to act recklessly, we may lose control of this ship in this godforsaken place, and neither of us will survive." Talos lamented, feeling utterly exhausted. It was evident that his earlier moment of confusion had led him to believe he would be reliant on this reckless brute. Aios stifled a laugh, recalling that the spacecraft had been equipped with an autopilot function. Even with Talos' erratic maneuvers, there would likely be no dire consequences. However, He was not merely indulging in mischief. He had observed Talos' persistent gloom and sought to invigorate him. What he had not anticipated was Talos' meticulous nature during their ascent. Driven by concern that they might be pursued, he had altered all the ship's programs, and now its navigation relied solely upon his algorithms. Fortunately, their journey continued without incident, and the spacecraft landed smoothly on Adrat Star. Smoothly? Aios suddenly noted the peculiarities. Is this ship an upgraded version? How can it land so steadily? After disembarking, he kicked the ship bewildered. Huh, that is all thanks to me, Talos declared with a touch of pride. Oh, so it was you who modified its programming. Aios deduced, piecing together the situation. Suddenly, a realization washed over him, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he hesitantly asked, "Does this mean you altered the autopilot function as well?" Of course. Talos' anger flared at the mere mention. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Aios recalled his prior recklessness, feeling a pang of trepidation. Who knew you were so reckless? You dare tamper with the ship without comprehending its structure. Aios found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Aios sensed an ethereal presence around him, causing a wave of trepidation to wash over him as he became acutely vigilant. Talos also discerned the shift in atmosphere. His projection vanished in an instant, concealing him from view. A cadre of pink-hued figures materialized, encircling him, each placing 2 fingers delicately upon their foreheads as they appeared. These individuals bore striking similarities, with elongated heads, pointed ears, and numerous pale blue spots adorning their foreheads. Who are you? What brings you here? Inquired one among them, suggesting a higher status and likely serving as their leader. I am a Saiyan from Planet Vegeta, Aios replied, feeling a sense of obligation due to his request. However, he overlooked the fact that the Saiyans were now notorious members of Frieza's Legion, infamous throughout the galaxy. Consequently, a voice erupted in anger amidst the crowd. Fortunately, Aios was merely an adolescent Saiyan, his stature modest, and the surrounding Hydratians refrained from any hostile actions. And what is the purpose of your visit, Saiyan? While they did not perceive him as an invader, their disapproval of the Saiyans' actions across the cosmos was palpable, resulting in a less than cordial demeanor. I have come specifically to seek assistance, Aios stated, puzzled by their defensive posture. Hadn't he heard that the Hydratians were renowned for their hospitality? Nevertheless, adhering to basic principles of politeness, he maintained a respectful demeanor. The leader appeared to recognize Aios' goodwill. He instructed the others to disperse before turning to Aios and saying, "Very well, I see you harbor no ill intent. Come, let us consult the elder." Elder? Aios had no objections to his words. Yet curiosity piqued within him regarding the elder, given his scant knowledge of Hydratian culture. Upon hearing Aios' bewilderment, the leader offered no further explanation but began to walk in a particular direction, stating, "There is no need for confusion. You shall understand upon arrival." All right, Aios conceded. His curiosity ignited, but he felt compelled to follow. After a brief passage, they soon entered a vast chamber. Upon entry, Aios beheld an immense figure, whose facial features were remarkably simplistic, accompanied by feline-like ears and catfish-like whiskers adorning his chin. 2 Hydratians flanked him as guards. "Elder, I have brought the visitor," the leader announced. Upon hearing the words, the figure opened his eyes and scrutinized Aios before addressing the individual who had brought him. "Supa, you may withdraw for now." "Yes." Supa replied respectfully with a slight bow and then exited. It was evident that the elder before them held a rank far superior to that of Supa. "You're the Saiyan that Supa spoke of, are you not?" The elder rose and approached Aios, inquiring. "Indeed," Aios responded, perplexed by how the elder knew of him. It was merely a rudimentary application of Spirito. The elder chuckled. "Spirito? Wait, you could discern my thoughts?" Initially, Aios was taken aback, contemplating what Spirito was, only to realize he had merely mused about it internally, not vocalized it. "This is simply a basic application of Spirito. I'm also aware of your intentions. However, it seems you have misunderstood. Our repertoire is rather limited. We have but one essential lesson to master." "One lesson?" Aios queried in confusion. "Yes, one lesson, to control Spirito, which involves techniques of movement, division, and expansion. Spirito is the power that resides within you," the elder elucidated, recognizing Aios' bewilderment. "Then, I humbly request your guidance, elder." After grasping the concept of Spirito and the principle of instantaneous movement, Aios mimicked Supa's respectful gesture. "Ha ha ha, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Palaba." For reasons unknown, the elder exhibited a remarkably amiable demeanor towards Aios. That simply will not do. Aios shook his head firmly, affirming that basic etiquette must be upheld. He was not so naive, and given Palaba's elder status, respect was imperative. Haha, as you wish. Palaba held a favorable impression of Aios. He perceived this young Saiyan as distinct from others, fundamentally a kind-hearted individual. More importantly, he could not discern Aios' future, making him eager to foster this auspicious connection. I can impart the structure of spirito that I have mastered. Whether you derive the insights you seek depends solely on your own efforts. Palaba clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowed, his expression tranquil. Very well, esteemed elder. I am ready to learn. Aios nodded affirmatively. In truth, our planet has passed down many techniques derived from spirito over generations, such as this one, instantaneous movement. As Palaba spoke, he pressed his hand against his forehead, and his figure instantaneously appeared behind Aios. He demonstrated the concepts of enlargement and duplication. His body suddenly expanded, nearly touching the ceiling, followed by a rotation that produced numerous copies of Palaba, which then coalesced back into a single entity. This was all accomplished through the manipulation, expansion, and division of Spirito. Palaba first showcased this to Aios before elucidating the principles behind these techniques. Although Aios observed the demonstration with keen interest, he found himself utterly perplexed by the intricate explanations. Great Elder, could you elaborate further? For instance, how does one manipulate, divide, and expand Spirito? Aios subtly expressed his confusion. In truth, he had only recently begun to grasp the rudimentary control of his energy and could merely amplify and diminish it, struggling to comprehend the finer nuances of these operations, as amplification merely enhanced his offensive capabilities. Let me assess your abilities, Palaba remarked, furrowing his brow as he placed a hand on Aios' shoulder. The Spirito within you is rather chaotic, and your control remains rudimentary. It is premature for you to grasp the structures of Spirito. After sensing Aios' internal energy, he continued, your foundational skills are too underdeveloped. You have yet to meet the minimum requirements for learning about Spirito. Aios had no retort, realizing that he was not particularly gifted. His control over energy was still in its infancy, making it entirely reasonable that he had not yet met the necessary standards. You must start from the very basics. The primary condition is to unify your mind and body, allowing your Spirito to move freely. In its ordinary state, it should remain still, rather than in the current chaotic condition. Palaba commenced sharing his understanding of energy. Thus, Aios devoted 3 months to his studies. On the planet Adrat, in a gravity chamber, Aios diligently performed push-ups. The wall of the chamber displayed the number 20. This gravity chamber had been constructed with the assistance of Talos, as Aios had thoroughly absorbed the principles of gravity from the provided materials, completing the construction of a chamber with a gravity 50 times that of Talos planet in just a few days. This multiplier was equivalent to 5 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta. However, since he had only recently begun, Aios could manage to adapt to a maximum of 20 times the gravity. I must ask, are you not concerned about your stature as you embark on this gravity training? Talos' projection sat before Aios, articulating his thoughts. Scientific research indicates that gravity can significantly impact height. You are still in your developmental phase. Engaging in such intense gravity training before your growth has commenced will likely hinder your future height. What choice do I have? Aios replied. My control over energy is still insufficient. The great elder mentioned that only under high gravity conditions can I enhance my sensitivity to energy. Aios spoke with a hint of irritation. Did he not realize that gravity could affect his height? Was this not a choice beyond my control? Nevertheless, the gravity chamber had proven to be remarkably beneficial for his development. His current objective was to expend all his physical energy within the gravity chamber, allowing his body to reach a state of exhaustion. Subsequently, he aimed to enter a state of tranquility, which would enable him to master his chi and reach the level of effortless manipulation. This was the advice given to him by Palaba. Despite previous training sessions yielding little progress, the assistance of the gravity chamber had led to significant improvements in his abilities, and his combat power had notably increased to over 7,000 in just a few days of training. Why do you spend your days idly? Are you not considering sculpting your physique? Aios inquired while continuing his training. Talos shook his head, responding, now is not the right time. I have yet to establish a stable environment to conduct such intricate experiments, but I have devised a plan and will be able to create it soon. Aios understood this, recognizing that he had brought Talos along, and their constant travels left little room for stability. He dismissed such thoughts and resumed his other training, exhausting his physical energy. Meanwhile, in the Elder's Lounge, Paraba asked Supa, how is he faring? Is he still training today? Indeed. The Elder has been diligently immersed in the gravity chamber these past few days, showing remarkable dedication. However, Supa hesitated, unsure if he should continue. Come now, just speak plainly, Paraba urged, detecting Supa's reluctance. The thing is, I cannot comprehend why the Elder intends to teach him the structure of Spirito, Supa confessed, puzzled, as Aios currently contributed little to the planet Adrat. Supa, my friend, you are thinking too narrowly. His potential transcends our current imagination. I foresee a monumental crisis approaching our planet, and perhaps he will aid us in overcoming it, Paraba stated, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the sky, as if peering into the future. What? Such a thing is possible? Supa felt no doubt about Paraba's words, though he was taken aback. He could hardly fathom what events awaited them in the future that would cause the Elder such concern, especially considering the Elder's profound understanding of Spirito's structure. Alas, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Who can truly know what changes the future may hold? Paraba sighed, gazing at the distant sky, shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 40. Countdown to Destruction 1. Time flowed slowly amidst the training. As the year drew to a close in the 736th year of the age of the universe. Yao's had spent a full year on the planet Adrat. How infuriating. A whole year has passed, and I still have yet to master instant transmission. Yao struck the ground with his fists, a look of frustration etched across his face. There is no need for such distress. The galaxy remains tranquil, and the Saiyans are engaged in their usual missions. There are no signs that Frieza intends to annihilate Planet Vegeta. Observing the rare expression of discontent on Yao's face, Talas shared all the information he possessed to console him. Upon hearing Talas's words, Yao nodded somewhat helplessly. The absence of dire news was, after all, the best news. Yet, he couldn't shake the memory from the original tale, where Frieza's destruction of Planet Vegeta came without warning, leaving him in a state of resignation. Alas, who can truly discern when Frieza decided to destroy Planet Vegeta? Yao felt as though his recollections were flawed. He recalled that Goku had departed just before the obliteration of Planet Vegeta, leading him to mistakenly believe that the year of Goku's birth coincided with the planet's destruction. However, after spending considerable time training on Adrat, he came to the realization that Goku had spent at least a year in the incubation chamber. Yet, this temporal misunderstanding left Yao utterly perplexed regarding the timeline of the planet's demise. What purpose does worrying serve now? It would be far wiser to focus on mastering that instant transmission, Talas remarked with a mix of frustration and resolve. I understand. The pressure within me has been overwhelming lately, and I simply wish to vent. Talas knew that his self-indulgent worries were not a solution, but fortunately, he had prepared some contingencies before arriving. Months later, in the depths of the cosmos, on a relatively remote planet, Bardock was engaged in battle alongside his comrade Lick against the local inhabitants. Suddenly, Lick's scouter emitted an urgent message. Mr. Bardock, we VE receive a recall order. All Saiyans are to return to Planet Vegeta immediately. Lick swiftly dispatched the alien creature before him and turned to Bardock. What? Bardock exclaimed, puzzled. Having suffered damage to his scouter during his time on Planet Hilla, he had refrained from wearing it, as he was aware that it had been tampered with. Moreover, after returning to Planet Vegeta and honing his key sensing abilities, he felt no need for the device. All Saiyans? What could that fiend be thinking? A sense of foreboding gripped him. Meanwhile, on another distant planet, Vegeta and his companions also received the recall order. Prince Vegeta, are we truly not returning? Cassiu inquired timidly. Let them issue their commands. We shall continue with our tasks, Vegeta remarked disdainfully as he gnawed on the meat in his hand. For Vegeta, even his father could not command him, let alone the elusive Frieza he had never encountered. However, a hint of concern lingered in Kakarot's voice, revealing a tinge of timidity. Having witnessed Frieza's terror firsthand, he felt apprehensive about defying such an authority. In contrast, Nappa and Raditz, unfamiliar with Frieza's dreadful reputation, prioritized Vegeta's orders above all else. What? Haven't you endured enough suffering this year? Vegeta's tone grew increasingly cold upon hearing Kakarot's audacious defiance. A shiver ran through Kakarot at Vegeta's words, as memories of his harrowing experiences over the past year flooded back. Suddenly, Frieza seemed less formidable compared to the menacing presence of Vegeta before him. And no, I dare not. Fear rendered Kakarot's speech stammering. Nappa and Raditz exchanged sympathetic glances, fully aware that Kakarot had been the brunt of Vegeta's frustrations throughout the year. Whenever Vegeta faced any discontent, he would unleash his ire upon Kakarot under the guise of training him. particularly after their return from their first mission, upon discovering Kakarot's absence. Vegeta had thoroughly punished him that very night, leaving him to recuperate in the healing pod for a full day. How pitiful! Though the two felt compassion for his plight, they dared not intercede, fearing that they might become the next target of Vegeta's wrath. Let us proceed with the mission, Vegeta scoffed, dismissing Kakarot's pitiable state from his thoughts. On the planet Yardrat, Aios sat cross-legged at the apex, eyes closed in meditation, attuning himself to the energy within his being, attempting to manipulate it for movement. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite having reached a level of control over his energy, he still struggled to master the art of instantaneous movement. Could it be because you're not pressing your hand against your forehead? Talos observed, uncertainty lacing his voice. That is not the issue, Aios replied tersely, choosing not to elaborate. It seemed he had discerned the source of his failure. Each time he endeavored to teleport, he felt a peculiar stagnation in his body, hampering the fluidity of his movements. He leaped back to the ground, sensing the distant energy of Paraba, aligning his focus completely to execute the instantaneous movement. Suddenly, his form vanished from sight, reappearing before Paraba in an instant. Paraba regarded the sudden appearance of Aios before him and nodded in acknowledgement, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Aios. You have successfully mastered the movement of Spalito." Upon hearing this, Aios opened his eyes, only to realize he stood before the Grand Elder. Though his heart brimmed with excitement, he endeavored to maintain his composure. "I sincerely appreciate your guidance," Aios said, bringing his hands together in reverence as he bowed respectfully. Over the course of a year, he had gradually come to recognize the greatness of the comical-faced, portly Eridration before him. "Ha ha ha. Ultimately, it is your own effort that matters," Paraba chuckled, stroking the flesh beneath his chin. "However, now that you have learned, it is best to return promptly. It seems that trouble is brewing." The tone of Paraba's voice shifted abruptly as he glanced at the sky, seemingly having discerned something. Indeed, just as his words concluded, the projection of Talos suddenly materialized, exclaiming, "This is bad. I was idly checking the scanner when I discovered that Frieza sent out a message a month ago, instructing all Saiyans to return to Planet Vegeta immediately." What? Aios felt a jolt within, realizing that this day had indeed arrived. "Grand Elder, I must take my leave." Time was of the essence, and, at this moment, Aios could not afford to indulge in pleasantries, directly voicing his intent to depart. "Very well, time is pressing. You may go," Paraba nodded in understanding. "Hurry." Without hesitation, Aios bid farewell and rushed back to the landing site of the spacecraft. Aios' intensive training on Aradrat had elevated his combat power to over 9,000. Yet for reasons unknown, he found it challenging to surpass the 10,000 mark. Despite the increase in power, sensing the location of Planet Vegeta remained arduous. The only viable option was to return by spaceship. Fortunately, Talos had modified the spacecraft, allowing for a return journey to Planet Vegeta in just a month's time. As Aios hastened back to Planet Vegeta, aboard an elliptical spacecraft, Lick remarked, "We are almost there. It feels like we have been away for ages." Sitting beside him, Bardock crossed his arms, his expression somber. "But what exactly is going on? This seems to be a command from that scoundrel Frieza. It's unprecedented." Lick, piloting the ship, voiced his confusion. "Remove the scanner. Be cautious not to be overheard." Bardock cautioned without answering Lick's inquiry. "I almost forgot," prompted by Bardock's warning. Lick quickly detached the scanner. "Look, it's Frieza's ship." The spacecraft advanced further, and Bardock spotted Frieza's ship, prompting him to speak. "Indeed, but why has it stopped here?" Lick also noticed the vessel, perplexed, as normally Frieza's ship would halt at Planet Vegeta. It seemed this fellow indeed harbored some ulterior motive. What sort of scheme could it be? Bardock pondered. Perhaps it is to eradicate all Saiyans? He ventured. That's impossible. Lick countered it, asserting that Frieza still relied on the Saiyans for assistance. As their conversation unfolded, the spacecraft gradually descended and landed at a designated area. With purple satchels slung over their shoulders, they strolled down the street when a passing Saiyan recognized Bardock and greeted him. "Hey, Bardock, long time no see. And you're still alive. Do you know why we were summoned?" Bardock inquired, dismissing the greeting. "Who knows? Perhaps they discovered an extraordinary planet?" the Saiyan speculated. "By the way, it seems the Frieza Force has been inquiring everywhere about the Super Saiyan." The mention of Super Saiyan piqued Bardock's curiosity, though it also stirred a growing unease within him. On Frieza's ship, a yellow, frog-like alien spoke. "The Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God. Lord Frieza, I believe these are merely the clichés of a hero's tale. I am well aware. I cannot afford a hint of uncertainty. Regardless, Saiyans are a prideful lot and can never fully become my loyal servants. It is time for them to perish along with their planet, Frieza declared from his exclusive pod, slowly articulating the fate of the Saiyans. What a pity, for Saiyans are indeed exceptional warriors, the yellow frog lamented, hands clasped behind its back. By the way, how many Saiyans have returned to Planet Vegeta? Frieza inquired with a disdainful snort. In about a month, nearly all the Saiyans will have returned. Only a few will require more time, the frog reported. I cannot wait that long. Let us set the date for 1 month from now. Frieza's tone grew animated. The yellow frog shook its head, uncertainly stating, but won't this raise suspicions among the survivors? Ho ho ho. We shall simply say it was unfortunate enough to be struck by a colossal meteor. Frieza chuckled in his distinctive manner. After parting ways with Lick, Bardock made his way directly to the location where Jine worked. Ah, you're back, Mr. Bardock. On the road, acquaintances of Bardock greeted him as they passed by. Bardock waved back in acknowledgement. The vast planet Vegeta housed merely a few thousand Saiyans, and due to their warrior nature, population growth was a challenge. However, this gathering seemed particularly comprehensive, perhaps owing to Frieza's orders. I'm back, Jine, Bardock announced as he entered the cave, observing Jine bustling about. Bardock, Jine exclaimed, turning with surprise, one hand wielding a knife while the other supported a piece of meat. Where are Raditz and the others? Bardock inquired as he stepped closer. Jine removed her work gloves and replied, he is still with Prince Vegeta on another planet, quite far from here, so he hasn't returned yet. As for Aios, he has come back since he left that day, and I haven't received any news. I wonder if something has happened. Her tone reflected concern. Aios had grown up before her eyes, and his absence troubled her. Is that so? Bardock responded noncommittally. In his view, Aios was quite clever and unlikely to encounter trouble. Perhaps his absence was the best course of action. Nevertheless, Bardock approached Jine and embraced her, shifting the topic. By the way, the streets are lively today. Of course. Everyone has returned. Jine's anxiety was momentarily alleviated. By the way, is Kakarot still in the incubation pod? Bardock recalled his youngest son. Yes, he has been in the pod for nearly 2 years now. In another year, we can finally bring him out. Would you like to see him? Jine suggested, pointing towards the back of the cave. As they reached the rear, they beheld Kakarot still nestled in the incubation pod. He has grown so much. Bardock marveled, having only seen him at birth. Yes, he looks just like you, doesn't he? Especially that unique hairstyle. Jine proclaimed proudly, hands on her hips. Chapter 42, Countdown to Destruction. Once night falls, I'll sneak back with a spherical spaceship and send this child away to another planet. Bardock contemplated Kakarot for a long time before making his decision. Why would you do that? He is still so small and hasn't completed his growth period. Jine retorted angrily, clearly displeased with Bardock's decision. I am doing this for Kakarot's sake. Bardock replied without haste, merely stating his intention. What does that mean? Jine was taken aback, unsure of Bardock's implication. I sense Frieza is plotting something sinister. I have an ominous premonition. Bardock's gaze gradually sharpened. After nightfall, he stealthily pilfered 2 spherical spaceships from the supply depot, each of them shouldered by him and Jine. The duo made their way to a secluded wilderness. It's rather uncharacteristic of a Saiyan for you to worry about the child, Jine remarked, glancing at Bardock with a hint of nostalgia. Her words seemed to spark a memory within Bardock, as he replied with a tone tinged with uncertainty. Perhaps I've been infected by your innocence. What? Jine was taken aback, surprised by the rationale. However, she pondered aloud, but why steal 2 spaceships? Are we planning to escape as a family? Bardock remained silent, simply opening the doors of the 2 spacecraft and installing 2 tiny shield devices before activating them. Observing Bardock's focused demeanor, Jine chose to remain quiet, not wishing to disturb him. What are you planning to do? Jine finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity as Bardock completed his task, sensing his intentions. Bardock lifted his gaze to the night sky and, after a long moment of contemplation, spoke slowly. I have an unsettling feeling that Frieza is plotting something malevolent. The only prudent choice may be to leave Planet Vegeta. Then why don't we leave together? Jine's voice quivered with excitement. That's impossible, Jine, Bardock replied, his tone tinged with frustration and resignation. Even with these shield devices from Aios, it won't work. I'm not like you. My sudden disappearance would undoubtedly incite chaos among the Saiyans. Frieza would discover it, and no one would escape. Besides, I have reasons I cannot abandon. But why? Tears welled in Jine's eyes, struggling to comprehend the reasons for his departure. Bardock chose not to elaborate further, Instead, he swiftly appeared behind Jine and rendered her unconscious. Cradling her in his arms, he gazed at her serene face, memories of their time together on Planet Serial flooding his mind. Perhaps I'm not a typical Saiyan after all, Bardock mused, reflecting on when he had become so sentimental. He laid the unconscious Jine in the other spaceship and, speaking in a voice only he could hear, set the course for a distant planet known as Earth. Though it boasted ample food, its inhabitants and resources held little value, rendering it an inconspicuous yet ideal refuge that he believed would evade Frieza's scrutiny. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Kakarot aboard another spaceship. Speaking with a tone of seriousness, Kakarot, remember that you are the son of Bardock. Once we arrive on Earth, take good care of your mother. And do not stare at the full moon for too long. Kakarot, with his small hands gripping the transparent chamber of the spacecraft, looked at his father, and despite his tender age, he seemed to grasp the gravity of the moment. Whoosh! The two spaceships sailed through the night sky, gradually distancing themselves from Planet Vegeta. Bardock watched the receding vessels, murmuring, "You must survive." The following day, Bardock awoke to an empty home, feeling somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and stepped outside, heading towards his usual training grounds. As for whether Kind's absence from work would cause any issues, who was unaware that on the day after Bardock's missions, Kind would invariably take a leave of absence? What would happen next? For Bardock, it was simply a matter of addressing whatever arose. If there were complaints, he would just train harder. This was Bardock's principle of handling matters. He had no fear of anyone on Planet Vegeta. Unbeknownst to Bardock, a significant event transpired the previous night. Within the Saiyan Royal Palace, a gathering of individuals convened, led by none other than King Vegeta, the reigning monarch. This assembly comprised the elite warriors of the Saiyan race, each a formidable fighter, and, most crucially, they were fiercely loyal to King Vegeta. The king surveyed his compatriots and stated, "You must be aware of the reason for my summons." Indeed, the crowd responded in unison. Since Frieza took command of the Cold Army, he has oppressed us Saiyans, and now his ship hovers over Planet Vegeta, clearly trampling upon our dignity. We must ascend and eliminate Frieza, demonstrating to the universe the might of the strongest warrior race. King Vegeta declared, his voice laced with intensity. Yes, let us charge forth and slay Frieza, making him aware of the valor of the Saiyan warrior race. Nappa's father, Perrin, was the first to echo the sentiment, igniting a surge of bloodlust among the assembly. Everyone yearned to storm Frieza's ship and exact their vengeance. King Vegeta observed the fervor building within the crowd, casting a surprised glance at Perrin, who, despite his imposing brows and eyes, proved to be quite eloquent. Seizing the moment while their anger blazed, he led them, transforming into streaks of light as they surged towards Frieza's spacecraft. With a resounding clash, as several of Frieza's elite minions accompanied him, King Vegeta and his companions easily breached the defenses, as the ship's foot soldiers posed no real threat. They surged forward like a tidal wave, swiftly reaching Frieza himself. Boom! On the spacecraft, Frieza's chamber was suddenly struck by a sphere of energy. Oh! Frieza, seated in his exclusive hover pod, narrowed his eyes in surprise and remarked, "King Vegeta, I never anticipated you would make it this far. Frieza, today I shall see you perish here." King Vegeta retorted fearlessly, fixing his gaze on Frieza and roaring defiantly. Frieza, unfazed by Vegeta's declaration, chuckled in his distinctive tone. "Oh ho ho! Do you know the purpose of my visit this time? Regardless of your purpose, you must die today." King Vegeta dismissed Frieza's intentions, fixated solely on the singular thought of vanquishing him. With that, he charged forward, his two subordinates following suit. Meanwhile, others in the room engaged in delaying tactics against Zarbin and Dodoria. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two beams of laser light erupted, instantly obliterating King Vegeta's subordinates. As for King Vegeta, Frieza's tail tightened around his neck with formidable strength. Chapter 43. Fireworks. King Vegeta, struggling against the immense force of Frieza's tail, found his breathing increasingly labored. He stared intently at Frieza's figure, bewildered by the terrifying power he wielded. "Frieza, are you all right?" Dodoria and Zarbin rushed in with ease. Having swiftly dealt with the Saiyans that had obstructed them, their expressions a mix of concern and trepidation. Their worry was not for Frieza's well-being, but rather for their own. They feared the repercussions of their inadequate defenses that allowed the Saiyans to infiltrate. "Oh, do you know why I have come to Planet Vegeta?" Frieza inquired. "Naturally, it is to annihilate it, and you must be aware that this is an order from Lord Beerus, However, the most crucial point is that I am quite eager to eliminate you monkeys. Frieza explained, dragging King Vegeta closer with his tail. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, recollecting past events, he recalled presenting the second most comfortable pillow in the universe to Beerus, while he retained the finest for himself. Had that ultimately offended him? Let me share another piece of news. My combat power now stands at 530,000, with 3 transformation stages, culminating in a final power of 1.2 billion. Frieza whispered into King Vegeta's ear. As these words registered, Vegeta's eyes brimmed with astonishment and regret, realizing that perhaps he should not have come so easily with his comrades. Frieza, having delivered his message, tightened his tail with resolve, ensuring that King Vegeta would take his secrets to the grave. After vanquishing King Vegeta, he cast a glance back at his trembling subordinates, who were visibly shaken, and politely inquired, Mr. Dodoria, may I ask if Mr. Vegeta will be arriving soon? Upon hearing Frieza utter his name, Dodoria's heart raced, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. Yet he dutifully responded, Your Majesty. It appears that Vegeta and his team have ventured to a distant planet on a mission and have not replied. Shall I retrieve him? Dodoria suggested this with the sole intention of hastily escaping this precarious situation, uncertain of whether Frieza would seek retribution later. That won't be necessary. However, I am rather impatient to witness the fireworks. Frieza dismissed Dodoria's proposal. Understanding the underlying sentiment, Dodoria, who had been worried about Frieza's rejection, immediately suggested, My king, shall we destroy Planet Vegeta now? Perhaps not. It is still too early. Many of the monkeys have yet to return. We shall wait until they are all gathered before we act. What about setting a date for half a month from now? Sabra, who had been silent, finally seized the opportunity to speak. Enough. You may all take your leave and rest, Frieza said, suddenly losing interest. Yes. The subordinates, wary of Frieza's demeanor, complied and exited obediently. Thus, the elite forces led by King Vegeta quietly met their demise that night. On the 13th day since Bardock's return to Planet Vegeta, he once again entered the tavern to share news of Frieza's potential plans to annihilate the planet. After conducting a thorough investigation over the past few days, he discovered that aside from his comrade Riku, he could not contact any of his other teammates, further solidifying his conviction that Frieza was conspiring against them. Ha! Bardock, you are spouting nonsense again. How could Frieza do such a thing? He still needs us Saiyans to assist him, bellowed a burly man drinking at the bar. Indeed. Are you speaking such nonsense because you've been feeling lonely with Jine, not at home? Teased a female Saiyan cradled in the arms of the burly man. Laughter erupted among the patrons, filling the tavern with a light-hearted atmosphere. No one believed him, not even his comrade Riku, who thought it inconceivable that Frieza would destroy the planet. Bardock turned his gaze around, observing the revelry of these familiar faces, and suddenly found them to be utterly repugnant. You bunch of scoundrels will all descend into hell, Bardock shouted, shoving past those surrounding him, and stormed out of the tavern in a fury. The patrons of the tavern were startled by Bardock's furious roar, plunging the establishment into an eerie silence. His anger was palpable. Could there be truth in his words? It was not until a voice broke the unsettling quiet that the tension was alleviated. Have you also succumbed to nonsense? This is utterly impossible. One of his companions immediately dismissed the notion, asserting that such an event could never transpire. Upon exiting, Bardock's gaze fell upon the Frieza Force's spacecraft, ominously approaching Planet Vegeta. In that instant, he realized with certainty that Frieza intended to annihilate their home. Unable to contain himself, he charged towards the vessel, encountering numerous Frieza soldiers obstructing his path. Disregarding the soldiers surrounding him, Bardock unleashed his full power, breaking through the encirclement of thousands. He confronted Frieza directly, demanding, Why do you turn against us, Frieza? We Saiyans have always followed your commands, yet you are utterly deluded. Sabo tossed his green braids behind him, expressing disdain. Nearby, Dodoria mocked. You Saiyans are merely pawns in this game. I plan to erase your kind from existence, along with Planet Vegeta. As he spoke, Frieza raised his finger, gathering energy. You fiends! Bardock exclaimed, his right hand coalescing with a brilliant blue energy wave. If a legendary Saiyan emerges, it could prove troublesome. As Frieza narrated, the energy sphere in his hand expanded ominously. I will not spare you, Bardock bellowed, launching his most powerful attack towards Frieza, while the tyrant's energy sphere continued to grow. Now it's time to ignite this splendid fireworks display. With a mere flick of his finger, Frieza directed the colossal energy sphere downward towards Bardock. The two spheres collided. Bardock's attack dissipating like a droplet in the ocean, leaving no impact. "What? You bastard!" he shouted in despair, witnessing the futility of his assault. Frieza's attack swiftly enveloped Bardock, along with the thousands of soldiers and the very planet beneath them. The energy sphere struck Planet Vegeta, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. Amid Frieza's maniacal laughter, Planet Vegeta was gradually reduced to cosmic dust. Chapter 44, Planet Plant. Let us rewind to a few hours earlier. Deep within the cosmos, a spherical spacecraft hurtled towards Planet Vegeta at breakneck speed. Aios found himself aboard the spacecraft, diligently striving to sense the energy of those he had known on Planet Vegeta. Throughout the journey, he endeavored to hone his perception, yet he was uncertain whether it was due to his own lack of mastery over the skill or the feeble combat prowess of those individuals that rendered it so challenging. "Have you not sensed anything yet?" inquired Talos, who had been observing Aios' fervent efforts. Having endured the devastation of losing his family, he possessed a profound understanding of Aios' predicament. "Not yet. I still cannot perceive anything. Is there a way to accelerate this vessel?" Aios responded, a hint of urgency in his voice, as he remained oblivious to the current state of Planet Vegeta. "Alas, this is already the maximum speed," Talos replied. He recognized Aios' anxiety, but the spacecraft had reached its limits, leaving him powerless to assist. Sighing in exasperation, Aios lamented his uncertainty about whether Bardock and Jine had journeyed to Earth alongside Goku. If they had, perhaps his efforts over the years would not have been in vain. The only course of action available to him was to continue his attempts at sensing, hoping to arrive at Planet Vegeta soon, or at the very least, to ascertain their safety. After several hours of relentless focus, Aios finally detected Bardock's energy, intermingled with an overwhelming force he had never encountered before. "This must be Frieza," he thought. Time was of the essence. Aios swiftly grasped the orb containing Talos' laboratory and, utilizing instant transmission, appeared beside Bardock. Upon his arrival, he immediately perceived a colossal yellow energy sphere before him and grasped the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Bardock was directly enduring Frieza's onslaught, his body beginning to succumb under the strain, showing signs of collapse. Without hesitation, Aios seized Bardock's arm and activated instant transmission once more, relocating them to safety. However, the confrontation with Frieza had taken its toll. Aios was grievously injured from the energy attack. Once they were confirmed to be out of danger, he could bear it no longer and succumbed to unconsciousness. Talos followed suit, but due to the earlier encounter with Frieza, Aios' detector was irreparably damaged, resulting in the loss of his hidden clone. Fortunately, his survival mechanism differed from that of ordinary individuals. As long as Aios powered on the computer in his laboratory, he would awaken once more. Two battered bodies lay in a room replete with technological sophistication, surrounded by a youth who bore a striking resemblance to them. This young man, possessing an elegant visage and dark hair, appeared somewhat frail compared to the two. Yet, he was clad in armor brimming with technological prowess, exuding an aura of formidable strength. "Quinn, have you determined their origin?" the young boy inquired, gazing at the figures of Aios and the other individual, speaking into the air. "I apologize, young master, but I could not find any information regarding them in my database," an electronic voice responded. "Does that mean they are not from our planet?" The boy stroked his chin, forming a hypothesis. He speculated this due to the fact that all individuals from their planet, Plant, had their information stored in Quinn's database. "Additionally, young master, I must remind you that they exhibit varying degrees of physical injury. If they do not receive treatment soon, they may lose vital signs." The electronic voice chimed in once more. Upon hearing this, the boy's previously calm demeanor shattered as he exclaimed anxiously, "What? We must hurry and place them in the medical pod." When Aios awoke, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar room, a sensation of déjà vu washing over him, as though he was always regaining consciousness in strange places after fainting. "It seems I've been rescued," Aios thought, recalling that he had teleported to the nearest energy source, detectable only beyond Frieza's army. He was certain he had been lying on the ground, not in a bed, and that Bardock should still have been nearby. "Greetings, sir. Welcome to Planet Plant." An electronic voice suddenly startled Aios. "What? Planet Plant?" The name sounded vaguely familiar, and after a moment's contemplation, he recalled that it was the original name of Planet Vegeta. "Where exactly am I?" Aios felt increasingly perplexed, struggling to grasp the timeline he had entered. "Indeed, sir, you are on Planet Plant, or you may also refer to it as Planet Zuffer. I am Quinn, the steward to the supreme commander of the Zuffer race, Karnlate Zustin." The electronic voice of Quinn resonated in the air once more. Quinn, I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of my companion, Aios asked, despite still feeling bewildered. The gentleman sustained significant injuries and is currently undergoing treatment in the medical pod. As soon as the words left Quinn's mouth, a screen materialized before Aios, displaying Bardock's image. Is he in any danger? Aios asked with concern, observing Bardock being treated within the medical pod. Rest assured, young lad, he is not in any immediate danger. However, his injuries are quite severe, making treatment a bit challenging, Quinn assured him. Before Quinn could elaborate further, the electronic door of the room swung open, revealing a young boy stepping inside. Who are you? Aios asked, curiosity piqued regarding the boy's identity. He is the only son of the Supreme Commander Con Lightishton, Brook Lightishton. Before the young lad could utter a word, Quinn took the initiative to introduce him. The boy, somewhat displeased, remarked, Quinn, do you think I cannot speak? Before his voice had faded, Quinn quickly interjected, I apologize, young master. It was my folly. Children, from whence do you hail? How did you arrive in my chamber? I did not observe your spacecraft, Brook Lightishton inquired. Upon hearing Quinn's apology, Brook chose to disregard him and turned his attention to Aios. Mr. Brook, I am exceedingly grateful for your assistance. My name is Aios, and I am not merely a child. I am a Saiyan. Aios expressed his gratitude for their help, yet he felt quite uncomfortable with the term child. Saiyan? Is there truly a race by that name? Brook Lightishton, intrigued, disregarded Aios's previous statement. Quinn, is there a race known as Saiyans in the universe? Brook Lightishton inquired with curiosity. Please hold on. The Saiyans are a group residing on the planet Salada. Is that all? Brook Lightishton felt somewhat deceived, having waited so long for such scant information. Indeed, young master, for although we Xaverians possess advanced technology, we seldom venture into the cosmos. Thus we have limited knowledge of other planets, Quinn explained. Mr. Brook, might I request a larger room? Aios, having noticed that his detector was damaged during their conversation, was relieved that the laboratory ball remained intact. He considered that although they had rescued him, given that Planet Plant is a high-tech world, it would be prudent to have Tala's handle matters. Certainly, just follow me. However, you need not be so formal. Simply call me Brook. Brook readily acquiesced to Aios's request, surprising him. Very well. You may also call me Aios. Aios politely replied. Upon hearing this, Brook nodded and said, That is agreeable, but just how old are you? Looking at you, I am inclined to continue calling you child. Aios, feeling somewhat exasperated, responded, I am approximately 6 years old. Due to his frequent missions, Aios was uncertain about his exact age, though he was certain it did not exceed 7. So young, Brook exclaimed in shock, realizing that Aios had been navigating the cosmos at such a tender age. That must be a racial talent. Aios could only respond in that manner, unsure of how to further explain it. As they conversed, they soon arrived at a more spacious room. Here, I shall issue my commands, and it would be surprising if anyone were to disturb you. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to call upon Quinn. By the way, you may not be aware, but Quinn is an artificial intelligence, the pinnacle of our planet's inventions, Bruce declared, his face brimming with pride, clearly indicating that Quinn was a remarkable creation in his eyes. How extraordinary! Aios revealed a look of admiration at the opportune moment. Very well. You should take a good rest now. Bruce, having perceived his admiration, departed with satisfaction. Once he had left, Aios retrieved the laboratory sphere, placing it at the center of the room. He pressed the button in the center, and the laboratory began to expand gradually. Each time he witnessed this phenomenon, it felt utterly enchanting. Aios gazed at the enlarging laboratory, his heart filled with awe. He never imagined that technology could achieve such wondrous feats. When the laboratory had fully returned to its original state, Aios entered and powered up all the computers inside. After just a few minutes, Talos' projection appeared before Aios. As soon as he materialized, he began to scold him incessantly. I must ask, are you truly as reckless as you seem? You rushed headlong into danger without a word. And had I not held back, I might have perished as well. Listening to his reprimand, Aios felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head, replying, Wasn't this incident unforeseen? I assure you, it shall not happen again. However, you would do well to construct a sturdy body for yourself, one capable of self-repair, much like the world you once created. Aios reflected that this had merely been the first stage of Frieza, with a combat power of only 530,000, causing such consequences. Considering that the minimum thereafter would begin at 1 billion. I would have done so without your prompting. I never wish to experience that sudden slumber again. Talos' ire had not yet subsided. He was left with a psychological scar from this unexpected incident. He continued to chastise Aios for his recklessness. Aios recognized his error this time and listened attentively, refraining from retorting. "By the way, where are we?" Finally, after scolding Aios, Talos stepped out of the laboratory, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, and inquired, "I'm uncertain as well. I have heard them say this is Planet Plant, which, I believe, was the original name of Vegeta. I wonder if we have traversed time?" Ever since Aios awakened, he had been speculating, considering that in his previous life, he had seemingly seen Bardock travel back to the ancient era, transforming into a Super Saiyan to defeat Frieza's ancestor. Chilled. Time travel. Is such a phenomenon even possible? Talos, upon hearing Aios' conjecture, felt a surge of excitement. If time travel is indeed a reality, could he possibly avert the catastrophe that befell his planet? It is said that in our understanding of this world, there appears to be no possibility of traversing time to alter history. Rather, it is likely that such a journey would create a parallel timeline, leaving our original world unaffected. Aios discerned Talos' innermost thoughts, and coupled with his previous glimpses of the future concerning Tenankis, he felt a twinge of reluctance, but ultimately shattered Talos' preconceptions. Is that so? A parallel timeline. Though Talos felt a tinge of melancholy, the realization of the existence of parallel realities ignited his spirit of exploration, especially since he could potentially save his own planet within this alternate realm. Indeed, furthermore, we may find temporary refuge on this planet, providing you with the opportunity to construct your own body. In due course, we could also rescue the Talos planet of this timeline. Aios understood his desire to save his world and offered him counsel. This planet appears to be technologically advanced. You might draw inspiration from it. The inhabitants of Zivil seem quite amicable and should not refuse assistance. However, it is prudent to remain cautious, as beings similar to you exist here. Is that so? Talos, upon hearing this, eagerly logged into the local network, quietly perusing the information available. For reasons unknown, his intrusion faced no resistance from Quinn, nor was he detected. Within mere minutes, he had explored all the data pertaining to this planet. Aios, I have discovered the artificial intelligence you mentioned. It pales in comparison to me. It is akin to the intellects I previously created, relying on programming and computation, exhibiting rather rigid responses, making it utterly incapable of detecting my presence. Talos' tone was filled with excitement. The technology on this planet exceeded his expectations. Aios was also taken aback, realizing Talos was far more formidable than he had anticipated, dismissing Quinn, whom he had considered quite intelligent. Nonetheless, Aios was not overly concerned, as long as it was not a being of formidable combat prowess. Akin to entities 17 and 18, it held little significance for him. Chapter 46, The Card of Passivity. Thus, Aios and Talos spent 2 days in that room. During this time, Aios focused on recuperation and mastering the control of his energy. Meanwhile, Talos diligently absorbed and learned from the scientific advancements of Planet Plant, seeking to optimize himself with its unique attributes. Both were engrossed in their respective pursuits. "Mr. Aios, Mr. Bardock has now awakened." Quinn's voice suddenly resonated, breaking the silence. Aios, who had been in meditation, momentarily paused, then sprang to his feet with excitement, exclaiming, "Uncle Bardock has awakened. Quickly, take me to see him." "Of course, Mr. Aios. Please follow me." As soon as Quinn's voice fell, he intended to instruct the robotic butler to guide him, only to discover that his figure had vanished. It was then that Aios remembered his ability to teleport. Upon sensing Bardock's energy, he instantaneously appeared by Bardock's side. Throughout this process, he remained blissfully unaware of Talos' presence. Upon his sudden arrival, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Bardock's energy was remarkably powerful, exceeding even that of the previous Frieza. At this moment, Bardock had just awakened, still in a daze, when he noticed Aios' abrupt appearance. "Aios, what brings you here?" Bardock, whose memories were still anchored in his confrontation with Frieza, was perplexed by Aios' presence, as he had not seen him at that time. "It is I, Uncle Bardock. Allow me to explain in detail." Aios then recounted his journey to the planet Yadrit to learn instant transmission, and how he had saved Bardock at the moment of Planet Vegeta's destruction. Subsequently arriving at this place, called Planet Plant. Planet Plant. Bardock quickly grasped the significance of Aios' words, recognizing that Planet Vegeta was formerly known as Planet Plant. Yes, indeed, it is Planet Plant, the home of the Zuffer people. Aios, fully aware of Bardock's confusion, continued to elucidate, "I suspect we have traversed time into an alternate dimension." An alternate dimension? Bardock was even more bewildered. As a combat-oriented Saiyan, he found Aios' explanation utterly incomprehensible. Aios, feeling somewhat exasperated, resorted to his limited knowledge for clarification. Essentially, we have arrived before the Saiyans migrated to Planet Plant. However, our actions here will not affect what has already transpired. Is there a way to return? Bardock, now understanding the situation, inquired. Upon hearing Bardock's question, Aios felt overwhelmed. He too was eager to discern how they could return. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that in the original narrative, Trunks had utilized the time machine to return to his own world, suggesting they might be able to do the same. I believe it is still possible, Aios concluded, albeit with uncertainty. Nevertheless, Uncle Bardock, it would be prudent for us to train in this dimension first, and then return when we are stronger than Frieza. Aios firmly believed that waiting until they were fully powerful before returning would be the wiser choice. Frieza. The mere mention of that name ignited Bardock's fury, causing his energy to surge. How can this be? Bardock marveled at his newfound strength, gazing in astonishment at his own hands, bewildered by the sheer magnitude of his power. The proximity of Aios to Bardock allowed him to sense the immense power emanating from Bardock the moment he erupted with energy, a force far surpassing that of Frieza's first form. Bardock, acutely aware of his own strength, fixed his gaze upon Aios, as if questioning whether this was truly sufficient. Uncle Bardock, although your current battle power is formidable, it pales in comparison to Frieza, Aios remarked, interpreting Bardock's unspoken thoughts. Aios pressed a button on his battle power detector, revealing that Bardock's strength was approximately around 700,000. Recently repaired and upgraded by Tarlis, the device was now capable of measuring powers up to 4 million. This was a condition Aios had specifically requested, recalling that in the original narrative, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan at around 3 million. To the best of Aios' knowledge, Frieza's battle power hovered around 530,000, though this was merely in his initial form. Frieza possessed the ability to transform, akin to the Saiyan transformation into a great ape. The primary distinction being that while Saiyans transform to enhance their strength, Frieza is inherently powerful, using his transformations to suppress his own might. His ultimate form boasts a staggering battle power of approximately 1.2 billion. Aios shared this intelligence with Bardock. Upon hearing these revelations, Bardock's eyes seemed to dim. Engulfed by despair, the figure of 1.2 billion weighed heavily upon his heart, a figure beyond his wildest imagination. Yet, he suddenly recalled a pressing question. How had Aios acquired such information? Who exactly are you? He inquired, disbelief clouding his judgment as he regarded the slender figure before him. Despite having watched him grow, recognizing Bardock's skepticism, Aios dispelled the air of mystery, stating plainly, I am indeed the Aios you know, and this information is gathered from my travels across the universe. Moreover, Uncle Bardock, your current battle power of around 700,000 is not an impossibility in the vast cosmos. Bardock fell into thoughtful silence, contemplating Aios' words. 700,000? He murmured, as the notion of defeating Frieza began to seem less far-fetched. And let us not forget, Uncle, why Frieza sought the annihilation of our Saiyan race. Aios gently reminded him. Could it be the Super Saiyan truly exists? Bardock pondered, increasingly convinced of the reality of such a transformation after hearing numerous secrets. And have you not noticed your rise in battle power has been remarkably swift? Aios was unable to divulge all that he knew to Bardock. He could only offer subtle reminders. Moreover, Uncle Bardock, I possess an even more effective training method, Aios stated, pressing a button on the battle power detector, causing Talos' projection to materialize before Bardock's eyes. The moment Talos appeared, Bardock's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. His expression tinged with hostility as he inquired, Who is he? Noticing Bardock's reaction, Aios hastily interjected, Allow me to introduce you, Uncle Bardock. This is my partner, Talos, an exceptionally powerful scientist. Do you recall the device I provided to Aunt Jine? He was the one who invented it. Oh, I see. Bardock's mind rapidly pieced together the implications, comprehending how Aios had acquired such extensive knowledge. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Bardock. Talos graciously greeted. Yet Bardock offered little acknowledgement, choosing to disregard him entirely. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Aios quickly sought to alleviate the tension. You see, Uncle, he has assisted in inventing a gravity chamber that will significantly enhance our training efficiency. He cast a glance at Talos, silently urging him not to take offense. Talos, understanding the nature of Saiyan temperament, remained unfazed, opting to retreat to his laboratory to continue his research rather than endure further discomfort. Where is this gravity chamber? Bardock's interest was piqued, as his primary goal was to grow stronger rapidly, to confront Frieza and return to Earth to reunite with his wife and children. Uncle Bardock, it is not yet the right time. It will be best to wait until your injuries have healed, Aios replied, shaking his head in resignation. Realizing that training was indeed Bardock's greatest motivation. I feel almost recovered, Bardock remarked, assessing his body and sensing that his wounds had nearly mended. What? Aios exclaimed, incredulity washing over him as he rushed forward to examine Bardock, astonished to find that he had indeed healed. Then let us proceed. With Bardock now fit for action, there was no obstacle to their training in the gravity chamber. However, due to Talos' shielding device in the laboratory, Aios was unable to teleport there and was thus compelled to walk back. Mr. Bardock, Mr. Aios, could you both wait a moment? Quinn's voice called out as they exited the medical facility. My master, Mr. Carnlight, is aware of Mr. Bardock's awakening and has arranged a banquet to honor you both. Bardock responded, slightly perplexed. Aios leaned in to whisper to Bardock, they're the ones who rescued us. They're the indigenous fur people of this planet. Chapter 47, Cosmic Pirates. On the day when Bardock awakened, the two attended a banquet hosted by the Supreme Commander of Planet Plant. Although the experience was not particularly delightful, the outcome was ultimately favorable. In short, the host and guests enjoyed themselves. Bardock is presently training in the gravity chamber, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, his combat prowess saw a remarkable enhancement at the onset of his training, only to subsequently plateau, yielding little advancement despite his efforts. Nonetheless, he has reaped the benefits of the gravity chamber. Although the improvements are modest, he diligently exercises therein each day. In contrast, Aios has chosen a different path, eschewing the gravity training to focus on honing his control over energy, addressing his own deficiencies. One fateful day, a fleet of spacecraft suddenly descended upon Planet Plant, shattering the tranquility of this serene world. What could it be? Are extraterrestrials arriving? The sight was somewhat terrifying. In the city, countless individuals witnessed this spectacle, some expressing wonder, others excitement, and many astonishment, yet the predominant sentiment was fear. These fleets were utterly unfamiliar to them. Their planet had always been peaceful and amicable, never having encountered such a phenomenon. Look, what is that? A keen observer suddenly noticed numerous dark figures pouring forth from the fleets, shouting in alarm. There are beings, extraterrestrials. Indeed, others, prompted by his revelation, began to notice the aliens hovering above, as multitudes of extraterrestrial warriors emerged from the colossal ships. Many soldiers clad in exoskeletal armor ascended into the fray. Behold, the guarding soldiers are retaliating. Many witnessed this scene simultaneously. However, whether due to their inexperience in combat or an inherent lack of fighting capability, the armored soldiers were swiftly vanquished. The crowd below, witnessing this unfolding chaos, screamed in terror and fled. Something has gone awry. Aios, in the midst of his training, quickly sensed the tumult. Bardock, too, appeared to have an inkling, his gaze suddenly fixed upon the window. However, the vast distance obscured his view. Without hesitation, Aios grasped Bardock's hand and activated instantaneous movement, transporting them to the heart of the battlefield, miles away. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Assembly of Planet Plant, 6 of the highest leaders convened in an emergency session. The Tan District is under extraterrestrial assault. The guard forces are utterly inadequate, collapsing at the first encounter. The Tan District requires reinforcements. A man with slightly graying hair, clad in combat attire, stood at the helm, his demeanor grave. He was none other than Supreme Commander Carnlight Shustin. The support command has been issued, yet the distance is exceedingly vast. The only timely assistance can be rendered by the garrison troops of the Star District and the Bright District, both of which possess relatively weak combat capabilities, rendering them largely ineffective. Beside him, a spirited elder spoke with a hint of resignation. We must endure. We must hold our ground, and we must delay until the mech battalion arrives. Additionally, inform them that the mech battalion will provide assistance in half an hour. Carnlight slammed his hand on the conference table, his voice booming. Commander, Quinn has relayed news that the battle has concluded. We have emerged victorious. Suddenly, Brooke, who had been silent until now, interjected. His words left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. The battle was over? It had barely been a few minutes since the distress signal from the Tan District was received. Do not presume that being my son grants you the liberty to speak nonsensically. Clarify what transpired. Carnlight glared at his son with irritation. Quinn has already sent the video of the battle. I will play it now. Brooke, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly began the video playback. On the aerial battlefield, Alien soldiers continuously emerged from countless colossal vessels, and the Tan District's garrison was no match for them. The confrontation was swiftly disastrous. However, at this critical moment, the tide of battle abruptly shifted as two figures, one large and one small, appeared amidst the fray. It's them. Everyone in the meeting had attended the previous conference. Thus, they were quite familiar with these two figures. How did they arrive there? Confusion enveloped the gathering. Yet one individual, Brooke, harbored a suspicion. He was the only one aware of how Bardock and Aios had reached their planet, leading him to suspect their mastery of spatial technology. Hence, he was not the least bit astonished by their sudden appearance on the battlefield. However, what transpired next nearly caused him to lose his composure. Upon their arrival, Bardock and Aios exhibited no hesitation. Their fingers danced deftly, unleashing lasers that instantaneously obliterated the surrounding alien soldiers. How is this possible? To achieve such feats solely through personal strength. The attendees of the meeting gasped involuntarily at this spectacle, never having conceived that individual prowess could be so formidable. On the battlefield, after Aios had eradicated all the minions, he flew to Bardock's side and inquired with curiosity, "Uncle Bardock, have you encountered a legion with such strength before?" Never, ordinarily, a legion of this caliber should not remain obscure in the cosmos. This era must be too early for them. Bardock furrowed his brow. Despite his many years of warfare in the universe, he had never witnessed a legion of this nature. Although these soldiers may appear to be utterly defenseless under the hands of the two, it is primarily due to the vast disparity in combat prowess. Excluding a few elite members of Frieza's army, their strength is not to be underestimated. Upon realizing that Bardock had no clear direction, Aios seized a low-ranking soldier and inquired loudly, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The captured soldier trembled in fear, astonished by the ferocity of the child before him. Stammering, he replied, I am a lowly soldier under the command of the Cosmic Pirates." "Cosmic Pirates?" Aios raised an eyebrow, having never heard of such a faction within the galaxy. Bardock, standing nearby, was equally perplexed, as this name was unfamiliar to him. "Who is your leader?" Aios pressed further, directing his question at the soldier once more. The leader is dead. He lies over there." The soldier stuttered, pointing at a corpse in the distance. Upon hearing this, Aios paused momentarily, turning to see that the area was indeed strewn with bodies. It turned out their leader had perished from Bardock's area of effect attack. "Then, I suppose you are of no further use," Aios remarked nonchalantly, gazing at the corpse. No, I'm still of value. I possess some inside information." The soldier, nearly paralyzed with fear, hurriedly insisted that he still had something to offer. "Oh, do you possess any secrets?" Aios inquired with a hint of amusement, observing the soldier's trepidation. Yes. There's a person of noble status being held captive within the cosmic fleet." The soldier nodded fervently, anxious that any delay in his response would lead to his demise. Aios, intrigued by this revelation, pondered whether these so-called cosmic pirates also dabbled in kidnapping. However, this information held little significance for him. He extended a finger and touched the soldier's forehead, smiling as he declared, "This secret is of no use to me. It is best if you meet your end." With that, he unleashed an attack akin to a piercing wave, which swiftly penetrated the soldier's skull. The soldier's body plummeted from a height of over 100 meters. His face frozen in an expression of regret, as if lamenting his reckless decision to invade this planet. "Bardock, I have clarified everything. There are no formidable foes here. Merely a band of relatively weak thieves," Aios remarked as he soared to Bardock's side. Bardock nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Since there is no significant threat, I shall leave this to you." Without a backward glance, he took flight. Watching Bardock's retreating figure, Aios could not help but smile, sensing that Bardock had become increasingly awkward. Or perhaps, proud for reasons unbeknownst to him. Under normal circumstances, he would typically disregard these matters entirely, merely observing the unfolding events with an air of indifference. However, this could be deemed a fortuitous occurrence. After all, Saiyans are not inherently malevolent beings. Perhaps, in the near future, Bardock might transform into a Super Saiyan. Shaking his head, Aios ceased his wandering thoughts and soared towards the colossal aircraft carrier. He was, in fact, quite intrigued by the origins of these individuals. Perhaps those within could provide him with some answers. Upon entering the aircraft carrier, he swiftly sensed a singular presence, an aura that was unmistakably unique. He made his way towards it and soon found himself in a prison cell, which housed but a solitary occupant. However, the figure was shrouded in a dark cloak, preventing Aios from discerning their true appearance. "All those outside are gone. You are safe now," Aios proclaimed, kicking the mysterious door crafted from an unknown material. The occupant turned at the sound, and Aios was then able to clearly see their visage, exclaiming in surprise, "A Namekian?" The individual confined within was indeed a Namekian, their skin a vibrant green and adorned with two prominent antennae atop their head. Upon hearing Aios' words, the Namekian cautiously approached the cell door, curiosity evident in their demeanor. "You are familiar with our kind?" they inquired, perplexed. "Ah, what a serendipitous encounter!" Aios exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, barely processing the Namekian's question. The Namekian was left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what to make of this seemingly eccentric child. "Ahem, just a moment. I shall rescue you." Aios suddenly remembered the predicament of the captive and, with renewed determination, yanked the cell door with great force. The Namekian's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly bulging from their sockets, and their complexion shifted to a shade of green in sheer terror. It was worth noting that this door was constructed from a metal second only to the indomitable plutonium steel, the hardest substance in the universe. Yet Aios had effortlessly wrenched it apart. "Who are you? How'd you come to be captured by them?" Aios inquired, prompting the Namekian to regain their composure from the shock. "Esteemed stranger, I am Nez, a Namekian. I intended to travel to Planet Vegeta for trade, only to find that it had fallen prey to a band of cosmic pirates. Some among them recognized me as a Namekian and sought to abduct me, believing it would facilitate their invasion of Namek," Nez explained, his tone tinged with a sense of injustice. Aios detected the underlying sentiment in his voice, and, though internally critiquing the situation, he refrained from showing it outwardly. Instead, he inquired with genuine curiosity, "Planet Vegeta? What manner of place is that?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing Aios' words, Nez gazed at him with an unusual expression, inquiring with a hint of confusion, "My lord, are you not aware? Planet Vegeta is the most advanced commercial planet in the entire galaxy. It attracts the attention of those cosmic pirates precisely because everything can be traded there." Aio, possessing a thick skin, candidly admitted his ignorance, yet his curiosity was piqued further. If this planet is so prosperous, how could it be so easily seized by them? Is the entire universe truly so chaotic? "Not at all," Nez replied. "The universe is relatively peaceful, although wars do erupt from time to time. The presence of certain Saiyan peacekeeping forces and the esteemed peace ambassador Frost ensures a considerable degree of tranquility. This incident was primarily due to the pirates' swift actions, which left the peacekeeping forces unable to respond in time. However, I believe they are now being pursued throughout the galaxy." Nez discerned that this esteemed individual before him, despite his formidable strength, appeared somewhat inexperienced due to his youth, and thus lacked a comprehensive understanding of the cosmic powers at play. "What? The Saiyan peacekeeping forces? Ambassador Frost?" Ao was utterly astonished by Nez's revelations, realizing that rather than traversing time to another parallel universe, they had directly crossed into the sixth universe. Chapter 49, Contradiction. Upon grasping that they had entered the sixth universe, Ao felt a twinge of anxiety. He truly had no idea how to return, as the original narrative provided no guidance on traversing the cosmos. However, when he beheld Nez before him, a sudden spark ignited in his eyes. Perhaps the Dragon Balls of the Namekian could grant his wish. With that thought in mind, he wasted no time, seizing Nez's hand and declaring, "Do not resist. Come with me." Before Nez could react, they instantly teleported to Bardock's side. What is happening?" Nez found himself in an unfamiliar place before he could comprehend the situation. Bardock, noticing their sudden appearance, inquired with surprise, "A Namekian?" "Indeed, Uncle Bardock. The person aboard that aircraft is he. He has brought some intel, and I may know how to return." Ao explained to Bardock the events that transpired after his departure. "Really?" Bardock's excitement was palpable, as he harbored a deep obsession with returning home. "Yes, indeed." Ao glanced at Nez and suddenly recalled that the Namekian's ears seemed unusually structured, suggesting exceptional hearing. He turned to Nez and said, "Nez, you must not have been very comfortable in confinement these past few days. You may rest now. Simply mention my name upon your return." As he spoke, Ao gently urged Nez towards the exit of the room. Nez turned to Eos with a hint of confusion and inquired, "But, my lord, I still do not know your name." Eos replied, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Aios. Once you step outside, you may simply state my name, and Quinn will make the necessary arrangements for you." It was only then that Aios remembered to introduce himself. After finishing his introduction, he promptly ushered Nez out of the room. Bardock observed Eos's actions with a touch of bewilderment, yet out of trust, he refrained from voicing his concerns and instead asked, "How shall we return?" "Aios, Have you heard of the Dragon Balls? Bardock did not immediately explain the method of their return. Instead, he inquired if Bardock was familiar with the Dragon Balls. Bardock furrowed his brow, admitting he had never heard of such a thing. Understanding Bardock's expression, Aios began to elucidate. Legend has it that on Namek, there exist 7 Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish. We can utilize them to wish ourselves back to our world. Is such a thing truly existent? Bardock's initial reaction to the mention of the Dragon Balls was skepticism. Indeed, when one first hears about something as extraordinary as the Dragon Balls, skepticism is often the first response. I am entirely confident that the Dragon Balls do exist. We should be able to request them from the Namekians. They are likely to oblige. Aios recalled from the original narrative that on Namek, one could acquire the Dragon Balls by challenging the warriors of each tribe. And since they had Nez with them, they would likely have a natural affinity towards the Namekians. However, he was somewhat uncertain whether the Namek of the 6th universe bore similarities to that of the 7th, given the stark differences in the principles guiding the Saiyans of these 2 universes. Wait, did you not say that the Dragon Balls would help me fulfill my wish first? Bardock had not yet spoken when Talos, who had been quietly listening, interjected. Aios felt a bit embarrassed, as this was a promise he had previously made, and it seemed somewhat ungracious. Nevertheless, he attempted to persuade. Talos, we must first return to our world to fulfill our wishes. It is simply impossible to grant your wish here. Aios was not entirely misleading him, as they were currently in the 6th universe, and whether Talos' planet had indeed been destroyed remained an open question. Listening to Aios, Talos found some merit in his words and ceased his objections. However, Bardock's expression darkened, and with a somewhat harsh tone, he questioned, "You agreed to such matters with him? Hey, are you being unreasonable? Why are you meddling so much? After all, the shield generator I invented once saved your wife and child, and you are still using the gravity chamber I devised." Talos was also displeased, bewildered by Bardock's seemingly hostile demeanor towards him. Bardock's expression had grown somewhat strained. He could not fathom why, after witnessing the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he found it so arduous to trust others. Aios also felt a pang of discomfort, uncertain of the trials Bardock had endured, making it challenging for him to extend trust to unfamiliar faces. However, caught between the two, he felt compelled to intervene and ease the tension. "Uncle Bardock, this was an arrangement I made with him beforehand. He has been of great assistance to us, and I still trust him, thanks to Aios' mediation." The 2 men reluctantly stepped down from their mutual hostility, though the atmosphere remained far from amicable. At that moment, a soldier from Planet Zuffer, clad in military garb, entered the room and shattered the peculiar ambience. "Mr. Aios, Mr. Bardock, Commander Carnlet has specifically invited you to the conference hall to express gratitude for your assistance." Upon entering, the soldier noticed an odd structure at the center of the room. Despite his curiosity, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Upon the soldier's arrival, Bardock resumed his training, delegating all matters to Aios. As for Taros, he had vanished the instant the soldier appeared, leaving the soldier oblivious to the presence of a third individual. Aios exhaled deeply, relieved to escape the bizarre atmosphere, but upon seeing the newcomer, he felt a flicker of confusion. Why wasn't Quinn the one to notify us? After all, Quinn had been responsible for their stay on Planet Plant for the past few months, and this change felt somewhat disconcerting. Indeed, the invasion was rather abrupt, and we were unable to respond in time. Although the timely assistance of you 2 esteemed individuals was invaluable, we still suffered significant economic losses, necessitating Lord Quinn's involvement for assessment. The soldier expressed profound respect towards Aios and Bardock, particularly for Aios, whose formidable combat prowess at such a young age had made him an idol among all the warriors on Planet Plant. "Oh, I see." Aios nodded in understanding, only to suddenly realize, "What did you just say?" "Quinn is unavailable. Did you happen to see a green-skinned alien upon entering? Are you referring to that audacious alien who intruded without permission? He was outside calling your name, but we were unaware of his relationship with you. So we asked him to rest for a while." The soldier replied anxiously, uncertain if he had erred in some manner. Upon hearing this, Aios' anxieties dissipated. Thankfully, Nez was unharmed, as his assistance would be vital for their upcoming journey to Namek. "All right, lead the way." Chapter 50, The Banquet. Shortly thereafter, the group departed the room, following the soldier towards the reception hall. This is not the first time Aios has visited this place. Previously, when Bedak had just awakened, the Zephyrians had hosted them here, and some unfortunate incidents had occurred at that time. However, several months have elapsed since then, and Aios had not anticipated that he would return to this location again. It must be a fortuitous coincidence. As he entered the grand hall, He immediately recognized several familiar faces. Although he had not remembered their names, they appeared well known. And it was evident they were the leaders from Planet Plant. What struck him as peculiar was the absence of Brooke in this gathering. Among the figures present, the most distinguished was the one seated at the head of the table, Carnlet Huston. As soon as the door swung open, he promptly rose to his feet and strode towards Aios and Bedak, greeting them with a warm smile. Welcome, esteemed heroes. On behalf of all Zephyrians, I sincerely thank you for your assistance. With that, he extended his hand in a gesture of welcome. Aios glanced back at Bedak, curious about his reaction. To his surprise, Bedak remained motionless, his expression impassive, clearly delegating all diplomatic authority to Aios. With a hint of resignation, Aios shrugged and stepped forward to grasp Carnlet's outstretched hand. However, due to his shorter stature, he inadvertently pulled Carnlet's body into an awkward bow. Carnlet exclaimed, "Oh dear, Commander, there is no need for such formality. After all, Brooke has also saved us, and this is merely a gesture of reciprocity." Aios realized that his previous action had been somewhat impolite and quickly released his grip. Smiling as he spoke, Carnlet discreetly hid his hand behind him. Inwardly cursing the strength of Aios' grip, yet maintaining a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "Oh, how can these two matters be compared? Our assistance was merely a trifling embellishment, not worthy of comparison to the rescue you both provided, which saved thousands of lives." Aios, having been an unsophisticated recluse in his past life, was unaccustomed to such formalities and could only muster, "This is simply our duty, especially considering the care you have extended to us over these past few months. However, might we be allowed to partake of some food? My uncle and I have just endured a fierce battle, and we are rather." Carnlet slapped his forehead in realization, apologizing, "Oh my, how could I have forgotten? This banquet was specifically arranged to express our gratitude towards you. Please take a seat." With that, he ushered Aios and Bedak to their designated seats. Having resided on Planet Plant for several months, and recalling the previous mishap, they had prepared an ample feast to satisfy both Aios and Bedak. Once seated, the two did not wait for others to begin. They eagerly dug into the food before them, savoring every bite. As others encountered them for the first time and witnessed the unfolding scene, though internally taken aback, their long-standing positions of authority allowed them to maintain a commendable control over their expressions. "By the way, Lord Aios, should we invite the extraterrestrial friend you brought back?" Carnlight suggested, observing that Aios had nearly finished his meal. He had only recently learned that Aios had rescued this alien from the colossal spacecraft. Otherwise, he would have extended an invitation much earlier. Upon hearing his words, Aios wiped his mouth and replied, "No need for that. Their kind is rather unique. Just prepare some water for him." Aios recalled from the original text that Bix seemingly required only water to survive, and he surmised that Nez would be similar. "Is that so? Very well, I shall arrange it immediately." Carnlight was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated the existence of such an unusual race in the cosmos. The banquet soon concluded. Before exiting the reception hall, Aios addressed Carnlight, saying, "By the way, Commander, we may be departing in a few days. Thank you for your hospitality over the past months." Aios seemed to contemplate their future plans, deciding it was prudent to set out sooner rather than later. Hence the mention of their intent to leave. Upon hearing Aios' words, Carnlight's expression suddenly darkened, and he anxiously inquired, "What? Is there something lacking in our hospitality?" No. Primarily, we intend to return Nez, the alien we previously rescued, to his homeland before returning to our own planet. After all, we have been away from home for quite some time," Aios clarified, acknowledging the kindness shown by the Zypher people during their stay. "Very well then. The two of you should rest well in the coming days. If the opportunity arises, you must visit our planet, Plant. Once again, you will always be welcomed here." Carnlight, relieved that it was not a shortcoming in their hospitality, breathed easier. After all, forging a good relationship with such formidable warriors was indeed the wisest choice. "Lord Aios, I have much work to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now." Ultimately, it was Carnlight who excused himself first. For today's battle had inflicted considerable damage upon Plant. Had it not been for his desire to personally express gratitude for Aios and his companion's assistance, he would still be occupied at his post. To save him time, his son, Brooke, had been filling in for him, and without Quinn's support, he would not have dared to leave. This explained why Aios had not encountered Brooke, for compared to Carnlight, Brooke was the one he was more familiar with. How unpredictable life is. "I never imagined I would one day assist the Zypher people," Bardak remarked, watching Carnlight depart with a sense of reflection. After all, in another universe, It was the Saiyans who annihilated all the Tsufals and seized their planet. Aios stood beside Bardock, listening to his words, and with a smile, remarked, "Perhaps this illustrates the disparity between two universes. In this universe, the Saiyans enjoy a commendable reputation." "What do you mean? What two universes?" Bardock expressed his confusion regarding Aios' cryptic remarks. "Did I not inform you? We did not traverse through time and space. Rather, we have arrived in a universe that closely resembles our own." Aios scratched his head, somewhat puzzled as he inquired. Chapter 51, The Sixth Universe. Bardock, overhearing Aios' statement, felt a wave of frustration and retorted, "When did you ever mention that? You need to clarify what exactly is happening right now." "All right, Uncle. I have only just received this information. It was the discord between you and Talos that muddled my message. I shall explain it to you when we return," Aios remarked, unrepentant and instead placing the blame on Bardock. Bardock, upon hearing this, merely shot him a glare and placed his hand on Aios' shoulder. "Uncle Bardock, what are you doing by pressing on my shoulder?" Aios turned to look at Bardock, curiosity evident in his eyes. Bardock, hearing his question, looked down at Aios in puzzlement and said, "Haven't you always used instant transmission to travel?" "Very well, Uncle Bardock, let me elucidate the principles of instant transmission," Aios began, realizing that Bardock had little understanding of the technique and thus commenced a thorough explanation. Upon finishing, Bardock responded with newfound clarity. "So, you cannot directly instant transmission to an unoccupied space?" "Yes, that interpretation holds some merit," Aios contemplated, acknowledging that while it was not entirely accurate, it sufficed for the moment. "TCH, you could have simply said that instead of all this unnecessary embellishment. It's quite bothersome." Bardock scoffed, turning away and making his way back. Aios, standing behind Bardock, shook his head in exasperation and followed him back. Upon returning to their quarters, Bardock sat directly on the floor, his gaze fixed intently on Aios. Understanding his unspoken request, Aios casually tapped on a laboratory door and called out, "Talos, I have received the latest intelligence. If you wish to hear it, come out quickly." His announcement brought Talos out from the bustling laboratory, who emerged grumbling. "I'm coming. What is this crucial information? My experiment is at a critical juncture." However, when he emerged and beheld Bardock seated on the ground, he immediately fell silent, feeling somewhat impatient as he took a seat on the opposite side. Naturally, this was merely his projection, observing Talos' demeanor, akin to a child embroiled in a petty dispute. Aios chose to disregard him and straightforwardly conveyed his intelligence. "Based on the information provided by that Nez today, I have come to a realization." Aios' declaration swiftly captivated the attention of both parties. After a brief smile, he continued, stating that we have not traversed a timeline into a parallel universe, but rather into an entirely different cosmos. At this juncture, he deliberately paused, allowing the two to absorb this revelation before proceeding. "This universe is likely a twin universe to the one in which we previously resided, hence the numerous similarities." Upon hearing this, Bardock inquired, "Does this imply that not only do Saiyans exist here, but also a race of frost demons akin to Frieza?" Bardock's tone turned slightly bitter as he uttered Frieza's name, his resentment palpable. "Indeed. However, I cannot ascertain whether the frost demons in this universe are benevolent or malevolent, as the Saiyans here primarily engage in mercenary work to uphold peace." As Aios reached this point, he refrained from elaborating further, for the character of the Saiyans from Universe 7 is well known to all present. Nevertheless, Aios was acutely aware that Frost was a nefarious character similar to Frieza, if not more despicable. Yet, Frost concealed his true nature adeptly, leaving the inhabitants of this galaxy oblivious. Thus, Aios hesitated to label him outright as a hypocrite. His intention was to provide Bardock with his psychological foundation. After all, although they were soon to depart from Universe 6, they would inevitably encounter intelligence regarding Frost on their journey to planet Namek. After absorbing Aios' words, Bardock had no further inquiries, instead opting to sit silently, seemingly lost in contemplation. Once Bardock's question was addressed, Talos promptly posed his own. "Are you suggesting that within this universe, there are no beings identical to us? And due to the similarities with our previous universe, the calamities that befell my planet will not recur?" Aios discerned Talos' meaning, but could not guarantee this certainty. Recalling that in Dragon Ball Super, formidable entities like Hit had emerged in Universe 6, which did not exist in Universe 7. What he could confirm was the presence of Saiyans, Frost Demons, Namekians, and Zafurians in both universes, while the rest remained uncertain. Thus, in response to Talos' inquiry, he could only say, "The two universes exist as akin to twin brothers, not entirely identical." I cannot definitively state whether Talos planet exists or not. Tarlos listened to Aios' response, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to find a way to avert the mistakes his world had made. But it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. After receiving Aios' intelligence, both Bardock and Tarlos fell into contemplation, each consumed by differing emotions, one seething with anger, the other enveloped in melancholy. The only commonality between them was their mutual decision to disregard Ao henceforth. In the ensuing days spent on Planet Plant, Ao refrained from training and instead focused on organizing his future plans. Bardock's combat prowess had soared to over 3 million after rigorous training in the gravity chamber. Yet he had not experienced any further enhancements since that time. Over the past few months, Ao had engaged in numerous battles with Bardock as part of practical training. However, the vast disparity in their fighting abilities rendered Ao's potential largely dormant. Consequently, his combat power had only marginally increased to around 13,000. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction, considering his youth, merely 7 years old, affording him ample time for growth. Chapter 52, Departure to Namek. During this period, he had conversed with Nez, gaining insight into the current state of Namek in Universe 6. In comparison to Universe 7, Namek in Universe 6 fared considerably better. It had not suffered from climatic disasters, and its population was notably larger than that of Universe 7. Furthermore, nearly all Namekians resided on Namek itself, unlike the scattered inhabitants of Universe 7 who could emerge from any corner of the cosmos. However, this singularity also meant that in Universe 6, Namek was the only planet with Dragon Balls. Ao recalled watching Dragon Ball Super in his previous life, where the Namekians of Universe 6 had assimilated the entire population of their planet to participate in the Tournament of Power, leaving only 2 Namekians remaining. Thus, while the outcome of the tournament was favorable, it represented an eternal tragedy for the Namekians, as those who were assimilated had vanished forever. Lost in thoughts about Namek, Ao inadvertently used instant transmission to appear behind Nez. The moment he materialized, Nez sensed his presence, turning around with a look of curiosity and asking, "My lord, is there something you wish to discuss?" Ao, with a grave expression, replied, "Nez, have you deceived me? You Namekians are clearly capable of self-sustainability. Why then do you need to trade with Planet Frieza?" This inquiry had recently dawned on him as he reflected upon the behaviors of the Namekians in Universe 7. "My lord, this is not merely a matter concerning the entire planet. Where should I begin?" Nez scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. "Begin at the very beginning, if you will." Aios soon realized that Nez was indeed deceiving himself, and his tone began to grow increasingly irritable. However, at that moment, Nez was preoccupied with how to articulate his thoughts, thus oblivious to Aios' agitation. Once he had organized his thoughts in his mind, Nez began to explain, "This is in fact a rite of passage for our tribe's soon-to-be adult Namekians." He proceeded to recount the reasons behind his journey to the planet Frieza for trade. It turned out that within his tribe, there existed a tradition whereby every Namekian approaching adulthood is assigned a task to seek out rare flora scattered throughout the cosmos and successfully return with it as part of their coming-of-age ceremony. Upon hearing this, Aios expressed his confusion regarding their customs. "Are the elders of your tribe not concerned about the dangers you might encounter while venturing out? For instance, if it were not for the sudden incursion of those cosmic pirates in a planet plant, heading directly to Namek would have been a catastrophe." At this, Nez felt an involuntary flush creep across his face. Aios interjected teasingly, "You are blushing like a teapot." Fortunately, Nez quickly regained his composure and modestly replied, "In truth, the overall environment of the galaxy is rather peaceful, which alleviates any concerns the elders might have regarding our safety. As for those cosmic pirates, their arrival on Namek was always part of my plan. We have many formidable warriors on our planet, and those pirates are simply no match for us." Aios fell silent, acknowledging that while Namekians may not be particularly powerful compared to Saiyans, they certainly surpassed those wretched pirates in strength. "Very well. However, we plan to send you back to Namek tomorrow, and I have a request to make. This may delay your coming-of-age ceremony. Will that pose a problem?" With Nez's explanation, Aios gradually understood the fundamental differences between the 6th and 7th universes. At least in the 7th universe, the Frieza force rampaged throughout the galaxy without any rival factions daring to oppose them, compounded by the negligence of the Supreme Kais and Gods of Destruction, rendering the overall environment rather chaotic. Not to worry, although this is a coming-of-age ceremony, it is not strictly bound by a specific time frame, so there will still be ample opportunities to fulfill it later. Nez candidly expressed that it was of no concern. "Then that settles it. You should rest well today." for we shall set forth tomorrow. With that, Aios departed from Nez's quarters without a backward glance. His purpose for this visit was to ascertain whether Nez was indeed concealing anything from him. Once outside the room, he contemplated for a moment before calling into the air, "Quinn, could you please notify Brooke to come here? I have some matters to discuss with him." "Certainly, sir," Quinn promptly replied, then fell into silence. Prior to his arrival, he had communicated with Talos, intending to leave behind a selection of combat-oriented intelligent automatons that Talos had developed over the past few months, tailored for the inhabitants of Planet Plant. These automatons were the byproducts of Talos' experiments to create his own body, though their combat capabilities were merely around 10,000. Their mass production potential rendered them invaluable. Designed for the creation of a corporeal form, these automatons, unlike their predecessors lacking autonomous movement and requiring a highly intelligent life to control them, could be effectively managed by the presence of the artificial intelligence Quinn on Planet Plant. Before long, Brooke approached Aios, a hint of confusion in his demeanor. "Lord Aios, I wonder if there is a matter you wish to discuss with me?" Initially, Brooke had not felt the need to be so formal with Aios, considering him merely a child younger than himself, deserving of little respect. However, after witnessing Aios' formidable prowess in their recent battle, he understood the depth of his capabilities. Although he was aware that Aios would not harm him without cause, he still felt a certain unease standing before him. "Do not be so tense. Just call me Aios," Aios remarked, observing the stark difference in Brooke's demeanor compared to their previous interactions. "That cannot be. My father taught me that respect for the strong is fundamental," Brooke insisted, shaking his head in defiance. Aios, bemused by Brooke's stubbornness, sighed and conceded, "Very well, I cannot argue with you. Just come with me." With that, he grasped Brooke's arm and, employing instantaneous movement, transported them to Bardock's side. Bardock remained engrossed in his meditation, utterly unfazed by their sudden appearance. This unexpected turn of events thrilled Brooke immensely. Although he had long been aware of Aios' spatial mobility, this was his first personal experience, and he was filled with exhilaration. "Enough of the silly grinning. Take this and hold it properly," Aios instructed, tossing a small orb to Brooke. This orb was yet another invention of Talos from recent months, essentially an improved product from the laboratory, akin to Dr. Brief's spatial capsules on Earth, designed for the direct storage of items. "What is this?" Brooke inquired curiously, examining the orb he had caught. "This is a compression sphere containing several robots, each with combat capabilities comparable to mine, though they require Quinn's auxiliary control. Do not tamper with it. You shall experiment with it later," Aios warned, noticing Brooke's hands wandering over the sphere, prompting him to intervene swiftly. By the following dawn, Aios and his companions departed from Planet Plant, setting their course for Namek. As they departed, the entire planet gathered to bid them farewell, a gesture that Aios had never experienced before. They were aboard the aircraft carrier previously owned by those cosmic pirates. While its speed did not surpass that of the spaceship modified by Talos on Adrat Star, its comfort was undeniably superior. However, operating it proved somewhat cumbersome, requiring the coordination of several individuals to achieve liftoff. Yet, with Talos present, this posed no challenge for Aios and his companions. Chapter 53. Jine's initial arrival on Earth. As Aios and his companions officially set out for Namek, far away in the 7th universe, Jine and Kakarot, after a year of travel, finally landed on Earth. Contrary to the original narrative, due to the shielding device Aios had provided, not only did the Frieza force remain oblivious to their presence, but even the Galactic Patrol was unaware of their arrival. Consequently, Gak did not receive the mission to head to Earth, leaving Bulma's sister, Tais, without the opportunity to depart from the planet. On Earth, 2 spherical spaceships suddenly descended near Baozi Mountain. Son Gohan, who was training atop the mountain, felt the tremor and moved towards its source. Upon arrival, he encountered a young woman holding a child, gazing around with a look of bewilderment. Jine, still disoriented, had been knocked unconscious by Bardock on Planet Vegeta and subsequently placed aboard the ship, which then entered sleep mode, meaning she had essentially slept through the journey and was just awakening. Thus her confusion was understandable. As soon as the ship touched down, she hurriedly exited and carried Kakarot, who remained asleep, out of the vessel. "Excuse me, young lady, from where do you hail?" Gohan inquired, flying down the slope to her side, his tone tinged with apprehension. He sensed a formidable energy emanating from this girl. However, before Jine could respond, Gohan's gaze fell upon the child in her arms. His eyes sparkled with recognition. He felt a connection with the infant. At that moment, after a brief pause, Jine regained her composure and regarded the older man with a hint of wariness. Is there something you need? I merely wish to inquire about your sudden emergence from that craft. It seems evident you come from another world. And I am curious about your purpose for arriving on Earth, Gohan replied, his demeanor still tense, his guard unwavering. As their conversation unfolded, Kakarot in Jine's embrace began to stir. He appeared to recall Bardock's words prior to their departure and, upon seeing the strange old man before him, instinctively brandished his tiny fists, seemingly attempting to protect his mother. Gohan observed the child's actions, and his own wariness lessened slightly in his understanding. No invader would carry an infant with them. Moreover, and most importantly, within his perception, Kakarot's essence was not malevolent. Is he your child? Sun Wukong inquired, observing Kakarot's demeanor, his tone involuntarily softening. Yes, he's called Kakarot. Janae discerned that the elderly gentleman before her bore no ill intentions. Kakarot? Such a tongue-twisting name, Sun Wukong mused, finding the pronunciation quite unappealing. Were up to him to name him, it would undoubtedly reflect his own distinctive style, perhaps something like Sun Wukong. Janae, noticing the affection the old man seemed to hold for Kakarot, felt a sense of strangeness in this unfamiliar place. Resolute in her decision, she intended to lead Kakarot away. Just as she turned to depart, she heard Sun Wukong's voice behind her. You have only just arrived on Earth, without a place to stay and presumably lacking provisions. Why not come to my humble abode for proper hospitality? There's no need for that, Janae replied firmly, rejecting Sun Wukong's kind offer. However, at that moment, her stomach let out a loud growl, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Sun Wukong chuckled. Even if you do not think of yourself, you ought to consider this child, for he is still so young. Janae fell silent, realizing that Kakarot had spent but 2 years in the nursery pod before being brought out, leading to some developmental deficiencies. He truly needed nutritional support. Very well, she relented, albeit reluctantly. Follow me, Sun Wukong exclaimed, shouldering his burden and moving ahead. After a moment's hesitation, Janae decided to follow him. Before long, they arrived at Sun Wukong's home. During their journey, Sun Wukong had taken into account Kakarot's young age and the possibility that he could still be weaned. Thus, he had captured a recently birthed mother leopard from the mountains to provide milk for Kakarot. Upon entering his home, Sun Wukong set down his load, invited the two to sit, and proceeded to prepare a meal. Fortunately, due to his long-term solitude, Sun Wukong's home was stocked with ample provisions, and soon he had laid out a grand feast. He even prepared a bottle filled with beast's milk for Kakarot, presenting it to the child. However, Kakarot, in a fit of agitation, swatted the bottle away, perceiving the elder as a potential threat. Sun Wukong, undeterred, smiled and placed the bottle back on the table. Kakarot, take it, he urged gently. Upon hearing her mother's words, Kakarot reluctantly picked up the bottle, his curiosity piqued. Naturally, he placed the nipple in his mouth and began to suckle. Before her lay an abundant array of delectable dishes, and Jine could no longer contain her ravenous hunger. She lifted her bowl and began to devour the food with voracious delight. Unfamiliar with the dietary customs of the Saiyans, Son Gohan approached Goku and quietly advised him. When you grow up, do not eat as ravenously as your mother. Cultivate good eating habits. However, Goku merely rolled his eyes, ignoring him entirely. At that moment, he had yet to encounter any head trauma, and perhaps due to his mother's presence, he did not exhibit the same explosive temperament as in the original tale, though his disposition was not particularly amiable either. Amidst her hurried consumption of sustenance, Jine exclaimed, "This is truly delicious," and joyfully inquired, "Is there more?" The food on Earth was indeed a delightful feast for her as a Saiyan. Although surprised by her appetite, Son Gohan took her bowl and refilled it repeatedly. Fortunately, as a martial artist, Gohan had a larger appetite than the average person, and his home was stocked with ample provisions. During this time, the two exchanged simple introductions. After their meal, Son Gohan inquired once more, "I'm quite certain you hail from outer space. I wonder what brings you all this way to Earth." Chapitre 54, Son Gohan est confort. Jine looked at the elderly man before her, sensing his kind heart. At the very least, he posed no obstruction, and thus she recounted her ordeal. Her tone was tinged with sorrow. Our planet may have been destroyed by a truly wicked individual, and now we do not know how many of us have survived. Son Gohan noted the sadness in Jine's voice, understanding that this matter was undoubtedly painful for her to articulate, and he refrained from further discussion on the topic. With narrowed eyes, he spoke, "Earth welcomes your arrival. Here, you can find another home." Jine felt a warmth in her heart as she regarded the elderly man. It was her first experience of the kindness of Earthlings. In the deep of night, Jine sat on the grass before son Gohan's home, fiddling with her detector, a device that came with her spherical spaceship. She utilized the detector to intercept transmissions from Frieza's army while also jamming signals on Earth. Aware that Frieza's forces had implanted listening devices on her equipment. From the information received, she learned that Planet Vegeta had been utterly destroyed. Although the reports claimed the planet was devastated by a colossal meteorite, she understood from Bardock's earlier warning that Frieza was undoubtedly responsible for its annihilation. Suppressing her inner anguish, she continued to eavesdrop, hoping to uncover information regarding Bardock, Raditz, and Aios. She yearned to know if they had survived. Unfortunately, the intercepted messages solely pertained to a planet being conquered or distress signals seeking aid. Fortunately, the Frieza force harbored no intentions of invading Earth, which meant that she and Kakarot had yet to be exposed. A few moments later, Jine walked into the room with a drowsy Kakarot in her arms and approached Gohan with a query. "I'm sharing a bed with Kakarot. Where will you rest tonight?" Gohan replied with a smile. "I prefer to sleep beneath the stars, as it allows me to absorb their celestial energy while practicing my techniques. You should spend more time with Kakarot. After all, every infant requires the comfort of their mother's presence." Whenever Gohan mentioned Kakarot, he felt an odd discomfort. The name felt strangely foreign on his tongue. He prepared a new bed for Jine and her child while he took the original bed to the rooftop, where he fell asleep under the starlight. Jine observed Gohan's slightly hunched figure and reflected on the evident differences between Earthlings and Saiyans. The following morning, as the sun released its first rays, Jine stood outside Gohan's home, eyes closed, mimicking the combat stance often used by Bardock. She concentrated her energy in her right hand and suddenly opened her eyes, directing a powerful energy wave towards a stone bearing Frieza's likeness not far away. The wave struck the stone with tremendous force, shattering Frieza's visage into countless fragments. Gohan, witnessing this spectacle, expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, what incredible attack! That wicked stone had no chance to escape." Jine turned back, smiling, feeling an uplifted spirit and restored strength. However, in her moment of triumph, Gohan doused her enthusiasm with a dose of reality. He stated, "Though your attack is indeed powerful, your control over that power is quite rudimentary, almost akin to that of a novice." Indeed, while Aios had once instructed Jine in energy control, he himself had yet to grasp it fully, rendering his teachings somewhat futile. Moreover, Jine had not engaged in combat for several years. "What does it mean to control power?" Jine inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I can sense that you have studied energy control, but it remains superficial, and your immense strength complicates your ability to manage it effectively." Gohan elaborated, gesturing toward the surroundings before continuing. "If you closely examine the environment and the marks left by your attack, it becomes evident that you expended far too much energy. In simpler terms, your attack is akin to using a sledgehammer to swat a fly. It's powerful yet lacks precision, resulting in minimal impact." After finishing his explanation, Gohan struck a pose, intending to demonstrate the Kamehameha wave. At that moment, Jine remained bewildered, as the terminology Gohan used was entirely foreign to her, given her lack of experience in intense battles. Kamero. As Son Gohan shouted, he continued to gather a cerulean energy wave in his hand. He unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards another massive boulder, obliterating it into smithereens. After executing the technique, Son Gohan turned to Jine and inquired, "Have you observed the environment around us?" Upon hearing his words, Jine glanced at the ground. Just as she perceived, Son Gohan had expended merely the energy requisite to shatter the stone, without overly depleting himself. Yet the potency of his attack was comparable to her own. Jine regarded Son Gohan with curiosity, pondering internally. It seems this old man is not to be underestimated. He possesses such formidable energy. Noticing Jine's silence, Son Gohan continued, "I acknowledge your strength is indeed formidable. However, without the proper means to harness that strength, I can assist you in learning to control it." Yet Jine, uninterested in his counsel, shrugged dismissively, stating, "No, thank you. I have no desire to be taught by someone weaker than myself." She turned to depart, elegantly adding, "Moreover, I am currently the mightiest being on Earth, with no possibility of defeat. I require no assistance. It is time for me to take my son and leave this place." At that moment, Son Gohan furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he dashed behind Jine, executing a side kick that tripped her, and then he gathered a Kamehameha wave, ready to strike her face. Lacking combat experience and caught off guard by Son Gohan's abrupt assault, Jine was easily defeated. In a flustered outburst, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Son Gohan responded loudly, "As you can see, a person weaker than you has brought you down. So do not presume there are none on earth capable of defeating you. If you maintain such an arrogant attitude, overcoming and surpassing you will be trivial. If you do not learn to rectify your weaknesses and properly control your power, subsequent defeats are inevitable. Worse yet, Kakarot may also suffer due to your actions, which is something I dread. He unconsciously closed his eyes, expressing his concern. I admit my power is inferior to yours, but I can help you better harness your strength. However, he turned his back to Jine, his tone shifting. If you are unwilling to learn, I cannot compel you. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked away, intending to check on whether Kakarot had awakened. Chapter 55. Jine's Apprenticeship. Jine watched Son Gohan's retreating figure, kneeling on the ground, lost in thought. After a moment, she self-deprecatingly mused, Bardock, thankfully you did not witness this. Your wife was defeated by an old man in a single move. Though reluctant to admit it, she understood that what Son Gohan said was undeniably true. She realized that her forthcoming decision would diverge from the pride and beliefs of the Saiyans. Perhaps it would disappoint Bardock, yet in her pursuit of strength, she must cast aside her arrogance and do what is right. At this moment, Kakarot had awakened in Son Gohan's home. With eyes full of affection, Son Gohan held him close, joyfully exclaiming, "Come, let Grandpa see if you still possess some vitality." In his heart, Son Gohan had already deemed himself Kakarot's grandfather. However, Kakarot held a different view. He squirmed in Son Gohan's grasp, attempting to escape his hold, his face contorted with anger. Suddenly, he delivered a swift kick to Son Gohan's face. Yet, rather than feeling angered by the blow, Son Gohan chuckled and remarked, "It seems you've had a good rest." At that moment, Chi-Chi covered the door with her hand and inquired from the threshold, "Gohan, I apologize for my earlier arrogance and recklessness. May I step out to speak with you?" "Very well. Let us converse outside," Son Gohan replied, placing Kakarot back on the bed before walking towards the door. Kakarot, left on the bed, gazed curiously at their departing figures with his large, dark eyes. "Gohan, the reason for my stubbornness stems from fear." Chi-Chi's voice was somewhat despondent. "Fear? Yes, I simply wish to appear stronger. I am terrified of losing Kakarot. He is my last bastion of hope. After losing Bardock and Raditz, I truly cannot bear to lose him." As she spoke, Chi-Chi unconsciously began to sob. Son Gohan listened silently, understanding her plight. "I do not wish to be a failure," Chi-Chi cried out, covering her face with her hands. She lamented her perceived weakness, feeling as though she perpetually botched everything. Son Gohan had never witnessed such a scene and found himself momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Kakarot, sensing his mother's tears, disregarded his tender age and leapt from the bed. He stood defiantly before Chi-Chi, glaring at Son Gohan, convinced that this old man was bullying his mother. Observing Kakarot's actions, Son Gohan could not help but smile wryly and interjected, "You cannot remain ensnared by the past, nor should you allow fear to overwhelm you. It is best to face life with optimism, live for those you love, and the future will undoubtedly blossom beautifully. I will impart all that I know to you. For Kakarot's sake, please wipe away your tears. Otherwise, he may misconstrue the situation." Son Gohan clasped his hands together in earnest request. "All right, Master Gohan." Chi-Chi hastily wiped her tears and quickly acquiesced. As Sun Wukong observed the calm demeanor of Jine, he continued to impart wisdom. "However, allow me to correct you on one point. Arrogance does not equate to strength, and this is a lesson you must remember." Jine clasped her hands together and bowed respectfully to Sun Wukong, saying, "It is a tremendous honor to learn from you. May I address you as master?" "Simply call me Wukong," he replied. "Thank you, Wukong." Jine spoke candidly, seemingly unaware of the concept of politeness. Thus began her journey of learning under Sun Wukong's guidance. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, somewhat bewildered, witnessed this unfolding scene. Jine was perched on a large rock before a waterfall, executing a one-handed handstand as part of her balance training. During her exercises, she questioned, "Wukong, why must I engage in these tedious activities?" Standing on a riverbank, Sun Wukong patiently elucidated, "This training is designed to sharpen your focus. Master this skill, and you will become acutely aware of any living being in your vicinity, as well as foresee the strength of your opponents." Jine, somewhat perplexed, responded, "But isn't that merely sensing energy? I already possess that ability." "No, your understanding remains superficial. You can only detect the presence of powerful energies, not anticipate everything around you. If you doubt me, close your eyes, and I shall present you with a test." Recognizing the skepticism in her eyes, Sun Wukong encouraged her to shut her eyes and concentrate. Jine complied, beginning to channel her focus. In truth, this was simpler than she had anticipated, given her prior experience. However, a sudden stone struck her head, catching her off guard and causing her to tumble into the river. She leapt back onto the shore, shouting at Sun Wukong, "Why'd you throw a stone at me?" At the same time, she noticed Kakarot laughing heartily nearby. Addressing him, "Kakarot, this is not funny at all, and your mother's head aches." Following a period of tranquil living, Kakarot's previously volatile demeanor seemed to have mellowed. He no longer shouted indiscriminately at Sun Wukong. Observing Jine being teased by the child, Sun Wukong felt a tinge of sympathy for her. Before long, night fell, and a full moon illuminated the scene. Beside a crackling bonfire, Kakarot rested peacefully in his mother's embrace. Jine, meanwhile, was using a detector to search for news of her eldest son, Bardock, and the whereabouts of Aios. Indeed, she had never relinquished her quest. As Sun Wukong returned from gathering firewood, he noticed Jine donning her equipment once more. His curiosity piqued. He could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Might you enlighten me as to what you are engaged in?" Jine did not intend to conceal her intentions. She spoke candidly. "I am searching for information regarding Raditz, Kakarot's brother. Before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he ventured to other planets on a mission. He should still be alive. The only means to acquire information is by intercepting transmissions from the Frieza force, though the likelihood of success is minimal." Upon hearing this, Son Gohan interjected, "All I know is that Frieza is the tyrant responsible for the annihilation of your planet." He then questioned Jine with a hint of skepticism. "Will using this machine so frequently pose a danger to Earth?" Jine reassured him, "I am merely listening in. I will not engage in any unnecessary actions. And the Frieza force will not detect us, so there is no need for concern." At that moment, Jine noticed the full moon in the sky, instinctively closing her eyes and shielding Kakarot from its light with her hand. "What is it? Is something amiss?" Son Gohan asked, observing her sudden gesture with concern. Chapter 56. Jine transforms into a great ape. Noticing Son Gohan's urgent care, Jine resolved to inform him about the Saiyans and the full moon. She earnestly explained, "The true power of our Saiyan lineage is unleashed when we absorb sufficient blood waves from the full moon, allowing us to transform into colossal ape forms. This transformation is our secret weapon for conquering other planets. Kakarot is still an infant, and should he transform into a great ape, he would lose his autonomy and be left with only his destructive instincts." With a playful glint in her eye, she teased Son Gohan, "Please treat Kakarot well in the future. Otherwise, we may unwittingly become fearsome great apes under the full moon." Intrigued by Jine's narrative, Son Gohan expressed his curiosity. "I would like to witness a Saiyan transformation. Could you transform for me? After these days of training, I've noticed you struggle with focusing and finding inner tranquility. If you are willing to transform, it would greatly enhance my understanding of Saiyan culture, perhaps even inspiring improvements to our training methods." He seemed to ponder further before asking, "By the way, do you retain your consciousness after transforming?" Jine hesitated, for it had been quite some time since her last transformation. However, recalling the techniques taught by Bardock on maintaining control post-transformation, she reassured him, "It has indeed been a while since I transformed, but I should be able to maintain my rationality." Seated by the campfire, Son Gohan closed his eyes, urging, "Then let us begin." Jine did not refuse. She first covered Kakarot's eyes to prevent him from awakening and gazing at the moon, then donned her Frieza force battle attire. Raising her gaze to the full moon, Jine's eyes suddenly turned crimson, her body began sprouting brown fur, and she gradually expanded in size. She swiftly transformed into a colossal ape. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, Gohan hastily enveloped Kakarot in his embrace and inquired loudly, "Kind, can you still retain your sanity?" At that moment, Gohan felt the formidable and untamed aura emanating from Kind. Beginning to realize that his prior decision had been rather impulsive, he was utterly unprepared for this transformation. Holding Kakarot tightly, he timidly asked Kind, "Are you certain you know who we are, right?" At that instant, the giant ape Kind extended her hand toward him, intending to greet him. However, Gohan was startled by this gesture, retreating a few steps while clutching Kakarot closely. Observing Gohan's evident fear, Kind, perhaps to prevent Kakarot from being hurt by her grasp, emitted a deep voice, saying, "It is controllable. I was merely jesting with you." She then mischievously queried Gohan, "Tell me, what do you think of this transformation? Has it satisfied your curiosity?" Gohan, upon hearing her voice, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Kind's usually sweet tone could now sound so rugged. He responded, "It is astonishing yet terrifying. It is truly remarkable. I can sense your power has surged immensely, much like your physical form, along with your fury. Now, I comprehend much more. Thank you for this transformation. You may revert to your normal state now. Kind, upon hearing this, felt somewhat awkward. She sheepishly explained, I apologize, but it seems not so simple. I must wait for the full moon to wane or sever my tail to revert. However, I will not sever my tail. The only option left was to endure the entire night until the full moon faded. Gohan, grasping the crux of the matter, hastily bid Kind good night. He then departed with Kakarot, turning to Kind and stating, I'm sorry, but it is quite late, Kakarot, and I must return to rest. With that, he disregarded Kind and retreated to his room, leaving the transformed Kind in a state of astonishment. Kind, alone, watched the two return to their quarters, her heart brimming with resentment towards Gohan. In the morning, Kind awakened in the great forest. She yawned and murmured, that was truly an unpleasant transformation. She had not anticipated that the full moon on Earth would last so long. At that moment, she began to envision how arduous her future life would be. She must ensure that Kakarot does not witness the full moon before he grows up. Kakarot? It was only then that she realized Kakarot was not by her side. After searching her surroundings for a while, she slapped her forehead. Indeed, transforming into a giant ape not only rendered me less attractive but also diminished my intellect. Kakarot should be with Gohan now. Upon realizing this, she hastened towards her home, and soon enough, she spotted them. At the entrance, Gohan was busy lifting the roof of the house, engaging in renovations, while Kakarot sat quietly in his basket, his demeanor less restless than usual, though a disgruntled expression lingered on his face. Despite his displeasure, he willingly lent a hand when Gohan required assistance. Observing this scene, Jain inquired curiously, what are you up to? Do you need my help? Gohan greeted Jain with a nod before explaining, we're merely undertaking some minor renovations. With Kakarot's assistance. Your help is unnecessary. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Kakarot, infuriated, tossed aside the hammer he had been wielding. Gohan and Jain were taken aback by the swift turn of events. Gohan resignedly descended from the roof and handed Kakarot to Jain, expressing a hint of annoyance. It would have been better if you had arrived a bit later. We were getting along splendidly without you. Jain, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation, thinking to herself, now I'm being blamed for this. Nevertheless, she promptly embraced Kakarot. Gohan, observing Jain take Kakarot away, continued, take him over there and prepare well. I have devised a plan for your training. With that, he ascended the roof again to resume his unfinished work. Jain watched Gohan's retreating figure and then glanced down at Kakarot in her arms. Playfully, she teased, why are you such a mischievous little one? Kakarot, displeased by her playful gesture, seized her finger and shook it angrily. Reflecting on Kakarot's demeanor, Jain felt a wave of emotion. She had not anticipated that her days spent on Earth would significantly temper Kakarot's previously fierce temperament. She recalled the intensity of his anger when he was first born, which was far more volatile than now. Perhaps this serene environment of Earth is more conducive to our existence, she mused. Embracing Kakarot, she ventured deeper into the forest, resuming the training that had been ongoing for several days. Although Gohan often remarked that her mind was still unsettled and that further training would yield little progress, she never entertained the thought of giving up. After all, in this world, she relied solely on herself. As night fell, Jain returned, exhausted from her training, cradling Kakarot in her arms. She gazed in astonishment at the significantly transformed house before her. She initially believed that Sun Wukong merely intended to repair the roof. Little did she expect that he had completely rebuilt an entire floor. As she briskly entered the house towards Kakarot, she was taken aback to see Sun Wukong already seated at the dining table. With a hint of astonishment, she inquired, did you do all of this? In just one day's time? She gestured towards the ceiling, indicating her thoughts. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong laughed heartily before responding. I took a closer look over the past few days, and the room was simply too cramped. Kakarot will surely grow taller in the future, so I decided to construct an additional floor above. You and your son can reside there. Jain waved her hand dismissively. That's not what I meant. I was asking how you managed to accomplish this in just one day. Sun Wukong, assuming Jain was marveling at the newfound height, was unaware of her true intent. He shook his head helplessly. I am a martial artist, so it is only natural for me to possess skills in construction as well. Jain was perplexed. I don't see the connection between the two. Enough, she said. You've trained all day and must be weary. Let us eat first, and later we can see if you're satisfied with your new room. Although she wished to say more, Sun Wukong interrupted her, despite her suspicions that he was being deliberately evasive. His amiable demeanor left her with little evidence to support her doubts. Placing Kakarot in his designated chair, she began to indulge in the delectable food before her. By the way, You will undoubtedly settle on Earth, so why not choose an earthly name? Or perhaps give Kakarot one. As Jine savored her meal with great enthusiasm, Sun Wukong suddenly voiced a thought he had been contemplating for days. Huh? Jine looked up, somewhat bewildered, as she failed to grasp his meaning. What I mean is, on our planet, everyone possesses their own name. Since you will eventually reside on Earth, why not give Kakarot an Earth name? Observing Jine's lack of immediate comprehension, Sun Wukong reiterated his suggestion. This time, Jine understood his point. She regarded Sun Wukong with a somewhat stern demeanor. Kakarot was given that name by his father. How can we simply discard it? I'm not suggesting he abandon his name, but rather that he be given an additional name from Earth. After all, he will inevitably befriend Earthlings, and lacking an Earth name might lead to his isolation. Sun Wukong employed his persuasive tactics, seizing the opportunity while Jine remained unfamiliar with Earth customs, aiming to solidify this decision. Upon hearing his words, Jine appeared increasingly anxious. She thought of her eldest son, who had retained his humanity thanks to the companionship of Aios, thus avoiding the cold-heartedness characteristic of other Saiyans. With a hesitant tone, she asked, will he really be isolated? Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, sensing her wavering resolve. Observing the serious demeanor of Sun Gohan, she recalled the fierce nature of Kakarot upon his birth, as well as the transformation he had undergone since then. With a firm nod, she expressed her agreement. Ha ha ha. Witnessing Jine's actions, Sun Gohan understood that matters had been settled, and he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. However, he quickly composed himself and, with a hint of hesitation, remarked, Jine, as you have just arrived on Earth, you may not be fully acquainted with the customs here. Allow me to name this child. After all, I am, in a sense, his grandfather. All right, Jine. Having no doubts about Sun Gohan's words, felt that since a decision had been made, it was fine to leave it to him. Let me ponder what name would be suitable, Sun Gohan said, rising and pacing by the dining table, as if deep in thought. In truth, he had already decided on a name the moment he laid eyes on the child. He merely wished to avoid arousing Jine's suspicion. Soon, he came to a halt, raised his hand, and declared, you come from outer space from the heavens, so how about we call him Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong. Jine found the name quite appealing. Yet she could not resist asking, why not call him Sun Wutian instead? Upon hearing Jine's inquiry, Sun Gohan returned to his original seat, wagging his finger before her, and explained, this is where you misunderstand. In our martial arts circle, there's a saying, the essence of martial arts is emptiness. Do you know what that means? Jine shook her head in confusion. It means that those with a clear heart can journey further along the path of martial arts, and Wukong signifies the enlightenment of emptiness. His future achievements are beyond what even I can envision, Sun Gohan continued, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, reveling in the prospects of Kakarot. No, Sun Wukong's future. Jine, observing Sun Gohan suddenly becoming lost in reverie, was uncertain of what had befallen him, yet his previous words left her feeling an inexplicable sense of admiration. She decided to interrupt his daydream. While that may be the case, I shall still call him Kakarot, as it embodies the pride of his Saiyan heritage. Indeed, Sun Wukong will be his name here on Earth, and his friends shall refer to him as such during his time here. Sun Gohan mused, envisioning a future where Sun Wukong would thrive on Earth, thus acquiring multiple names. In this modest abode, the name Sun Wukong was birthed, unbeknownst to him, marking the beginning of his earthly identity. Chapter 58. The Tenets of Turtle School Training. Finally fulfilling his long-held wish, Sun Gohan embraced the still-seated Sun Wukong. At that moment, the child remained blissfully unaware, leisurely sipping on beast milk. However, once cradled in Sun Gohan's arms, his expression shifted to one of displeasure. For it was an unforgivable offense for a Saiyan to be interrupted during a meal. He continuously rubbed his hands over Sun Wukong's face, laughing heartily. My dear grandson Goku is truly full of vitality. Sun Gohan lifted Sun Wukong high, a joyful expression adorning his wrinkled face. Gnei observed the amicable interaction between the two and felt increasingly convinced that Earth was indeed a splendid place. After playing for quite some time, Sun Gohan finally remembered their pressing matters. Noticing Gnei had finished her meal, he announced, let us proceed. I shall show you to your new room. With that, he cradled Sun Wukong and made his way towards the inner room, where he had constructed a staircase for convenience. Gnei followed him without hesitation. However, upon reaching the foot of the staircase, Sun Gohan found himself in a bit of a predicament, due to Sun Wukong's fidgeting in his arms. It was challenging for him to ascend the steep, 90-degree staircase. Perhaps you should take Kakarot instead, Gnei suggested, noticing his struggle. Son Gohan, seeing no alternative, nodded in agreement and handed son Wukong over to her. Indeed, although young, son Wukong was remarkably perceptive. Upon being cradled by his mother, he instantly quieted down, no longer causing her any trouble. Sighing, son Gohan reflected on this scene. He couldn't fathom why, during their solitary moments, the child would hardly pay him any mind, yet would become unruly in Gnei's presence. Resigned, he began to climb the ladder, with Gnei soaring up behind him. You can fly as well, son Gohan exclaimed, surprised to see Gnei ascend effortlessly. In his mind, the flight technique was a unique skill of the Crane School, not meant for dissemination. Huh? Gnei replied, puzzled. What flight technique? This is merely simple flying. On our planet, nearly everyone possesses this skill. Don't you? Oh well. Never mind. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Gnei's explanation, son Gohan realized that what he thought was a unique skill of the Crane School was, in fact, a common ability on another planet. The Saiyan race truly was an extraordinary one. Observing son Gohan's discomfort, Gnei understood and ceased her inquiries, turning her attention to the room's layout. Son Gohan had designed the entire second floor as a single room, devoid of any walls to serve as barriers. With only a large bed and no other furnishings, the space appeared quite spacious. What do you think? The room is quite nice, isn't it? Once son Wukong grows up, we can add a partition here to create 2 rooms. It will be very functional. He approached Gnei, explaining the rationale behind the design. Though it may be a bit sparse, we can go to town tomorrow to purchase some furniture to embellish it. As son Wukong gazed at the room's excessively simple decor, he offered a suggestion. Gnei merely nodded in response, remaining silent. As long as she was satisfied, there was no need for further discussion, so he decided to take his leave. Observing Gnei's somewhat fatigued countenance, son Wukong chose not to disturb her further. Upon reaching the staircase, he turned to remind her. By the way, don't forget to cover that board later. He pointed to the wooden plank on the floor, which he had purposely left behind to seal off the staircase. Understood, Gnei nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, I shall take my leave. Make sure Goku gets plenty of rest. Before departing, son Wukong made sure to bid farewell to Goku, who merely responded with a playful grimace. In the early morning, along a narrow forest path, 2 figures ambled slowly. It was son Wukong and Gnei, accompanied by Goku, who was cradled in Gnei's arms. Their destination was the nearest town. How much longer will this take? Are we really walking all the way there? Gnei expressed her impatience, having already trekked for quite some time without exiting the forest. We still need to walk for another 2 days, son Wukong replied. What? Gnei was taken aback by this revelation, astonished by the considerable distance ahead. She resolved to take to the skies instead. With Goku on her back, she wrapped her arms around son Wukong and, following his guidance, soared toward the town. What would have taken 2 days was traversed by Gnei in mere minutes as she ascended above the town, choosing an unpopulated area to land. Son Wukong turned to Gnei and said, Here, you can experience the daily life of ordinary earthlings and feel free to explore anything you desire. Intrigued by son Wukong's suggestion, Gnei gazed curiously at the bustling street. The thoroughfare was alive with activity, and the nearby shops brimmed with an array of dazzling goods, nearly overwhelming her senses. She had never encountered such vibrancy on Planet Vegeta. The population of this humble border town surpassed that of all the Saiyans on her home planet. Initially hesitant as they walked through the streets, Gnei gradually loosened up. As time passed, her innate inclination as a young woman to shop began to surface, prompting her to venture into the surrounding stores. The colorful array of clothing and shoes immediately captured her attention. She began to try on various items, purchasing those she particularly fancied, with son Wukong's playful assistance, of course, but it was son Wukong who ultimately footed the bill. Fortunately, son Wukong had accumulated sufficient funds from past martial arts tournaments. Otherwise, he might have struggled to accommodate Gnei's newfound spending spree. Gradually, Gnei became wholly immersed in the experience, relishing the peace and tranquility of this ordinary life. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, night fell. Son Wukong and Jin donned traditional attire of Earth, while son Gohan changed into new clothes. The trio sat on a bench in the park, gazing at the distant fireworks. Jin was filled with excitement, as this spectacle was unprecedented for a Saiyan. What do you think? Are you satisfied with today's training? Son Gohan inquired as the fireworks faded. Taken aback, Jin responded, Training? Haven't we merely been playing? Son Gohan explained, You possess a kind heart. Yet the world you grew up in was rife with violence and war. You've acclimated to such a reality, and your spirit has remained in a constant state of tension. A life of tranquility can allow your heart to find complete peace. Engage in proper exercise, learn diligently, and rest well. This embodies the philosophy of our turtle school training, and it shall be your method of cultivation in the future. Chapter 59, Raditz Decision. As Jine began her training in the turtle school on Earth, she was unaware that her eldest son was about to arrive from afar. To understand this, we must rewind to a year prior, at the time when Planet Vegeta was destroyed. On a relatively remote planet, Nappa had grown to over 2 meters tall, no longer the diminutive figure that Aios had encountered 2 years prior. He was significantly older than Vegeta and the others, but due to the Saiyan growth patterns, his height had previously been comparable to theirs. However, during the 2 years since Aios' departure, Nappa had reached adulthood, his height surging past that of Kakarot, the tallest and only adult in their squad at the time. Nappa approached Vegeta in astonishment, stating, "Prince Vegeta, I just received news from Dodoria that Planet Vegeta has been devastated by a massive meteor." What? It was not Vegeta's voice he heard, but rather Raditz, who stood beside him. Shocked, he could hardly believe that Planet Vegeta had indeed been destroyed. He had sensed the truth for some time. A fortnight ago, his father Bardock had conveyed that his mother and brother had been sent to Earth. At that moment, he had been perplexed. Even if his brother Kakarot was deemed a low-class warrior and dispatched to a distant planet, why would their mother accompany him? Such an occurrence was inconceivable on Planet Vegeta. However, as the information had been a one-way transmission, he had lost contact with Bardock thereafter, leaving him in the dark. Now, it became clear that his father had likely discerned Frieza's insidious plot in time and sent them to that remote planet. As for why he was so certain that Frieza was responsible for the destruction of Planet Vegeta, it was thanks to Aios' constant warnings about Frieza's malevolent intentions towards the Saiyans. He glanced around at his companions, quickly concealing his expression and adopting an air of indifference as he remarked, "It seems that only a handful of us Saiyans remain, right?" Upon hearing Raditz's words, Nappa finally grasped the situation. Incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Are you saying that the Saiyans have been eradicated?" "Indeed, what a pity. I was so close to becoming the king of the Saiyans," Vegeta replied with a tone of remarkable calmness, devoid of any sorrow for the demise of his kin. "Indeed, I am distinctly different from them. I cannot embody their callousness." Raditz mused inwardly as he observed Vegeta's nonchalant demeanor. Over the years, he had come to recognize his divergence from them, perhaps influenced by the presence of Aios, as he felt a touch more humanity than they did, a touch less ruthlessness. At that moment, Cassiu approached, curiosity evident in his gaze as he inquired, "Prince Vegeta, if I recall correctly, you have a brother, do you not?" "Yes, but I know not whether he lives or perished. Regardless, I have little interest. It is a pity Aios has died. I shall never have the chance to teach him a lesson." Vegeta expressed his indifference towards his brother's fate, the only regret being the lost opportunity for vengeance against Aios. Cassiu remained silent, as he had joined the team only after Aios' departure and was unfamiliar with him, thus unable to interject. He turned to Raditz and asked, "What of Raditz's brother?" He was born, but recently, merely a low-ranking warrior, likely still in the incubation chamber. By now, he has probably perished along with Planet Vegeta, and frankly, I care little," Raditz replied, mimicking Vegeta's tone with a semblance of apathy. "Ah, I see." Cassiu harbored no doubts regarding his words, perceiving this as the typical attitude of a Saiyan. "However, Prince Vegeta, how shall we survive from here on?" Cassiu pondered the future of their group, considering that with Planet Vegeta's destruction, they seemed to have nowhere left to turn. Vegeta, scratching his head in confusion upon hearing Cassiu's inquiry, too found himself at a loss regarding their future path. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's ship, Dodoria stood respectfully before Frieza, reporting, "Lord Frieza, I have just attempted contact, and the only squad we can reach is that of Vegeta." "Oh, is it only them left?" Frieza inquired with surprise from his specialized hover pod, having anticipated at least a few Saiyan squads would survive. "Indeed, Lord Frieza. Would you like me to deal with them?" Dodoria suggested, making a gesture across his throat. As he processed Dodoria's words, Frieza's tail flicked in the air, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this course of action. Observing Frieza's silence, Dodoria anxiously stood beneath him, hardly daring to breathe, worried that he might have misspoken. At long last, the long-silent Frieza broke his silence. "Let it be. Mr. Dodoria, let them return for a while. There are only a few Saiyans left, and they cannot stir up much trouble." Indeed, Dodoria dared not utter further words. Nodding in agreement as he exited the oppressive chamber, It is worth noting that in recent days, he had committed numerous blunders, and had it not been for Frieza's recent annihilation of the Saiyans, which left him in a heightened state of exhilaration, he would have faced severe repercussions by now. On the mission planet of Vegeta's squad, Nappa received another message from Dodoria, interrupting Vegeta, who was lost in thought. No need to dwell on this. Dodoria just issued a command for us to return to the Frieza Forces base. But with so many bases, how do we know which one? Kakarot interjected at the opportune moment. Let me check, Nappa replied as he sifted through the information sent by Dodoria, soon discovering, here it is. The specific location of the base is where Frieza is currently resting. Well, since we know now, let's set off. This planet holds little value anymore. Vegeta stretched his back and strode towards the direction of the spacecraft. Nappa and Kakarot followed closely behind him, while only Raditz remained stationary, seemingly weighing his options, hesitant. What's the matter, Raditz? Let's go. Nappa called back upon noticing Raditz lagging behind. Coming, Raditz responded, rushing towards the group. In that moment, Raditz made a decision. Upon realizing the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he understood that remaining under Frieza's command would lead to a grim fate. Moreover, he had grown weary of these missions. He intended to journey to Earth in search of his family. Chapter 60, Deception and Evasion. Although he had made a resolution, he could not depart immediately. He needed to wait until Vegeta and the others entered their hibernation state. Raditz entered the spacecraft and began inputting the coordinates that Nappa had previously provided, planning to accompany them for a time. The others noticed no signs of his intentions to escape, as Raditz had shown no previous indications of such a desire. After several days of navigating through the cosmos, Raditz estimated that Vegeta and the others had entered hibernation. He switched the spacecraft to manual mode and landed on a nearby uninhabited planet. Subsequently, he set the coordinates for Earth that Bardock had given him and destroyed his power level scouter, knowing it would be monitored by the Frieza Force. Thus, if Vegeta and the others sought him in the future, the only clue left would be this desolate planet. After ensuring he had overlooked nothing, Raditz reflected on the personalities of his companions and couldn't help but self-deprecate, thinking, I suppose I am merely engaging in futile precautions. Soon, after a year of travel, Raditz was poised to descend upon Earth. Perhaps it is due to the fact that his spacecraft is a specialized device belonging to Prince Vegeta's squad, enabling a flight speed that far exceeds that of the vessels utilized by Kain and the others. After a month of their arrival on Earth, he too made his descent to the planet. How could such formidable energy emanate from him? Upon sensing Raditz's aura, the deity of Earth felt a surge of unease. He was perplexed by the recent occurrences on Earth, which had, in less than a month, attracted an influx of extraterrestrial beings. He could only hope that Raditz arrived with benevolent intentions. Given the presence of Kain and the others, he wished for Raditz to mirror their goodwill, as he could not indiscriminately interfere with Earth's development. Having mastered the control of his energy, Raditz did not, unlike Kain, neglect his training. His battle power now hovered around 2,000, significantly surpassing that of his counterpart in the original narrative at the same period. He had managed to suppress his energy to a minimum, yet it still lingered above 500, slightly lower than Kain's current power level. As the spacecraft descended, martial artists on the ground who could sense energy felt Raditz's arrival. However, none dared to approach recklessly due to his overwhelming strength. Perhaps due to the shared coordinates. Raditz's landing site was not far from that of Kain and the others, both situated near Baozi Mountain. Upon disembarking from the spacecraft, Raditz immediately spotted a familiar figure. Mother! He exclaimed, unable to contain his emotions at the sight of Kain. How did you arrive here? Kain responded, equally exhilarated, never anticipating the day she would see Raditz again. It is father, Raditz replied in a somber tone, as he sensed no trace of Bardock on Earth, leading him to a painful realization that perhaps Bardock had perished alongside the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Kain fell silent, recalling that fateful night a year prior, when Bardock had been such a person. The two exchanged glances, enveloped in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. It was not until Raditz noticed the slow approach of Son Gohan that he cautiously inquired, Who are you? Kain, jolted by his question, turned to see the newcomer and introduced him. This is Son Gohan, a martial artist on Earth. He has been taking care of us during our time here. I see. Raditz acknowledged, sensing that Gohan posed no threat, and gradually relaxed his guard. He must be the eldest son you have sought for so long. As Gohan approached, he looked down at the diminutive Raditz, inquiring, Is this truly your eldest son? Kain nodded gently, affirming, Yes, this is my eldest son, Raditz. Gohan was taken aback, surprised that this young child could find his way alone, affirming once more the remarkable capabilities of the Saiyans, who could achieve feats beyond the reach of Earthlings. He gazed kindly at Raditz before introducing himself. "Hello, my name is Son Gohan, a martial artist from Earth. Welcome to our planet." Raditz looked at the elderly gentleman before him, feeling a stir of emotions. After spending considerable time on Planet Vegeta, he had never encountered such a friendly demeanor. What would be the cause of this? Noticing Raditz's dazed expression, Son Gohan felt a twinge of confusion. Perhaps it was simply because he had just arrived on Earth and was yet to acclimatize. Chi-Chi, feeling a bit awkward, understood Raditz's predicament all too well. Reminiscent of her own feelings upon first arriving on Earth, where everyone seemed inexplicably kind, she gently touched Raditz's shoulder, urging him to snap out of his reverie. "Mr. Son Gohan, greeting. I am Raditz, a Saiyan, currently 8 years old." Raditz recalled the introduction style of Aios and mimicked it. Son Gohan looked at Raditz with curiosity, then glanced at Chi-Chi, suddenly perceiving that Raditz resembled an Earthling more than Chi-Chi, who had been living on Earth for a month. In the heavenly palace, the Earth God observed the pleasant interaction among the few individuals below and sighed in relief that no conflict had arisen. Yet, he pondered whether their arrival would be a blessing or a curse for Earth. Although he felt fortunate that these 3 Saiyans came with good intentions, a sense of unease lingered within him. After all, Earth remained exposed to the gaze of extraterrestrial forces. Beside him, the all-black-clad attendant, Popo, noticed the god's concern and offered reassurance. "My lord, there is no need for excessive worry. Humanity is destined to navigate its own fate. No matter how formidable the adversaries, there will always be someone to vanquish them." However, the god was not as optimistic, leaning on his staff. He gazed at the cloudless sky and sighed. "Let's hope so." Meanwhile, at Frieza's base, Dodoria looked at the 3 figures before him, puzzled. He scrutinized the information regarding the Vegeta squad and inquired, "Why are there only 3 of you? Was there not a 4th? Kakarot, one of the trio, spoke first. "The 4th is Raditz. During our return journey, our spacecraft collided with an asteroid, and he may have perished." This was the story they had prepared in advance. Upon landing, they had discovered Raditz's absence and speculated it was due to unforeseen circumstances. "Very well. You 3 shall accompany me to meet Lord Frieza." Dodoria was indifferent to Raditz's fate. In his eyes, even the mightiest of Saiyans, like Vegeta, was merely a minor character who could be easily crushed. Chapter 61, Arrival on Namek. Just a few months after Raditz's successful subterfuge on Earth, Aios and the others were nearing their descent on Namek. A colossal aircraft gradually approached the planet. Is this Namek? Indeed, compared to Planet Vegeta, the environmental quality is remarkably superior. Gazing upon the lush greenery enveloping planet Namek, Aios couldn't help but express his admiration. The air quality here was undeniably superior to that of Planet Vegeta. What is so remarkable about that? "The air quality here pales in comparison to that of our planet Talos," retorted Talos, dismissively curling his lip at Aios' remark. Raising an eyebrow, Aios discreetly cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "That is quite different. The flora on your planet is entirely artificial, lacking the authenticity of these natural wonders. Wouldn't you agree, Nez?" Caught between the 2 formidable figures, Nez trembled in fear, hesitant to voice his thoughts, and opted for a neutral stance. "I believe each has its own merits." The reason for referring to them as formidable figures was that, over the past few months, Talos had finally completed the optimization of his body. However, despite this optimization, it bore little difference from the humanoid form he had left behind on Planet Plant. With a basic combat power of merely around 10,000. This was considerably weaker than the likes of androids 17 and 18, yet devoid of any mixed race cells. It possessed a certain malleability, allowing for continual improvement in the future, thus retaining some redeeming qualities. Though his combat power hovered around 10,000 for Nez, whose strength was a mere 400, it was akin to that of a celestial being. Thus, to him, these 2 were individuals to be treated with utmost respect. To his astonishment, the basic combat power on Namek was even greater than that of the Saiyans. After their colossal ship landed, Aios attempted to sense the energy around him and discovered that many individuals on this planet surpassed him in strength. In simpler terms, there were numerous beings with combat power exceeding 10,000. Behind him, Bardock, having sensed the atmosphere as well, remarked, "Indeed, there are many here. But in terms of combat power, they still cannot match us Saiyans. Let us not forget that we possess the ability to transform into great apes, which is more than sufficient to conquer this planet." As Bardock spoke, he found himself reminiscing about days gone by. Aios rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Uncle Bardock, Times have changed. It is futile to dwell on the past. Moreover, let us not forget that we are here seeking assistance. Bardock glanced at Nez, understanding Aios' implication, and chose to remain silent. All right, you may place your hands on my back. I shall use instant transmission to take you to the location of the strongest combatants. Aios declared, sensing Bardock's intention to refrain from further comments. However, Nez voiced his concern. But what if we disturb the Grand Elder? He was aware that the strongest beings on Namek were the Grand Elder's 2 guards and feared that their abrupt arrival might disrupt the Elder's repose. Fear not. We are guests. The Grand Elder will surely understand. Aios reassured him, believing that the Grand Elder would be of compassionate disposition, unlikely to be overly critical of their presence. Very well then. In the 6th universe, Namek is distinct from that of the 7th universe. It has never suffered from a genocide crisis, and its structural composition is somewhat different. The Namek residing in the 7th universe has a sparse population, all birthed by their Grand Elder, making each individual a child of the Grand Elder. Conversely, the Namek in the 6th universe is organized into a tribal societal structure, with each tribe led by an elder, and all members of the tribe are offspring of that elder. Thus, Nez has little blood relation to the Grand Elder. He has never encountered him and does not comprehend the nature of the Grand Elder. Currently, he is the weakest fighter within the team, possessing little influence, and obediently places his hand on the back of Aios. However, perhaps due to Aios' shorter stature, both Bardock and Talos rest their hands on his shoulders, while Nez dutifully places his hand on Aios' back. Once everyone is prepared, Aios initiates instant transmission, transporting them to an expansive, remote area far from other tribes, where human presence is scarce. Upon a towering rock pillar, some double-storied white structures rise, emanating the 2 strongest energy signatures from Namek. This must be the Grand Elder's abode. Let's ascend. Aios soars towards the magnificent edifice, with the others following closely behind. The Grand Elder holds the highest status on all of Namek, and his residence is significantly larger than that of the average Namekian, possibly due to the Grand Elder's considerable size. Who are you? What is your purpose here? A robust Namekian first notices Aios and his companions, then catches sight of Nez trailing behind them, and demands, "Which tribe are you from that you could disturb the Grand Elder's rest so freely?" He is one of the Grand Elder's 2 guards, selected as the strongest from all tribes, tasked with ensuring the Grand Elder's safety. Thus, it is only natural that he harbors a less than cordial demeanor towards Aios and his companions. "We have come to pay our respects to the Grand Elder. We kindly request that you notify him of our presence." Aios speaks as courteously as possible, seeking to convey their goodwill. However, the Namekian merely shakes his head, stating, "The Grand Elder does not wish to meet outsiders. Please leave." His attitude is decidedly unfriendly, as, from a certain perspective, Aios and his companions have intruded upon their planet without permission, akin to invaders. Observing this, Bardock steps forward from behind Aios, unleashing his aura, which bears down upon the guard. The Namekian feels this pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Such power is unprecedented to him, and he never imagined the existence of such formidable beings in the world. "Bardock, uncle!" Aios exclaims, grasping Bardock's garment, signaling him to remain calm. Bardock cast a glance back at him, silently retracting his imposing demeanor. This was a plan devised by the 2 of them. One would adopt a fierce countenance, while the other would play the conciliator, thereby not only demonstrating goodwill, but also showcasing strength. However, at that very moment, another individual resembling the Namekian emerged from the dwelling. He approached the assembly with deference, stating, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." "But Kenneth, this is unacceptable," the earlier Namekian exclaimed anxiously. "This is the Grand Elder's arrangement, Frolate," Kenneth replied, glancing back to elucidate the situation. Frolate, who had just previously obstructed Aios and his companions, paused momentarily upon hearing that it was the Grand Elder's directive. Nevertheless, for him, the Grand Elder's orders were the utmost command, and he felt a sense of relief, for Bardock's earlier intensity had indeed been formidable. Chapter 62. The Grand Elder's Prophecy. The group followed the Namekian named Kenneth inside. Upon entering, Aios was met with a massive figure reclined in a stone chair. Though he did not possess the frail appearance of the Grand Elder from Universe 7, perhaps it was due to the differing developments of the 2 universes. "May I inquire what brings you, esteemed guest, from afar?" The Grand Elder, upon noticing Aios and his companions, was gripped by an ominous premonition. It was evident to him that the aura surrounding these individuals was peculiar, although he could not pinpoint their origins. He was acutely aware that today's events would not unfold without complexity. Grand Elder, our primary purpose for visiting is to request the use of the Dragon Balls. Aios stated candidly, eschewing any pretense. Dragon Balls? The Grand Elder's expression shifted as he grasped the significance of Aios' words, his gaze deepening with intrigue. Frolate, whose temper was volatile, could hardly contain his emotions. Upon hearing that their purpose involved the Dragon Balls, he disregarded any disparity in strength and demanded, "From where did you acquire knowledge of the Dragon Balls?" His eyes fixed accusatorily on Nez, convinced that this individual had betrayed his kind by revealing such secrets to outsiders. No, Mr. Frolate, you must be mistaken. It was not Nez who informed us. We learned through other channels. Aios quickly interjected, recognizing the misunderstanding in Frolate's piercing gaze. I kindly ask you to disclose the source of this information. Although Kenneth was somewhat more composed than Frolate, the Dragon Balls represented the most crucial secret of their Namekian heritage. The fact that outsiders were privy to this knowledge could potentially lead to considerable complications. Just as Aios was about to concoct a plausible excuse to placate the two, the Grand Elder, having discerned something, interjected, "Frolate, Kenneth, you two may step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss in detail with these esteemed guests." However, the Grand Elder's words stirred a sense of agitation in Follett, who was on the brink of expressing his thoughts, only to be abruptly pulled away by Kenneth. After being dragged a considerable distance, Follett finally broke free from Kenneth's grasp, his dissatisfaction evident as he voiced his concerns. "We are unaware of these individuals' origins. What if they pose a threat to the Grand Elder?" Kenneth, though visibly troubled, endeavored to reassure him. "The Grand Elder has his own plans. As guardians, our duty is to follow his commands. Moreover, since their objective revolves around the Dragon Balls, they are unlikely to endanger the Grand Elder." Kenneth exhibited a greater degree of rationality compared to Follett, fully aware that Aios and his companions would not pose any harm to the Grand Elder. He held immense confidence in the Grand Elder's abilities, believing that their presence was indicative of some deeper understanding. Upon hearing Kenneth's explanation, Follett attempted to regain his composure. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder noticed Nez standing beside the group and spoke. "Young one, you may step outside as well." "Yes, Grand Elder." Nez had no choice but to comply. As the Grand Elder's guardians had exited, once all the Namekians had departed, the Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he astoundingly declared, "You are beings from another universe. Are you not? Grand Elder, you are already aware?" Aios was taken aback by this revelation. Although he knew the Namekians possessed certain unique abilities, he had not anticipated that they could discern the origins of himself and his companions. "Indeed, I sensed an unusual aura upon your entrance and discerned your intentions, prompting me to conduct a divination, which unveiled certain truths." The Grand Elder's tone remained calm, yet his heart was racing with astonishment. It was the first time he learned of the existence of other universes in this world. "Surely, the Grand Elder comprehends our purpose here. Might we request the use of the Dragon Balls?" Though Aios was somewhat astonished by the Namekian Grand Elder's ability to foresee the future, he reasoned that it was merely a manifestation of the fusion between aura and spirit. At that moment, their utmost priority remained their return to the seventh universe. With a deep sigh, the Grand Elder replied, "It is not impossible for me to lend them to you. However, I do have a request that I hope you will consider." "Please, Grand Elder, speak." Aios understood that the Namekians would not simply grant them the Dragon Balls without reason, so he anticipated the Grand Elder's forthcoming words. "It is." The Grand Elder paused abruptly, his pupils dilating and his expression transforming into one of terror. Aios, witnessing this sudden shift in the Grand Elder, felt a jolt of apprehension wash over him. "Grand Elder, what has transpired?" As the Grand Elder regained his composure, Aios finally mustered the courage to inquire. The Grand Elder, with a complex expression, scrutinized Aios and his companions, particularly Bardock, before finally stating, "I have just glimpsed death, the death of the entire world." Listening to the ambiguous words of the Grand Elder, Aios scratched his head in confusion. Death should be a commonplace occurrence in the Dragon Ball universe. Why then did it elicit such a reaction from the Grand Elder? If it pertains to the death within this universe, it must be a calamity I have never before witnessed. Before Aios could voice his doubts, the Grand Elder began to elucidate. It turned out that the Grand Elder's prophecy had suddenly activated once more. He envisioned a world shrouded in gray, where life was scarce, and a dark figure was committing slaughter on a blue planet, a tragedy he had never before encountered. In the final moment of his vision, that figure turned, revealing a visage strikingly similar to Bardock's. "Are you saying that individual resembles me?" Bardock exclaimed incredulously. "Not exactly. There is a distinction. His face lacks the scar that adorns yours, which is why I deemed it necessary to share this with you. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. He felt that his ability to foresee the future had become a curse, for the more he knew, the more he sensed his own impotence. Aios grasped the essence of the Grand Elder's prophecy. Was this not akin to Trunks' ordeal in Dragon Ball Super? That figure, if his intuition served him right, must be Black Goku, the god of destruction from Universe 10, Zamasu. Could it be that I have traversed into the future, where Goku meets his demise due to heart disease? What could possibly unfold from this? Chapter 63, The Dragon. Although Aios could not fathom why he had crossed into this world, the hour was still early. Everything had already shifted. The future surely would not mirror the past. Grand Elder, the future is not a mere reflection of the past. It is subject to continuous alteration. Prophecies merely serve as references. We must not place undue faith in them. Aios felt a surge of concern that the Grand Elder might lose hope for the future due to his own foresight. Observing Aios' youthful countenance, the Grand Elder chuckled softly, reaching out to gently pat the top of his head. The little one speaks wisely. The future is not immutable. In the past, we successfully averted the doom of our own planet. This time, the revelation is simply too astonishing, and I apologize for any discomfort it may have caused you. As he spoke, the Grand Elder rummaged behind his stone chair and retrieved a yellow orb, roughly the size of a soccer ball, one of the Dragon Balls he had safeguarded. Gazing at the Dragon Ball in his hand, the Grand Elder mused nostalgically. It has been nearly a century since I last beheld one. He then explained the origins of the situation. Centuries ago, their Namek had faced a dire climate crisis. In that precarious moment, the Grand Elder, with great reluctance, defied ancestral edicts and utilized the Dragon Balls to make a wish, thus averting the annihilation of their race. Aios finally understood. The Namek of Universe 6 had encountered a crisis akin to that of Universe 7, yet their divergent choices had led to markedly different outcomes. The Elder entrusted the Dragon Balls to Aios and then rose to his feet, striding towards the door. Aios gazed at the Dragon Balls in his hands, glancing back at the Elder's figure with a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that such a grandiose being could move with such agility. Talos and Bardock also regarded the Dragon Balls in Aios' possession, surprised by the ease with which they had been acquired. However, each harbored their own concerns, paying little heed to the Dragon Balls themselves. Not far from the house, Follett and Kenneth were engaged in an inquiry with Nez regarding the origins of Aios and his companions. Upon seeing the Elder appear at the entrance, they both hastened towards him. Kenneth was the first to reach the Elder's side, his tone tinged with reproach as he remarked, "Elder, how could you so recklessly step outside? What if you were to injure yourself?" The Elder was not only the most powerful individual on their planet, but also the eldest. It was his decisions in the past that had led to the flourishing of their world, earning him the heartfelt respect of every Namekian. Kenneth, witnessing the Elder's actions, felt a wave of concern. After all, the Elder had not ventured out in quite some time. "Ha, it is of no consequence. I am still quite vigorous and can endure for several more decades," the Elder replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Despite this reassurance, Kenneth intended to assist the Elder. "There is no need to support me. You and Follett should visit the tribes that guard the Dragon Balls and retrieve them," the Elder insisted, declining Kenneth's offer of assistance. Kenneth hesitated, but upon seeing the Elder's resolute expression, he understood the Elder's decision and complied with his wishes, taking Follett and soaring into the sky. "Elder, are you truly entrusting the Dragon Balls to us so readily?" Aios pondered, perplexed by the Elder's faith in them as he watched the two depart. The Elder, smiling at Aios, responded, "We can see that you all possess kind hearts, and we believe you will utilize the Dragon Balls judiciously. However, I cannot be certain that they will fulfill your wishes." The Elder understood that Aios and his companions hailed from another universe, and though the Dragon Balls were said to grant any wish, he harbored doubts regarding the efficacy of their desires. Aios felt a twinge of anxiety at the Elder's words. As the Elder pointed out, the power of the Dragon Balls could not exceed that of their creator, and their wishes transcending into another universe raised concerns about the Dragon Balls' ability to manifest them. Before long, Kenneth and Follett returned, bearing 6 Dragon Balls, with both possessing combat prowess exceeding 50,000. Along with the Elder's protective stature, they had easily secured the Dragon Balls. They placed all 6 Dragon Balls before the Elder, with Aios standing beside him. Thus it could also be said that they were laid before Aios. Aios gazed at the 6 Dragon Balls assembled together, and placed the Dragon Ball he held alongside them. The 7 basketball-sized orbs congregated, and in an instant, they radiated a shimmering golden light, reflecting and responding to one another's presence. All eyes were drawn to the spectacle. It could be said that, Apart from the Elder, no one present had ever gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, let alone summoned the dragon to make a wish. The dragon requires a specific incantation for its summoning. Allow me to handle it, thought the Elder, considering that none of the others had any prior experience in invoking the dragon. Arise, dragon, he declared, his voice resonating as he addressed the 7 Dragon Balls. Naturally, he spoke in the language of Namek, which to Aios and the others sounded like a string of unintelligible syllables. As soon as the Elder's words fell silent, stillness enveloped the crowd. A blinding golden light erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, and ominous clouds gathered in the sky, swiftly obscuring the heavens. Thunder rumbled continuously, and golden lightning flickered within the clouds, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Apart from the Elder, none had ever witnessed the emergence of the dragon, and astonishment painted the faces of everyone present. Aios was not surprised. He had only seen the dragon's appearance on television, a mere fabrication, which paled in comparison to this lived experience. Is this the sight of the dragon's emergence? The whisper of Teros echoed in Aios' ears, the grandeur of the scene continually stimulating his visual senses, while his rational beliefs began to crumble. Bardock's heart was also in turmoil. Previously, he had been preoccupied with the Elder's mention of a shadowy figure, suspecting it might be his youngest son, Kakarot, and had thus paid little attention to the Dragon Balls. Now, however, he was completely awestruck by the grand display before him. A deep, resonant roar filled the air. A colossal figure materialized in the sky, a dragon of immense stature, measuring thousands of meters with remarkably powerful arms, its tail extending high above the 7 Dragon Balls. Compared to the slender Earth Dragon Aios had seen in his previous life, this one appeared remarkably robust, resembling the Namekian dragon of the 7th universe, Purunga. Aios was uncertain of this dragon's exact name. Although it bore a resemblance to the one from the 7th universe, it was undoubtedly the creation of different beings, and thus its name would likely differ. With crimson eyes fixed upon Aios and the others, the dragon's booming voice resonated in their ears. To those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, any wish may be granted. Though limited to 3. Chapter 64, Wishes. Gazing at the majestic dragon before him, Aios could hardly contain his desire to voice his wish immediately. However, he vividly recalled that in the 7th universe, the wish to the Namekian dragon required the Namekian language, and, similarly, the incantation to summon the dragon in the 6th universe also necessitated the Namekian tongue. With this thought in mind, Aios managed to suppress his inner excitement and address the Grand Elder before him. Esteemed Grand Elder, I kindly request you to make a wish to the dragon on our behalf. Our desire is to return to our original universe. The Grand Elder, leaning on his staff, raised his gaze toward the distant dragon and uttered in Namekian, "Please send these guests beside me back to their original universe." Although Aios could not comprehend the words spoken by the Grand Elder, he understood that this was the moment they were invoking their wish. At that instant, his heart swelled with anxiety. In his recollection, the Earth-S dragon could grant most wishes, and the Namekian dragon was comparatively more potent. Yet, he remained uncertain whether their desires would be fulfilled. Indeed, just as Aios grappled with his apprehensions, the dragon finally spoke. In the sky, the dragon, having heard the Grand Elder's wish, remained silent for a considerable time before responding. "I am sorry. Your wish exceeds my capacity. Please present a different wish." As the dragon articulated this using the universal language of the Dragon Ball realm, all present comprehended its meaning. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, particularly affecting Kenneth, Floret, and Nez, the Namekians who had grown up listening to the legends of the dragon. According to their oral traditions, the dragon was an omnipotent entity capable of fulfilling any wish. Yet now they were confronted with the reality of hearing the dragon declare that the wish surpassed its abilities, shattering their long-held beliefs. The Grand Elder, momentarily taken aback, recognized that the dragon's capabilities depended on the creator and were, to some extent, limited. While he had speculated that this wish might not come to fruition, he was nonetheless astonished that it had indeed failed. This was a historical first. Why? Aios inquired directly, seeking to understand the reason behind the impossibility. Yet, the dragon remained unresponsive to his query. Observing the distressed expressions of Aios and the others, the Grand Elder, somewhat embarrassed, suggested, "Perhaps you should consider a different wish. Then let us journey to the gathering place of the Saiyans in this universe," spoke Bardock, who had been quietly standing by. "Wait." Aios swiftly interrupted the Grand Elder. Turning to Bardock, he said, "Uncle Bardock, that wish is too extravagant. I have an idea." Aios then shared his thoughts with Bardock. Listening to his explanation, Bardock furrowed his brow and asked, "Can this truly work?" "It should be feasible," Aios replied, though he himself was uncertain of its viability. "Nevertheless, one must always endeavor to try." The Namekians possess remarkably developed auditory organs. However, due to the regulations on their planet, they refrained from eavesdropping on a conversation between the two. "Great Elder, my wish is to possess the ability to teleport to other locations without the need for sensing." After a dialogue with Bardock, Aios dismissed his previous thoughts and articulated his desire. Aios yearned for a capacity akin to that of the deity Jebet, enabling him to teleport instantaneously without the necessity of detecting another's energy. This would be vastly more convenient than the teleportation methods of planet Adrat, and he speculated that perhaps when he attained greater strength, he could directly teleport to the sixth universe. Is that so? Although the Great Elder harbored some doubts regarding Aios' wish, he nonetheless reiterated it in the Namekian tongue. The Eternal Dragon, with a tone of confidence, responded, "This wish is quite simple." Following his words, a peculiar red light flickered in his eyes, and an unfamiliar memory surged into Aios' mind. Memories of perfect teleportation. Aios felt that now, guided by his thoughts, he could materialize anywhere he desired, liberated from the constraints of energy detection, allowing for teleportation to even more distant realms. "Well, your wish has been granted. Please articulate your second wish." The voice of the Eternal Dragon echoed once more, urging the group to express their next desire. "Do you have any further wishes?" Aios turned to inquire of Bardock and Taros. After much hesitation, Taros ultimately shook his head. Although his initial intention was to create a world capable of self-restoration, witnessing the dragon's inability to fulfill even the wish of returning to their original universe diminished his faith in its powers. He resolved to enrich his knowledge and realize his aspirations through his own capabilities. Meanwhile, Bardock stood in contemplation for a considerable time before finally stating, "My wish is for my children to thrive." Bardock's declaration astonished everyone present, especially Taros, who had not anticipated that the seemingly cold-blooded Saiyan harbored such a desire. Upon hearing Bardock, the Great Elder's face gradually blossomed into a smile, as he increasingly affirmed that Bardock was not the person he had initially perceived. He relayed Bardock's wish, believing that wishes serve as a means to forge a hopeful future. Although his prior decision had saved Namek, he always felt a lingering unease, sensing that Namek would face even greater crises ahead. The Eternal Dragon's eyes again glimmered with red light as he proclaimed, "All right, your wish has been fulfilled. Please state your third wish." However, due to the broad nature of this wish, Aios remained uncertain as to whether it had truly come to fruition. The Great Elder turned once more. Without needing to be prompted, Aios spoke directly. "It appears we have no further wishes." The Elder nodded in agreement, and then uttered a few words to the Divine Dragon. "Your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell." The Divine Dragon emitted a brilliant light and vanished into the ether. As the Divine Dragon disappeared, the 7 Dragon Balls suspended in midair transformed into stone, descending gently to the ground, unlike the Dragon Balls of Earth that would fly away. The sky regained its brightness following the dragon's departure. Thus, the wishes of Aios and his companions were completely realized, yet their ultimate objective remained unachieved. Chapter 65, The Reason. After the Divine Dragon's disappearance, Aios and his companions returned to the Elder's resting chamber. "What are your plans now?" the Elder inquired as he settled back into his stone chair. Internally, he felt a pang of guilt, for Aios and his companions had not fulfilled their purpose on Namek, leaving him with a sense of disappointment towards them. "Elder, we intend to journey to the Saiyan stronghold and subsequently seek a means to return to our universe," Aios explained. He had previously conferred with Bardock regarding their plan to visit the Saiyan homeworld of Planet Salad in the 6th universe, curious to discover the distinctions between its Saiyans and those of the 7th universe. Taros had no objections. His curiosity about the Saiyans of the 6th universe piqued, as it would enrich his research. "Saiyans?" the Elder asked, puzzled. "Indeed, we hail from the Saiyans of the 7th universe," Aios clarified. However, the Elder's gaze lingered on the tails of Aios and Bardock, perplexed. "As far as I know, Saiyans do not possess tails." "What?" Bardock exclaimed in shock. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing for him. In his mind, the defining characteristic of a Saiyan was their tail, the key to their transformation into great apes, embodying their primal strength. While he understood the vast differences between the two universes, he had not anticipated such a significant divergence. "Without tails, can they even be called Saiyans?" Bardock's tone was laced with indignation. The others present found Bardock's reaction peculiar, unable to comprehend his pride in Saiyan identity. thus struggling to grasp the profound sense of disillusionment he now felt. Aios, too, was affected, as a traveler from another world. His singular ambition regarding Saiyan identity revolved around surpassing the prowess of Goku and Vegeta, rather than merely serving as a backdrop to their exploits like other Z-fighters. "Let me think," the elder remarked, observing Bardock's expression, which seemed unable to accept this new information. He contemplated whether there might be an issue with his own memories. The Grand Elder closed his eyes, delving into the recesses of his memories, and after a brief moment, he reopened them, seemingly enlightened. Indeed, a momentous event had transpired in the annals of the Saiyan race. It is uncertain how many years ago this occurred, but the Saiyans once possessed tails and were far from the gentle beings they are today. They roamed the cosmos, embroiled in battles that plunged the universe into chaos, until an unconventional Saiyan emerged to alter this trajectory. Upon hearing this, Aios felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Was this not a reference to Yamoshi? Perhaps this Saiyan's long-standing battles had shaped him, or perhaps he was simply born with a benevolent heart, for he began to detest the aberrant order, rallying alongside his 5 companions to rebel against all malevolent Saiyans. Initially, they found themselves outnumbered and had no means to retaliate against the multitude of wicked Saiyans. And one by one, the Saiyans' 5 allies fell victim to the overwhelming tactics of the enemy. Driven by rage, this virtuous Saiyan transformed. His hair shimmering with a golden hue, and his combat prowess surged dramatically, allowing him to reverse the tide of battle through sheer strength. At this juncture, Bardock felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. He could not quite comprehend it, yet he sensed a similarity between himself and that Saiyan. Both fighting alone, though he battled internal foes while Bardock faced external threats. However, the situation took a turn when among the wicked Saiyans there emerged an anomaly, a monstrous being with green hair. Though devoid of reason, its fighting capabilities were formidable, and it swiftly overcame the noble Saiyan. The Grand Elder paused here, creating a palpable tension among those listening to the tale. Aios, anxious, implored, "Grand Elder, what happened next?" The kind-hearted Saiyan received a sage's counsel, and, harnessing the strength of his 5 companions, transformed into another form. It was through this newfound power that he vanquished the irrational Saiyan, a form he designated as Super Saiyan God, while the mindless Saiyan was labeled as the evil Saiyan. At this point, the Grand Elder ceased his narration, leaving the listeners in suspense. This unresolved tension left Bardock feeling quite unsettled. Irritation bubbled within him as he exclaimed, "Is it the end? Why do the present-day Saiyans no longer possess tails?" Perhaps fueled by his frustration, Bardock inadvertently unleashed a surge of energy, an aura that overwhelmed everyone present. Fortunately, Aios reacted swiftly, grasping Bardock to help him rein in his power, averting a potential catastrophe. For it was uncertain if the Grand Elder's frail body could withstand such an outburst. After Bardock had promptly restrained his momentum, the Elder regarded him with a hint of displeasure, remarking, "Youth is often impatient." I had yet to finish my words. "My apologies, Elder. It was my uncle who acted rashly." "Please, continue," Bardock's companion, Aios, interjected. Aios was acutely aware that Bardock was brimming with Saiyan pride and would never utter an apology, nor would he acknowledge any wrongdoing. Fortunately, this was merely a minor interlude. The Elder vented his frustration and resumed his narrative. That benevolent Saiyan, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan God, discovered that it was the presence of their tails that incited the Saiyan's volatile nature. Thus, the Wise One granted a wish to eternally seal the tails of the Saiyans, leading to the gradual development of their current state. While Aios grasped the origin of the tailless Saiyans of Universe 6, curiosity compelled him to inquire, "Elder, how do you possess such extensive knowledge?" The Elder leaned back, reflecting wistfully. "It may well be mere coincidence. The sage sought by that Saiyan was my ancestor. At that time, Saiyans were embroiled in constant warfare across the cosmos, wreaking havoc upon planet Namek. It was through these tumultuous events that my ancestor forged a friendship with that noble Saiyan, and thus, this tale has been passed down through the generations." Aios experienced a moment of enlightenment. Perhaps it was indeed the intervention of the Namekians that enabled the Saiyan's success, while the Saiyan from Universe 7, Yamoshi, was not afforded such fortune. Chapter 66, Unleashing Potential. Listening to the Elder's account, Aios finally comprehended the profound disparities between the Saiyans of Universe 6 and Universe 7. The course of history had diverged from the very beginning. According to Aios's understanding, Yamoshi's rebellion in Universe 7 had ended in failure, and he never achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Instead, legends of the Super Saiyan persisted through the ages. Moreover, it was perhaps due to that very failure that Yamoshi harbored an unyielding spirit. His soul lingered in the cosmos until he clashed with Beerus in a dream, which ultimately led to the emergence of the Super Saiyan God phenomenon. Of course, all of this was merely hearsay that Aios had stumbled upon in a forum during his past life, and he was uncertain of its veracity. Elder, now that the matters have been clarified, we shall take our leave, Aios thought, as he felt that all necessary affairs on planet Namek had been concluded, and there was no longer a reason to remain. However, to his surprise, the elder extended his hand to halt him, saying, "Child, come here for a moment." Though Aios felt somewhat perplexed, he understood that the elder meant him no harm, so he approached, albeit with a sense of confusion. As he reached the elder's side, he felt the elder's enormous palm gently rest upon his head. Due to their considerable size difference, the elder's hand effortlessly enveloped Aios' entire head. The Grand Elder began to elucidate. Among our entire Namekian population, besides the combatants, there exist individuals with unique talents and versatile capabilities. Those who stand out among them are often sought after by the Dragon Clan, to which I belong, possessing some rather extraordinary abilities. Aios listened attentively, discerning that the Grand Elder intended to unlock his potential. In addition to my prophetic abilities, I also possess a special talent for awakening the potential of others. As Aios had anticipated, the Grand Elder commenced to employ his powers at this juncture. With a swift motion, a golden light radiated from Aios, and he instantly felt a surge of warmth rising within him, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Every cell trembled with exhilaration, and he experienced a profound sense of rejuvenation. As the Grand Elder facilitated the awakening of his potential, Aios sensed an escalating aura around him, as the latent energy concealed within him appeared to be continuously excavated, manifesting as white flames swirling in his vicinity. In that moment, Aios had never experienced such a palpable enhancement of his strength. However, perhaps due to the bittersweet nature of the moment, he felt the ascending momentum gradually wane, and the increase in power began to diminish, abruptly halting. Aios found himself momentarily bewildered. Having just reveled in the surge of energy, this sudden cessation left him with a sense of longing. Regrettably, the Grand Elder's tone was tinged with a hint of sorrow. "I can sense that within you lies an even more formidable strength. Yet my abilities are insufficient to unearth more than a fraction of it. That is sufficient. I am grateful for your assistance, Grand Elder." Though the abrupt halt left Aios with a slight discomfort, he acknowledged that this enhancement was a gift from the Grand Elder, and he felt content with the results. Perhaps due to his youth and lack of experience, his combat prowess had not seen a significant increase. Aios speculated that the Grand Elder of the 6th universe was not as adept at unlocking potential as his counterpart from the 7th universe, as evidenced by the considerable growth seen in Gohan and Krillin in the original narrative. "Little one, I cannot predict what the future holds, but should calamity arise, I hope you will intervene in time." The Grand Elder's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Aios grasped the gravity of his words and nodded resolutely, affirming his determination. "Grand Elder, rest assured, if that event were to transpire, I shall surely act swiftly to prevent it, for it concerns the safety of the entire universe." Upon hearing Aios' vow, a smile graced the Grand Elder's face. "I am immensely grateful. Now, who among you shall step forward first?" After expressing his gratitude, the Grand Elder turned his attention to the two individuals behind Aios. Bardock shook his head, indicating that he did not desire power that was not earned through his own combat. Unlike Talos, he discerned the situation, having observed the Elder's recent actions. He noted that Aios' combat power was steadily increasing. Therefore, he held no doubts regarding the Elder's abilities and approached with a smile. The Elder extended his hand, placing it upon Talos' head, and began to exert his powers. However, no noticeable changes occurred. The Elder, somewhat perplexed, glanced at his palm and then at Talos, expressing his astonishment. "I have never encountered such potential." Upon hearing this, Talos' eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with a hint of excitement, "Does that imply a significant potential?" Aios, somewhat exasperated, replied, "What the Elder means is that your body has no further potential to develop." Talos comprehended this, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He yearned to experience this extraordinary ability firsthand. However, this was understandable, for the body he currently inhabited was not his original form, but rather an artificial construct of his own making. He had already maximized its combat capabilities upon its creation, rendering any potential non-existent. "Well then, Elder, we are truly preparing to depart this time. Thank you for your assistance." Aios gestured a farewell and called upon Bardock and the others. At last, all matters were settled. And Aios once again bid farewell to the elder and the others, marking this as a genuine parting. I wish you safe travels, and hope you find your way back soon. In a gesture mirroring Aios's, the elder also offered his farewells. Meanwhile, Follett and Kenneth observed the proceedings with cold indifference. In their hearts, these outsiders were far from welcome, and their actions were merely a reflection of the elder's command. Nez, having accompanied Kenneth and Follett back after retrieving the Dragon Balls, had not the opportunity to bid farewell. Once everything concluded, Aios pondered the Saiyan gathering place, Planet Salad, and utilized instant transmission, their forms vanishing from Namek. Chapter 67, Planet Salad. Aios activated instant transmission, arriving at another life-bearing planet in the universe, Planet Salad. In the midst of an expansive desert, three figures abruptly appeared. Talos gazed at the boundless wasteland, puzzled, and remarked, "Is this truly Planet Salad? The environmental quality seems rather poor. If all goes as expected, it should be." This was Aios' first time executing flawless instant transmission. He was uncertain whether he could transport himself as intended. The typically taciturn Bardock finally spoke. "This must be it. I can sense numerous powerful energies on this planet." Indeed, no sooner had Bardock uttered these words than countless figures began to converge upon their location. Dozens of individuals clad in battle attire surrounded Aios and his companions, led by a burly man with a rugged visage. Although he was indeed a tall man, his physique appeared quite frail compared to Bardock, resembling a thin bamboo pole. Perhaps this is a characteristic of the Saiyans from Universe 6. "Who are you? What brings you here?" inquired a figure who seemed to be a squad leader, standing to the right of the tall man. However, no one responded to his question. Bardock fixed his gaze intently on the man with stubble, sensing that this individual possessed formidable strength, far surpassing that of Frieza at the time. He could be considered the strongest adversary Bardock had encountered thus far. The tall man also scrutinized Bardock closely. As their eyes locked, an inexplicable connection seemed to form between them, with their fighting spirits steadily escalating. In that moment, Bardock and the tall man saw only each other, oblivious to the presence of anyone else. They no longer cared about each other's identities. Their singular desire was to engage in a fervent battle. Gradually, those around them began to notice the peculiar tension between the two. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves, retreating from the confrontation. "Hey, kids, where did you come from?" The squad leader approached Aios, curious about the sudden appearance of these individuals. Having been the first to detect them, he had been conducting his usual patrol when he noticed several unfamiliar readings of energy levels exceeding 3, particularly one that reached 5. It was noteworthy that even their own captain belonged to the 5th level of energy, so the sudden emergence of an unknown 5th level energy signature was a troubling sign, especially as it had appeared without any prior warning. "Hello, we are all Saiyans." Aios extended his hand in greeting. "Saiyans?" The squad leader regarded Aios with a hint of skepticism, seemingly unconvinced. Aios nodded affirmatively. "And who is that individual?" The squad leader pointed towards the figure confronting his captain. Aios rubbed his nose thoughtfully before replying. "He is my uncle, a powerful Saiyan." The squad leader refrained from expressing his doubts about Aios' statement. Yet he found the information somewhat reassuring, understanding that these three individuals came with good intentions and posed no threat. However, he remained perplexed as to why his captain, Choun, had suddenly engaged in combat with that man. While the two conversed, the battle between Bardock and the tall man had already commenced. They unleashed their full energy. In an instant, Bardock's form vanished from sight, while Choun turned and launched a powerful strike into the air behind him. Boom! Their formidable fists collided with tremendous force. "Not bad," Choun exclaimed with a smile, feeling the power emanating from his own fist. Indeed, on the planet Salada, few can now rival him in strength. A faint smile graced Bardock's lips as he transitioned from a clenched fist to an open palm, deftly grasping Choun's arm and forcefully hurling him into the air. The moment Choun's right hand was restrained, he sensed the precariousness of his situation and instinctively unleashed a wave of energy as he was propelled skyward. Alas! As the energy wave erupted from his hand, Choun's heart sank, realizing the gravity of his predicament. He was inverted in midair, and the energy wave was directed straight towards the ground. Should it strike the surface, the consequences would be dire. However, his anxiety soon dissipated when he observed that Bardock, upon witnessing his unleashed attack, had no choice but to retaliate with a wave of energy from his own right hand, effectively neutralizing Choun's assault. Phew! Bardock exhaled deeply, feeling exhilarated by the intensity of the battle. It had been ages since he had relished such a balanced contest. Excellent! Choun gracefully returned to the ground. Realizing that Bardock had effortlessly blocked his attack, signifying that he had encountered a formidable opponent, igniting an even fiercer spirit within him. Huh! Bardock roared, veins bulging on his forehead, as the power within him began to surge outward, causing the very earth around him to fracture. In that moment, even the distant Aios and others could distinctly sense Bardock's overwhelming strength. How is this possible? This fellow possesses such formidable power. It surpasses the captain's record. The squad leader gazed at the rapidly fluctuating numbers on his radar, his eyes filled with astonishment. Aios curiously leaned in, inquiring, "What is this?" As he pointed to the radar in the squad leader's hand. "This is a combat power radar, specifically designed on our planet to detect an individual's strength." The squad leader replied with a dazed expression. He watched the radar's incessant fluctuations, feeling his worldview being shattered and reshaped. Aios smirked slightly, realizing that this was merely a relic of a bygone era. In his view, the data produced by such machines was inaccurate, especially since we Saiyans can surpass our limits in a short span of time. Aios expressed his perspective. Impossible. This was developed by the foremost scientists on our planet and can accurately compute an individual's combat power in real time, based on fluctuations in their energy. The squad leader countered, perceiving Aios as a naive country bumpkin, utterly unacquainted with the world. Never mind. Observing the squad leader's obstinacy, Aios chose not to engage in further debate and returned his attention to the battle unfolding in the distance. At this juncture, the clash between Bardock and Chuan had reached a fever pitch. Their armor had become tattered from the ferocity of battle, a testament to the intensity of the conflict. At that moment, Bardock kicked a massive boulder towards Chuan. Chapter 68. Chuan. Bardock sent the boulder flying, striking Chuan. Chuan reacted swiftly, shattering the boulder with a powerful punch. But his attack stirred up a cloud of dust, obscuring his vision. Bardock awaited this very instant, swiftly appearing before him. With a forceful blow, he landed a solid punch on Chuan's face. Thud! Chuan was driven into the ground, yet he sprang back up, delivering a punch at Bardock, which was deftly evaded. Not bad, Chuan remarked, acknowledging Bardock's dodge. It had been quite some time since anyone had pushed him to such extremes, let alone injured him. Bardock, however, remained silent, quietly launching his own assault. Why do you wish to fight? What are you fighting for? Chuan inquired, undeterred by Bardock's silence. Bardock furrowed his brow, puzzled. Fighting is fighting. What more reason is needed? To Bardock, the essence of combat lay in defeating one's opponent and achieving victory, leaving him bewildered by Chuan's questions. Chuan's expression suddenly darkened as he realized something amiss. He could not comprehend why he was engaging in battle with this individual. He considered himself a rational person who would not resort to violence for personal reasons, even if his identity was unclear. Yet this time he had lost control, directly contradicting his usual principles. Since it was not his issue, it must have been something peculiar about his opponent. With a somewhat hostile tone, he demanded, "Who are you?" "Really? Hey, if you're going to fight, then fight properly. What is the point of these irrelevant questions?" Bardock replied, his tone tinged with impatience, perplexed by Chuan's sudden change in demeanor. "All right," Chuan said seriously, looking intently at Bardock. "This time I will give it my all." With that, he unleashed a white aura, finally exerting his full strength. However, despite this display of power, he intended only to teach Bardock a lesson, not to harm him excessively. As Bardock faced this increasingly formidable opponent, exhilaration surged within him, every cell in his body igniting with fervor. He relished this pure combat, devoid of ulterior motives. Meanwhile, in the distance, Aios observed with a grim expression, acutely aware that the power Chuan had unleashed now far surpassed that of Bardock. He turned around and stared at the squad leader, asking with a perplexed expression, "Who exactly is your captain?" Upon hearing Aios' inquiry, the squad leader refrained from introducing his captain directly and instead asked, "Are you familiar with the Lay's Defense Force?" The Lay's Defense Force? Aios recalled some details. In Dragon Ball Super, when Gabe made his entrance, he proclaimed himself as the ace elite of the Lay's Defense Force. Furthermore, Caliph's brother, Linso, was the captain of that very squad. Indeed, the Lay's Defense Force is an elite unit among our Saiyans, with each member possessing formidable combat prowess. Noticing Aios' confusion, the squad leader proudly began to enlighten him. Captain Saiyan is the most powerful among us in the Lay's Defense Force, ranking within the top 5 in combat strength among all Saiyans. From his tone, Aios discerned the squad leader's profound admiration for the Lay's Defense Force and unwavering confidence in his captain, Saiyan. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to why Saiyan was the captain instead of Linso, but upon reflection, he realized that there were still over 40 years until the timeline of Dragon Ball Super, and Linso must still be just a child. With Khalifa and Gabe yet to be born. Sighing, Aios lamented that he had initially intended to witness the legendary Saiyans of this universe, but in the sixth universe. They were likely referred to as the Demon Saiyans, and the Yandere named Caulifla had not yet come into existence. The squad leader was baffled as to why. After sharing his captain's title, this child began to sigh heavily. Perhaps he was concerned about his uncle. Sensing he had struck upon something significant, the squad leader offered reassurance. Do not worry. Although I do not fully comprehend who you are, our captain generally does not harm indiscriminately and would not unleash his full power during a confrontation, especially knowing you are not malevolent. However, just as he finished speaking, the distant figure of Saiyan erupted with his full power, launching an attack towards Bardock. The squad leader was left in disbelief, unable to fathom what had gone awry. Everything had grown bizarre since encountering these individuals, and even a normally gentle captain had begun to display anger. Indeed, in his memory, Captain Saiyan only unleashed his full might when enraged. Aios observed the battle from afar, his heart filled with genuine concern. This was not solely due to Saiyan's combat prowess far surpassing Bardock's, but also because Bardock's combat abilities had seemingly been enhanced beyond measure. He had yet to engage an evenly matched opponent. Nevertheless, Aios' worries were evidently unfounded. Although Bardock initially struggled to adapt to Saiyan's overwhelming power, he gradually acclimated to the rhythm of the combat and began to mount a counteroffensive. As Saiyan watched Bardock turn the tide of battle, he inwardly marveled at the genius before him. He was acutely aware of the stark contrast between himself and Bardock. In their initial skirmish, he could have easily defeated Bardock. However, he refrained from doing so, despite being oblivious to the reasons behind their unexpected conflict. Perhaps due to his gentle disposition, he chose not to strike Bardock down immediately, instead opting for a series of tentative exchanges. To his surprise, Bardock adapted to the rhythm of combat with remarkable swiftness. How did you manage that? You and Finity Inquire. Unable to contain his curiosity. Huh? What? Bardock, still engulfed in the exhilaration of their recent battle, did not register the question and reflexively executed a kick. Chioin struggled to parry the attack and continued, I can sense that your strength was not this formidable just moments ago. Why did your power continue to escalate during the fight? This was the source of Chioin's confusion. He had not seen any advancement in his own abilities for years, while this individual before him was consistently evolving through their encounter. Because we Saiyans, upon reaching our limits during an exhilarating battle, break through our confines and achieve evolution. Bardock déclarait emphatically, effortlessly deflecting qui en est assaut. Chioin was left bewildered, his mind swirling with questions. I was unaware that Saiyans possessed such an ability. Wait, did you say Saiyans? He asked, a hint of astonishment in his tone, though Bardock was displeased with Chioin's cessation of hostilities. He did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, he responded candidly, yes, like you, we are also Saiyans. When Bardock referred to we, he meant himself and Yaos. For Talos did not belong to their race, though whether Chioin would grasp this nuance remained uncertain. But why do you have tails? Chioin pointed to Bardock's tail, expressing his skepticism. It must be due to the differences between our two universes, Bardock speculated, observing Chioin's lack of intent to continue fighting. He then began to elucidate the origins of himself and his companions. In the distance, Yaos watched as the two engaged in conversation, pondering what had transpired between them. What is going on with your captain? He asked the squad leader beside him. The squad leader replied irritably, you ask me, and who do I ask in return? Yaos was somewhat exasperated. Did this fellow ingest something potent? His temper seemed unusually volatile. However, although he was uncertain why Bardock and the other had halted their confrontation, he felt a sense of relief, for it would be unfortunate if either were to sustain injuries. After a brief wait, Bardock and Chioin approached them, flying in their direction. Aios approached Bardock and inquired, Bardock, what prompted you to engage in a confrontation with that individual? He was perplexed by the earlier altercation between the two, unable to fathom why they would resort to violence upon their first meeting. Bardock scratched his head, equally bewildered by his own actions. I cannot explain it. All I know is that the moment I laid eyes on him, an instinct within me urged me to defeat him. Upon hearing this, Aios silently turned to observe Chioin, who was now encircled by his comrades, and then shifted his gaze back to Bardock, scrutinizing the dynamic between the two. Despite his contemplation, he could not discern any tangible connection between them, save for their formidable strengths. Could there be some ulterior motive at play? Or perhaps the inherent nature of Saiyans is influencing this? Aios mused, his mind swirling with conjectures and plots, completely oblivious to Bardock's departure. Time passed, and it was only when he felt a gentle pat on his arm that he snapped back to reality. Turning around, he discovered it was Talos calling out to him. Talos regarded Aios, who had just regained his focus, and asked, "What were you pondering just now? You seemed so engrossed that I called out to you several times without a response." Aios hesitated, contemplating whether to share his suspicions with Talos. Ultimately, he decided against it, reasoning that his thoughts were mere baseless speculations without any evidence, and it was perhaps wiser to keep them to himself. At that moment, he was startled to realize that Bardock had already distanced himself, following Chuan and the others. What sort of arrangement did they reach? Why are they departing so swiftly? He remarked, observing their retreating figures. Talos rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with mockery as he responded, "I have no idea. Just as you were lost in thought. He slipped away with them. I wonder who he is targeting." "Is that so?" Aios replied, somewhat enlightened. He was familiar with Bardock's tendencies and paid little heed to Talos' comment. In truth, Talos understood the principles guiding the Saiyans' interactions. His remarks were merely a reflection of his disdain for Bardock. "Let's follow them," Aios urged, hastily beckoning Talos as he set off in pursuit of the departing figures. Talos grumbled in annoyance, feeling somewhat sidelined. Ever since arriving on Planet Salad, he had felt overlooked, not for any particular reason, but simply due to his relatively lower combat prowess, which had failed to attract the attention of others. Logically, after so many years, he should have grown accustomed to this treatment. Yet his centuries spent in solitude within his laboratory had fostered a sense of superiority, and even Aios, once aware of his capabilities, had never overlooked him. Aios caught up with the group, aligning himself with the squad leader trailing behind Bardock and Chuan, while the others dispersed once they sensed no immediate danger. The squad leader, noticing Aios had caught up, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh, you're finally awake." No longer lost in thought. It was evident he had observed Aios' earlier demeanor. Aios chose to ignore him and instead tugged at Bardock's sleeve, expressing a hint of disappointment. "Uncle Bardock, why didn't you call for me when you left?" Bardock turned his head, surprise etched on his face as he replied, "You didn't follow us." His tone was laced with confusion. Aios rolled his eyes in exasperation. Were it not for his knowledge of Bardock's character, he might have thought him deliberately obtuse. Shaking his head, he dismissed these irrelevant thoughts from his mind. "Uncle Bardock, where are we headed?" he inquired. "Let me introduce you. This is Chuan, the captain of the Lassagard." Bardock gestured towards Chuan, then patted Aios on the back, stating to Chuan, "He is my junior, quite formidable in combat, I must say." Chuan examined Aios and, upon sensing his aura, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he is quite exceptional. When I was his age, I certainly lacked such prowess." Chuan's compliment was sincere, unaffected by Bardock's influence. Despite the Saiyans of Universe 6 possessing a notable superiority in strength compared to those of Universe 7, few could rival Chuan at this age. "Thank you for the kind words, Uncle Chuan," Aios replied courteously. "I have a son about your age. Perhaps you two could become friends." Chuan smiled, ruffling Aios' hair as he noted the polite demeanor of the young boy. It was then that he became aware of Talos trailing behind at a distance and inquired of Bardock, "By the way, who is this gentleman?" Talos, resembling an elderly man with his snow-white hair, maintained an exceedingly polite demeanor. "He is our companion, though not a Saiyan. One might consider him a scientist," Bardock explained, albeit with a hint of indifference towards Talos. "A scientist? Quite rare indeed," Chuan remarked. Thus, the five of them continued their conversation and soon arrived at an elegantly decorated building. "Liansaw, go fetch your mother. We have guests." Chuan called out to a boy who appeared to be around Aios' age. A slender, black-haired youth emerged, yawning and looking noticeably fatigued. However, upon spotting Aios and the others, his pupils dilated in disbelief as he asked, "Dad, who are they?" Seeing Liansaw's reaction, Chuan instinctively furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to respond, he remembered the presence of the others and suppressed his emotions, darkening his expression as he urged, "Stop lingering and hurry to fetch your mother." Lenzo discerned his father's sullen expression and dared not utter another word, hastily fleeing from their midst, his silhouette betraying a hint of disarray. "My sincerest apologies for the spectacle." Chuan turned his head, and his countenance instantly brightened. "No worries. He is, after all, your son?" Bardock's tone bore an unusual quality. Indeed, on their planet Vegeta, one had never encountered a child as dispirited as Lenzo. Aios, observing Lenzo's retreating figure, could hardly fathom that such a person would one day ascend to the position of captain of the Ray's defense team. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Following this brief interlude, the group settled into the living room. No sooner had they taken their seats than Shoen eagerly proposed. Bardock, you find yourselves without a destination. Why not join us? Aios, feeling somewhat bored and swaying his head, suddenly sharpened his gaze and exclaimed, "What did you say?" Perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement, his voice resonated loudly enough to startle Teros nearby. Shoen was taken aback. His own voice trembled as he inquired, "What is the matter?" Aios, realizing his reaction had indeed been excessive, reassured, "Oh, nothing, nothing, please continue your conversation." Upon reflection, he acknowledged that joining Shoen and the others was indeed a prudent choice for Bardock. Living in such a peaceful environment might enhance his cells, adequately preparing him for a future transformation into a Super Saiyan. Thus, he encouraged Uncle Bardock, "This is truly a wise decision here. Numerous opportunities abound to engage in battles with formidable foes." Evidently, upon hearing Aios' words, the hesitant Bardock's eyes sparkled with newfound resolve. "Very well. I shall join you and become a member of this defense team." Shoen felt an inexplicable sense of having made a hasty decision, yet having spoken, there was no turning back. The two commenced a detailed discussion regarding the specifics of joining the guard team. Meanwhile, Aios noticed the little captain whispering closely with Teros in a corner. Curiosity piqued. He approached and overheard the captain speaking in a tone of flattery. "Sir, you are indeed a great talent. My admiration for you flows like an unceasing river." Aios felt a shiver run down his spine, puzzled by the nature of their conversation that had rendered the captain so enraptured. Teros, hearing these words, flushed inexplicably, his tone brimming with excitement. Indeed, the Saiyans here are markedly different from others. They possess a profound understanding of respect for others. As he spoke, his gaze fixed pointedly upon Bardock. The implication was unmistakable. "We are certainly distinct from those vulgar individuals. Our defense team's technological department is indeed in dire need of an exceptional scientist like yourself." The squad leader, perceiving the implication in Talos' gaze, swiftly grasped his meaning and responded in kind. Before he could finish his thought, he eagerly inquired, "Sir, what say you? Are you willing to join us?" "Very well, I am willing," Talos replied. Upon hearing this, Aios immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere and interjected, disrupting Talos' forthcoming words. "What are you discussing?" He feigned innocence, inquiring with a puzzled expression. Upon noticing Aios' sudden approach, Talos straightened himself, adopting a demeanor as if nothing had transpired. This left the squad leader momentarily flabbergasted. Success seemed imminent, yet the sudden interruption had thrown everything into disarray. He turned, his eyes blazing with frustration as he glared at Aios. Undeterred by the squad leader's ire, Aios leaned closer to Talos, curiosity evident in his voice. "What were you just talking about?" Clearing his throat deliberately, Talos responded with utmost seriousness. "Oh, nothing much. He merely recognized my worth and intended to recruit me for their endeavors." "Ah, so they wish to exploit you for free." Talos cast a somewhat perplexed glance at Aios, bewildered by the strange terminology he had employed. The squad leader, taken aback, gazed incredulously at Aios, his expression seemingly conveying disbelief at such baseless accusations. Flushing with indignation, he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I could never mean such a thing. Furthermore, how could the work of a researcher be deemed as exploitation?" Though the squad leader did not fully grasp the meaning of exploit, he instinctively felt it was hardly a commendable term. "Very well, not exploitation, not exploitation," Aios replied, attempting to placate him, albeit with a hint of exasperation. Nevertheless, he turned to Talos and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The squad leader felt a swell of apprehension. Their earlier discourse had made it abundantly clear that this elderly gentleman was indeed a remarkable scientist, a rare asset for their defense team, which is why he had gone to such lengths to win him over. Yet, after the recent exchange, he feared all hope had been dashed. To his surprise, Talos did not outright refuse. Rather, he stated, "I intend to observe. Perhaps I might glean some knowledge." Talos had grown weary of his frail physique. Through his observations, he had discerned that the Saiyans of the 6th universe generally possessed greater combat prowess than those of the 7th. Even if he could not learn from them directly, he could utilize their cells for research to enhance his own body. In short, it was a venture with no downside. "Very well, should you wish to go, then go." Aios neither opposed the decision, as he was merely concerned that Talos might, in a moment of impulsive enthusiasm spurred by the praise of the squad leader, hastily join their ranks, thereby becoming a fool who, deceived, would assist others in counting their coins. However, since Talos had arrived at this decision after considerable contemplation, it signified that he possessed his own convictions and Aios would naturally refrain from obstructing him. Furthermore, Aios had his own plans, rendering it inconvenient to have him accompany his endeavors. Chapter 71. The Calamity of Talos. Aios had not intended to linger on the planet Sharada for long. Having mastered the art of instantaneous movement, it was imperative that he utilized this newfound skill to its fullest extent. His intention was to rest on this celestial body for a few days before embarking on a journey through the cosmos in search of a way to return to the seventh universe. However, after Bardock chose to join the Ray's defense force, Aios found himself somewhat perplexed regarding the arrangement for Talos. Having acquired a physical form, it was no longer feasible for Talos to accompany Aios as he had in the past. Nevertheless, with Talos having found a sense of belonging, Aios felt considerably more at ease, particularly since he had taken it upon himself to extricate Talos from the planet bearing his name, thus feeling a sense of responsibility for his safety. While Aios was immersed in contemplating future plans, the squad leader had already begun discussing prospective work with Talos. "Do you possess any advanced scientific research equipment?" Talos inquired, his eyes darting with curiosity. Although he carried his own laboratory, the potential acquisition of high-tech resources from this planet could significantly enhance his facilities. The squad leader, momentarily taken aback by this question, was merely an ordinary Saiyan warrior, and not a specialist in scientific technology, thus he had little knowledge regarding laboratory setups. Nevertheless, he quickly devised a solution. "Perhaps, Mr. Talos, you might accompany me to the Research Institute at this moment to see if their equipment meets your requirements?" Upon hearing this, Talos pondered for a moment before agreeing to the proposal, recognizing that first-hand investigation would yield more credible insights than mere words. He recalled how he had been lured away by Aios under the pretext of the Dragon Balls, which were said to grant any wish, yet here he was, unable to even fulfill a simple desire to return home. "All right, let us proceed," he declared, rising to bid farewell to Chen. The squad leader's face lit up with excitement. Hastily joining Talos as they approached Chen, eagerly, he interjected into the conversation between Chen and Bardock. "Captain, I plan to take Mr. Talos to the Research Institute. He has agreed to join us." Upon hearing this, Chen's expression mirrored that of enthusiasm as he understood the pressing need for scientific talent within the Ray's defense force, thus warmly welcoming Talos' inclusion. Yet, out of courtesy, he proposed, "Why not stay for dinner before you depart? No more trouble. I have been adrift in the cosmos these past few days, and it has been quite some time since I last conducted any research. I can hardly contain my eagerness now." Talos graciously declined his invitation, just as he mentioned, ever since arriving in the sixth universe, aside from conducting experiments on Planet Plant, he has been perpetually on the move, and his skills have begun to dull. "Very well, Cook, you must take good care of Mr. Talos." Yuan, perceiving Talos' steadfast resolve to depart, ceased his attempts to persuade him to stay, merely instructing the squad leader to look after Talos. "Understood, Captain. Do you doubt my capabilities?" The squad leader patted his chest confidently and left with Talos, departing from Chioan's residence. Once they had distanced themselves, Chioan turned to Bardock and said, "My apologies. Cook has always been this way, fervently dedicated to his tasks." "No matter." Bardock waved his hand dismissively. "In truth, having Talos join us is quite beneficial. He possesses exceptional skills in creating a certain type of gravity chamber, which is perfectly suited for our training." "Oh, is that so?" Chioan's eyes brightened. This was a training method he had never encountered before, and it seemed likely that they would need to rely on Talos in the future. Thus, even before commencing his work, Talos' value had already begun to manifest. In the early morning, in the courtyard of Chioan's home, Aios was engaged in his daily warm-up exercises. Bardock had already accompanied Chioan to report to the Lay's defense team, as he was an outsider to Planet Salad, and joining the Lay's defense team involved numerous cumbersome procedures. Hence, they had set out early to prepare. Soon, Aios concluded his routine warm-ups and returned indoors. Since they had only just arrived on Planet Salad, they lacked a proper place to stay, and had temporarily lodged at Chioan's residence the previous night. Reflecting on the tasks Chioan had entrusted him that morning, he decided to wake Lien Soa for some rigorous training. After all, it was unbecoming for a Saiyan to remain so despondent. He entered Lien Soa's room, and indeed, Lien Soa was still sprawled on his bed, soundly asleep, his sleeping posture quite unrefined. Aios approached him, cleared his throat a couple of times, adjusted his voice, and with all his might shouted into Lien Soa's ear, "Lento, do you see what time it is? How can you sleep at your age? Get up at once." Startled from his slumber by the sudden outburst, Lien Soa leaped up, still disoriented and not fully aware of who was before him, reflexively responding, "Yes, I will get up immediately." However, he quickly recognized Aios standing beside him. and his expression fell into despondency as he flopped back on a bed, mumbling, "Oh, it's just you. Please don't bother me." Huh? Observing Lino retreating back into slumber, Aios' gaze sharpened dangerously. He swiftly yanked off the covers and seized Liansoa by the collar, forcing him to face him directly. "What on earth do you want? Why are you so bothersome?" Once again, Aios startled Liansoa from his slumber, causing his expression to darken even further. Aios, however, remained unfazed by Liansoa's demeanor, gazing at him with an unwavering calmness. "It is, of course, to urge you to rise. Such laziness is unbecoming of a true Saiyan." Liansoa shot a disgruntled look at Aios, his tone growing increasingly irritable. "Who do you think you are? Are we even acquainted?" Aios had been waiting for this very retort. He raised his hand and feigned a cough. "This, naturally, is a request from Uncle Chioen." Liansoa's expression faltered momentarily. Aios' words struck at his very core. For the only figure he truly feared here was his father, the captain of the Rays defense team. Aios then leaned closer to Liansoa, his voice taking on a chilling edge. "The type of despondent individual you represent is the very bane of my existence." "Oh." Liansoa instantly perked up. As long as Aios refrained from mentioning his father, he would remain the proud Saiyan he was. He broke free from Aios' grip, standing tall on his bed, looking down at Aios. "Then I shall embrace this despondency. What can you possibly do about it?" Aios let out a cold chuckle, forgoing further banter, and yanked Liansoa from the bed. He then planted his foot firmly on Liansoa's chest, pinning him to the ground. "I intend to teach you a proper lesson." Struggling on the floor, Liansoa found himself lacking in strength, unable to free himself from Aios' grasp. How infuriating! Where did this guy come from? And how could he be so strong? Liansoa cursed inwardly, acutely aware that despite his seemingly lethargic demeanor, his combat prowess far exceeded that of his peers. Even some adult Saiyans might not stand a chance against him. Yet here he was, effortlessly subdued by Aios. "Have the courage to release me. Let us engage in a fair one-on-one battle outside." Liansoa, feeling utterly helpless against Aios' hold, resorted to provocation. Of course, Aios readily accepted the challenge, having intended to teach him a lesson, not to let him off so easily. Liansoa glared at Aios' retreating figure with resentment, contemplating a surprise attack. However, recalling his father's teachings, he ultimately abandoned the notion. Outside the room, Aios stood with an air of nonchalance, seemingly dismissive of Liansoa. The latter, however, felt increasingly anxious. He recognized that their brief skirmish had revealed he was no match for Aios, which rendered him hesitant to attack. "What is the matter? Still not planning to strike? Weren't you quite the bravado just moments ago?" Aios taunted, observing Liansoa's timid demeanor. How infuriating! Liansoa, fed up with Aios' irritating expression, disregarded the disparity between them and raised his fist in anger. Chapter 72. Training. As Liansoa charged forward, a subtle smile graced the corner of Aios' lips as he effortlessly deflected the punch aimed at him. With a swift kick, he sent Liansoa flying. How infuriating! Although Liansoa was well aware that he was no match for Aios, he had not anticipated the vast disparity in their abilities. Aios observed Liansoa's movements with a detached gaze, refraining from launching a surprise attack, for his intent was merely to urge Liansoa to abandon his languid habits rather than to humiliate him. With a furious shout, Liansoa began to unleash his full potential, a white aura emanating from his body. As Liansoa's momentum surged, Aios' expression grew serious. After all, the son of the defense team captain could hardly be weak. Once Liansoa had optimized his state, he propelled himself backward, suddenly appearing before Aios with a resounding thud, unleashing a barrage of rapid punches akin to a machine gun's fire. Yet, despite his fervent assault, his strength paled in comparison to Aios, and every strike was effortlessly parried. "Is this all you can muster?" Aios taunted, blocking Liansoa's blows while mocking him with words. With each taunt, Liansoa's attacks grew more frantic, his expression increasingly grim. However, Aios' superiority in both speed and power rendered Liansoa's efforts futile, merely exhausting his own stamina. As Aios had anticipated, Liansoa's onslaught did not last long. Soon, his speed diminished, beads of sweat forming on his brow, clearly indicating that the preceding assault had taken a toll on him. In stark contrast, Aios exhibited no signs of fatigue. How could this guy be so formidable? Liansoa's spirits sank as he gazed at Aios, who remained unfazed by his relentless attacks. Aios noted the decline in Liansoa's assault frequency, recognizing that his stamina was waning. With that realization, he ceased holding back. His hands suddenly accelerated, seizing control of Liansoa's wrists. "What? Liansoa exclaimed in disbelief as he found his hands easily restrained by Ao. Ao looked at him with disappointment, remarking, "Did you truly allow your mind to wander during our confrontation?" Liansoa's face flushed. He recognized that he had indeed momentarily lost focus, not realizing that such a lapse would provide Ao with an opening. Ao, sensing Liansoa's desire to retort, felt increasingly compelled to discipline him. Without further ado, he delivered a swift kick that sent Liansoa crashing to the ground. Once again, Liansoa found himself forcefully thrust to the ground. His expression contorted with a mixture of rage and confusion. He could not fathom how to vanquish the individual before him, and a sense of grievance welled up within him. Until this moment, he remained oblivious to the circumstances that had transpired. He had been peacefully slumbering in his bed when this person had rudely yanked him from his dreams and subjected him to a brutal beating. As he lay on the ground, Liansoa realized that he was no match for this opponent, and in a resigned tone, he declared, "I shall remain here on the ground. Let us see what you can do to me." He reasoned that since Aios was a guest invited by his father, the man could not possibly inflict any lasting harm upon him. At worst, he would only suffer superficial injuries. Aios observed Liansoa's insolent demeanor, an exasperated expression forming on his face. He could not comprehend why a Saiyan would find himself in such a pitiful state. However, Aios felt that dealing with this kind of person was precisely his forte. With a smile, he approached Liansoa and leaned down, speaking softly. "While it's true that I cannot do much to you, we are merely engaging in a friendly spar. And a few bruises are to be expected, wouldn't you agree?" Gazing up at the affable Aios, Liansoa suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. "So what now? Have you submitted?" Aios inquired, observing Liansoa sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised. Liansoa stared blankly at the sky, feeling the waves of pain coursing through his body, and began to question the value of his existence. Noticing his silence, Aios moved in front of him and knelt down, asking, "What is it? Do you wish to continue?" At these words, Liansoa's body trembled as he cried out in desperation, "What is it that you want from me?" He felt utterly wronged. After all, he had been peacefully resting in his room, only to be dragged out and assaulted without cause. "What do I want? Look at yourself in this slothful state. Do you still consider yourself a warrior?" Aios responded, his tone laced with irritation. "What does that have to do with you?" Liansoa's mind spiraled into despair, perplexed by the fate that had led him to encounter such an individual. Observing Liansoa's plight, Aios began to speak slowly. "Do you know, there was once someone like you, indifferent to all matters, until one day a villain destroyed his homeland, forcing him to serve under that very villain." Aios began to recount a reimagined version of Vegeta's tale from the original narrative, sharing it with Liansoa. Yet, as Liansoa listened, he felt no emotional resonance. The story seemed utterly implausible. "What, you don't believe me?" Sensing Liansoa's skepticism, Aios sat cross-legged before him and continued, "Very well. I shall forego further trivialities. The reason I share this story with you is to convey that for you, I am that villain, and you are the powerless weakling." With a fiery gaze, Liansoa glared at Aios, who, despite having reduced him to such a state, continued to humiliate him. Aios, meeting his gaze, clenched his fist and declared, "Is it not thus? Before me, you are but an impotent weakling, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. If you persist in this languid manner, this planet may soon resemble a mere stone." As he spoke, he unleashed a laser from his hand, obliterating a distant rock into dust, reducing it to a speck of cosmic debris. Without waiting for Liansoa's reaction, Ao strode out of the courtyard. Liansoa, watching Ao's retreating figure, lay on the ground and began to ponder his words. It was a notion he had never considered. He had always believed that his father's presence would ensure their protection. Chapter 73, Planet Vegeta. Time flowed slowly, and it had been a month since Aos and his companions arrived on Sharada Planet. During this month, seemingly due to Aos' daily training, Liansoa underwent significant transformation. He was no longer the despondent individual he once was, and his combat prowess had greatly improved under Aos' guidance. However, witnessing Liansoa's gradual strengthening only heightened Aos' anxiety. They had lingered in the 6th universe for over a year, and he resolved to depart Sharada Planet today in search of a way back. Naturally, before leaving, Aos had disclosed his plans to Bardock. Bardock's longing for his wife and children had not diminished despite the month they had spent together. Thus he did not oppose Aos' intentions. Yet, considering Frieza's formidable power, Bardock chose not to accompany Aos. He intended to train on Sharada Planet, preparing himself to face Frieza without falling into the same predicament again. "Then, Uncle Bardock, I shall take my leave." Aios said to Bardock before utilizing instant transmission to arrive at a more prosperous world, Planet Vegeta. Due to Nez's insights, Aios was aware that this was the largest trade center in the galaxy. In his mind, being a trade hub implied a bustling environment rife with information, and he intended to test his fortune here first. Initially, Aios had anticipated that, as a renowned trade center, the planet would be a chaotic melange of individuals. However, upon arrival, he realized his assumptions were misguided. While the crowd was indeed substantial, it was not as disordered as he had imagined. Each individual engaged in transactions with decorum, devoid of any acts of robbery or coercion. The sheer diversity of beings present, each with their peculiar shapes and forms, ensured that, despite his youth and diminutive stature, Aios remained inconspicuous amidst the throng. He arrived at an expansive square, seemingly boundless, which served as the free trade center of his planet. Here, no restrictions pertained to one's identity. All individuals could engage in trade and exchange, making it an ideal locale for newcomers like Aios. As he stepped into the bustling trade square, a woman, who, by Aios' aesthetic standards, was quite attractive, approached him, adhering to the flight regulations of Vegeta Planet. Upon reaching Aios, she gracefully bowed before speaking. "Welcome, sir, to Vegeta Planet. I am your navigator, Ivy. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask. I am here to assist you." Her poise and etiquette were impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Aios gazed at the tall woman, somewhat astonished. "Is such a service available here?" "Indeed, sir," Ivy replied with a smile. "This is a special service we offer to first-time visitors of Vegeta Planet." Surprised by the thoughtful service, Aios felt a twinge of curiosity. "How do you know I'm a first-time visitor?" "Well, on our planet, we have a specialized identification system. The information of every guest is recorded, allowing us to analyze data comprehensively. Typically, we allocate desired goods based on previous trading history, while those without purchase records are assigned a navigator." Ivy explained patiently, her smile unwavering. Nodding, Aios was taken aback by the advanced technology that could manage such vast amounts of information. It was known that Vegeta was the most prosperous trading planet in the entire galaxy, with an unfathomable daily influx of people. Merely contemplating the sheer scale sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, he soon focused on his own purpose for being there. "Do you sell spacecraft capable of high-speed travel?" "Spacecraft? Please follow me, sir." Ivy, though puzzled by his inquiry, maintained her professionalism and led Aios to the designated area for spacecraft sales. Aios intended to seek a vessel with greater speed, though he suspected that none would possess the capability to traverse cosmic barriers. In the realm of Dragon Ball, he presumed that only the Warp Cube had the power to navigate through the universe, as it was a vehicle employed by the gods. His inquiry stemmed from a desire to glean any information regarding Hit. He vaguely recalled that Hit had agreed to participate in the fighting tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7 due to the Warp Cube. With over 40 years remaining until that time, perhaps Hit was still in search of a similar means of transportation. Aios was determined to see if he could uncover any leads about Hit's whereabouts. However, his inquiries were not aimed at locating Hit, for his current strength was indeed vastly inferior to that of Hit. Should he encounter the latter, he would surely meet a swift demise, leaving him with no recourse for justification. Instead, he intended to explore the possibility of establishing a connection with Bardock. After all, Aios and his companions were mere outsiders in the 6th universe, and he harbored the hope that they could eventually assist in returning them to the 7th universe. Fortunately, unlike Kampa, Beerus did not suffer from the habit of oversleeping, providing a trail to follow. In the event of dire circumstances, he could entice them with culinary delights. "By the way, Miss Ivy, are you not concerned about potential robberies on Planet Vegeta?" Aios recalled what Nez had previously mentioned regarding cosmic pirates and asked with curiosity. Ivy, who was leading the way, momentarily appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised by Aios' question. However, she quickly regained her composure and adorned her face with a polite smile, replying, "Sir, you jest. The safety of every individual on our planet is guaranteed. Our security measures are exceedingly robust, and such incidents will not occur." Due to Aios' youth, Ivy did not entertain the notion that he might be contemplating robbery. She merely assumed he was skeptical about the security protocols of Planet Vegeta, prompting her to reassure him. Yet Aios countered, "Nevertheless, I heard that a few months ago, cosmic pirates executed a robbery here, which raises my doubts about your security assurances." Ivy's expression became slightly awkward, but she managed to explain, "Rest assured, sir, that was merely a minor probability. Those cosmic pirates have already been placed on a wanted list, and we have even enlisted the help of the Saiyans to apprehend them. I believe such incidents will not recur." "Oh," Aios nodded, neither affirming nor denying her statement. However, he was certain about her mention of enlisting the Saiyans, for his month-long stay on Planet Salad had not been in vain. He had gathered a wealth of information about the galaxy, yet he had uncovered no leads regarding Hit, aside from knowing he was the universe's most notorious assassin, whose true visage had never been witnessed by anyone. Aios assessed this planet, concluding that its overt power appeared quite formidable. Otherwise, it would not be able to maintain order among its inhabitants. However, the cosmic pirates had been obliterated by Aios' group on Planet Pranda months prior, yet they had not received any updates since then. The relative isolation of Planet Pranda contributed to this, but their intelligence network seemed rather sluggish as well. Pondering these matters, he followed Ivy and soon arrived at the designated area for the sale of spacecraft. Chapter 74, Credit System. Aios accompanied Ivy to the location specifically dedicated to the sale of spacecraft. It was a boundless plaza, filled with an array of various spacecraft on display. However, after a thorough examination, Aios failed to find the aircraft carriers previously utilized by the cosmic pirates. He was uncertain whether this was due to those vessels not being classified as spacecraft or if they were considered strategic weapons not available for public sale. Is this all there is? After wandering through the marketplace, Aios discovered that it was filled with rather low-grade spacecraft. Although his intention was not to purchase a spacecraft, he could easily surmise that no valuable information could be gleaned in such a place. Upon hearing Aios' inquiry, Ivy politely bowed and then explained, "Well, sir, we certainly have high-end spacecraft available, but due to your current credit rating being rather low, you are not eligible to purchase higher-tier goods." Aios blinked, a look of confusion crossing his face. "What do you mean by that?" Before Ivy could respond, another patron nearby chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Don't you understand? She means you don't have enough money. Don't even think about buying anything. You aren't qualified to even look at it. Of course, she would take you along." The speaker was a purple-skinned individual covered in warts, with two catfish-like whiskers protruding from his chin, resembling an odd member of Frieza's army. Though he seemed to be warning Aios, his tone dripped with mockery and ill intent. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter at his words. "Do I need your ugly face meddling in my affairs? Besides, you've been around long enough and still can only shop here. How dare you criticize me?" Aios retorted, casting a derisive glance at the man. His words incited a collective scorn from the crowd, with the earlier mockers now glaring at him, particularly the purple-skinned man, who nearly disregarded the venue's decorum in his desire to retaliate against Aios. "Pathetic," Aios sneered, observing the man's reaction with disdain. In his perception, these individuals were only slightly more formidable than the previous space pirates, easily crushable without hesitation. While the man refrained from physical confrontation, his focus remained fixed on Aios, absorbing the latter's words with a grim expression. "You better watch yourself, kid. You'll soon learn the rules of the universe," he warned. Fixing Aios' appearance in his memory before turning to leave, his companions trailing behind him, all part of the same mocking group, Aios paid little heed to the threat, meticulously noting their energies, planning to teleport and see who would truly be the aggressor. Furthermore, it was peculiar for this group to collectively seek to purchase spacecraft. After this brief altercation, the area around Aios became increasingly desolate. Ignoring the lingering glances of those still watching, he turned to Ivy and inquired, "How is the credit rating calculated here?" He intends to see if he can ascend to the highest rank, so that he may infiltrate and gather intelligence regarding Hit. After all, this is a marketplace, and the exchange of wealth is undoubtedly frequent, given that Hit is the premier assassin of the sixth universe. Those with greater wealth are likely to possess higher status, and thus, they should have some information concerning Hit. Ivy demonstrates exceptional professionalism. Despite the uproar caused by Aios and others, she refrains from interjecting, standing quietly to the side. Upon hearing Aios' inquiry, she finally speaks to explain, "Indeed, sir, we offer two methods for enhancing your credit rating. The first involves providing proof of your assets, which will be evaluated by our dedicated assessors, potentially allowing for an increase in your credit level. The second method entails purchasing goods from us. We will assess your purchasing capacity based on your transactions, and subsequently grant you an appropriate credit enhancement, though this method tends to be slower. Furthermore, a higher credit rating may afford you a certain credit limit, ensuring a more comfortable shopping experience." Listening to her explanation, Aios experiences an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. It resembles the credit assessments for bank loans in his previous life. Yet, neither of these options presents a viable solution for him, as he has only been in the sixth universe for a year and possesses no significant assets. Moreover, Since arriving in the Dragon Ball universe, he has never worried about finances, having focused solely on enhancing his strength over the years, rendering the concept of money rather abstract to him. Is there not a more direct, simple, and forceful method? Aios inquires, harboring a final hope. What do you mean? Ivy responds, somewhat perplexed by his question, unsure of his intent. Aios strikes a fighting pose, flexing his muscles as he states, proving oneself through strength. In his view, this realm belongs to the Dragon Ball universe, where the principle of power reigns supreme, suggesting that alternative methods may indeed exist. Ivy gazes at Aios' antics, her expression somewhat dazed. This is her first encounter with such an eccentric customer, leaving her at a loss for words. Yet observing Aios still preening, she can only respond with resignation. Sir, you jest. We inhabit a civilized universe. Such barbaric customs do not apply here. Upon hearing her words, Aios halts his display, his tone growing despondent as he replies, if there is none, then so be it. I shall ponder other options. Ivy rolls her eyes, suspecting that had she mentioned the existence of such a method, this child would undoubtedly resort to action, attempting to validate his credit through his so-called strength. As children often experience their phase of youthful bravado, a behavior she finds somewhat understandable. Though Ivy felt a profound exasperation towards Aios' recent conduct, she remained steadfast in her role as a host, politely inquiring, Sir, do you have any further questions? The reason for her choice of words, questions rather than purchases, was clear. Based on his earlier actions, she surmised that he lacked sufficient funds for significant acquisitions and thus refrained from broaching such matters. Aios sighed heavily, adopting a look of resignation as he remarked, the ships here are rather subpar, and with my limited finances, I suppose I must wait until I return home to request some money from my parents before making a purchase. As he spoke, he gazed skyward, embodying a sense of helplessness. Ivy held no doubts regarding Aios' claims. In her eyes, he was merely a mischievous youth who had stealthily escaped from his family. Yet, this also suggested that his family was well off, as it was unlikely he could have mastered flying a spacecraft at such a tender age. Consequently, Aios represented a potential high-value client, and she was determined not to underestimate him. With a professional smile, she welcomed him for a future visit. Chapter 75. The Pirates' Conspiracy. Aios looked at Ivy with an air of curiosity and asked, do you mean to say that I have no intention of leaving right now? Upon seeing the seriousness in his gaze, Ivy's expression turned blank, struggling to comprehend his thought process. To her understanding, if one had no money, they ought to return promptly to acquire some, rather than linger aimlessly. She longed to voice this sentiment, but her professional training and upbringing forbade her from articulating such thoughts. Thus, despite her internal frustrations, she maintained her smile and asked, might I inquire if you have any other needs, sir? After a moment of contemplation, Aios shook his head and replied, I intend to thoroughly explore the merchandise available on your planet. Would you be so kind as to guide me and provide some introductions? Listening to his words, Ivy's exasperation deepened. However, she recognized that Aios remained her customer. On Fulida, customers were regarded as deities, even if such deities were impoverished, and they could not disregard their commands. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to remind Aios, however, sir, due to your low credit rating, you're only permitted to explore the free trade square. Aios paid little heed to her warning, as his true objective was not to peruse the offerings, but rather to gather intelligence while passing the time. He sensed the lingering presence of the earlier individuals, still lingering around the spacecraft trading area, clearly not intending to depart anytime soon. No problem, I can explore here, he declared. Then, please follow me, sir. The sentiments remain unchanged, yet the individual in question now harbors feelings that are worlds apart from those of the past. Meanwhile, while visiting the free trade square in Aios, the very individuals who once mocked him have convened, plotting their strategies to deal with him. The alien with purple skin, reminiscent of Chio-E, was the first to speak. Have we gathered any intelligence on that fellow? Not yet, but I inquired earlier, and he does not appear to hail from any significant power, replied one of the green-faced aliens. Nearby, a rather dim-witted-looking individual, whose eyes betrayed a semblance of wisdom, expressed his concern. Could he possibly be a Saiyan? After all, he bears an uncanny resemblance to them. At this utterance, an immediate silence enveloped the group, as everyone regarded him with incredulity. The purple-skinned alien, irked, smacked the back of the man's head and retorted, Are you daft? Saiyans do not possess tails. That individual is surely from some underdeveloped beastman planet. Though chastised, the man felt a twinge of indignation but dared not protest further, lowering his head in silence. Nevertheless, how do you intend to handle him? After all, Our leader has instructed us to lay low for the time being, the green-faced alien queried, a note of apprehension in his voice. This question cast another pall of silence over the group, revealing their palpable fear of their leader's decree. None dared to defy his orders. Blast it! The purple-skinned alien exclaimed in frustration, striking the wall behind him. It's all Cashew's fault. Those fools recklessly attacked the planet of Felida, and now they have vanished, leaving us to procure a spaceship. Evidently, Cashew referred to the space pirates that Aios had previously vanquished on Planet Plant. They were all part of the same band of cosmic marauders. However, their intelligence was severely lacking. Even now, they remained oblivious to the fact that those pirates had permanently perished on Planet Plant, mistakenly believing them to be in hiding from a bounty, as was their usual practice. Albeit this time their concealment had stretched on for an unusually long duration. Fear not. Although our leader forbids us from stirring up trouble, dealing with an individual of no considerable background should pose little risk, the purple-skinned alien reassured his companions, perhaps attempting to soothe his own anxieties. While he remained acutely aware of the leader's commands and refrained from acting recklessly, the memory of Aios' infuriating demeanor reignited the flames of his anger. Perhaps it is best to heed the leader's directive and complete our task swiftly, avoiding any further complications. You know well that due to Cashew and his ilk's misdeeds, the entire southern sector of the galaxy is now keenly hunting us. Should our identities be revealed, we would face an unending pursuit. A somewhat prematurely aged extraterrestrial being offered counsel. After all, previously, Cashew and his companions had taken advantage of the unresponsive guards on the planet Frieza to engage in unabashed theft. Although the items in question were purchased by patrons rather than being displayed for exhibition, such actions represented a grave provocation for the planet Frieza. Consequently, the entire galaxy had grown tense due to this incident. If they were to reveal their identities in a moment of reckless anger, they would find themselves regretting it too late. Listening to his words, the purple-skinned alien's expression fluctuated between hues of red and black, clearly engaged in a tumultuous internal struggle. Alas! Perhaps fortune smiled upon him this time, and he would let the matter rest, vowing to reclaim his honor when the opportunity arose. Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately chose to spare Aios, for the repercussions of exposure were far too dire to bear. Indeed, that was the rationale. Furthermore, the young lad possessed a remarkably low credit rating, indicating he was unlikely to be wealthy, rendering the endeavor a losing proposition. The wise-eyed extraterrestrial once again articulated his perspective. The purple-skinned alien, already frustrated by his previous concessions, felt an anger bubbling within him. Upon hearing his companion's foolish remarks, he could no longer contain himself and rebuked. Are you lacking in mental faculties? That individual is accompanied by a navigator, clearly a novice to this realm. How can you ascertain his financial status? Yet, bound by the regulations of Frieza, he refrained from physically reprimanding his foolish comrade, only growing increasingly irate. The rebuked individual felt further wronged, retorting, "But weren't those your own words just moments ago?" Chapter 76, Pursuit. Aios spent the day meandering through the Free Trade Plaza, alongside Ivy, pausing only as twilight began to descend, sensing that the other extraterrestrial beings were finally preparing to depart from Frieza. Well, I found today's journey quite delightful. It is now time for us to take our leave, Aios announced to Ivy as they stood before the entrance of the plaza. At that moment, Ivy clearly exhibited signs of fatigue. Unlike Aios, she did not possess immense strength, and her stamina had waned after such prolonged exertion. Thankfully, the day's endeavors were drawing to a close. Standing at the entrance, Ivy wiped the virtual sweat from her brow and, with a weary tone, said, "We welcome you to visit our Frieza Trade Center again. My code is 12138. I hope to serve you once more and kindly request a 5-star review for my services." Although she felt utterly exhausted, the procedural formalities had to be observed. Otherwise, her efforts for the day would feel futile. Aios, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Do you have customer review protocols here?" Ivy sighed deeply and, with a hint of resignation, explained, "Yes, Mr. Ao. We possess a customer feedback feature that evaluates the services of our navigators, and I sincerely hope that my assistance today has met your expectations." On the planet Felida, the performance of navigators is assessed through 2 criteria. First, they receive a commission upon the customer's purchase of goods. Second, customer feedback contributes to their overall performance evaluation. However, Ao had spent the entire day meandering without making any purchases, thus he would naturally not receive any commission. Now, her only hope was that Ao would bestow upon her a 5-star rating for her service today. Otherwise, her efforts would have been in vain. Listening to her explanation, Ao nodded in understanding, affirming, "All right, I comprehend. I shall grant you a 5-star rating." With that, he instantly teleported away, leaving Ivy standing in place, watching Ao's sudden departure. Her slender figure swayed precariously in the wind, and at that moment, her composure shattered as she shouted to the heavens, "Damn it, I truly wasted my day." In her understanding, first-time visitors would register their identities at the control tower upon departure and would rate the navigator services. Yet, she never anticipated that Ao would defy convention and vanish so abruptly. This change was the final straw that broke her spirit. Just as she lamented her seemingly fruitless day, Ao's voice unexpectedly resonated from behind her. "Excuse me, how do I rate your service?" Hearing Ao's somewhat youthful voice, Ivy felt her irritation dissipate. It was like a celestial melody, instantly invigorating her spirit anew. Filled with a renewed excitement, she dashed to Ao's side, exclaiming, "Sir, please follow me. I shall lead you there at once." Her tone brimmed with enthusiasm, as if fearing Ao might vanish again. She took his small hand and guided him to the control tower. At last, the entire process was swiftly completed. Standing at the control tower, Ao expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "The service here is rather antiquated. Why not allow the navigators to handle this task directly? This roundabout procedure is excessively cumbersome. Thank you for your feedback. I will submit your suggestions shortly." Ivy replied with a perfunctory smile. She had secured her performance evaluation, and now her only wish was for Ao to depart quickly, as she truly did not wish to see his face any longer. "Make sure to relay that suggestion. I shall take my leave now," Ao remarked, preparing to teleport away. Ivy, with a smile, bowed and said, "We look forward to your next visit." Finally, amidst her farewell, Ao departed from the planet Vegeta. Ivy stood in place, waiting for a considerable time without catching a glimpse of Aios. Her expression swiftly transformed from a previous smile to one of frustration, as she gritted her teeth and muttered, "This scoundrel has finally departed." This time, Aios had indeed left. He utilized teleportation to materialize directly aboard the spacecraft from which the aliens had previously returned. The expanse within this craft was significantly more spacious than that of an ordinary small vessel, boasting approximately a dozen square meters capable of accommodating numerous individuals. Since he had sensed the energy emanating from the purple-skinned alien, Aios instantly appeared beside him. The alien's awareness was remarkably acute. Upon Aios' arrival, he raised his weapon and shouted, "Who goes there?" Ignoring his inquiry, Aios swiftly moved in front of him. Before the alien could react, Aios delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. The commotion drew the attention of others nearby, who hastily brandished their weapons towards the disturbance. Perhaps due to concern for their fallen companion, they refrained from attacking recklessly. However, while they hesitated, Aios seized the opportunity to strike. He darted through the spacecraft, incapacitating everyone aboard, except for the pilot, in mere moments, while simultaneously dismantling their weapons and rendering them utterly defenseless. At long last, someone discerned Aios' visage. An elderly alien, taken aback, exclaimed, "So, it is you. Who on earth are you?" Aios, unperturbed, began counting his adversaries. 1, 2, 7. "Ah, counting the pilot, that makes them all." Aios nodded in satisfaction. "Who the devil are you?" fumed the purple-skinned alien, still in denial of the situation, his anger flaring as he recalled Aios' previous arrogance. "Oh, even at this juncture, you still dare to be defiant." Aios stepped before him, placing his foot on the alien's back, speaking with a mocking tone. Infuriated, the purple alien felt a surge of rage, yet witnessing his comrades sprawled on the ground compelled him to lower his head in resignation. Chapter 77, Interrogation. After teaching the purple-skinned alien a lesson, Aios began to wander about the spacecraft. Observing a few aliens who had managed to rise, Aios inquired, "Hey, where do you intend to go?" Having merely endured a casual blow from Aios, they were not in mortal peril. After a brief respite, they found themselves mostly unharmed. Nonetheless, the display of Aios' strength instilled fear in them, leaving them to cower in the distance. At this moment, upon hearing the words of Aios, the somewhat elderly extraterrestrial spoke with a hint of flattery. "My lord, we intend to return to our home planet. Our actions during the day may have been offensive, and we hope you can forgive our indiscretion." Aios let out a cold snicker and stepped closer to him, stating, "In truth, I am not overly concerned about the events of the day." Hearing his words, several extraterrestrials involuntarily cast their gazes towards a nearby purple-skinned alien, battered and lying in a deep coma on the ground, hesitant to speak further. "My primary inquiry is regarding your intentions for coming to the planet Vegeta," Aios remarked, strolling before them with his hands clasped behind his back. The extraterrestrials exchanged glances, seemingly deliberating on how to respond. Ultimately, it was the aged alien who gritted his teeth and spoke. "My lord, we have come solely to procure spacecraft for our planet's military. Is that so?" Aios regarded him with a non-committal expression. "However, you do not appear to belong to the same race. And what about the spacecraft you intend to purchase?" Indeed, the elderly alien approached Aios, retrieving a cube-like object from his pocket and presenting it before him. "My lord, the spacecraft we have purchased are contained within this." Aios took the object, examining it closely and recognizing it as a type of spatial capsule. "What is the approximate capacity of this space?" he inquired with curiosity, twisting the cube in his hand. The alien, cautious in his demeanor, replied, "My lord, this is called a cosmic cube, specifically developed by the planet Vegeta for shopping purposes. I am unsure of its exact capacity." His tone was exceedingly careful, and he avoided making eye contact, fearing Aios might misconstrue his words as mockery of his ignorance. Aios, however, found little interest in the object, glancing at it briefly before tossing it back to the elderly alien. "You still have not explained why you are not of the same race," Aios reminded him, adding with a hint of menace. "If you dare tell me that multiple races coexist on your planet, I shall immediately sever your head from your shoulders." Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on the elderly alien's face, as he had initially intended to say just that. But after Aios' warning, he would not dare to voice such thoughts. Internally, he lamented the purple-skinned alien, thinking, "Why provoke someone like this little harbinger of death? I can only hope to escape unscathed." Aios observed the anxious extraterrestrial, whose nerves were causing him to sweat profusely, and his gaze sharpened. "Or were you merely deceiving me all along?" The elderly alien, terrified by Aios' words, fell to his knees, exclaiming, "My lord, I truly did not lie. We are truly here solely for the procurement of spacecraft, with no ulterior motives. However, you have yet to explain why, despite not belonging to the same race, you all originate from the same planet." As Aios spoke, he gradually unleashed his formidable aura. The surrounding extraterrestrials trembled in fear, instinctively kneeling before him. "Moreover, I can't help but notice a striking resemblance between you and those who raided the planet Vegeta a year ago," Aios remarked pointedly. In truth, he was uncertain whether these beings were indeed affiliated with the band of cosmic pirates that had previously invaded the planet plant, but he merely expressed his observation casually. Unbeknownst to him, his words stirred a significant tempest within the hearts of the extraterrestrials. Although they were unaware of the origins of the youth before them, they believed that the worst he could do was to reprimand them. However, should their identities as pirates be exposed, they would face the wrath of the entire galaxy. It was the elderly extraterrestrial who displayed the most courage. Despite being startled by Aios' words, he managed to suppress his inner terror and stood upright, stating, "My lord, you jest. We are merely law-abiding merchants. How can we possibly be those vile pirates?" As he spoke, he forced a smile onto his face. "Is that so?" Aios observed the awkward smile upon his visage, growing increasingly suspicious. Yet he understood that this individual would not reveal anything unless faced with dire consequences. So he turned to the other extraterrestrials. He approached one individual, whose face bore the marks of a prior altercation, the wise-looking extraterrestrial he had encountered before his arrival. "Tell me, does your account align with that of the previous fellow?" Aios inquired in a calm tone. Though his voice was even, the wise extraterrestrial trembled in fear. Despite his lack of sharpness, he understood the necessity of concealing their identities. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly devised a clever ruse, stating, "We are merely procuring on behalf of our leader. I have no knowledge of his true identity." In this manner, he neither lied nor revealed their affiliation, achieving a dual advantage. His words instantly invigorated the minds of those surrounding him. They could lead this little menace to their base, and later allow their leader to deal with him. With this thought, they collectively asserted, "Indeed, my lord, everything is merely in accordance with our leader's orders. We, too, are unaware of his identity." Aios now felt assured. They were undoubtedly closely linked to the cosmic pirates, and it appeared their intent was to guide him to their base. Perhaps believing that their leader possessed sufficient strength to confront him, he turned his eyes around, made a decision within, and decided to follow them to see what was happening. After all, he possessed the ability to teleport, so he was not concerned about any life-threatening dangers. He had not engaged in life-or-death battles with powerful enemies for some time. Perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity. "All right, I shall accompany you to discover the true identity of your leader." Chapter 78, The Base. Aios had devised a plan. intending to visit the so-called base to ascertain the nature of their leader and perhaps glean some useful information. How far are we from your base? Aios disregarded the reactions of those outside and approached the cockpit, inquiring of the pilot. The pilot had anticipated the events occurring outside, so he was not taken aback by Aios' question. His voice trembled slightly as he responded, "Sir, we still require approximately another month of travel." He spoke with a subservient tone, seemingly fearful that Aios might annihilate him if displeased. Aios observed the pilot's reaction and frowned, sensing it might be due to his own demeanor. He softened his tone, saying, "Do not worry. I will not harm you at this moment. Just focus on navigating the ship." However, at this point, Aios' tone shifted abruptly. "If you dare to make any reckless moves, I would not hesitate to destroy this vessel. That would be a trivial matter for me. Do you understand?" The pilot's forehead was slick with cold sweat. "Sir, you jest. How could I possibly entertain such thoughts?" In truth, the pilot harbored no ill intentions, for they had been traversing the cosmos, and Aios had suddenly appeared aboard their ship. He believed that any rash actions would only result in their own downfall. "That is for the best," Aios declared, turning away from the cockpit without regard for the pilot's demeanor. He approached the alien with wise eyes from before and inquired, "Is there a possibility of a full moon occurring at your base?" Aios asked this primarily as a precaution. If there were a considerable disparity between him and the so-called leader, he could transform into his giant ape form. After all, with Saiyan blood coursing through his veins, he did not wish to flee without a fight, as retreating via teleportation would be too humiliating. The alien was momentarily taken aback, scratching its head in confusion. Aios, observing its dazed expression, sighed in exasperation. "I ask again, is there a chance of a full moon occurring there?" Yes. This time, the alien understood, nodding vigorously. "Our planet has 3 moons orbiting it, so we experience full moons almost daily." "Very well." Aios nodded in understanding, signaling that he had comprehended the information. Fortunately, that celestial body was not like Namek, encircled by 3 suns, but rather orbited by 3 moons, which instilled him with greater confidence for this journey. Soon, a month passed leisurely, and Aios and his companions were on the brink of reaching the base referred to by the cosmic pirates. This planet, enveloped in a crimson hue, boasted sparse vegetation and was rich in rare earth minerals. Most importantly, it lay on the fringes of the southern galaxy, making it difficult for outsiders to discover, which explained why these cosmic marauders had chosen it as their stronghold. As Aios clearly spotted the planet, he utilized the technique of instantaneous movement to depart from the spacecraft and set foot upon its surface. In his departure, he unleashed a colossal energy wave, annihilating the spacecraft in an instant, leaving no chance for those aboard to escape. They perished alongside their vessel. Throughout the past month, Aios had gleaned ample information from their conversations, realizing that they were indeed the notorious cosmic pirates, a ruthless band surpassing even the Saiyans of the 7th universe in malevolence. Though Aios hailed from Planet Vegeta, he considered himself a person of integrity, thus he bore no inclination for leniency toward such individuals. The moment Aios touched down, he was immediately met with the blaring sound of alarm surrounding him. It turned out that his casual use of instantaneous movement had led him directly into a military fortress, which explained the swift detection of his presence. Within the fortress, a robust figure emerged, visibly alarmed, inquiring, "What is happening? What is the situation?" Uncertain, another being, glancing at the radar displaying a highlighted dot, replied, "It seems someone has intruded." His hesitation stemmed from the fact that he had not observed any spacecraft. The individual had seemingly materialized out of thin air, defying logic. An intruder? The burly man found it hard to believe. How many? Could it be those Saiyans have discovered us? His question was rooted in the fact that the Saiyans on Planet Salad prided themselves as champions of justice in the universe, perpetually at odds with the cosmic pirates. Had they not hidden effectively, they would have long been eradicated. "No, Captain," the radar operator shook his head, dispelling the man's speculation. "The radar shows only one intruder." Upon hearing his subordinate's response, the captain sighed in relief, then, feeling a surge of irritation, smacked his forehead. "If it's just one person, then hurry up and deal with him." "Yes, I will take care of it immediately." The radar operator began to frantically maneuver controls at his station, while outside, a barrage of artillery and lasers was unleashed towards Aios. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Aios observed the relentless onslaught of attacks approaching him, he effortlessly unleashed a few waves of energy, easily neutralizing them with minimal exertion. "This is futile, Captain. The enemy's strength is overwhelming. These weapons are utterly ineffective," exclaimed the alien, astonished as he gazed at the radar, which continued to flicker with signals from the adversaries. Indeed, these weapons proved to be worthless, far inferior to our own capabilities. I failed to comprehend why our leader insisted we carry this batch of useless armaments. After muttering this, the burly man called out to his subordinates. What are you dawdling for? Quickly inform the warriors of Team 7 to mobilize and eliminate the enemy. Understood, replied his subordinate, who triggered the alarm, though this time the sound was markedly different from before. Following the alarm's blare, Aios witnessed countless aliens soaring forth from the surrounding fortifications, an assembly of combat-clad foot soldiers, most of whom bore no weaponry. These individuals epitomized the true warriors of the cosmic pirates, starkly contrasting with those he had encountered previously. Every one of them emanated an aura of lethal intent, clearly seasoned veterans of countless battles. They swiftly encircled the solitary Aios. Where's your leader? Aios inquired without waiting for them to speak. The cosmic pirates exchanged bewildered glances. Isn't it customary for us to ask you where you hail from? Chapter 79, Annihilation. Who are you really? What audacity compels you to intrude upon our territory? The burly man, the captain of Team 7, stepped forward in response to Aios' words. Aios retorted, Are you a creature transported from the journey to the west? Your manner of speaking is quite theatrical. Shaking his head, Aios dispelled the chaotic thoughts that plagued him. He took a step forward, gazing at the formidable man, and asked, Are you their leader? In terms of combat prowess, Aios discerned that the man before him possessed a power level of merely around 20,000, which, while superior to Aios' strength from a year prior, paled in comparison to Aios' current abilities. After numerous unexpected encounters over the past year, most notably receiving training from the Grand Elder of Namek, Aios' combat power had soared beyond 50,000. The man before him was no match for him, especially considering Aios' significant progress in energy control over the past year, enabling him to unleash attacks that far exceeded his current power. A mere individual with a combat power of less than 2,000. How curious that you possess the audacity to trespass here. The burly man fixed his gaze on Aios and activated a combat power detector specifically designed for cosmic pirates. The device emitted a series of beeps, revealing Aios' power level. Aios habitually suppressed his energy when not engaged in combat, which accounted for the detector's reading of merely around 2,000. He scoffed dismissively at the man's remarks. Taking no heed of his words, he extended a finger, pointing distantly at the burly man. Before the man could grasp the significance of Aios' gesture, a crimson laser suddenly erupted from Aios' fingertip, shooting towards him. With a sharp whoosh, the cold light sliced through the air, provoking an instinctive sense of danger within the man. Reacting on impulse, he attempted to evade, only to feel a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he discovered that his limb had been pierced. What? Clutching his injured arm, the man stared incredulously at Aios, disbelieving, and reopened his detector, only to find that his combat power had not altered in the slightest. This was because Aios had only augmented his energy at the moment of attack, a fleeting instant too brief for the machine to register. TCH, I miscalculated. Aios observed the man, who was now nursing his arm, his gaze tinged with disappointment. His intended strike had aimed for the man's heart, but he had not anticipated such a swift reaction that had spared the man's life. You despicable scoundrel. How dare you injure me? The burly man bellowed, and suddenly, a violet aura erupted around him. Aios' brow furrowed as he sensed an unmistakably malevolent essence emanating from the man, igniting within him a profound aversion. He had sensed something similar on Bardock, though it had been notably less intense at the time. This sinister aura stirred an inexplicable agitation within Aios as he observed the man gathering energy. Without hesitation, he utilized instant teleportation, reappearing behind him. Captain, be careful. A subordinate, positioned behind the burly man, noticed Aios' sudden appearance and warned his captain while launching an attack at Aios. Alas, it was too late. Aios delivered a powerful elbow strike to the man's back and immediately teleported back to his original position. The man, struck by Aios, coughed up blood, only to be met by his subordinate's subsequent assault. A white energy blast struck his injured spot again. Under normal circumstances, this attack would not have breached his defenses. However, having just been compromised by Aios, he staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Captain, are you all right? The anxious subordinate approached him, concern etched on his face. The burly man turned, glaring fiercely, and declared, Once I deal with this foe, I shall settle the score with you. He then whipped around, his eyes blazing as he confronted Aios, demanding, Who are you? How can someone with such low combat power inflict harm upon me? Are you ready? Aios made no reply to his question, instead uttering words that seemed absurd. A chill coursed through him. In the blink of an eye, Aios vanished from sight, only for his face to suddenly materialize before the man. The mighty warrior was once again taken aback by the elusive emergence of Aios. However, he soon felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen, stars dancing before his eyes, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball, scattering numerous minions in his wake. Lying on the ground, despair etched across his face, he perceived this adversary before him as an insurmountable chasm, a foe far beyond his capabilities. Strength lies in numbers. Let's charge together. Suddenly, a voice rang out amidst the throng of minions. Inspired by this rallying cry, they erupted with newfound vigor, surging towards Aios. Observing the fearless onslaught of his adversaries, Aios frowned. He knew that engaging amidst such chaos would result in blood splattering upon him. To avert this, he utilized instant teleportation. Appearing high above in the air, gathering all his might, he crossed his arms in midair, conjuring a luminous white energy sphere that materialized in his palms, compressing it relentlessly until it erupted into a dazzling golden radiance. Behold, Aios bellowed, as a magnificent golden dragon unfurled from his palm. An ultimate technique he had perfected through systematic training in key control on the planet Adrat. Human eyes possess numerous vulnerabilities, particularly when confronted with intense light, often leading to temporary blindness. Even those capable of sensing ki instinctively fall into silence under such illumination, rendering it a dire crisis for those unable to perceive ki. This phenomenon explains the consistent success of TNS solar flare, which often yields unexpected results. Aios Dragon Flash similarly harnessed the power of light, boasting formidable offensive capabilities while simultaneously blinding enemies with its brilliance, striking them by surprise. Below, the cosmic pirates were engulfed in a blinding luminescence, instinctively shutting their eyes, oblivious to the impending peril. With a resounding boom, an explosion followed, accompanied by a cloud of dust. The cosmic pirates could only sense their bodies being torn apart by an overwhelming force. Even the mightiest warrior could not withstand such power. A series of explosions ensued, reducing their already shattered forms to mere dust. As the dust settled, what lay before Aios was a vast, gaping crater. Not only had the cosmic pirates been obliterated, but countless fortifications surrounding them had also vanished in the wake of Aios' devastating assault. Thus, the seventh squad of cosmic pirates was annihilated by Aios, reduced to mere remnants.